This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Prologue. The title, History of Holland, given to this volume is fully justified by the predominant part which the great maritime province of Holland took in the War of Independence, and throughout the whole of the subsequent history of the Dutch state and people. In every language the country, comprising the provinces of Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, Friesland, Gelderland, Overijssel, and Groningen, has, from the close of the 16th century to our own day, been currently spoken of as Holland, and the people, with the solitary exception of ourselves, as Hollanders. It is only rarely that the terms of the Republic of the United Provinces, or of the United Netherlands, and, in later times, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, are found outside official documents, just as the title History of England gradually includes the histories of Wales, of Scotland, of Ireland, and finally of the widespread British Empire. So it is in a smaller way with the history that is told in the following pages. That history, to be really complete, should begin with an account of medieval Holland in the feudal times which preceded the Burgundian period, and such an account was indeed actually written, but the plan of this work, which forms one of the volumes of a series, precluded its publication. The character, however, of the people of the provinces of Holland, and of its sister and closely allied province of Zeeland, its qualities of toughness, of endurance, of seamanship and maritime enterprise, spring from that peculiar amphibious nature of the country, which differs from that of any other country in the world. The age-long struggle against the ocean and the river floods, which has converted the marshes that lay around the mouths of the Rhine, the Meuse, and the Scheldt, by toilsome labour and skill into fertile and productive soil, has left its impress on the whole history of this people. Nor must it be forgotten how largely this building up of the elaborate system of dykes, dams, and canals, by which this waterlogged land was transformed into the Holland of the closing decades of the 16th century, enabled her people to offer such obstinate and successful resistance to the mighty power of Philip II. The earliest dynasty of the Counts of Holland, Dirks, Floris, and Williams, was a very remarkable one. Not only did it rule for an unusually long period, 922 to 1299, but, in this long period without exception, all the Counts of Holland were strong and capable rulers. The fiefs of the first two Dirks lay in what is now known as North Holland, in the district called Kennemerland. It was Dirk III who seized from the bishops of Utrecht some swampy land amidst the channels forming the mouth of the Meuse, which, from the bush which covered it, was named Hotland, Holland or Woodland. Here he erected in 1015 a stronghold to collect tolls from passing ships. This stronghold was the beginning of the town of Dordrecht, and from here, a little later, the name Holland was gradually applied to the whole country. Of his successors, the most illustrious was William II, 1234 to 1256, who was crowned King of the Romans at Aachen, and would have received from Pope Innocent IV the imperial crown at Rome, had he not been unfortunately drowned while attempting to cross on horseback an ice-bound marsh. In 1299 the male line of this dynasty became extinct, and John of Avesnes, Count of Hainault, nephew of William II, succeeded. His son, William III, after a long struggle with the Counts of Flanders, conquered Zeeland and became Count henceforth of Holland, Zeeland, and Hainault. His son, William IV, died childless, and the succession then passed to his sister Margaret, the wife of the Emperor Louis of Bavaria. It was contested by her second son William, who, after a long drawn-out strife with his mother, became, in 1354, Count of Holland and Zeeland, with the title William V, Margaret retaining the country of Hainault. Becoming insane, his brother Albert, in 1358, took over the reins of government. In his time, the two factions, known by the nickname the Hooks and the Cods, kept the land in a continual state of disorder and practically of civil war. They had already been active for many years. The Hooks were supported by the nobles, by the peasantry, and by that large part of the poorer townsfolk that was excluded from all share in the municipal government. The Cods represented the interest of the powerful burgher corporations. In later times these same principles and interests divided the Oranje and the States parties, and were inherited from the Hooks and Cods of medieval Holland. The marriage of Albert's son William with Margaret, the sister of John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, and of John the Fearless with Albert's daughter Margaret, were to have momentous consequences. Albert died in 1404 and was succeeded by William VI, who before his death in 1417 caused the nobles and towns to take the oath of allegiance to his daughter and only child Jacoba, or Jacqueline. Jacoba, brave, beautiful, and gifted, for 11 years maintained her rights against many adversaries, chief among them her powerful and ambitious cousin, Philip the Good, Duke of Burgundy. Her courage and many adventures transformed her into a veritable heroine of romance. By her 3 marriages to John, Duke of Brabant, with Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and finally with Frans van Borselen, she had no children. Her hopeless fight with Philip of Burgundy's superior resources ended at last in the so-called Reconciliation of Delft in 1428, by which, while retaining the title of Countess, she handed over the government to Philip and acknowledged his right of succession to the countship upon her death, which took place in 1436. G.E. November 1921. End of Prologue. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 1. The Burgundian Netherlands. The last Duke of the ancient Carpathian House of Burgundy dying in 1361 without heirs male, the duchy fell into the possession of the French crown, and was by King John II bestowed upon his youngest son, Philip the Hardy, Duke of Touraine, as a reward, it is said, for the valour he displayed in the battle of Poitiers. The county of Burgundy, generally known as Franche-Comté, was not included in this donation, for it was an imperial fief, and it fell by inheritance in the female line to Margaret, Dowager Countess of Flanders, widow of Count Louis II, who was killed at Crécy. The duchy and the county were soon, however, to be reunited, for Philip married Margaret, daughter and heiress of Louis de Maille, Count of Flanders, and granddaughter of the above-named Margaret. In right of his wife, he became, on death of Louis de Maille, in 1384, the ruler of Flanders, Mechlin, Artois, Nevers, and Franche-Comté. Thus the foundation was laid of a great territorial domain between France and Germany, and Philip the Hardy seems from the first to have been possessed by the ambitious design of working for the restoration of a powerful middle kingdom, which should embrace the territories assigned to Lothair in the tripartite division of the Carolingian Empire by the Treaty of Verdun, 843. For this he worked ceaselessly during his long reign of 40 years, and with singular ability and courage. Before his death he had, by the splendour of his court, his wealth, and his successes in arms and diplomacy, come to be recognized as a sovereign of great weight and influence, in all but name a king. The Burgundian policy and tradition which he established found in his successors John the Fearless, murdered in 1419, and John's son Philip the Good, men of like character and filled with the same ambitions as himself. The double marriage of John with Margaret, the sister of William VI of Holland, and of William VI with Margaret of Burgundy, largely helped forward their projects of aggrandisement. Philip the Good was, however, a much abler ruler than his father, a far-seeing statesman who pursued his plans with patient and unscrupulous pertinacity, of which a conspicuous example is to be found in his long protracted struggle with his cousin Jacoba, the only child and heiress of William of Holland, whose misfortune and courage have made her one of the most romantic figures of history. By a mixture of force and intrigue, Philip, in 1433, at last compelled Jacoba to abdicate, and he became Count of Holland, Zeeland, and Hainault. Nor was this by any means the end of his acquisitions.
Joanna, Duchess of Brabant, 1355 to 1404, in her own right was aunt on the mother's side to Margaret of Flanders, wife of Philip the Hardy. Dying without heirs, she bequeathed Brabant, Limburg, and Antwerp to her great-nephew Anthony of Burgundy, younger brother of John the Fearless. Anthony was killed at Agincourt, and was succeeded first by his son John IV, the husband of Jacoba of Holland, and on his death, without an heir in 1427, by his second son Philip of St. Paul, who also died childless in 1430. From him his cousin Philip the Good inherited the duchies of Brabant and Limburg, and the Marquessate of Antwerp. Already he had purchased in 1421 the territory of Nemours from the last Count John III, who had fallen into heavy debt, and in 1443 he likewise purchased the Duchy of Luxembourg from the Duchess Elizabeth of Görlitz, who had married in second wedlock Anthony, Duke of Brabant, and afterwards John of Bavaria, but who had no children by either of her marriages. Thus, in 1443, Philip had become, by one means or another, sovereign under various titles of the largest and most important part of the Netherlands, and he increased his influence by securing, in 1456, the election of his illegitimate son, David, as Bishop of Utrecht. Thus, a great step forward had been taken for the restoration of the Middle Kingdom, which had been the dream of Philip the Hardy, and which now seemed to be well nigh on the point of accomplishment. The year 1433, the date of the incorporation of Holland and Zeeland in the Burgundian dominion, is therefore a convenient starting point for a consideration of the character of the Burgundian rule in the Netherlands, and of the changes which the concentration of sovereign power in the hands of a single ruler brought into the relations of the various provinces with one another, and into their internal administration. The Netherlands became now, for the first time, something more than a geographical expression for a number of pretty feudal states, practically independent and almost always at strife. Henceforward there was peace, and throughout the whole of this northern part of his domains it was the constant policy of Philip gradually to abolish provincialism and to establish a centralized government. He was far too wise a statesman to attempt to abolish suddenly or arbitrarily the various rights and privileges which the Flemings, Brabanters, and Hollanders had wrung from their sovereigns, and to which they were deeply attached. But, while respecting these, he endeavoured to restrict them as far as possible to local usage, and to centralize the general administration of the whole of the Pays de Pardessa, as the Burgundian dukes were accustomed to name their Netherland dominions, by the summoning of the representatives of the provincial states to an assembly styled the States General, and by the creation of a common court of appeal. The first time the States General were called together by Philip was in 1465, for the purpose of obtaining a loan for the war with France and the recognition of his son Charles as his successor, and from this time forward, at irregular intervals, but with increasing frequency, the practice of summoning this body went on. The States General, in a sense, represented the Netherlands as a whole, and it was a matter of great convenience for the sovereign, especially when large levies of money had to be raised, to be enabled thus to bring his proposals before a single assembly, instead of before a number of separate and independent provincial states. Nevertheless, it must be borne in mind that the States General had, as such, no authority to act on behalf of these several provincial states. Each of these sent their deputies to the General Assembly, but these deputies had to refer all matters to their principals before they could give their assent, and each body of deputies gave this assent separately, and without regard to the others. It was thus but a first provisional step towards unity of administration, but it did tend to promote a feeling of community of interest between the provinces, and to lead to the deputies having intercourse with one another and interchanging their views upon the various important subjects that were brought before their consideration. The period of disturbance and the weakening of the authority of the sovereign, which followed the death of Charles the Bold, led to the States General obtaining a position of increased importance, and they may from that time be regarded as forming a regular and necessary part of the machinery of government in the Burgundian Netherlands. The States General, however, like the provincial states, could only meet when summoned by the sovereign or his stadholder, and the causes for which they were summoned were such special occasions as the accessions of a new sovereign, or the appointment of a new stadholder, or, more usually, for sanctioning the requests for levies of money, which were required for the maintenance of splendid courts and the cost of frequent wars. For not only the Burgundian princes, properly so called, but even Charles V had mainly to depend upon the wealth of the Netherlands for their financial needs. And here a distinction must be drawn. For solemn occasions such as the accession of a new sovereign, or the acceptance of a newly appointed governor, representatives of all the provinces, eventually 17, were summoned. But for ordinary meetings for the purpose of money levies only those of the so-called patrimonial or old Burgundian provinces came together. The demands for tribute on the provinces acquired later, such as Gelderland, Groningen, Friesland, and Overijssel, were made to each of these provinces separately, and they jealously claimed their right to be thus separately dealt with. In the case of the other provinces, the States General, as has already been stated, could only grant the money after obtaining from each province represented severally its assent, and this was often not gained until after considerable delay and much bargaining. Once granted, however, the assessment regulating the quota which the different provinces had to contribute was determined on the basis of the so-called quotestatie or setting, drawn up in 1462 on the occasion of a tribute for 10 years which Charles the Bold, as his father's stadtholder in the Pays de Pardessa, then demanded. The relative wealth of the provinces may be judged from the fact that at this date Flanders and Brabant each paid a quarter of the whole levy, Holland 1/6, Zeeland 1/4 of Holland's share. As regards the provincial government, the Burgundian princes left undisturbed the local and historical customs and usages, and each province had its individual characteristics. At the head of each provincial government, with the exception of Brabant, at whose capital, Brussels, the sovereign himself or his regent resided, was placed a governor, with the title of stadtholder, who was the representative of that sovereign and had large patronage. It was his duty to enforce edicts, preserve order, and keep a watchful eye over the administration of justice. He nominated to many municipal offices, but had little or no control over finance. The raising of troops and their command in the field was entrusted to a captain-general, who might not be the same person as the stadtholder, though the offices were sometimes united. In the northern Netherlands there was but one stadtholder for the 3 provinces of Holland, Zeeland, and Utrecht, and one, at a somewhat later date, for Friesland, Groningen, Drent, and Overijssel. The desire of the Burgundian princes to consolidate their dominions into a unified sovereignty found itself thwarted by many obstacles, and especially by the lack of any supreme tribunal of appeal. It was galling to them that the Parlement of Paris should still exercise appellate jurisdiction in Crown Flanders and Artois, and the Imperial Diet in some of the other provinces. Already in 1428 Philip had erected the Court of Holland at The Hague, to exercise large powers of jurisdiction and financial control in the provinces of Holland and Zeeland, and in 1473 Charles the Bold set up at Mechelen the body known as the Great Council, to act as a court of appeal from the provincial courts. It was to be in the Netherlands what the Parlement of Paris was in France. The Great Council, which had grown out of the Privy Council attached to the person of the prince, and which under the direction of the Chancellor of Burgundy administrated the affairs of the government, more particularly justice and finance, was in 1473, as stated above, reconstituted as a court of appeal in legal matters, a new chamber of accounts being at the same time created to deal with finance. These efforts at centralization of authority were undoubtedly for the good of the country as a whole, but such was the intensity of provincial jealousy and particularism that they were bitterly resented and opposed. In order to strengthen the sovereign's influence in the towns and to lessen the power of the guilds, Philip established in Holland, and so far as he could elsewhere, what were called vast colleges, or fixed committees of notables, to which were entrusted the election of the town officials and the municipal administration. These bodies were composed of a number of the richest and most influential burghers, who were styled the 24, the 40, the 60, or the 80, according to the number fixed for any particular town. These men were appointed for life, and their successors were chosen by co-option, so that the town corporations gradually became closed hereditary aristocracies, and the mass of the citizens were deprived of all voice in their own affairs. The schout, or chief judge, was chosen directly by the sovereign, or his stadtholder, who also nominated the schepens, or sheriffs, from a list containing a double number, which was submitted to him. The reign of Philip the Good was marked by a great advance in the material prosperity of the land. Brugge, Ghent, Ypres, and Antwerp were among the most flourishing commercial and industrial cities in the world, and when, through the silting up of the waterway, Brugge ceased to be a seaport, Antwerp rapidly rose to a preeminence in her place, so that, a few decades later, her wharfs were crowded with shipping, and her warehouse with goods from every part of Europe. In fact, during the whole of the Burgundian period, the southern Netherlands were the richest domain in Christendom, and continued to be so until the disastrous times of Philip II of Spain. Meanwhile, Holland and Zeeland, though unable to compete with Brabant and Flanders in the populousness of their towns and the extent of their trade, were provinces of growing importance. Their strength lay in their sturdy and enterprising seafaring population. The Hollanders had for many years been the rivals of the Hanse towns for the Baltic trade. War broke out in 1438, and hostilities continued for 3 years, with the result that the Hanse League was beaten, and henceforth the Hollanders were able without further let or hindrance more and more to become the chief carriers of the Eastland traffic. Amsterdam was already a flourishing port, though as yet it could make no pretension of competing with Antwerp. The herring fisheries were, however, the staple industry of Holland and Zeeland. The discovery of the art of curing herons by William Boekles of Beervliet, died 1447, had converted a perishable article of food into a marketable commodity, and not only did the fisheries give lucrative employment to many thousands of the inhabitants of these maritime provinces, but they also became the foundation on which was to be built their future commercial supremacy. The Burgundian dukes were among the most powerful rulers of their time, the equals of kings in all but name, and they far surpassed all contemporary sovereigns in their lavish display and the splendour of their court. The festival at Brugge in 1430, in celebration of the marriage of Philip the Good and Isabel of Portugal, at which the Order of the Golden Fleece was instituted, excited universal wonder, while his successor, Charles the Bold, contrived to surpass even his father in the splendour of his espousals with Margaret of York in 1468, and at his conference with the Emperor Frederick III at Trier in 1473. On this last occasion he wore a mantle encrusted all over with diamonds. The foundation of the Order of the Golden Fleece in 1430 was an event of great importance, as marking a step forward on the part of Philip in its assumption of quasi-regal attributes. The title was very appropriate, for it pointed to the wool and cloth trade as being the source of the wealth of Flanders. The order comprised 31 knights, chosen from the flower of the Burgundian nobles and the chief councillors of the sovereign. The statutes of the order set forth in detail the privileges of the members and their duties and obligations to their prince. They had a prescriptive claim to be consulted on all matters of importance, to be selected for the chief government posts, and to serve on military councils. The knights were exempt from the jurisdiction of all courts save that of their own chapter. Philip died in 1467 and was succeeded by his son Charles, who had already exercised for some years authority in the Netherlands as his father's deputy. Charles, as his surname, Le Tremier, witnesses, was a man of impulsive and autocratic temperament. but at the same time a hard worker, a great organizer, and a brilliant soldier, consumed with ambition to realize that restoration of a great Middle Lotharingian kingdom stretching from the North Sea to the Mediterranean, for which his father had been working during his long and successful reign. He threw himself with almost passionate energy into the accomplishment of his task. With this object he was the first sovereign to depart from feudal usages and to maintain a standing army. He appeared at one time to be on the point of accomplishing his aim. Lorraine, which divided his southern from his northern possessions, was for a short time in his possession. Intervening in Gelderland between the Duke Arnold of Egmont and his son Adolf, he took the latter prisoner and obtained the duchy in pledge from the former. Uprisings in the Flemish towns against heavy taxation and arbitrary rule were put down with a strong hand. In September 1474 the Duke, accompanied by a splendid suite, met the Emperor Frederick III at Trier to receive the coveted crown from the imperial hands. It was arranged that Charles's only daughter and heiress should be betrothed to Maximilian of Austria, the Emperor's eldest son, and the very day and hour for the coronation were fixed. But the Burgundian had an enemy in Louis XI of France, who was as prudent and far-seeing as his rival was rash and impetuous, and who was far more than his match in political craft and cunning. French secret agents stirring up Frederick's suspicions against Charles's designs, and the Emperor suddenly left Trier, where he had felt humiliated by the splendor of his powerful vassal. The Duke was furious at his disappointment, but was only the more obstinately bent on carrying out his plans. But Louis had been meanwhile forming a strong League of Constance, March 1474, of various states threatened by Charles's ambitious projects. Duke Sigismund of Austria, Baden, Basel, Elsass, and the Swiss cantons united under the leadership of France to resist them. Charles led an army of 60,000 men to aid the Archbishop of Cologne against his subjects, but spent 11 months in a fruitless attempt to take a small fortified town, Neuss, in which a considerable portion of his army perished. He was compelled to raise large sums of money from his unwilling subjects in the Netherlands to repair his losses, and in 1475 he attacked Duke René of Lorraine, captured Nancy, and conquered the duchy, which had hitherto separated his Netherland from his French possessions. It was the first step in the accomplishment of his scheme for the restoration of the Lotharingian kingdom. In Elsass, however, the populace had risen in insurrection against the tyranny of the Burgundian governor, Peter van Hagenbach, and had tried and executed him. Finding that the Swiss aided the rebels, Charles now, without waiting to consolidate his conquest of Lorraine, determined to lead his army into Switzerland. At the head of a splendidly equipped force he encountered the Confederates near Granson, March 2, 1476, and was utterly routed, his own seal and order of the Golden Fleece with vast booty falling into the hands of the victors. A few months later, having recruited and reorganized his beaten army, he again led them against the Swiss. The encounter took place, June 21, 1476, at Morat, and once more the chivalry of Burgundy suffered complete defeat. Charles fled from the field, half insane with rage and disappointment, when the news that Duke René had reconquered Lorraine roused him from his torpor. He hastily gathered together a fresh army and laid siege to Nancy, but in siege operations he had no skill, and in the depth of winter, January 5, 1477, he was attacked by the Swiss and Lorrainers outside the walls of the town. A panic seized the Burgundians. Charles in person in vain strove to stem their flight, and he perished by an unknown hand. His body was found later, stripped naked, lying frozen in a pool. Charles left an only child, Mary, not yet 20 years of age. Mary found herself in a most difficult and trying situation. Louis XI, the hereditary enemy of her house, at once took possession of the Duchy of Burgundy, which, by failures of heirs male, had reverted to its liege lord. The sovereignty of the country of Burgundy, Franche-Comté, being an imperial fief descending in the female line. She retained, but before her authority had been established, Louis had succeeded in persuading the states of the county to place themselves under a French protectorate. French armies overran Artois, Hainault, and Picardy, and were threatening Flanders, where there was in every city a party of French sympathizers. Gelderland welcomed the exiled Duke Adolf as their sovereign. Everywhere throughout the province of the despotic rule of Duke Charles and his heavy exactions had aroused seething discontent. Mary was virtually a prisoner in the hands of her Flemish subjects, and before they consented to support her cause there was a universal demand for a redress of grievances. But Mary showed herself possessed of courage and statesmanship beyond her years, and she had this critical moment in her stepmother, Margaret of York, an experienced and capable adviser at her side. A meeting of the States General was at once summoned to Ghent. It met on February 3rd, 1477, Mary's 20th birthday. Representatives came from Flanders, Brabant, Artois, and Namur in the southern, and from Holland and Zeeland in the northern Netherlands. Mary saw there was no course open to her but to accede to their demands. Only 8 days after the assembly met, the Charter of the Netherlands Liberties, called the Great Privilege, was agreed to and signed. By this act all previous ordinances conflicting with ancient privileges were abolished. The newly established Court of Appeal at Mechlin was replaced by a great council of 24 members chosen by the sovereign from the various states, which should advise and assist in the administration of government. Mary undertook not to marry or declare war without the assent of the States General. The States General and the provincial states were to meet as often as they wished, without the summons of the sovereign. All officials were to be native-born. No Netherlander was to be tried by foreign judges. There were to be no forced loans, no alterations in the coinage. All edicts or ordinances infringing provincial rights were to be ipso facto null and void. By placing her seal to this document, Mary virtually abdicated the absolute sovereign power which had been exercised by her predecessors, and undid at a stroke the results of their really statesmanlike efforts to create out of a number of semi-autonomous provinces a unified state. Many of their acts and methods had been harsh and autocratic, especially those of Charles the Bold, but who can doubt that on the whole their policy was wise and salutary? In Holland and Zeeland a council was erected, consisting of a stadtholder and 8 councillors, 6 Hollanders and 2 Zeelanders, of whom 2 were to be nobles, the others jurists. Wolfred van Borselen, Lord of Veer, was appointed stadtholder. The great privilege granted, the states willingly raised a force of 34,000 men to resist the French invasion and adequate means for carrying on the war. But the troubles of the youthful Mary were not yet over. The hand of the heiress of so many rich domains was eagerly sought for. 1. By Louis of France for the Dauphin, a youth of 17 years. 2. By Maximilian of Austria, to whom she had been promised in marriage. 3. By Adolf, Duke of Gelderland, who was favoured by the States General. Adolf, however, was killed in battle. In Flanders there was a party who favoured the French and actually engaged in intrigues with Louis, but the mass of the people were intensely averse to French domination. To such an extent was this the case, that 2 influential officials, the Lord Huguenot and Humbercourt, on whom suspicion fell of treacherous correspondence with the French king, were seized, tried by a special tribunal, and, despite the tears and entreaties of the Duchess, were condemned and beheaded in the marketplace of Ghent. Maximilian became therefore the accepted suitor, and on August 19th, 1477, his marriage with Mary took place at the Bruchs. This marriage was to have momentous consequences, not only for the Netherlands but for Europe. The union was a happy one, but, unfortunately, of brief duration. On March 29th, 1482, Mary died from the effects of a fall from her horse, leaving 2 children, Philip and Margaret. End of chapter 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 2. Habsburg Rule in the Netherlands. Maximilian, on the death of Mary, found himself in a very difficult position. The Archduke was a man of high-soaring ideas, chivalrous, brave even to the point of audacity, full of expedients and never daunted by failure, but he was deficient in stability of character and always hampered throughout his life by lack of funds. He had, in 1477, set himself to the task of defending Flanders and the southern provinces of the Netherlands against French attack, and not without considerable success. In 1482, as guardian of his 4-year-old son Philip, the heir to the domains of the House of Burgundy, he became regent of the Netherlands. His authority, however, was little recognized. Gelderland and Utrecht fell away altogether. Liege acknowledged William de la Marck as its ruler. Holland and Zeeland were torn by contending factions. Flanders, the centre of the Burgundian power, was specially hostile to its new governor. The burghers of Ghent refused to surrender to him his children, Philip and Margaret, who were held as hostages to secure themselves against any attempted infringement of their liberties. The Flemings even entered into negotiations with Louis XI, and the Archduke found himself compelled to sign a treaty with France, December 23, 1482, one of the conditions being the betrothal of his infant daughter to the Dauphin. Maximilian, however, found that for a time he must leave Flanders to put down the rising of the Hook faction in Holland, who, led by Frans van Brederode and in alliance with the anti-Burgundian party in Utrecht, had made themselves masters of Leyden. Beaten in a bloody fight by the regent, Brederode nevertheless managed to seize Sluis and Rotterdam, and from these ports he and his daring companions in arms, Jean van Nalduik, carried on a guerrilla warfare for some years. Brederode was killed in a fight at Brouwershaven, 1490, but Sluis still held out and was not taken till 2 years later. Meanwhile, Maximilian had to undertake a campaign against the Flemings, who were again in arms at the instigation of the turbulent burghers of Ghent and Bruges. Entering the province at the head of the large force, he compelled the rebel towns to submit and obtained possession of the person of his son Philip, July 1485. Elected in the following year King of the Romans, Maximilian left the Netherlands to be crowned at Aachen, April 1486. A war with France called him back, in the course of which he suffered a severe defeat at Bethune. At the beginning of 1488, Ghent and Bruges once more rebelled, and the Roman king, enticed to enter Bruges, was there seized and compelled to see his friends executed in the market-place beneath his prison window. For 7 months he was held a prisoner, nor was he released until he had sworn to surrender his powers as regent to the Council of Flemings, and to withdraw all his foreign troops from the Netherlands. He was forced to give hostages as a pledge of his good faith, among them his general, Philip of Cleef, who presently joined his captors. Maximilian, on arriving at the camp of the Emperor Frederick III, who had gathered together an army to release his imprisoned son, was persuaded to break an oath given under duress. He advanced, therefore, at the head of his German mercenaries into Flanders, but was able to achieve little success against the Flemings, who found in Philip of Cleef an able commander. Despairing of success, he now determined to retire into Germany, leaving Duke Albert of Saxe-Meissen, a capable and tried soldier of fortune, as general-in-chief of his forces, and Stadholder of the Netherlands. With the coming of Duke Albert, order was at length to be restored, though not without a severe struggle. Slowly but surely, Duke Albert took town after town and reduced province after province into submission. The Hook party in Holland and Zeeland, and their anti-Burgundian allies in Utrecht, and Robert de la Marck in Liege, in turn felt the force of his arm. An insurrection of the peasants in West Friesland and Kennemerland, the bread and cheese folk as they were called, was easily put down. Philip of Cleef, with his Flemings, was unable to make head against him, and with the fall of Ghent and Sluis in the summer of 1492, the Duke was able to announce to Maximilian that the Netherlands, except Gelderland, were pacified. The Treaty of Senlis in 1493 ended the war with France. In the following year, after his accession to the imperial throne, Maximilian retired to his ancestral dominions in Germany, and his son, Philip the Fair, took in his hands the reins of government. The young sovereign, who was a Netherlander by birth and had spent all his life in the country, was more popular than his father, and his succession to the larger part of the Burgundian inheritance was not disputed. He received the homage of Zeeland at Roemerswaal, of Holland at Geertruidenberg, and seized the occasion to announce the abrogation of the great privilege, and at the same time restored the Grand Council of Mechlin. In Utrecht, the authority of Bishop David of Burgundy was now firmly re-established, and on his death Philip of Baden, an obsequious adherent of the House of Austria, was elected. These results of the pacification carried out so successfully by Duke Albert had, however, left Maximilian and Philip deeply in debt to the Saxon, and there was no money wherewith to meet the claim, which amounted to 300,000 guilders. After many negotiations extending over several years, compensation was found for Albert in Friesland. That unhappy province and the adjoining territory of Groningen had for a long time been torn by internal dissensions between the two parties, the Scheeringers and the Vetkoopers, who were the counterparts of the Hooks and Cods of Holland. The Scheeringers called in the aid of the Saxon Duke, who brought the land into subjection. Maximilian now recognized Albert as hereditary podesta or governor of Friesland, on condition that the House of Austria reserved the right of redeeming the territory for 100,000 guilders, and Philip acquiesced in the bargain by which Frisian freedom was sold in exchange for the cancelling of a debt. The struggle with Charles of Egmont in Gelderland was not so easily terminated. Not till 1505 was Philip able to overcome this crafty and skilful adversary. Charles was compelled to do homage and to accompany Philip to Brussels, October 1505. It was, however, but a brief submission. Charles made his escape once more into Gelderland and renewed the War of Independence. Before these events had taken place, the marriage of Philip with Juana, the daughter of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabel of Castile, had brought about a complete change in his fortunes. Maximilian, always full of ambitious projects for the aggrandizement of his house, had planned with Ferdinand of Aragon a double marriage between their families, prompted by a common hatred and fear of the growing power of France. The Archduke Philip was to wed the Infanta Juana, the second daughter of Ferdinand and Isabel. The infant Juan, the heir of the thrones of Aragon and Castile, Philip's sister, Margaret. Margaret had, in 1483, aged then 3 years, been betrothed to the Dauphin Charles, aged 12, and she was brought up at the French court after the death of Louis XI, August 30th, 1483. Had borne the title of queen and had lived at Amboise with other children of the French royal house under the care of the regent, Anne de Beaujeu. The marriage, however, of Charles VIII and Margaret was never to be consummated. In August 1488, the male line of the Dukes of Brittany became extinct, and the hand of the heiress, Anne of Brittany, a girl of 12, attracted many suitors. It was clearly a matter of supreme importance to the King of France that this important territory should not pass by marriage into the hands of an enemy. The Bretons, on the other hand, clung to their independence and dreaded absorption in the unifying French state. After many intrigues, her council advised the young duchess to accept Maximilian as her husband, and she was married to him by proxy in March 1490. Charles VIII immediately entered Brittany at the head of a strong force, and despite a fierce and prolonged resistance conquered the country, and gained possession of Anne's person, August 1491. The temptation was too strong to be resisted. Margaret, after residing in France as his affianced wife for 8 years, was repudiated and finally 2 years later sent back to the Netherlands, while Anne was compelled to break off her marriage with Margaret's father and became Charles's queen. This double slight was never forgotten either by Maximilian or by Margaret, and was the direct cause of the negotiations for the double Spanish marriage, which, though delayed by the suspicious caution of the two chief negotiators, Ferdinand and Maximilian, was at length arranged. In August 1496 an imposing fleet conveyed the Infanta Juana to Antwerp, and she was married to Philip at Lille. In the following April, Margaret and Don Juan were wedded in the Cathedral of Burgos. The union was followed by a series of catastrophes in the Spanish royal family. While on his way with his wife to attend the marriage of his older sister Isabel with the King of Portugal, Juan caught a malignant fever and expired at Salamanca in October 1497. The newly married Queen of Portugal now became the heiress to the crowns of Aragon and Castile, but she died a year later, and shortly afterwards her infant son. The succession therefore passed to the younger sister Juana, and Philip the Fair, the heir of the House of Austria, and already through his mother the ruler of the rich Burgundian domain, became through his wife the prospective sovereign of the Spanish kingdoms of Ferdinand and Isabel. Fortune seemed to have reserved all her smiles for the young prince, when on February 24th, 1500, a son was born to him at Ghent, who received the name Charles. But dark days were soon to follow. Philip was pleasure-loving and dissolute, and he showed little affection for his wife, who had already begun to exhibit symptoms of that weakness of mind which was before long to develop into insanity. However, in 1501 they journeyed together to Spain, in order to secure Juana's rights to the Castilian succession, and also to that of Aragon, should King Ferdinand die without an heir male. In November 1504 Isabel the Catholic had died, and Philip and his consort at once assumed the titles of King and Queen of Castile, in spite of the opposition of Ferdinand, who claimed the right of regency during his lifetime. Both parties were anxious to obtain the support of Henry VII. Already since the accession of Philip, the commercial relations between England and the Netherlands had been placed on what proved to be a permanently friendly basis by the treaty known as the Magnus Intercursus of 1496. Flanders and Brabant were dependent upon the supply of English wool for their staple industries, Holland and Zeeland for that freedom of fishery on which a large part of their population was employed and subsisted. In reprisals for the support formerly given by the Burgundian government to the House of York, Henry had forbidden the exportation of wool and of cloth to the Netherlands, had removed the staple from Bruges to Calais, and had withdrawn the fishing rights enjoyed by the Hollanders since the reign of Edward I. But this state of commercial war was ruinous to both countries, and on condition that Philip henceforth undertook not to allow any enemies of the English government to reside in his dominions, a good understanding was reached, and the Magnus Intercursus, which re-established something like freedom of trade between the countries, was duly signed in February 1496. The treaty was solemnly renewed in 1501, but shortly afterwards fresh difficulties arose concerning Yorkist refugees, and a stoppage of trade was once more threatened. At this juncture a storm drove Philip and Juana, who had set sail in January 1506 for Spain, to take refuge in an English harbour. For 3 months they were hospitably entertained by Henry, but he did not fail to take advantage of the situation to negotiate 3 treaties with his unwilling guest: 1, a treaty of alliance; 2, a treaty of marriage with Philip's sister, the Archduchess Margaret, already at the age of 25 a widow for the second time; 3, a revision of the Treaty of Commerce of 1496, named from its unfavourable conditions Malus Intercursus. The marriage treaty came to nothing, through the absolute refusal of Margaret to accept the hand of the English king. Philip and Juana left England for Spain April 23rd to assume the government of the three kingdoms, Castile, Leon, and Granada, which Juana had inherited from her mother. Owing to his wife's mental incapacity, Philip in her name exercised all the powers of sovereignty, but his reign was very short, for he was suddenly taken ill and died at Burgos, September 25th, 1506. His hapless wife, after the birth of a posthumous child, sank into a state of hopeless insanity and passed the rest of her long life in confinement. Charles, the heir to so vast an inheritance, was but 6 years old. The representatives of the provinces assembled at Mechlin, October 18th, offered the regency of the Burgundian dominions to the Emperor Maximilian. He, in his turn, nominated his daughter Margaret to be regent in his place, and guardian of his grandson during Charles' minority, and she with the assent of the States General took the oath on her installation as Mambour or Governor-General of the Netherlands, March 1507. Margaret was but 27 years of age, and for 24 years she continued to administer the affairs of the Netherlands with singular discretion, firmness, and statesmanlike ability. The superintendence and training of the young Archduke could have been placed in no better hands. Charles, who with his 3 sisters lived with his aunt in Mechlin, was thus, both by birth and education, a Netherlander. One of the first acts of Margaret was a refusal to ratify the Malus Intercursus and the revival of the Magnus Intercursus of 1496. This important commercial treaty from that time forward continued in force for more than a century. The great difficulty that Margaret encountered in her government was the lack of adequate financial resources. The extensive privileges accorded to the various provinces and their mutual jealousies and diverse interests made the task of levying taxes arduous and often fruitless. Margaret found that the granting of supplies, even for so necessary a purpose as the raising of troops to resist the raids of Charles of Gelderland, aided by the French king, into Utrecht and Holland, was refused. She fortunately possessed in a high degree those qualities of persuasive address and sound judgment, which gave to her a foremost place among the diplomatists and rulers of her time. Such was the confidence that her brilliant abilities inspired that she was deputed both by the Emperor Maximilian and by Ferdinand of Aragon to be their plenipotentiary at the peace conference that assembled at Cambrai in November 1508. Chiefly through her exertions the negotiations had a speedy and successful issue, and the famous treaty known as the League of Cambrai was signed on December 10th. By this treaty many of the disputes concerning the rights and prerogatives of the French crown in the Burgundian Netherlands were amicably settled, and it was arranged that Charles of Egmont should be provisionally recognized as Duke of Gelderland on condition that he should give up the towns in Holland that he had captured and withdraw his troops within his own borders. The extant correspondence between Maximilian and Margaret, which is of the most confidential character on matters of high policy, is a proof of the high opinion the Emperor entertained of his daughter's intelligence and capacity. In nothing was his confidence more justified than in the assiduous care and interest that the regent took in the education of the Archduke Charles and his 3 sisters, who had been placed in her charge. In 1515 Charles, on entering his 16th year, was declared by Maximilian to be of age. Margaret accordingly handed over to him the reins of government, and withdrew for the time into private life. Her retirement was not, however, to be of long continuance. On January 23rd, 1516, King Ferdinand of Aragon died, and Charles, who now became King of Castile and of Aragon, was obliged to leave the Netherlands to take possession of his Spanish dominions. Before sailing he reinstated his aunt as governess and appointed a council to assist her. This post she continued to hold till the day of her death, for Charles was never again able to take up his permanent residence in the Netherlands. During the first years of his accession to the thrones of Ferdinand and Isabel he was much occupied with Spanish affairs, and the death of Maximilian, January 12, 1519, opened out to him a still wider field of ambition and activity. On June 28th Charles was elected emperor, a result which he owed in no small degree to the diplomatic skill and activity of Margaret. Just a year later the emperor visited the Netherlands, where Charles of Gelderland was again giving trouble, and his presence was required both for the purpose of dealing with the affairs of the provinces and also for securing a grant of supply, for which he was sorely in need of funds. Margaret had, at his request, summoned the States General to meet at Brussels, where Charles personally addressed them, and explained at some length the reasons which led him to ask his loyal and devoted Netherlands subjects for their aid on his election to the imperial dignity. The States General on this, as on other occasions, showed no niggardliness in responding to the request of a sovereign who, though almost always absent, appealed to their patriotism as a born Netherlander, who had been brought up in their midst and spoke their tongue. Charles was crowned at Aachen, October 23, 1520, and some 3 months later presided at the famous Diet of Worms, where he met Martin Luther face to face. Before starting on his momentous journey, he again appointed Margaret regent and gave to her council, which he nominated, large powers. The Council of Mechlin, the Court of Holland, and other provisional tribunals being subjected to its superior authority and jurisdiction. By this action the privileges of the provinces were infringed, but Charles was resolute in carrying out the centralizing policy of his ancestors, the Dukes of Burgundy, and he had the power to enforce his will in spite of the protests that were raised. And so, under the wise and conciliatory but firm administration of Margaret, during a decade of almost continuous religious and international strife, a decade marked by such great events as the rapid growth of the Reformation in Germany, the defeat and capture of Francis I at Pavia, the sack of Rome by the troops of Bourbon, and the victorious advance of the Turks in Hungary and along the eastern frontier of the empire, the Netherland provinces remained at peace, save for the restless intrigues of Charles of Egmont in Gelderland, and prospered. Their wealth furnished indeed no small portion of the funds which enabled Charles to face successfully so many adversaries, and to humble the power of France. The last important act of Margaret, like her first, was connected with the town of Cambrai. In this town, as the representative and plenipotentiary of her nephew the emperor, she met, July 1529, Louise of Savoy, who had been granted similar powers by her son Francis I to negotiate a treaty of peace. The two princesses proved worthy of the trust that had been placed in them, and a general treaty of peace, often spoken of as the Ladies' Peace, was speedily drawn up and ratified. The conditions were highly advantageous to the interests of Spain and the Netherlands. On November 30th of the following year, Margaret died, as the result of a slight accident to her foot, which the medical science of the day did not know how to treat properly, in the 50th year of her age and the 24th of her regency. Charles, who had a few months previously reached the zenith of his power by being crowned with the Iron Crown of Lombardy and with the imperial crown at the hands of Pope Clement VII at Bologna, February 22nd and 24th, 1530, appointed as governess in Margaret's place his sister Mary, the widowed queen of Louis, King of Hungary, who had been slain by the Turks at the Battle of Mohacs, August 29th, 1526. Mary, who had passed her early life in the Netherlands under the care of her Aunt Margaret, proved herself in every way her worthy successor. She possessed, like Margaret, a strong character, statesmanlike qualities, and singular capacity in the administration of affairs. She filled the difficult post of regent for the whole period of 24 years between the death of Margaret and the abdication of Charles V in 1555. It was fortunate indeed for that great sovereign that these two eminent women of his house should, each in turn for one half of his long reign, have so admirably conducted the government of this important portion of his dominions, as to leave him free for the carrying out of his far-reaching political projects and constant military campaigns in other lands. 2 years after Mary entered upon her regency, Charles appointed 3 advisory and administrative bodies, the Council of State, the Council of Finance, and the Privy Council, to assist her in the government. The Council of State dealt with questions of external and internal policy and with the appointment of officials, the Council of Finance with the care of the revenue and private domains of the sovereign. To the Privy Council were entrusted the publications of edicts and placards and the care of justice and police. When Charles succeeded Philip the Fair, only a portion of the Netherlands was subject to his sway. With steady persistence he set himself to the task of bringing all the 17 provinces under one sovereign. In 1515 George of Saxe-Meissen sold to him his rights over Friesland. Henry of Bavaria, who in opposition to his wishes had been elected Bishop of Utrecht, was compelled, 1528, to cede to him the temporalities of the see, retaining the spiritual office only. Charles thus added the Upper and Lower Strict, Utrecht and Overyssel to his domains. He made himself, 1536, master of Groningen and Drenthe after a long and obstinate struggle with Charles of Gelderland, and 7 years later he forced Charles' successor, William of Jülich and Cleves, to renounce in his favour his claims to Gelderland and Zutphen. During the reign of Charles V, the States General were summoned many times, chiefly for the purpose of voting subsidies, but it was only on special and solemn occasions that the representatives of all the 17 provinces were present, as for instance when Philip received their homage in 1549 and when Charles V announced his abdication in 1555. The names of the 17 provinces summoned on these occasions were Brabant, Limburg, Luxembourg, Gelderland, Flanders, Holland, Zeeland, Artois, Hainault, Namur, Lille with Douai and Orchies, Tournai and District Mechlin, Friesland, Utrecht, Overyssel with Drenthe and Groningen. The bishopric of Liege, though nominally independent, was under the strict control of the government at Brussels. The relations of Charles's Burgundian domains to the empire were a matter of no small moment, and he was able to regulate them in a manner satisfactory to himself. Several times during his reign tentative attempts were made to define those relations, which were of a very loose kind. The fact that the head of the House of Habsburg was himself emperor had not made him any less determined than the Burgundian sovereigns, his ancestors, to assert for his Netherland territories a virtual independence of imperial control or obligation. The various states of which the Netherlands were composed were as much opposed as the central government at Brussels to any recognition of the claims of the empire, and both Margaret of Austria and Mary of Hungary ventured to refuse to send representatives to the imperial diets, even when requested to do so by the emperor. At last, in 1548, when all the Netherland provinces had been brought under the direct dominion or control of one sovereign prince, a convention was drawn up at the Diet of Augsburg, chiefly by the exertions of the Regent Mary and her tried councillors Viglius and Grenville, by which the unity of the Netherland territories was recognized and they were freed from imperial jurisdiction. Nominally, they formed a circle of the empire, the Burgundian Circle, and representatives of the circle were supposed to appear at the diets and to bear a certain share of imperial taxation in return for the right to the protection of the empire against attacks by France. As a matter of fact, no representatives were ever sent, and no subsidy was paid, nor was the protection of the empire ever sought or given. This convention, which in reality severed the shadowy links which had hitherto bound the Netherlands to the empire, received the sanction of the States General in October 1548, and it was followed by the issuing, with the consent of the estates of the various provinces, of a pragmatic sanction by which the inherited right of succession to the sovereignty in each and every province was settled upon the male and female line of Charles's descendants, notwithstanding the existence of ancient provincial privileges to the contrary. In 1549 the emperor's only son Philip was acknowledged by all the estates as their future sovereign, and made a journey through the land to receive homage. The doctrines of the Reformation had early obtained a footing in various parts of the Netherlands. At first it was the teaching of Luther and of Zwingli which gained adherents. Somewhat later the Anabaptist movement made great headway in Holland and Friesland, especially in Amsterdam. The chief leaders of the Anabaptists were natives of Holland, including the famous or infamous John of Leyden, who with some thousands of these fanatical sectaries perished at Munster in 1535. Between 1537 and 1543, a more moderate form of Anabaptist teaching made rapid progress through the preaching of a certain Menno Simonsoon. The followers of this man were called Mennonites. Meanwhile, Lutheranism and Zwinglianism were, in many parts of the country, being supplanted by the sterner doctrines of Calvin. All these movements were viewed by the emperor with growing anxiety and detestation. Whatever compromises with the Reformation he might be compelled to make in Germany, he was determined to extirpate heresy from his hereditary dominions. He issued a strong placard soon after the Diet of Worms in 1521, condemning Luther and his opinions, and forbidding the printing or sale of any of the Reformers' writings, and between that date and 1555 a dozen other edicts and placards were issued of increasing stringency. The most severe was the so-called Blood Placard of 1550. This enacted the sentence of death against all convicted of heresy, the man to be executed with the sword, and the women buried alive. In cases of obstinacy, both men and women were to be burnt. Terribly harsh as were these edicts, it is doubtful whether the number of those who suffered the extreme penalty had not been greatly exaggerated by partisan writers. Of the thousands who perished, by far the greater part were Anabaptists, and these met their fate rather as enemies of the state and of society than as heretics. They were political as well as religious anarchists. In the time of Charles, the trade and industries of the Netherlands were in a highly prosperous state. The Burgundian provinces under the wise administration of Margaret and Mary were protected by the strong arm of the emperor from foreign attack, were at this period by far the richest state in Europe, and the financial mainstay of the Habsburg power. Bruges, however, had now ceased to be the central market and exchange of Europe, owing to the silting up of the river Zwin. It was no longer a port, and its place had been taken by Antwerp. At the close of the reign of Charles, Antwerp, with its magnificent harbour on the Scheldt, had become the counting-house of the nations, the greatest port, and the wealthiest and most luxurious city in the world. Agents of the principal bankers and merchants of every country had their offices within its walls. It has been estimated that, inclusive of the many foreigners who made the town their temporary abode, the population of Antwerp in 1560 was about 150,000. 500 vessels sailed in and out of her harbour daily, and 5 times that number were to be seen thronging her wharves at the same time. To the north of the Scheldt, the condition of things was not less satisfactory than in the south, particularly in Holland. The commercial prosperity of Holland was in most respects different in kind from that of Flanders and Brabant, and during the period with which we are dealing had been making rapid advances, but on independent lines. A manufactory of the coarser kinds of cloth, established at Leyden, had indeed for a time met with a considerable measure of success, but had fallen into decline in the time of Mary of Hungary. The nature of his country led the Hollander to be either a sailor or a dairy farmer, not an artisan or operative. Akin though he was in race to the Fleming and the Brabanter, his instincts led him by the force of circumstances to turn his energies in other directions. Subsequent history has but emphasized the fact, which from the 14th century onwards is clearly evident, that the people who inhabited the low-lying sea-girt lands of Dijk, Canal, and Polder in Holland and Zeeland were distinct in character and temper from the citizens of Bruges, Ghent, Ypres, Brussels, or Mechlin, who were essentially landsmen and artisans. Ever since the discovery of the art of curing herrings, ascribed to William Boekels, the herring fishery had acquired a great importance to the Hollanders and Zeelanders, and formed the chief livelihood of a large part of the entire population of those provinces, and many thousands, who did not themselves sail in the fishing fleets, found employment in the ship and boat-building wharves, and in the making of sails, cordage, nets, and other tackle. It was in this hazardous occupation that the hardy race of skilled and seasoned seamen, who were destined to play so decisive a part in the coming wars of independence, had their early training. The herring harvest, through the careful and scientific methods that were employed in curing the fish and packing them in barrels, became a durable and much sought-for article of commerce. A small portion of the catch served as a supply of food for home consumption. The great bulk, in its thousands of barrels, was a marketable commodity, and the distribution of the cured herring to distant ports became a lucrative business. It had two important consequences: the formation of a Dutch mercantile marine, and the growth of Amsterdam, which from small beginnings had in the middle of the 16th century become a town with 40,000 inhabitants, and a port second only in importance in the Netherlands to Antwerp. From its harbour at the confluence of the estuary of the Y with the Zuider Zee, ships owned and manned by Hollanders sailed along the coast of France and Spain to bring home the salt for curing purposes, and with it wines and other southern products, while year by year a still larger and increasing number entered the Baltic. In those eastern waters they competed with the German Hanseatic cities, with whom they had many acrimonious disputes, and with such success that the Hollanders gradually monopolized the traffic in grain, hemp, and other Eastland commodities, and became practically the freight carriers of the Baltic. And be it remembered that they were able to achieve this because many of the North Netherland towns were themselves members of the Hanse League, and possessed therefore the same rights and privileges commercially as their rivals Hamburg, Lübeck, and Danzig. The great industrial cities of Flanders and Brabant, on the other hand, not being members of the League, nor having any mercantile marine of their own, were content to transact business with the foreign agents of the Hanse towns, who had their counting-houses at Antwerp. It will thus be seen that in the middle of the 16th century the trade of the northern provinces, though as yet not to be compared in volume to that of the Flemings and Walloons, had before it an opening field of enterprise and energy rich in possibilities and promise for the future. Such was the state of affairs, political, religious, and economical, when in the year 1555 the Emperor Charles V, prematurely aged by the heavy burden of 40 years of world-wide sovereignty, worn out by his constant campaigns and weary of the cares of state, announced his intention of abdicating and retiring into a monastery. On April 25, 1555, the act of abdication was solemnly and with impressive ceremonial carried out in the presence of the representatives of the 17 provinces of the Netherlands, specially summoned to meet their sovereign for the last time in the great hall of the palace at Brussels. Charles took an affecting farewell of his Netherland subjects, and concluded by asking them to exhibit the same regard and loyalty to his son Philip as they had always displayed to himself. Much feeling was shown, for Charles, despite the many and varied calls and duties which had prevented him from residing for any length of time in the Netherlands, had always been at pains to manifest a special interest in the country of his birth. The Netherlands were to him throughout life his homeland, and its people looked upon him as their fellow countrymen. And not even the constant demands that Charles had made for financial aid, nor the stern edicts against heresy, had estranged them from him. The abdication was the more regretted because at the same time Mary of Hungary laid down her office as regent, the arduous duties of which she had so long and so ably discharged. On the following day, October 26th, the Knights of the Golden Fleece, the members of the councils, and the deputies of the provinces took the oath of allegiance to Philip, the emperor's only son and heir, and Philip on his side solemnly undertook to maintain unimpaired the ancient rights and privileges of the several provinces. End of Chapter 2.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. The History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 3. The Prelude to the Revolt. Philip, at the time of his accession to the sovereignty of the Netherlands, was already King of Naples and Sicily, and Duke of Milan, and by his marriage in 1554 to Mary Tudor, King Consort of England, in which country he was residing when summoned by his father to assist at the abdication ceremony at Brussels. A few months later, January 16, 1556, by a further act of abdication on the part of Charles V, he became King of Castile and Aragon. It was a tremendous inheritance, and there is no reason to doubt that Philip entered upon his task with a deep sense that he had a mission to fulfill, and with a self-sacrificing determination to spare himself no personal labour in the discharge of his duties. But though he bore to his father a certain physical likeness, Philip in character and disposition was almost his antithesis. Silent, reserved, inaccessible, Philip had none of the restless energy or the geniality of Charles, and was as slow and undecided in action as he was bigoted in his opinions and unscrupulous in his determination to compass his ends. He found himself, on his accession to power, faced with many difficulties, for the treasury was not merely empty, it was burdened with debt. Through lack of means he was compelled to patch up a temporary peace, February 5, 1556, with the French king at Vaucelles, and to take steps to reorganize his finances. One of Philip's first acts was the appointment of Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, to the post vacated by his Aunt Mary, but it was a position, as long as the king remained in the Netherlands, of small responsibility. Early in 1556 he summoned the States General to Brussels, and asked for a grant of 1,300,000 florins. The taxes proposed were disapproved by the principal provinces, and eventually refused. Philip was very much annoyed, but was compelled to modify his proposals, and accept what was offered by the delegates. There was indeed, from the very outset, no love lost between the new ruler and his Netherland subjects. Philip had spent nearly all his life in Spain, where he had received his education and early training, and he had grown up to manhood in the narrowest sense of the word, a Spaniard. He was as unfamiliar with the laws, customs, and privileges of the several provinces of his Netherland dominions as he was with the language of their peoples. He spoke and wrote only Castilian correctly, and during his 4 years' residence at Brussels he remained coldly and haughtily aloof, a foreigner and alien in a land where he never felt at home. Philip, at the beginning of his reign, honestly endeavoured to follow in his father's steps, and to carry out his policy. But acts, which the great emperor with his conciliatory address and Flemish sympathies could venture upon with impunity, became suspect and questionable when attempted by the son. Philip made the great mistake of taking into his private confidence only foreign advisers, chief among whom was Anthony Perrenot de Granville, Bishop of Arras, a Burgundian by birth, the son of Nicholas Perrenot, who for 30 years had been the trusted counsellor of Charles V. The opening of Philip's reign was marked by signal military successes. War broke out afresh with France, after a brief truce in 1557. The French arms, however, sustained 2 crushing reverses at St. Quentin, August 10, 1557, and at Gravelines, July 13, 1558. Lamoral, Count of Egmont, who commanded the cavalry, was the chief agent in winning these victories. By the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis, peace was concluded, in which the French made many concessions, but were allowed to retain, at the cost of Philip's ally, the town of Calais, which had been captured from the English by a surprise attack in 1558. By the death of Queen Mary, which was said to have been hastened by the news of the loss of Calais, Philip's relations with England were entirely changed, and one of the reasons for a continuance of his residence in the Netherlands was removed. Peace with France, therefore, was no sooner assured than Philip determined to return to Spain, where his presence was required. He chose his half-sister Margaret, Duchess of Parma, to be regent in place of the Duke of Savoy. In July he summoned the chapter of the Order of the Golden Fleece, destined to be the last that was ever held, to Ghent in order to announce his intended departure. A little later the States General were called together, also at Ghent, for a solemn leave-taking. On August 26th, Philip embarked at Flushing, and quitted the Netherlands, never again to return. Philip's choice of Margaret as a governess-general was a happy one. She was the natural daughter of Charles V. Her mother was a Fleming, and she had been brought up under the care of her aunts, Margaret of Austria and Mary of Hungary. She resembled those able rulers in being a woman of strong character and statesmanlike qualities, and no doubt she would have been as successful in her administration had she had the same opportunities and the same freedom of action as her predecessors. Philip, however, though henceforth he passed the whole of his life in Spain, had no intention of loosening in any way his grasp of the reins of power, or of delegating any share of his sovereign authority. On his return to Madrid he showed plainly that he meant to treat the Netherland provinces as if they were dependencies of the Spanish crown, and he required from Margaret and her advisers that all the details of policy, legislation, and administration should be submitted to him for supervision and sanction. This necessitated the writing of voluminous despatches, and entailed with a man of his habits of indecision interminable delays. Margaret, moreover, was instructed that in all matters she must be guided by the advice of her 3 councils. By far the most important of the 3 was the Council of State, which at this time consisted of 5 members: Anthony Granvelle, Bishop of Arras, Baron de Barlaymont, Viglius van Swychem van Eyte, Lamoral, Count of Egmont, and William, Prince of Orange. Barlaymont was likewise President of the Council of Finance, and Viglius President of the Privy Council. By far the most important member of the Council of State, as he was much the ablest, was the Bishop of Arras, and he, with Barlaymont and Viglius, formed an inner confidential council from whom alone the regent asked advice. The members of this inner council, nicknamed the Consulta, were all devoted to the interests of Philip. Egmont and Orange, because of their great influence and popularity with the people, were allowed to be nominally councillors of state, but they were rarely consulted, and were practically shut out from confidential access to the regent. It is no wonder that both were discontented with their position, and soon showed openly their dissatisfaction. Egmont, a man of showy rather than solid qualities, held in 1559 the important posts of Stadholder of Flanders and Artois. The Prince of Orange was the eldest of the 5 sons of William, Count of Nassau-Dillenburg, head of the younger or German branch of the famous House of Nassau. Members of the elder or Netherland branch had for several generations rendered distinguished services to their Burgundian and Habsburg sovereigns. This elder branch became extinct in the person of René, the son of Henry of Nassau, one of Charles V's most trusted friends and advisers, by Claude, sister of Philibert, Prince of Orange-Chalon. Philibert, being childless, bequeathed his small principality to René, and René, in his turn, being killed at the siege of Saint-Dizier in 1554, left by will all his possessions to his cousin William, who thus became Prince of Orange. His parents were Lutherans, but Charles insisted that William, at the time 11 years of age, should be brought up as a Catholic in the court of Mary of Hungary. Here he became a great favourite of the emperor, who in 1550 conferred on him the hand of a great heiress, Anne of Egmont, only child of the Count of Buren. Anne died in 1558, leaving 2 children, a son, Philip William, and a daughter. At the ceremony of the abdication in 1555, Charles entered the hall leaning on the shoulder of William, on whom, despite his youth, he had already bestowed an important command. Philip likewise specially recognized William's ability, and gave evidence of his confidence in him by appointing him one of the plenipotentiaries to conclude with France the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis in 1559. He had also made him a Knight of the Golden Fleece, a Councillor of State and Stadholder of Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, and Burgundy, Franche-Comté. Nevertheless, there arose between Philip and Orange a growing feeling of distrust and dislike, with the result that William speedily found himself at the head of a patriotic opposition to any attempts of the Spanish king to govern the Netherlands by Spanish methods. The presence of a large body of Spanish troops in the country aroused the suspicion that Philip intended to use them, if necessary, to support him in overriding by force the liberties and privileges of the provinces. It was largely owing to the influence of Orange that the States General in 1559 refused to vote the grant of supplies for which Philip had asked, unless he promised that all foreign troops should be withdrawn from the Netherlands. The king was much incensed at such a humiliating rebuff, and is reported, when on the point of embarking at Flushing, to have charged William with being the man who had instigated the States thus to thwart him. Thus, when Margaret of Parma entered upon her duties as regent, she found that there was a feeling of deep dissatisfaction and general irritation in the provinces, and this was accentuated as soon as it was found that, though Philip had departed, his policy remained. The spirit of the absent king from his distant cabinet in Madrid brooded, as it were, over the state. It was soon seen that Margaret, whatever her statesmanlike qualities or natural inclination might be, had no real authority, nor was she permitted to take any steps or to initiate any policy without the advice and approval of the 3 confidential councillors placed at her side by Philip, Granvelle, Viglius, and Barlaymont. Of these, Granvelle, both by reason of his conspicuous abilities and of his being admitted more freely than anyone else into the inner councils of a sovereign, as secretive in his methods as he was suspicious and distrustful of his agents, held the foremost position, and drew upon himself the odium of a policy with which, though it was dictated from Spain, his name was identified. Orange and Egmont, with whom were joined a number of other leading nobles, among these Philip de Montmorency, Count of Hoorn, his brother the Lord of Montigny, the Counts of Meghem and Hoogstraeten, and the Marquis of Bergen, little by little adopted an attitude of increasing hostility to this policy, which they regarded as anti-national and tending to the establishment of a foreign despotism in the Netherlands. The continued presence of the Spanish troops, the severe measures that were being taken for the suppression of heresy, and a proposal for the erection of a number of new bishoprics, aroused popular discontent and suspicion. Orange and Egmont, finding that they were never consulted except on matters of routine, wrote to Philip, July 1561, stating that they found that their attendance at the meetings of the Council of State was useless, and asked to be allowed to resign their posts. Meanwhile, feeling that the presence of the Spanish troops was a source of weakness rather than of strength, Margaret and Granvelle were urging upon the king the necessity of their withdrawal. Neither the nobles nor the regents succeeded in obtaining any satisfactory response. Orange and Egmont accordingly absented themselves from the council, and Margaret ventured on her own authority to send away the Spanish regiments. The question of the bishoprics was more serious. It was not a new question. The episcopal organization in the Netherlands was admittedly inadequate. It had long been the intention of Charles V to create a number of new sees, but in his crowded life he had never found the opportunity of carrying out the proposed scheme, and it was one of the legacies that at his abdication he handed on to his son. One of the first steps taken by Philip was to obtain a bull from Pope Paul IV for the creation of the new bishoprics, and this bull was renewed and confirmed by Pius IV, January 1560. Up to this time the entire area of the 17 provinces had been divided into 3 unwieldy dioceses, Utrecht, Arras, and Tournai. The See of Utrecht comprised nearly the whole of the modern kingdom of the Netherlands, nor was there any archiepiscopal see. The metropolitical jurisdiction was exercised by the 3 foreign archbishops of Cologne, Reims, and Treves. Philip now divided the land into 14 dioceses. Charles had proposed 6, with 3 metropolitans at Mechlin, Utrecht, and 's-Hertogenbosch. Granvelle, who had obtained the cardinal's hat in February of 1561, was appointed Archbishop of Mechlin, and by virtue of this office Primate of the Netherlands, December 1561. This new organization was not carried out without arousing widespread opposition. The existing bishops resented the diminution of their jurisdiction and dignity, and still louder were the protests of the abbots, whose endowments were appropriated to furnish the incomes of the new sees. Still more formidable was the hostility of the people generally, a hostility founded on fear, for the introduction of so many new bishops nominated by the king was looked upon as being the first step to prepare the way for the bringing in of the dreaded Spanish Inquisition. Already the edicts against heretics, which Charles V had enacted and severely enforced, were being carried out throughout the length and breadth of the land with increasing and merciless barbarity. Both papal and episcopal inquisitors were active in the work of persecution, and so many were the sentences that in many places the civil authorities, and even some of the stadholders, declined to carry out the executions. Public opinion looked upon Granvelle as the author of the new bishopric scheme and the instigator of the increased activity of the persecutors. He was accused of being eager to take any measures to repress the ancient liberties of the Netherland provinces and to establish a centralized system of absolute rule in order to ingratiate himself with the king and so to secure his own advancement. That the cardinal was ambitious of power there can be no question, but to men of Granville's great abilities as administrator and statesman, ambition is not necessarily a fault, and access to the secret records and correspondence of the time has revealed that the part played by him was far from being so sinister as believed. The Bishop of Arras was not consulted about the bishoprics proposal until after the papal bull had been secured, and at first he was unfavourable to it, and was not anxious to become archbishop and primate. It was his advice which led Margaret to send away the hated Spanish regiments from Netherland soil, and far from being naturally a relentless persecutor, there is proof that neither he nor the president of the Privy Council, the jurist Viglius, believed in the policy of harsh and brutal methods for stamping out heretical opinions. They had in this as in other matters to obey their master, and allow the odium to fall upon themselves. To Orange and Egmont, the two leaders of the opposition to Granville, a third name, that of Philip de Montmorency, Count of Horn and Admiral of Flanders, has now to be added. These three worked together for the overthrow of the cardinal, but their opposition at this time was based rather on political than on religious grounds. They all professed the Catholic faith, but the marriage of Orange in August of 1561 with a Lutheran, Anne, daughter of Maurice of Saxony and granddaughter of Philip of Hesse, was ominous of coming change in William's religious opinions. In 1562 the discontent of the nobles led to the formation of a league against the cardinal, of which, in addition to the three leaders, the Counts of Brederode, Mansfield and Hoogstraeten were the principal members. This league, of which Orange was the brain and moving spirit, had as its chief aim the removal of Granvelle from office and the redress of grievances. It found widespread support. The cardinal was assailed by a torrent of lampoons and pasquinades of the bitterest description. But though Margaret began to see that the unpopularity of the minister was undermining her position, and was rendering for her the task of government more and more difficult, Philip was obdurate and closed his ears. The long distance between Madrid and Brussels and the procrastinating habits of the Spanish king added immensely to the regent's perplexities. She could not act on her own initiative, and her appeals to Philip were either disregarded or, after long delay, met by evasive replies. The discontented nobles in vain tried to obtain redress for their grievances. In the autumn of 1562 Montigny was sent on a special mission to Madrid, but returned without effecting anything. Orange, Egmont and Horn thereupon drew a joint letter containing a bold demand for the dismissal of Granvelle as the chief cause of all the troubles in the land. The king replied by asking that one of them should go in person to Spain to discuss the grievances with him, and suggested that Egmont should be sent. Egmont, however, was averse to the proposal, and another and stronger letter signed by the three leaders was dispatched to Madrid. Finding that both Margaret and Granville himself were in agreement with Orange, Egmont and Horn in their view of the situation. Margaret advising, with the cardinal's acquiescence, the necessity of the minister's removal from his post, Philip determined at last that Granvelle should leave the Netherlands. But in accordance with the Council of Alva, who was opposed on principle to any concession, he characteristically employed circuitous and clandestine means to conceal from the world any appearance of yielding to the request of his subjects. In January 1564 he sent a letter to the Duchess of Parma expressing his displeasure at the Lord's letter, and saying that they must substantiate their complaints. The same messenger, Armenteros, the Duchess's secretary, carried another letter for Granvelle headed Secret, in which the cardinal was told that, owing to the strong feeling that had been aroused against him, he was to ask permission from the regent to go away for a short time to visit his mother. About a week after these letters had reached their destination, another courier brought a reply to the three nobles, which, though written on the same day as the others, bore a date 3 weeks later, in which they were bidden to take their places again in the Council of State, and a promise was given that the charges against Granville after substantiation should be maturely considered. This letter was delivered on March 1st, after Granville had already, in obedience with the king's orders, asked for a leave of absence to visit his mother in Franche-Comté. The cardinal had actually left Brussels on March 13th, to the great joy of every class of the people, never to return. With the departure of Granville, the nobles once more took their seats on the Council of State. The consulta disappeared, and the regent herself appeared to be relieved, and to welcome the disappearance of the man whose authority had overshadowed her own. But the change, though it placed large powers of administration and of patronage in the hands of the Netherlanders instead of foreigners, did not by any means introduce purer methods of government. Many of the nobles were heavily in debt, most of them were self-seeking, offices and emoluments were eagerly sought for, and were even put up for sale. Armenteros, Margaret's private secretary, to whom the nickname of Argenteros was given, was the leading spirit in this disgraceful traffic, and enriched himself by the acceptance of bribes for the nomination to preferments. It was an unedifying state of things, and public opinion was not long in expressing its discontent with such an exhibition of widespread venality and greed. All this was duly reported to Philip by Granvelle, who continued in his retirement to keep himself well informed of all that was going on. Meanwhile, by the efforts of Orange, Egmont, and Horn, chiefly of the former, proposals of reform were being urged for the strengthening of the powers of the Council of State, for the reorganization of finance, and for the more moderate execution of the placards against heresy. While discussion concerning these matters was in progress, came an order from Philip, August 1564, for the enforcing of the decrees of recently concluded Council of Trent. This at once aroused protest and opposition. It was denounced as an infringement of the fundamental privileges of the provinces. Philip's instructions, however, were peremptory. In these circumstances, it was resolved by the Council of State to dispatch Egmont on a special mission to Madrid to explain to the king in person the condition of affairs in the Netherlands. Egmont having expressed his willingness to go, instructions were drawn up for him by Viglius. When these were read at a meeting of the council convened for the purpose, Orange, in a long and eloquent speech, boldly expressed his dissent from much that Viglius had written, and wished that Philip should be plainly told that it was impossible to enforce the decrees, and that the severity of religious persecution must be moderated. The council determined to revise the instructions on the lines suggested by Orange, whose words had such an effect upon the aged Viglius that he had that very night a stroke of apoplexy, which proved fatal. Egmont set out for Spain January 15, 1565, and on his arrival was received by Philip with extreme courtesy and graciousness. He was entertained splendidly. Presents were made to him, which, being considerably in debt, he gladly accepted. But as regards his mission he was put off with evasions and blandishments, and he returned home with a reply from the king containing some vague promises of reform in financial and other matters, but an absolute refusal to modify the decrees against heresy. Rather would he sacrifice 100,000 lives, if he had them, than concede liberty of worship in any form. For some months, however, no attempt was made to carry out active persecutions, and the regent, meanwhile, did her utmost to place before the king urgent reasons for the modification of his policy, owing to the angry spirit of unrest and suspicion which was arising in the provinces. She begged Philip to visit the Netherlands and acquaint himself personally with the difficulties of a situation which, unless her advice were taken, would rapidly grow worse and pass beyond her control. Philip, however, was deaf alike to remonstrance or entreaty. On November 5, 1565, a royal despatch reached Brussels in which the strictest orders were renewed for the promulgation throughout the provinces of the decrees of the Council of Trent, and for the execution of the placards against heretics, while the proposals that had been made for an extension of the powers of the Council of State and for the summoning of the States General were refused. As soon as these fateful decisions were known, and the Inquisition began to set about its fell work in real earnest, the popular indignation knew no bounds. A large number of the magistrates refused to take any part in the cruel persecution that arose, following the example of Orange, Egmont, Bergen, and others of the stadholders and leading nobles. A strong spirit of opposition to arbitrary and foreign rule arose and found expression in the action taken by a large number of the members of the so-called lesser nobility. Many of these had come to Brussels, and at a meeting at the house of the Count of Culemburg, the formation of a league to resist arbitrary rule was proposed. The leaders were Louis of Nassau, brother of the Prince of Orange, Nicholas de Harnes, Philip de Marnix, Lord of St. Aldegonde, and Henry, Viscount of Brederode. Other meetings were held, and a document embodying the principles and demands of the Confederates was drawn up, known as the Compromise, which was widely distributed among the nobles, and quickly obtained large and constantly increasing support. The signatories of the Compromise, while professing themselves to be faithful and loyal subjects of the king, denounced the Inquisition in its every form as being unjust and contrary to all laws human and divine, and they pledged themselves to stand by one another in resisting its introduction into the Netherlands and in preventing the carrying out of the placards against heresy, while at the same time undertaking to maintain the royal authority and public peace in the land. At first the great nobles stood aloof, doubtful which course to pursue. At the instigation of Orange, conferences were held, at which, by his advice, a petition or request, setting forth the grievances and asking for redress, should be made in writing for presentation to the regent. The original draft of this document was the work of Louis of Nassau. These conferences, however, revealed that there was a considerable divergence of views among the leading nobles. Egmont and Meghem were indeed so alarmed at the character of the movement, which seemed to them to savour of treason, that they separated themselves henceforth from Orange and Hoorn, and openly took the side of the government. The Duchess, after some demur, agreed to receive the petition. A body of confederates, under the leadership of Brederode and Louis of Nassau, marched to the palace, where they were received by Margaret in person. The petitioners asked the regent to send an envoy to Madrid to lay before the king the state of feeling among his loyal subjects in the Netherlands, praying him to withdraw the Inquisition and moderate the placards against heresy, and meanwhile, by her own authority, to suspend them until the king's answer had been received. The regent replied that she had no power to suspend the Inquisition or the placards, but would undertake, while awaiting the royal reply, to mitigate their operation. On the last day of their stay at Brussels, April 8th, the confederates, under the presidency of Brederode, to the number of about 300, dined together at the Hotel Colemburg. In the course of the meal Brederode drew the attention of the company, now somewhat excited with wine, to a contemptuous phrase attributed by common report to Barlaymont. Margaret was somewhat perturbed at the formidable numbers of the deputation as it entered the palace court, and it was said that Barlaymont remarked that these beggars, c'est Dieu, need cause her no fear. Brederode declared that he had no objection to the name, and was quite willing to be a beggar in the cause of his country and his king. It was destined to be a name famous in history. Immediately loud cries arose from the assembled guests, until the great hall echoed with the shouts of Vivent les Gueux. From this date onward the confederates were known as les Gueux, and they adopted a coarse grey dress with the symbols of beggarhood, the wallet and the bowl, worn as the insignia of their league. It was the beginning of a popular movement, which made rapid headway among all classes. A medal was likewise struck, which bore on one side the head of the king, on the other 2 clasped hands with the inscription, Fidèles au roi jusqu'à la besace. Thus was the opposition to the tyrannical measures of the government organizing itself in the spring of 1566. It is a great mistake to suppose that the majority of those who signed the compromise or presented the request were disloyal to their sovereign or converts to the Reformed faith. Among those who denounced the methods of the Inquisition and of the blood placards were a large number who, without ceasing to be Catholics, had been disillusioned by the abuses which had crept into the Roman Church, desired their removal only to a less degree than the Protestants themselves, and had no sympathy with the terrible and remorseless persecution on Spanish lines, which sought to crush out all liberty of thought and all efforts of religious reform by the stake and the sword of the executioner. Nevertheless, this league of the nobles gave encouragement to the sectaries, and was the signal for a great increase in the number and activity of the Calvinist and Zwinglian preachers, who flocked into the land from the neighbouring countries. Such was the boldness of these preachers that, instead of being contented with secret meetings, they began to hold their conventicles in the fields or in the outskirts of the towns. Crowds of people thronged to hear them, and the authority of the magistrates was defied and flouted. The regent was in despair. Shortly after the presentation of the request, it was determined by the advice of the council to send special envoys to lay before the king once more the serious state of things. The Marquis of Bergen and Baron Montigny consented with some demur to undertake the mission, but for various reasons they did not reach Madrid until 2 months later. They were received with apparent courtesy, and after several conferences the king, on July 31st, dispatched a letter to Margaret in which he undertook to do away with the papal inquisition, and offered to allow such moderation of the placards as did not imply any recognition of heretical opinions or any injury to the Catholic faith. He refused to consent to the meeting of the States, but he sent letters couched in most friendly terms to Orange and Egmont, appealing to their loyalty and asking them to support the regent by their advice and influence. These demonstrations of a conciliatory temper were, however, mere temporizing. He was playing false. A document is in existence, dated August 9th, in which Philip states that these concessions had been extorted from him against his will, and that he did not regard himself as bound by them, and he informed the Pope that the abolition of the Papal Inquisition was a mere form of words. Meanwhile, events were moving fast in the Netherlands. The open-air preachings were attended by thousands, and at Antwerp, which was one of the chief centres of Calvinism, disorders broke out, and armed conflicts were feared. Orange himself, as Burgrave of Antwerp, at the request of the Duchess, visited the town, and with the aid of Brederode and Meghem succeeded in effecting a compromise between the Catholic and Protestant parties. The latter were allowed to hold their preachings undisturbed so long as they met outside and not within the city walls. The regent, in her alarm, was even driven to make overtures to the Confederates to assist her in the maintenance of order. There was much parleying, in which Orange and Egmont took part, and in July an assembly of the signatories of the compromise was called together at St. Trond in the district of Liège. Some 2,000 were present, presided over by Louis of Nassau. It was resolved to send 12 delegates to Margaret to lay before her the necessity of finding a remedy for the evils which were afflicting and disturbing the land. They offered to consult with Orange and Egmont as to the best means by which they could work together for the country's good, but hinting that, if no redress was given, they might be forced to look for foreign aid. Indeed, this was no empty threat, for Louis had already been in communication with the Protestant leaders both in France and in the Rhinelands as to the terms on which they would furnish armed assistance, and Orange was probably not altogether in ignorance of the fact. The regent was angry at the tone of the delegates whom she received on July 26th, but in her present impotence thought it best to dissemble. She promised to give consideration to the petition, and summoned a meeting of the Knights of the Golden Fleece to meet at Brussels on August 18th, when she would decide upon her answer. But when that date arrived, other and more pressing reasons than the advice of counsellors compelled her to yield to the Confederates a large part of their demands. On August 23rd she agreed, in return for help in the restoration of order, to concede liberty of preaching, so long as those who assembled did not bear arms and did not interfere with the Catholic places of worship and religious services. Further, an indemnity was promised to all who had signed the compromise. The reasons which influenced her were, first, the receipt on August 12th of the conciliatory letter from the king, to which reference has already been made, in which he consented to a certain measure of toleration, and secondly, a sudden outburst of iconoclastic fury on the part of the Calvinist sectaries, which had spread with great rapidity through many parts of the land. On August 14th, at Saint-Omer-y-Pré, Courtrai, Valenciennes, and Tournai, fanatical mobs entered the churches, destroying and wrecking, desecrating the altars, images, vestments, and works of art, and carrying away the sacred vessels and all that was valuable. On August 16th and 17th, the Cathedral of Antwerp was entered by infuriated and sacrilegious bands armed with axes and hammers, who made havoc and ruin of the interior of the beautiful church. In Holland and Zeeland similar excesses were committed. Such conduct aroused a feeling of the deepest indignation and reprobation in the minds of all right-thinking men, and alienated utterly those more moderate Catholics, who up until now had been in favour of moderation. Of the great nobles who had hitherto upheld the cause of the national liberties and privileges against the encroachments of a foreign despotism, many now fell away. Among these were Aremberg, Meghem, and Mansfeld. Egmont hesitated. As might have been expected, the news of the outrages, when it reached Philip's ears, filled him with rage and grief, and he is reported to have exclaimed, "It shall cost them dear, I swear it by the soul of my father." From this time forward he was determined to visit with exemplary punishment not only the rioters and the Protestant sectaries, but more especially the great nobles on whose shoulders he laid the whole blame for the troubles that had arisen. He was in no hurry to act, and announced that it was his intention to go to the Netherlands in person and inquire into the alleged grievances. So he told his counsellors, and wrote to Margaret. No one seems to have suspected his deep-laid scheme for allaying the suspicions of his intended victims until the right moment came for laying his hands upon them and crushing all opposition by overwhelming force. Orange alone, who had his paid spies at Madrid, had a presage of what was coming, and took measures of precaution betimes. An intercepted letter from the Spanish ambassador at Paris to the Regent Margaret specifically mentioned Orange, Egmont, and Hoorn as deserving of exemplary punishment, and on October 3rd the prince arranged a meeting at Dendermonde to consider what should be their course of action. In addition to Egmont and Hoorn, Hoogstraeten and Louis of Nassau were present. William and Louis urged that steps should be taken for preparing armed resistance should the necessity arise, but neither Egmont nor Hoorn would consent. They would not be guilty of any act of disloyalty to their sovereign. The result of the meeting was a great disappointment to Orange, and this date marked a turning point in his life. In concert with his brothers, John and Louis, he began to enter into negotiations with several of the German Protestant princes for the formation of a league for the protection of the adherents of the Reformed faith in the Netherlands. Now, for the first time, he severed his nominal allegiance to the Roman Church, and in a letter to Philip of Hesse avowed himself a Lutheran. During these same autumn months, Philip furnished his sister with considerable sums of money for the levying of a strong mercenary force, German and Walloon. Possessed now of a body of troops that she could trust, Margaret, in the spring of 1567, took energetic steps to suppress all insurrectionary movements and disorders, and did not scruple to disregard the concessions which had been wrung from her on August 23rd. The Confederate nobles, satisfied with her promises, had somewhat prematurely dissolved their league, but one of the most fiery and zealous among them, Jean de Marny, Lord of Toulouse, collected at Antwerp a body of some 2,000 Calvinists, and attempted to make himself master of that city. At Austerweel he was encountered, on March 13th, by a Walloon force dispatched by Margaret with orders to exterminate the heretics. Toulouse and almost the whole of his following perished in the fight. In the south, at the same time, the conventicles were mercilessly suppressed, and the preachers driven into exile. Margaret now felt herself strong enough to demand that the stadholders and leading nobles should, on pain of dismissal from their posts, take an oath to serve the king and to act for and against whomever his majesty might order. Egmont took the oath. Hoorn, Hoogstraeten, and Brederode declined to do so, and resigned their offices. Orange offered his resignation, but Margaret was unwilling to accept it, and urged him to discuss the matter first with Egmont and Meghem. The three nobles met accordingly at Willebroek, April 2nd. William used his utmost powers of persuasion in an attempt to convince Egmont that he was courting destruction, but in vain. He himself was not to be moved from his decision, and the two friends, who had worked together so long in the patriot cause, parted, never to meet again. Orange saw that he was no longer safe in the Netherlands, and on April 22nd he set out from Breda for the residence of his brother John at Dillenburg. Here in exile he could watch in security the progress of events, and be near at hand should circumstances again require his intervention in the affairs of the Netherlands. Orange did not take this extreme step without adequate cause. At the very time that he left the Netherlands, Philip was taking leave of the Duke of Alva, whom he was dispatching at the head of a veteran force to carry out, without pity or remorse, the stern duty of expelling heresy from the provinces and punishing all those, and especially the leaders, who had ventured to oppose the arbitrary exercise of the royal authority. He had for some time been preparing this expedition. He still kept up the pretence that he was coming in person to inquire into the alleged grievances, but he never had the slightest intention of quitting Madrid. Alva sailed from Cartagena, April 27th, for Genoa, and proceeded at once to draw together from the various Spanish garrisons in Italy a picked body of some 12,000 men. With these he set out in June for his long march across the Alps, and through Burgundy, Lorraine, and Luxembourg. His progress, jealously watched by the French and Swiss, met with no opposition save for the difficulties of the route. He entered the Netherlands on August 8th, with his army intact. A number of notables, amongst whom was Egmont, came to meet him on his way to Brussels. He received them, more particularly Egmont, with every appearance of graciousness. Alva as yet bore only the title of Captain General,
But the king had bestowed on him full powers civil and military, and the Duchess of Parma, though still nominally regent, found herself reduced to a nonentity. Alva's first step was to place strong Spanish garrisons in the principal cities. His next, to get the leaders who had been marked for destruction into his power. To effect this, he succeeded by fair and flattering words in securing the presence of both Egmont and Hoorn at Brussels. Under the pretence of taking part in a consultation, they were, September 9th, invited to the Duke's residence, and on their arrival suddenly found themselves arrested. At the same time their secretaries and papers were seized, and Antony van Stralen, the burgomaster of Antwerp, was placed under arrest. These high-handed actions were the prelude to a reign of terror, and Margaret, already humiliated by finding herself superseded, requested her brother to accept her resignation. On October 6th, the office of Governor-General was conferred upon Alva, and shortly afterwards the Duchess left the Netherlands and returned to Parma. Alva had now the reins of power in his hand, and with a relentless zeal and cold-blooded ferocity, which have made his name a byword, he set about the accomplishment of the fell task with which his master had entrusted him. He had to enforce with drastic rigour all the penalties decreed by the placards against heretics and preachers, and to deal summarily with all who had taken any part in opposition to the government. But to attempt to do this by means of the ordinary courts and magistrates would consume time and lead to many acquittals. Alva, therefore, had no sooner thrown off the mask by the sudden and skilfully planned arrest of Egmont and Hoorn than he proceeded to erect an extraordinary tribunal, which had no legal standing except such as the arbitrary will of the Duke conferred upon it. This so-called Council of Troubles, which speedily acquired in popular usage the name of the Council of Blood, virtually consisted of Alva himself, who was president and to whose final decision all cases were referred, and 2 Spanish lawyers, his chosen tools and agents, Juan de Vargas and Luis del Rio. The 2 royalist nobles, Noircarmes and Barlaymont, and 5 Netherland jurists also had seats, but as only the Spaniards voted, the others before long ceased to attend the meetings. The proceedings, indeed, were from the legal point of view a mere travesty of justice. A whole army of commissioners was let loose upon the land, and informers were encouraged and rewarded. Multitudes of accused were hauled before the tribunal and condemned by batches almost without the form of a trial. For long hours, day by day, Vargas and Del Rio revelled in their work of butchery, and in all parts of the Netherlands the executioners were busy. It was of no use for the accused to appeal to the charters and privileges of their provinces. All alike were summoned to Brussels. Non curamus privilegios vestros, declared Vargas in his ungrammatical Latin. Hand in hand with the wholesale sentences of death went the confiscation of property. Vast sums went into the treasury. The whole land for a while was terror-stricken. All organized opposition was crushed, and no one dared to raise his voice in protest. The Prince of Orange was summoned to appear in person before the council within 6 weeks, under pain of perpetual banishment and confiscation of his estates. He refused to come, and energetically denied that the council had any jurisdiction over him. The same sentence was passed upon all other leaders who had placed themselves out of reach of Alva's arm, St. Aldegond, Hoogstraten, Culemborg, Montigny, Louis of Nassau, and others. Unable to lay hands upon the prince himself, the Governor-General took dastardly advantage of William's indiscretion in leaving his eldest son at Louvain to pursue his studies at the university. At the beginning of 1568, Philip William, Count of Buren at the right of his mother, was seized and sent to Madrid to be brought up at the court of Philip to hate the cause to which his father henceforth devoted his life. Already, indeed, before the abduction of his son, Orange, from his safe retreat at Dillenburg, had been exerting himself to raise troops for the invasion of the Netherlands. He still professed loyalty to the king, and declared that in the king's name he wished to restore to the provinces those liberties and privileges which Philip himself had sworn that he would maintain. The difficulty was to find the large sum of money required for such an enterprise, and it was only by extraordinary efforts that a sufficient amount was obtained. Part of the money was collected in Antwerp and various towns of Holland and Zeeland, the rest subscribed by individuals. John of Nassau pledged his estates, Orange sold his plate and jewels, and finally a war chest of 200,000 florins was gathered together. It was proposed to attack the Netherlands from 3 directions. From the north, Louis of Nassau was to lead an army from the Ems into Friesland, Hoogstraten on the east to effect an entrance by way of Maastricht, while another force of Huguenots and refugees in the south was to march into Artois. It was an almost desperate scheme in the face of veteran troops in a central position under such a tried commander as Alva. The last-named French force and that under Hoogstraten were easily defeated and scattered by Spanish detachments sent to meet them. Louis of Nassau was at first more successful. Entering Groningen at the head of 8,000 or 9,000 undisciplined troops, he was attacked, May 23rd, in a strong position behind a morass by a Spanish force under the Count of Arenberg, Stadholder of Friesland, at Heiligerlee. He gained a complete victory. Arenberg himself was slain, as was the younger brother of Louis, Adolphus of Nassau. The triumph of the invaders was of short duration. Alva himself took in hand the task of dealing with the rebels. At the head of 15,000 troops, he drove before him the levies of Nassau to Gemmingen on the estuary of the Ems, and here, with the loss of only 7 men, he completely annihilated them. Louis himself and a few others alone escaped by throwing themselves into the river and swimming for their lives. The action at Heiligerlee, by compelling the Governor-General to take the field, had hastened the fate of Egmont and Hoorn. After their arrest, the 2 noblemen were kept in solitary confinement in the citadel of Ghent for several months, while the long list of charges against them was being examined by the Council of Troubles, in other words, by Vargas and Del Rio. These charges they angrily denied, and great efforts were made on their behalf by the wife of Egmont and the Dowager Countess of Hoorn. Appeals were made to the Governor-General, and to Philip himself, either for pardon on the grounds of services rendered to the state, or at least for a trial as Knights of the Golden Fleece before the court of the order. The Emperor Maximilian himself pleaded with Philip for clemency, but without avail. Their doom had been settled in advance, and the king was inflexible. Alva accordingly determined that they should be executed before he left Brussels for his campaign in the north. On June 2nd, the council, refusing to hear any further evidence in the prisoners' favour, pronounced them guilty of high treason, and Alva at once signed the sentence of death. Egmont and Hoorn the next day were brought by a strong detachment of troops from Ghent to Brussels, and were confined in a building opposite the town hall, known as the Broodhuis. On June 5th, their heads were struck off upon a scaffold erected in the great square before their place of confinement. Both of them met their death with the utmost calmness and courage. The effect of this momentous stroke of vengeance upon these 2 patriot leaders, both of them good Catholics, who had always professed loyalty to their sovereign, and one of whom, Egmont, had performed distinguished services for his country and king, was profound. A wave of mingled rage and sorrow swept over the land. It was not only an act of cruel injustice, but even as an act of policy, a blunder of the first magnitude, which was sure to bring, as it did bring, retribution in its train. End of chapter 3.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Riccardo. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 4. The Revolt of the Netherlands. The complete failure of the expeditions of Hoogstraten and of Louis of Nassau was a great discouragement to the Prince of Orange. Nevertheless, after receiving the news of Gemmingen, he wrote to his brother, "With God's help, I am determined to go on." By great exertions, he succeeded in gathering together a heterogeneous force of German and Walloon mercenaries numbering about 18,000 men, and with these in the beginning of October he crossed the frontier. But to maintain such a force in the field required far larger financial resources than William had at his disposal. Alva was aware of this, and as the prince made his way into Brabant, he followed his steps with a small body of veteran troops, cutting off supplies and stragglers, but declining battle. The mercenaries, debarred from plunder and in arrears of pay, could not be kept together more than a few weeks. In November, Orange withdrew into France and disbanded the remnants of his army. In disguise, he managed to escape with some difficulty through France to Dillenburg. His brothers, Lewis and Harry, joined the Huguenot army under Coligny and took part in the battles of Moncontour and Jarnac. Alva was not apparently supreme in the Netherlands, and crowds of refugees fled the country to escape the wholesale persecutions of the Council of Blood. Alva, however, like his predecessor, and indeed like all Spanish governors engaged in carrying out the policy of Philip II, was always hampered by lack of funds. The Spanish treasury was empty. The Governor-General's troops, no less than those of Orange, clamoured for their regular pay, and it was necessary to find means to satisfy them. The taxes voted for 9 years in 1559 had come to an end. New taxes could only be imposed with the assent of the States General. Alva, however, after his victory at Jemmingen and the dispersion of the army of Orange, felt himself strong enough to summon the States General and demand their assent to the scheme of taxation which he proposed. The Governor-General asked for 1. A tax of 5%, the 20th penny, on all transfers of real estate. 2. A tax of 10%, the 10th penny, on all sales of commodities. These taxes, which were an attempt to introduce into the Netherlands the system known in Castile as alcabala, were to be granted in perpetuity, thus, as the Duke hoped, obviating the necessity of having again to summon the States General. In addition to these annual taxes, he proposed a payment once for all of 1%, the 100th penny, on all property, real or personal. Such a demand was contrary to all precedent in the Netherlands, and an infringement of time-honoured charters and privileges. And even the terror which Alva's iron-handed tyranny had inspired did not prevent his meeting with strong opposition. The proposals had to be referred to the provincial estates, and everywhere difficulties were raised. All classes were united in resistance. Petitions came pouring in protesting against impositions which threatened to ruin the trade and industries of the country. Alva found it impossible to proceed. The 100th penny was voted, but instead of the other taxes, which were to provide a steady annual income, he had to content himself with a fixed payment of 2 million guilders for 2 years only. The imposition of these taxes on the model of the Alcabala had been part of a scheme for sweeping away all the provincial jurisdictions and rights and forming the whole of the Netherlands into a unified state, as subservient to despotic rule as was Castile itself. A greater centralization of government had been the constant policy of the Burgundian and Habsburg rulers since the time of Philip the Good, a policy to be commended if carried out in a statesmanlike and moderate spirit without any sudden or violent infringement of traditional liberties. The aim of Philip of Spain, as it was interpreted by his chosen instrument, the Duke of Alva, was far more drastic. With Alva and his master, all restrictions upon the absolute authority of the sovereign were obstacles to be swept remorselessly out of the way. Civil and religious liberty in their eyes deserved no better fate than to be suppressed by force. Alva's experience was that of many would-be tyrants before and since his day, that the successful application of force is limited by the power of the purse. His exchequer was empty. Philip was himself in financial difficulties, and could spare him no money from Spain. The refusal of the provincial estates of the Netherlands to sanction his scheme of taxation deprived him of the means for imposing his will upon them. His reign of terror had produced throughout the land a superficial appearance of peace. There were at the beginning of 1570 no open disturbances or insurrectionary movements to be crushed, but the people were seething with discontent, and the feeling of hatred aroused by the presence of the Spanish Inquisition and the foreign soldiery, and by the proceedings of the Council of Blood, was day by day becoming deeper and more embittered. This condition of affairs was duly reported to the king at Madrid, and there was no lack of counsellors at his side who were unfriendly to Alva and eager to make the most of the complaints against him. Among these enemies was Ruy Gomez, the king's private secretary, who recommended a policy of leniency, as did Granvelle, who was now at Naples. Philip never had any scruples about throwing over his agents, and he announced his intention of proclaiming an amnesty on the occasion when Anne of Austria, his intended bride and fourth wife, set sail from Antwerp for Spain. The proclamation was actually made at Antwerp by the Governor-General in person, July 16th, 1570. It was a limited declaration of clemency, for 6 classes of offenders were accepted, and it only extended to those who, within 2 months, made their peace with the Catholic Church and abjured the Reformed doctrines. During the years 1570-71, there were, however, few outward signs of the gradual undermining of Alva's authority. There was sullen resentment and discontent throughout the land, but no attempt at overt resistance. The iron hand of the Governor-General did not relax its firm grasp of the reins of power, and the fear of his implacable vengeance filled men's hearts. He ruled by force, not by love, and those who refused to submit had either to fly the country or to perish by the hands of the executioner. Nevertheless, during these sad years, the Prince of Orange and Louis of Nassau, in spite of the apparent hopelessness of the situation, were unremitting in their efforts to raise fresh forces. William, at Dillenburg, exerted himself to the uttermost to obtain assistance from the Protestant princes of the Rhineland. With the Calvinists he was, however, as yet strongly suspect. He himself was held to be a lukewarm convert from Catholicism to the doctrines of Augsburg, and his wife was the daughter and heiress of Maurice of Saxony, the champion of Lutheranism. William's repudiation of Anne of Saxony for her repeated infidelities, March 1571, severed this Lutheran alliance. The unfortunate Anne, after 6 years' imprisonment, died insane in 1577. At the same time, the closest relations of confidence and friendship sprang up between Orange and the well-known Calvinist writer and leader, Philippe de Marny, Lord of Saint-Aldegonde. This connection with Saint-Aldegonde ensured for William the support of the Calvinists, and secret agents of the prince were soon busily at work in the different parts of the provinces, promising armed assistance and collecting levies for the rising of an invading force. Foremost among these active helpers were Jacob von Wesenbeke, Diederik Sonoy, and Paul Buys, and the chief scene of their operations were the provinces of Holland and Zeeland, already distinguished for their zeal in the cause of freedom. The amount of cash that was raised was, however, for some time very small. There was goodwill in plenty, but the utter failure of the prince's earlier efforts had made people despair. These earlier efforts had indeed on land been disastrous, but they had not been confined entirely to land operations. Orange, in his capacity as sovereign prince, had given letters of marque to a number of vessels under the command of the Lord of Dolan. These vessels were simply corsairs, and they were manned by fierce, fanatical sectaries, desperadoes inflamed at once by bitter hatred of the Papist and by the hope of plunder. These beggars of the sea, gueux de mer, as they were called, rapidly increased in number and soon made themselves a terror in the narrow seas by their deeds of reckless daring and cruelty. William tried in vain to restrain excesses which brought him little profit and no small discredit. It was to no purpose that he associated the Lord of Lambre in the chief command with Dolin. Their subordinates, William de Blois, Lord of Trelong, and William de la Marck, Lord of Lumet, were bold, unscrupulous adventurers, who found it to their interest to allow their unruly crews to burn and pillage, as they lasted not only their enemies' ships in the open sea, but churches and monasteries along the coast and up the estuaries that they infested. The difficulty was to find harbours in which they could take refuge and dispose of their booty. For some time they were permitted to use the English ports freely, and the Huguenot stronghold at La Rochelle was also open to them as a market. Queen Elizabeth, as was her wont, had no scruple in conniving attacks of piracy to the injury of the Spaniard. But at last, at the beginning of 1572, in consequence of strong representations from Madrid, she judged it politic to issue an order forbidding the sea-beggars to enter any English harbours. The pirates, thus deprived of the shelter which had made their depredations possible, would have been speedily in very bad case, but for an unexpected and surprising stroke of good fortune. It chanced that a large number of vessels under Lambre and Trelong were driven by stress of weather into the estuary of the Mars, and finding that the Spanish garrison of Brill had left the town upon a punitive expedition, the rowers landed and effected an entry by burning one of the gates. The place was seized and pillaged, and the marauders were on the point of returning with their spoil to their ships, when, at the suggestion of Trelong, it was determined to place a garrison in the town and hold it as a harbour of refuge in the name of the Prince of Orange as Stadholder of Holland. On April 1st, 1572, the Prince's flag was hoisted over Brill, and the foundation stone was laid of the future Dutch Republic. William himself at first did not realize the importance of this capture, and did not take any steps to express his active approval. But it was otherwise with his brother Louis, who was at the time using his utmost endeavours to secure, if not the actual help, at least the connivance of Charles IX to his conducting an expedition from France into the Netherlands. Louis saw at once the great advantage to the cause of the possession of a port like Brill, and he urged the beggars to try and gain possession of Flushing also, before Alva's orders for the strengthening of the garrison and the defences had been carried out. Flushing, by its position, commanded the approach by water to Antwerp. When the ships of Lambre and Trelong appeared before the town, the inhabitants rose in revolt, overpowered the garrison and opened the gates. This striking success, following upon the taking of Brill, aroused great enthusiasm. The rebels had now a firm foothold both in Holland and Zeeland, and their numbers grew rapidly from day to day. Soon the whole of the island of Walcheren, on which Flushing stands, was in their hands, with the exception of the capital Middelburg, and in Holland several important towns hoisted the flag of revolt and acknowledged the Prince of Orange as their lawful stadtholder. From Holland the rebellion spread into Friesland. Finally, on June the 19th, an assembly of the Estates of Holland was, at the instance of Dordrecht, convened to meet in that town. There was but one representative of the nobility present at this meeting, whose legality was more than doubtful, but it included deputies of no less than 12 out of the 14 towns which were members of the estates. The prince sent Saint-Aldegonde as his plenipotentiary. The step taken was practically an act of insurrection against the king. William had resigned his stadtholdership in 1568, and had afterwards been declared an outlaw. Bossu had been by royal authority appointed to the vacant office. The estates now formally recognized the prince as stadtholder of the king in Holland, Zeeland, West Friesland and Utrecht, and he was further invested with the supreme command of the forces both by land and sea, and was charged with the duty of protecting the country against foreign oppression or invasion by foreign troops. St. Aldegonde, in the name of the prince, announced his acceptance of the posts that had been conferred on him, and declared that he desired, as a condition of such acceptance, that the principle of religious freedom and liberty of worship should be conceded to Catholics and Protestants alike. To this the Estates assented. Orange took an oath to maintain the towns in the rights and privilege of which they had been deprived by Alva, and not to enter into any negotiations or conclude any treaty with Spain without their consent. The Court of Holland for the administration of justice was reconstituted and a Chamber of Finance erected. The question of finance was indeed crucial, for the new stadtholder asked for a subsidy of 100,000 crowns a month for the support of the army he had raised for the invasion of Brabant, and the Estates agreed to make measures for appropriating certain taxes for the purpose, an undertaking which had, however, in this time of present distress, small likelihood of effectual result. The course of events, indeed, in the months which followed this historic gathering at Dordrecht, was not encouraging to those who had thus dared somewhat prematurely to brave the wrath of Philip and the vengeance of Alva. Lewis of Nassau had for some time been engaged in raising an Huguenot force for the invasion of the southern Netherlands. The news of the capture of Brill and Flushing stirred him to sudden action. He had collected only a small body of men, but with characteristic impetuosity he now led these across the frontier, and before Alva was aware of his presence in Hainault, had captured by surprise Valenciennes and Mons, May the 24th. It was a rash move, for no sooner did the news reach the Governor-General than he sent his son, Don Frederick of Toledo, at the head of a powerful force to expel the invader. Don Frederick quickly made himself master of Valenciennes, and then proceeded, June the 3rd, to lay siege to Mons, where Lewis, in hopes that relief would reach him, prepared for an obstinate defence. These hopes were not without foundation, for he knew that, beyond the Rhine, Orange, with a considerable army, was on the point of entering the Netherlands from the east, and that the Huguenot leader, Genlis, was leading another force from France to his succour. William, at the head of 20,000 German and 3,000 Walloon mercenaries, actually entered Gelderland July the 7th, captured Roermond, and then marched into Brabant. Here, July the 19th, the news reached him of the complete defeat and annihilation of the raw levies of Genlis by Toledo's veteran troops. Hampered by lack of funds, William now, as throughout his life, showed himself to be lacking in their higher qualities of military leadership. With an ill-paid mercenary force, time was a factor of primary importance. Nevertheless, the prince made no effort to move from his encampment near Roermond for some 5 weeks. Meanwhile, his troops got out of hand and committed many excesses, and when on August the 27th he set out once more to march westwards, he found to his disappointment that there was no popular rising in his favour. Louvain and Brussels shut their gates, and though Mechlin, Termonde, and a few other places surrendered, the prince saw only too plainly that his advance into Flanders would not bring about the relief of Mons. All his plans had gone awry. Alva could not be induced to withdraw any portion of the army that was closely blockading Mons, but contented himself in following Orange with a force under his own command, while avoiding a general action. And then, like a thunderclap, September the 5th, the news of the massacre of Saint Bartholomew was brought to the prince, and he knew that the promise of Coligny to conduct 12,000 arquebusiers to the succour of Lewis could not be redeemed. In this emergency, William saw that he must himself endeavour to raise the siege. He accordingly marched from Flanders, and, September the 11th, encamped at the village of Harmigny, a short distance from Mons. In the night 600 Spaniards, each of whom, to prevent mistakes, wore a white shirt over his armour, surprised the camp. The prince himself was awakened by a little dog that slept in his tent, and only narrowly escaped with his life, several hundred of his troops being slain by the Camisaders. He was not thoroughly discouraged, and on the following day retreated first to Mechlin, then to Roermond, where on September the 30th the ill-fated expedition was disbanded. The retirement from Harmigny decided the fate of Mons. Favourable conditions were granted, and Louis of Nassau, who was ill with fever, met with chivalrous treatment and was allowed to return to Dillenburg. William now found himself faced with something like financial ruin. Mercenaries' armies are very costly, and by bitter experience he had learnt the futility of opposing a half-hearted and badly disciplined force to the veteran troops of Alva. He resolved therefore to go in person to Holland to organize and direct the strong movement or revolt, which had found expression in the meeting of estates at Dordrecht. His agents had long been busy going about from town to town, collecting funds in the name of the prince, and encouraging the people in their resistance to the Inquisition and to foreign tyranny. William's declaration that henceforth he intended to live and die in their midst, and to devote himself with all his powers to the defence of the rights and liberties of the land, met with willing and vigorous support throughout the greater part of Holland, West Friesland and Zeeland, and contributions for the supply of the necessary ways and means began to flow in. It was, however, a desperate struggle to which he had pledged himself, and to which he was to consecrate without flinching the rest of his life. If, however, the prince's resolve was firm, no less so was that of Alva. Alva had his enemies at the Spanish court, always ready to excite distrust against the duke in the mind of the suspicious king. In July 1572, the Duke of Medinaceli had been sent from Spain to inquire into the state of affairs in the Netherlands. Probably it was intended that he should take over the administration and supersede the Governor-General. On his arrival, however, Medinaceli quickly saw that the difficulties of the situation required a stronger hand than his, and he did not attempt to interfere with Alva's continued exercise of supreme authority. The Governor-General, on his side, knew well what was the meaning of this mission of Medinaceli, and no sooner was the army of Orange dispersed than he determined, while the reins of power were still in his hand, to visit the rebellious towns of the north with condign vengeance. At the head of a powerful force, Frederick of Toledo marched northwards. Mechlin, which had received Orange, was given over for 3 days to pillage and outrage. Then Zutphen was taken and sacked. Naarden, which had, though without regular defences, dared to resist the Spaniards, was utterly destroyed and the entire population massacred. Amsterdam, one of the few towns of Holland which had remained loyal to the king, served as a basis for further operations. Although it was already December and the season was unfavourable, Toledo now determined to lay siege to the important town of Haarlem. Haarlem was difficult of approach. It was protected on 2 sides by broad sheets of shallow water, the Haarlem Lake and the estuary of the Y, divided from one another by a narrow neck of land. On another side was a thick wood. It was garrisoned by 4,000 men, stern Calvinists, under the resolute leadership of Ripperda and Lancelot Brederode. An attempt to storm the place, December 21st, was beaten off with heavy loss to the assailants. So Toledo, despite the inclemency of the weather, had to invest the city. Another desperate assault, January the 31st, disastrously failed, and the siege was turned into a blockade. The position, however, of the besiegers was in some respect worse than that of the besieged, and Toledo would have abandoned his task in despair had not his father ordered him at all costs to proceed. William, meanwhile, made several efforts to relieve the town. Bodies of skaters in the winter, and when the ice disappeared, numbers of boats crossed over the Haarlem Lake from Leyden and managed to carry supplies of food into the town, and resistance might have been indefinitely prolonged had not Bossu put a stop to all intercourse between Haarlem and the outside world by convoying a flotilla of armed vessels from the Y into the lake. Surrender was now only a question of time. On July the 11th, 1573, after a relieving force of 4,000 men sent by Orange had been utterly defeated and the inhabitants were perishing by famine, Toledo gained possession of Haarlem. The survivors of the heroic garrison were all butchered, and Ripperda and Brederode, their gallant leaders, executed. A number of the leading citizens were likewise put to death, but the town was spared from pillage on condition of paying a heavy fine. The siege had lasted 7 months, and the army of Toledo, which had suffered terribly during the winter, is said to have lost 12,000 men. Alva, in his letters to the king, laid great stress on the clemency with which he had treated Haarlem. It had been spared the wholesale destruction of Zutphen and Naarden, and the Duke hoped that by this exhibition of comparative leniency he might induce the other rebel towns to open their gates without opposition. He was deceived. On July the 18th, Alkmaar was summoned to surrender, but refused. Alva's indignation knew no bounds, and he vowed that every man, woman, and child in the contumacious town should be put to the sword. The threat, however, could not at once be executed. Toledo's army, debarred from the sack of Haarlem, became mutinous through lack of pay. Until they received the arrears due to them, they refused to stir. Not till August the 21st was Don Frederick able to invest Alkmaar with a force of 16,000 men. The garrison consisted of some 1,300 burghers, with 800 troops thrown into the town by Sonoy, Orange's lieutenant in North Holland. 2 desperate assaults were repulsed with heavy loss, and then the Spaniards proceeded by blockade the town. Sonoy now, by the orders of the prince, gained the consent of the cultivators of the surrounding district through the cutting of the dikes. The camps and trenches of the besiegers were flooded out, and, October the 8th, the siege was raised and the army of Don Frederick retired, leaving Alkmaar untaken. Within a week another disaster befell the Spanish arms. Between Hoorn and Enkhuizen, the fleet of Bossu on the Zuiderzee was attacked by the sea beggars and was completely defeated. Bossu himself was taken prisoner and was held as a hostage for the safety of Saint-Aldegonde, who fell into the hands of the Spaniards about a month later. This naval victory, following upon the retreat from Alkmaar, strengthened greatly the efforts of Orange and gave fresh life to the patriot cause. It likewise marked the end of the 6 years of Alva's blood-stained rule in the Netherlands. Weary and disappointed, always hampered by lack of funds, angry at the loss of the king's confidence and chafing at the evidence of it in the presence of Medinaceli at his side, the Governor-General begged that he might be relieved of his functions. His request was granted October the 29th. The chosen successor was the Grand Commander Don Luis de Requesens, Governor of Milan. It was only with much reluctance that Requesens, finding the king's command insistent and peremptory, accepted the charge. The Grand Commander was indeed far from being a suitable man for dealing with the difficult situation in the Netherlands, for he was a Spanish grandee, pure and simple, and did not even speak French. Even the loyalists received him coolly. He knew nothing of the country, and whatever his ability or disposition, it was felt that he would not be allowed a free hand in his policy or adequate means for carrying it out. That his temper was conciliatory was quickly shown. An amnesty was proclaimed for political offenders except 300 persons, among these Orange and his principal adherents, and pardoned all heretics who abjured their errors. He went even further than this by entering into a secret exchange of views with William himself through St. Aldegonde as an intermediary, in the hope of finding some common meeting ground for an understanding. But the prince was immovable. Unless freedom of worship, the upholding of all ancient charters and liberties, and the removal of Spaniards and all foreigners from any share in the government or administration of the land were granted, resistance would be continued to the last. These were conditions Requesens had no power even to consider. Orange, during this time, was on his side using all his diplomatic ability to gain help for the oppressed Netherlanders from France and England. But Charles IX had his own difficulties and was in too feeble health, he died May 1574, to take any decided step, and Queen Elizabeth, though she connived at assistance being given to the rebel cause on strictly commercial terms, was not willing either to show open hostility to Philip or to support subjects in revolt against their sovereign. William's position appeared well-nigh desperate, for, at the opening of the year 1574, his authority was only recognized in a few of the towns of Holland and in some of the Zeeland islands, and the Spaniards had sent a large force to invest Leyden. He had, however, made up his mind to cast in his lot with the brave Hollanders and Zeelanders in their gallant struggle against overwhelming odds. To identify himself more completely with his followers, the Prince, October 1573, openly announced his adhesion to Calvinism. There are no grounds for doubting his sincerity in taking this step. It was not an act of pure opportunism. His early Catholicism had probably been little more than an outward profession, and as soon as he began to think seriously about religious questions, his natural bent had led him first to the Lutheran faith of his family, and then to the sterner doctrines which had gained so firm a foothold in the towns of Holland and Zeeland. Nevertheless, William, though henceforth a consistent Calvinist, was remarkable among his contemporaries for the principles of religious toleration he both inculcated and practiced. He was constitutionally averse to religious persecution in any form, and by the zealots of his party he was denounced as lukewarm. But throughout his life he upheld the right of the individual, who was peaceful and law-abiding, to liberty of opinion and freedom of worship. The year 1574 opened favourably. By a remarkable feat of arms, the veteran Spanish commander Mondragon had, October 1572, reconquered several of the Zeeland islands. His men on one occasion at ebb tide marched across the channel which lies between South Beveland and the mainland, the water reaching up to their necks. The patriot forces had since then recovered much of the lost ground, but Middelburg was strongly held, and so long as the Spaniards had command of the sea was the key to the possession of Zeeland. On January the 29th, 1574, the sea-beggars under Boiseau attacked the Spanish fleet near Roemerswaal, and after a bloody encounter gained a complete victory. The siege of Middelburg was now pressed, and Mondragon surrendered, February the 18th. The prince at once set to work to create a patriot government in the province. 4 towns had representatives: Middelburg, Zierikzee, Veere and Flushing. William himself acquired by purchase the marquisate of Flushing, and thus was able to exercise a preponderating influence in the provincial estates, all of whose members were required to be Calvinists and supporters of the rebel cause. The investment of Leyden by the Spaniards threatened, however, now that Haarlem had fallen, to isolate South Holland and Zeeland, and William did not feel himself strong enough to make any serious attempt to raise the siege. Louis of Nassau, therefore, with the help of French money, set himself to work with his usual enthusiastic energy to collect a force in the Rhineland with which to invade the Netherlands from the east and effect a diversion. At the head of 7,000 foot and 3,000 horse, half-disciplined troops, partly Huguenot volunteers, partly German mercenaries, he tried to cross the Meuse above Maastricht, with the intention of effecting a junction with the Prince of Orange. He was accompanied by John and Harry of Nassau, his brothers, and Christopher, son of the Elector Palatine. He found his course blocked by a Spanish force under the command of Sancho d'Avila and Mondragon. The encounter took place on the heath of Mook, April the 14th, and ended in the crushing defeat of the invaders. Louis and his young brother Harry and Duke Christopher perished, and their army was completely scattered. The death of his brothers was a great grief to William. Louis had for years been his chief support, and the loss of this dauntless champion was indeed a heavy blow to the cause for which he had sacrificed his life. He was only 36 years of age, while Henry, the youngest of the Nassaus, to whom the prince was deeply attached, was but a youth of 24. The invasion of Louis had nevertheless the result of raising the siege of Leyden, but only for a time. After the victory at Mook, the Spanish troops were free to continue the task of reconquering rebel Holland for the king. On May the 26th, a strong force under Valdez advanced to Leyden and completely isolated the town by surrounding it with a girdle of forts. The attack came suddenly, and unfortunately the place had not been adequately provisioned. So strong was the position of the Spaniards that the stadtholder did not feel that any relieving force that he could send would have any chance of breaking through the investing lines and revictualling the garrison. In these circumstances he summoned, June the 1st, a meeting of the Estates of Holland at Rotterdam, and proposed, as desperate resource, that the dikes should be cut and the land submerged, and that the light vessels of the sea-beggars under Boiseau should sail over the waters, attack the Spanish forts, and force an entrance into the town. After considerable opposition, the proposal was agreed to, and the waters were allowed to flow up upon the low-lying fields, villages and farms which lie between the sea, the Rhine, the Waal and the Maas. Unfortunately, the season was not favourable, and though the water reached nearly to the higher land around Leyden, on which the Spanish redoubts were erected, and by alarming Valdez caused him to press the blockade more closely, it was not deep enough even for the light draught vessels which Boiseau had gathered together to make their way to the town. So the month of August passed and September began. Meanwhile the prince, who was the soul of the enterprise, was confined to his sick bed by a violent attack of fever, and the pangs of famine began to be cruelly felt within the beleaguered town. A portion of the citizens were half-hearted in the struggle, and began to agitate for surrender, and even sent out emissaries to try to make terms with the Spanish commander. But there were within Leyden leaders of iron resolution, the heroic burgomaster Peter Adriaenzoon van der Werf, the commandant of the garrison, Jan van der Does, Derek van Bronkhorst, Jan van Hoort, and many others who remained staunch and true in face of the appalling agony of a starving population. Men who knew the fate in store for them if they fell into the enemy's hands, and were determined to resist as long as they had strength to fight. At last, in mid-September, faint hopes began to dawn. William recovered, and a fierce equinoctial gale driving the flood tide up to the rivers gradually deepened the waters up to the very dike on which the entrenchments of the besiegers stood. Urged on by Orange, Boisot now made a great effort. Anxiously from the towers was the approach of the relieving fleet watched. The town was at the very last extremity. The people were dying of hunger on every side. Some fierce combats took place as soon as the sea-beggars, experts at this amphibious warfare, arrived at the outlying Spanish forts, but not for long. Alarmed at the rising of the waters and fearing that the fleet of Boisot might cut off their escape, the Spaniards retreated in the night, and on the morning of October the 3rd, vessels of the relieving force, laden with provisions, entered the town. The long drawn-out agony was over, and Leyden saved from the fate of Haarlem just at the moment when further resistance had become impossible. Had Leyden fallen, the probability is that the whole of South Holland would have been conquered, and the revolt might have collapsed. In such a narrow escape, well might the people of the town see an intervention of Providence on their behalf. The prince himself hastened to Leyden on the following day, reorganized the government of the town, and in commemoration of this great deliverance founded the university, which was to become in the 17th century one of the most famous seats of learning in Europe. The successful relief of Leyden was followed by a mutiny of the army of Valdez. They were owed long arrears of pay, had endured great hardship, and now that they saw themselves deprived of the hope of the pillage of the town, they put their commander and his officers under arrest and marched under a leader elected by themselves into Utrecht. Other mutinies occurred in various parts of the southern provinces, for Requesens had no funds, and it was unless to appeal to Philip, for the Spanish treasury was empty. This state of things led to a practical cessation of active hostilities for many months, and Requesens seized the opportunity to open negotiations with Orange. These were, however, doomed to be fruitless, for the king would not hear of any real concessions being made to the Protestants. The position of William was equally beset with difficulties, politically and financially. In the month following the relief of Leyden, he even threatened to withdraw from the country unless his authority were more fully recognized and adequate supplies were furnished for the conduct of the war. The Estates accordingly, November the 12th, asked him to assume the title of regent or governor, with absolute might, authority and sovereign control of the affairs of the country. They also voted him an allowance of 49,000 guilders a month. But, while thus conferring on the man who still claimed to be stadholder of the king practically supreme power, the burgher corporation of the towns were very jealous of surrendering in the smallest degree the control over taxation which was one of their most valued rights. The exercise of authority, however, by the prince from this time forward was very great, for he had complete control in military and naval matters, and in the general conduct of affairs he held all the administrative threads in his own hands. He had become indispensable, and in everything but name, a sovereign in Holland and Zeeland. The first part of 1575 was marked by a lull in warlike operation, and conferences were held at Breda between envoys of Orange and Requesens, only to find that there was no common ground of agreement. The marriage of the prince, June the 24th, with Charlotte de Bourbon, daughter of the Duke of Montpensier, was a daring step which aroused much prejudice against him. The bride, who was of the blood royal of France, had been abbess of Jouarre, but, had abjured her vows, run away, and become a Calvinist. This was bad enough, but the legality of the union was rendered the more questionable by the fact that Anne of Saxony was still alive. On all sides came protests, from Charlotte's father, from John of Nassau, and from Anne's relations in Saxony and Hesse. But William's character was such that opposition only made him more determined to carry out his purpose. The wedding was celebrated at Brill with Calvinist rites. The union, whether legitimate or not, was undoubtedly one of great happiness. Meanwhile the Governor-General, unable to obtain any financial help from Spain, had managed to persuade the provinces, always in dread of the excess of the mutinous soldiery, to raise a loan of 1,200,000 guilders to meet their demands for arrears of pay. Requesens was thus enabled to put in the late summer a considerable army into the field, and among other successes to gain possession of the Zeeland Islands, Duiveland and Schouwen. On September 27th, a force under the command of the veteran Mondragon waded across the shallow channels dividing the islands, which fell into their hands. Zierikzee, the chief town of Schouwen, made a stout resistance, but had at length to surrender. July 1576. This conquest separated South Holland from the rest of Zeeland, and as Haarlem and Amsterdam were in the hands of the Spaniards, the only territory over which the authority of Orange extended was the low-lying corner of land between the Rhine and the Maas, of which Delft was the centre. The situation again appeared well-nigh desperate, and the stadholder began to look anxiously round in the hope of obtaining foreign assistance. It was to the interest of both France and England to assist a movement which distracted the attention and weakened the power of Spain. But Henry III of France was too much occupied with civil and religious disturbances in his own country, and Elizabeth of England, while receiving with courtesy the envoys both of Orange and Requesens, gave evasive replies to both. She was jealous of France, and pleased to see the growing embarrassment of her enemy Philip, but the Tudor queen had no love either for rebels or for Calvinists. While refusing therefore openly to take the side of the Hollanders and Zeelanders, she agreed to give them secret help, and no obstacle was placed in the way of the English volunteers, who had already since 1572 been enlisting in the Dutch service. It was at this time that those English and Scottish brigades were first formed which remained for nearly 2 centuries in that service, and were always to be found in the very forefront of the fighting throughout the Great War of Liberation. On March the 4th, 1576, Requesens died, and in the considerable interval that elapsed before the arrival of his successor, the outlook for the patriot cause became distinctly brighter. The Estates of Holland and Zeeland met at Delft, April the 25th, 1576, and the assembly was noteworthy for the passing of an act of federation. This act, which was the work of Orange, bound the 2 provinces together for common action in defence of their rights and liberties, and was the first step towards that larger union which 3 years later laid the foundation of the Dutch Republic. By this act sovereign powers were conferred upon William. He was in the name of the king to exercise all the prerogatives of a ruler. It required all this influence to secure the insertion of articles, 1 extending a certain measure of toleration to all forms of religious worship that were not contrary to the gospel, 2 giving authority to the prince in case of need to offer the protectorate of the federated provinces to a foreign prince. Orange knew only too well that Holland and Zeeland were not strong enough alone to resist the power of Spain. his hopes of securing the support of other provinces in which Catholics were in the majority depended, he clearly saw, on the numerous adherents to the ancient faith in Holland and Zeeland being protected against the persecuting zeal of the dominant Calvinism of those provinces. In any case, and this continued to be settled conviction to the end of his life, the actual independence of the whole or any portion of the Netherlands did not seem to him to lie within the bounds of practical politics. The object for which he strove was the obtaining of substantial guarantee for the maintenance of the ancient charters, which exempted the provinces from the presence of foreign officials, foreign tribunals, foreign soldiery, and arbitrary methods of taxation. As Philip had deliberately infringed all those privileges which he had sworn to maintain, it was the duty of all patriotic Netherlanders to resist his authority, and, if resistance failed to bring a redress, to offer the sovereignty with the necessary restrictions to some other prince willing to accept it on those conditions and powerful enough to protect the provinces from Spanish attack. In order to grasp the principle which guided William's policy during the next few years, it is essential to bear in mind 1. That he sought to bring about a union of all the Netherland provinces on a basis of toleration. 2. That he did not aim at the erection of the Netherlands into an independent state. On the death of Requesens, the Council of State had assumed temporary charge of the administration. There had for some time been growing dissatisfaction even amongst the loyalist Catholics of the southern provinces at the presence and overbearing attitude of so many Spanish officials and Spanish troops in the land, and at the severity of the religious persecution. Representations were made to the king by the Council of State of the general discontent throughout the country, of the deplorable results of the policy of force and repression, and urging the withdrawal of the troops, the mitigation of the edicts, and the appointment of a member of the royal house to the governorship. To these representations and requests no answer was sent for months, in accordance with Philip's habitual dilatoriness in dealing with the difficult affairs of state. He did, however, actually nominate in April his bastard brother, Don John of Austria, the famous victor of Lepanto, as Requesens' successor. But Don John, who was then in Italy, had other ambitions, and looked with suspicion upon Philip's motives in assigning him the thankless task of dealing with the troubles in the Low Countries. Instead of hurrying northwards, he first betook himself to Madrid, where he met with a cold reception. Delay, however, so far from troubling Philip, was thoroughly in accordance with the whole bent of his character and policy. For 6 months Don John remained in Spain, and it was a half-year during which the situation in the Netherlands had been to a very large extent transformed. The position of Orange and his followers in Holland and Zeeland in the spring of 1576 had again darkened. In June the surrender of Zierikzee to Mondragon was a heavy blow to the patriot cause, for it gave the Spaniards a firm footing in the very heart of the Zeeland archipelago and drove a wedge between South Holland and the island of Walcheren. This conquest was, however, destined to have important results of a very different character from what might have been expected. The town had surrendered on favourable terms, and pillage was forbidden. Balked of their expected booty, the Spanish troops, to whom large arrears of pay were due, mutinied. Under their own elector they marched to Aalst, where they were joined by other mutineers, and soon a large force was collected together, who lived by plunder and were a terror to the country. The council declared them to be outlaws, but the revolted soldiery defied its authority, and scoffed at its threats. This was a moment which, as Orange was quick to perceive, was extremely favourable for a vigorous renewal of his efforts to draw together all the provinces to take common action in their resistance to Spanish tyranny. His agents and envoys in all parts of the Netherlands, but especially in Flanders and Brabant, urged his views upon the more influential members of the provincial estates and upon leading noblemen like the Duke of Aarschot and other hitherto loyal supporters of the government who were now suspected of wavering. His efforts met with a success which a few months earlier would have been deemed impossible. The conduct of Spanish troops and the lack of any central authority to protect the inhabitants against their insolence and depredations had effected a great change in public opinion. In Brussels, Baron de Hezé, a godchild of the prince, had been appointed to the command of the troops in the pay of the States of Brabant. De Hezé exerted himself to arouse popular opinion in the capital in favour of Orange and against the Spaniards. To such an extent was he successful that he ventured, September 21st, to arrest the whole of the Council of State, with the exception of the Spanish member Roda, who fled to Antwerp. William now entered into direct negotiations with Aarschot and other prominent nobles of Flanders and Brabant. He took a further step by sending, at the request of the citizens of Ghent, a strong armed force to protect the town against the Spanish garrison in the citadel. In the absence of any lawful government, the States General were summoned to meet at Brussels on September 22nd. Deputies from Brabant, Flanders and Hainaut alone attended, but in the same name of the States General they nominated Aarschot, Viglius and Salzburg as Chancellor of State, and appointed Aarschot to the command of the forces, with the Count of Lalaing as his lieutenant. They then, September 27th, approached the prince with proposals for forming a union of all the provinces. As a preliminary it was agreed that the conditions which had been put forward by William as indispensable, namely exclusion of all foreigners from administrative posts, dismissal of foreign troops and religious toleration, should be accepted. The proposals were gladly received by William, and Ghent was chosen as the place where 9 delegates from Holland and Zeeland should confer with the 9 delegates nominated by the States General as representing the other provinces. They met on October the 19th. Difficulties arose on 2 points: the recognition to be accorded to Don John of Austria and the principle of non-interference with religious beliefs. Orange himself had always been an advocate of toleration, but the representatives of Holland and Zeeland showed an obstinate disinclination to allow liberty of Catholic worship within their borders. And this attitude of their might, in spite of the prince's efforts, have led to a breaking off of the negotiations, had not an event occurred which speedily led to a sinking of differences on the only possible basis, that of mutual concession and compromise. The citadel of Antwerp was during this month of October garrisoned by a body of mutinous Spanish troops under the command of Sancho d'Avila, the victor of Mook. Champagny, the governor, had with him a body of German mercenaries under a certain Count Oberstein, and at his request, such was the threatening attitude of the Spaniards, the States General sent Hevray with a reinforcement of Walloon troops. On Sunday, November the 4th, the garrison, which had been joined by other bands of mutineers, turned the guns of the citadel upon the town, and sallying forth attacked the forces of Champagny. The Germans offered but a feeble resistance. Oberstein perished. Champagny and Havre took refuge on vessels in the river, and the Spaniards were masters of Antwerp. The scene of massacre, lust, and wholesale pillage which followed left a memory behind it unique in its horror even among the excesses of this blood-stained time. The Spanish fury, as it was called, spelt the ruin of what, but a short time before, had been the wealthiest and most flourishing commercial city in the world. The news of this disaster reached the States General as they were in the act of considering the draft proposals which had been submitted to them by the Ghent Conference. At the same time, tidings came that Don John, who had travelled through France in disguise, had arrived at Luxembourg. They quickly therefore came to a decision to ratify the pact, known as the Pacification of Ghent, and on November the 8th it was signed. The pacification was really a treaty between the Prince of Orange and the Estates of Holland and Zeeland on the one hand, and the States General representing the other provinces. It was agreed that the Spanish troops should be compelled to leave the Netherlands, and that the States General on the whole 17 provinces, as they were convened at the abdication of Charles V, should be called together to decide upon the question of religious toleration and other matters of national importance. Meanwhile, the placards against heresy were suspended, and all the illegal measures and sentences of Alva declared null and void. His confiscated property was restored to Orange, and his position as stadholder in Holland and Zeeland acknowledged. Don John was informed that he would not be recognized as Governor-General unless he would consent to dismiss the Spanish troops, accept the pacification of Ghent, and swear to maintain the rights and privileges of the provinces. Negotiations ensued, but for a long time to little purpose, and Don John, who was rather an impetuous knight-errant than a statesman and diplomatist, remained during the winter months at Namur, angry at his reception and chafing at the conditions imposed upon him, which he dared not accept without permission from the king. In December the States General containing deputies from all the provinces met at Brussels, and in January the pacification of Ghent was confirmed, and a new compact, to which the name of the Union of Brussels was given, was drawn up by a number of influential Catholics. This document, to which signatures were invited, was intended to give to the pacification of Ghent the sanction of popular support, and to be at the same time a guarantee for the maintenance of the royal authority and the Catholic religion. The Union of Brussels was generally approved throughout the southern provinces, and the signatories from every class were numbered by thousands. Don John, who was at Huy, saw that it was necessary to temporize. He was willing, he declared, to dismiss the foreign troops and send them out of the country, and to maintain the ancient charters and liberties of the provinces, provided that nothing was done to subvert the king's authority or the Catholic faith. Finally, on February the 12th, a treaty called the Perpetual Edict, a most inappropriate name, was signed, and the States General acknowledged Don John as Governor-General. The agreement was principally the work of Aarschot and the Loyalist Catholic party, who followed his leadership, and was far from being entirely acceptable to Orange. He had no trust in the good faith of either Philip or his representative, and though he recommended Holland and Zeeland to acquiesce in the treaty and acknowledged Don John as Governor-General, it was with the secret resolve to keep a close watch upon his every action, and not to brook any attempt to interfere with religious liberty in the two provinces, in which he exercised almost sovereign power, and with whose struggles for freedom he had identified himself. The undertaking of Don John with regard to the Spanish troops was punctually kept. Before the end of April they had left the country, and on May the 1st the new Governor-General made his state entry into Brussels. It was to outward appearances very brilliant, but the hero of Lepanto found himself at once distrusted by the Catholic nobles and checkmated by the influence and diplomacy of the ever-watchful William of Orange. Chafing at his impotence, and ill-supported by the king, who sent no reply to his appeals for financial help, Don John suddenly left the capital and, placing himself at the head of a body of Walloon troops, seized Namur. Feeling himself in this stronghold more secure, he tried to bring pressure on the States General to place in his hands wider powers and to stand by him in his efforts to force Orange to submit to the authority of the king. His efforts were in vain. William had warned the States General and the nobles of the anti-Spanish party in Brabant and Flanders that Don John was not to be trusted, and he now pointed to the present attitude of the Governor-General as a proof that his suspicions were well-founded. Indeed, the eyes of all true patriots began to turn to the prince, who had been quietly strengthening his position, not only in Holland and Zeeland, where he was supreme, but also in Utrecht and Gelderland, and popular movements in Brussels and elsewhere took place in his favour. So strongly marked was the Orange feeling in the capital that the States-General acceded to the general wish that the prince should be invited to come in person to Brussels. Confidence was expressed by Catholics no less than by Protestants that only under his leadership could the country be delivered from Spanish tyranny. A deputation was sent, bearing the invitation, but for a while William hesitated in giving an affirmative reply. On September the 23rd, however, he made his entry into Brussels amidst general demonstration of joy, and was welcomed as the restorer and defender of the fatherland's liberty. Thus, 10 years after he had been declared an outlaw and banished, did the Prince of Orange return in triumph to the town which had witnessed the execution of Egmont and Hoorn. It was the proudest day of his life and the supreme point of his career. End of chapter 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 5. William the Silent. The position of William at Brussels after his triumphant entry, September 23rd, 1577, was by no means an easy one. His main support was derived from a self-elected Council of 18, containing representatives of the guilds and of the citizens. This council controlled an armed municipal force, and was really master in the city. In these circumstances, the States-General did not venture upon any opposition to the popular wishes, in other words to William, whose influence with the masses was unbounded. The States-General, therefore, under pressure from the 18, informed Don John, October 8th, that they no longer recognized him as Governor-General, and the Estates of Brabant appointed to the Prince to the office of Ruward, or Governor of the province. Meanwhile a fresh factor of disturbance had been introduced into the troubled scene. Certain of the Catholic nobles, opposed to Spanish rule but suspicious of Orange, had invited the 20-year-old Archduke Matthias, brother of the Emperor, to accept the sovereignty of the Netherlands. Matthias, who was of an adventurous spirit, after some parleying agreed. He accordingly left Vienna secretly, and at the end of October arrived in the Netherlands. Not content with this counterstroke, Aerschot went to Ghent to stir up opposition of the appointment of William as Ruward of Brabant. The populace, however, in Ghent was Orangist, and rising in revolt seized Aerschot and a number of other Catholic leaders and threw them into prison. They were speedily released, but the breach between the Catholic nobles and the Calvinist Stadholder of Holland was widened. William himself saw in the coming of Matthias a favourable opportunity for securing the erection of the Netherlands into a constitutional state under the nominal rule of a Habsburg prince. By his influence, therefore, the States-General entered into negotiations with the Archduke, and Matthias finally was recognized, December 8th, as governor on condition that he accepted the Union of Brussels. He was also induced to place the real power in the hands of Orange, with the title of Lieutenant-General. Matthias made his state entry into Brussels January 18th, 1578. His position appeared to be strengthened by a treaty concluded with the English Queen, January 7th, by which Elizabeth promised to send over a body of troops and to grant a subsidy to the States, for the repayment of which the towns of Middelburg, Bruges and Gravelines were to be pledges. The news, however, of the step taken by Matthias had had more effect upon Philip II than the despairing appeals of his half-brother. A powerful army of tried Spanish and Italian troops, under the command of Alexander Farnese, Prince of Parma, son of the former regent Margaret, was sent to Flanders. Farnese was Don John's nephew, and they had been brought up together at Madrid, being almost of the same age. Already Philip had determined to replace Don John, whose brilliance as a leader in the field did not compensate for his lack of statesmanlike qualities. In Farnese, who by good fortune or deliberate choice, he had at length found a consummate general who was to prove himself a match even for William the Silent in all the arts of political combination and intrigue. At Gembloux, January 31st, Don John and Parma fell upon the levies of the States and gained a complete and almost bloodless victory. Had Philip supplied his governor-general with the money he asked for, Don John might have conquered the whole of the southern Netherlands, but without funds he could achieve little. Meanwhile all was confusion. The States General withdrew from Brussels to Antwerp, and William, finding that Matthias was useless, began negotiations with France, England and Germany in the hope of finding in this emergency some other foreign prince ready to brave the wrath of Philip by accepting the suzerainty of the Netherlands. The Duke of Anjou, brother of the French king, was the favoured candidate in the Catholic party, and William, whose one aim was to secure the aid of a powerful protector in the struggle against Spain, was ready to accept him. Anjou, at the head of an army of 15,000 men, crossed the frontier at Mons, July 12th, and on the following August 13th, a treaty was agreed upon between him and the States General, by which the French Duke, with the title of Defender of the Liberties of the Netherlands, undertook to help the States to expel the Spaniards from the Low Countries. But to add to the complications of the situation, a German force under the command of John Casimir, brother of the Elector Palatine, and in the pay of Queen Elizabeth, invaded the hapless provinces from the east. The advent of John Casimir was greeted with enthusiasm by the Calvinist party, and it required all the skill and sagacity of the Prince of Orange to keep the peace and prevent the rival interests from breaking out into open strife in the face of the common enemy. But Don John was helpless. His repeated appeals for financial help remained unanswered, and sick at heart and weary of life, he contracted a fever and died in his camp at Namur, October 1st, 1578. His successor in the governor-generalship was Alexander of Parma, who had now before him a splendid field for the exercise of his great abilities. The remainder of the year 1578 saw a violent recrudescence of religious bitterness. In vain did Orange, who throughout his later life was a genuine and earnest advocate of religious toleration, strive to the utmost of his powers and with untiring patience to allay the suspicions and fears of the zealots. John Casimir at Ghent, in the fervour of his fanatical Calvinism, committed acts of violence and oppression, which had the very worst effect in the Walloon provinces. In this part of the Netherlands Catholicism was dominant, and there had always been in the provinces of Hainaut, Artois, and in the southern districts generally, a feeling of distrust towards Orange. The upholding of the principle of religious toleration by a man who had twice changed his faith was itself suspect, and Farnese left no means untried for increasing this growing anti-Orange feeling among the Catholic nobles. A party was formed which bore the name of the Malcontents, whose leaders were Montigny, Lalin and Lamotte. With these the Governor-General entered into negotiations, with the result that an alliance was made between Hainaut, Artois, Lille, Douai and Auchy, January 6, 1579, called the Union of Arras, for the maintenance of the Catholic faith. by which these Walloon provinces and towns expressed their readiness to submit to the king on condition that he were willing to agree to uphold their rights and privileges in accordance with the provisions of the pacification of Ghent. The Union of Arras did not as yet mean a complete reconciliation with the Spanish sovereign, but it did mean the beginning of a breach between the Calvinist north and the Catholic south, which the statecraft of Parma gradually widened into an impossible chasm. Before this took place, Anjou, Matthias, and John Casimir had alike withdrawn from the scene of anarchic confusion, in which for a brief time each had been trying to compass his own ambitious ends in selfish indifference to the welfare of the people they were proposing to deliver from the Spanish yoke. The opening of the year 1579 saw Orange and Parma face to face, preparing to measure their strength in a grim struggle for the mastery. In the very same month as witnessed the signing of the Union of Arras, a rival union had been formed in the northern Netherlands, which was destined to be much more permanent. The real author, however, of the Union of Utrecht was not Orange, but his brother, John of Nassau. In March 1578, John had been elected Stadholder of Gelderland. He, like William, had devoted himself heart and soul to the cause of Netherland freedom, but his Calvinism was far more pronounced than his brother's. From the moment of his acceptance of the stadtholdership, he set to work to effect a close union between Holland, Zeeland, and Utrecht, with Gelderland and the adjoining districts which lay around the Zuiderzee. It was a difficult task, since the eastern provinces were afraid, and not unjustly, that its much greater wealth would give Holland predominance in the proposed confederation. Nevertheless, it was accomplished, and an Act of Union was drawn up and signed at Utrecht, January 29th, 1579, by the representatives of Holland, Zeeland, and the town and district, Sticht, of Utrecht, Gelderland, and Zutphen, by which they agreed to defend their rights and liberties and to resist all foreign intervention in their affairs by common action as if they were one province, and to establish and maintain freedom of conscience and of worship within their boundaries. William does not at first to have been altogether pleased with his brother's handiwork. He still hoped that a confederation on a much wider scale might have been formed, comprising the greater part of those who had appended their signatures to the pacification of Ghent. It was not until some months had passed, and he saw that his dreams of a larger union were not to be realized, that he signed on May 3rd the Act of Union drawn up at Utrecht. By this time he was well aware that Parma had succeeded in winning over the malcontent nobles to accept his terms. On May the 19th, the Walloon provinces, whose representatives had signed the Union of Arras, agreed to acknowledge, with certain nominal reservations, the sovereignty of Philip, and to allow only Catholic worship. In fact, the reconciliation was complete. Thus, despite the efforts of Orange, the idea of the federation of all the 17 provinces on national lines became a thing of the past, henceforth unattainable. The Netherlands were divided into two camps. Gradually in the course of 1580, Overijssel, Drenthe, and the greater part of Friesland gave in their adherence to the Union of Utrecht, and Groningen and the Ommelanden allied themselves with their neighbours. In the rest of the Low Countries all fell away and submitted themselves to the king's authority, except Antwerp and Breda in Brabant, and Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres in Flanders. William felt that Parma was constantly gaining ground. Defection after defection took place, the most serious being that of George de Lin, Count of Renneberg, the stadtholder of Groningen. Negotiations were indeed secretly opened with William himself, and the most advantageous and flattering terms offered to him, if he would desert the patriot cause. But with him, opposition to Spain and to Spanish methods of government was a matter of principle and strong conviction. He was proof alike against bribery and cajolery, and even when he perceived, as the year 1580 succeeded 1579, that he had no staunch friends on whom he could absolutely rely, save in the devoted provinces of Holland and Zeeland. For things had been going from bad to worse. The excesses and cruelties submitted by the Calvinists, wherever they found themselves in a position to persecute a Catholic minority, and especially the outrages perpetrated at Ghent under the leadership of two Calvinist fanatics, de Ruhove and de Hembuse, although they were done in direct opposition to the wishes and efforts of Orange, always and at all times the champion of toleration, did much to discredit him in Flanders and Brabant, and to excite bitter indignation among the Catholics, who still formed the great majority of the population of the Netherlands. William felt himself to be month by month losing power. The action he was at last compelled to take, in rescuing Ghent from the hands of the ultra-democratic Calvinist party, and in expelling de Ruhove and de Hembuse, caused him to be denounced as a papist at heart. Indeed, the bigots of both creeds, at that age of intolerance and persecution, were utterly unable to understand his attitude, and could only attribute it to a lack of any sincere religious belief at all. Farnese, meanwhile, whose genius for Machiavellian statesmanship was as remarkable as those gifts for leadership in war which entitled him to rank as the first general of his time, was a man who never failed to take full advantage of the mistakes and weaknesses of his opponents. At the head of a veteran force he laid siege in the spring of 1579 to the important frontier town of Maestricht. He encountered a desperate resistance, worthy of the defence of Haarlem or of Leyden, and for 4 months the garrison held out grimly in the hope of relief. But despite all the efforts of Orange to dispatch an adequate force to raise the siege, at last, June 29th, the town was carried by assault, and delivered up for 3 days to the fury of a savage soldiery. By the possession of this key to the Meuse, Parma was now able to cut off communication between Brabant and Protestant Germany. Had he indeed been adequately supported by Philip, it is probable that at this time all the provinces up to the borders of Holland might have been brought into subjection by the Spanish forces. The position of William was beset with perils on every side. One by one his adherents were deserting him. Even in the provinces of Holland and Zeeland he was losing ground. He saw clearly that without foreign help the national cause for which he had sacrificed everything was doomed. In this emergency he reopened negotiations with Anjou, not because he had any trust in the French prince's capacity or sincerity, but for the simple reason that there was no one else to whom he could turn. As heir to the throne of France, and at this time the favoured suitor of Queen Elizabeth, his acceptance of the sovereignty of the Netherlands would secure, so Orange calculated, the support both of France and England. It was his hope also that the limiting conditions attached to the offer of sovereignty would enable him to exercise a strong personal control over a man of weak character like Anjou. The Duke's vanity and ambition were flattered by the proposal, and on September 19th, 1580, a provisional treaty was signed at Plessis-les-Tours, by which Anjou accepted the offer that was made to him, and showed himself quite ready to agree to any limitations imposed upon his authority, since he had not any intention, when once he held the reins of power, of observing them. The first effect of William's negotiation with Anjou was to alienate the Calvinists without gaining over the Catholics. Anjou was suspect to both. The action of the Spanish government, however, at this critical juncture, did much to restore the credit of the prince, with all to whom the Spanish tyranny and the memory of Alva were abhorrent. Cardinal Granvelle, after 15 years of semi-exile in Italy, had lately been summoned to Madrid to become chief adviser to the king. Granvelle spared no pains to impress upon Philip the necessity of getting rid of Orange as the chief obstacle to the pacification of the Netherlands, and advised that a price should be placed upon his life. The very fear of it will paralyze or kill him. was the opinion of the cardinal, who ought to have had a better understanding of the temper and character of his old adversary. Accordingly, at Maastricht, March 15th, 1581, a ban and edict in form of proscription was published against the prince, who was denounced as a traitor and miscreant, an enemy of ourselves and of our country, and all and everywhere empowered to seize the person and goods of this William of Nassau, as enemy of the human race. A solemn promise was also made to anyone who has the heart to free us of this pest, and who would deliver him dead or alive, or take his life, the sum of 25,000 crowns in gold or in estates for himself and his heirs, and we will pardon him any crimes of which he has been guilty, and give him a patent of nobility, if he be not noble. It is a document which, however abhorrent or loathsome it may appear to us, was characteristic of the age in which it was promulgated, and in accordance with the ideas of that cruel time. The ban was a declaration of war to the knife, and as such it was received and answered. In reply to the ban, the prince at the close of the year, December 13th, published a very lengthy defence of his life and actions, the famous Apology. To William himself is undoubtedly due the material which the document embodies, and the argument it contains, but it was almost certainly not written by him, but by his chaplain, Pierre Louiseleur, Seigneur de Villiers, to whom he owes its rather ponderous prolixity and redundant verbiage. Historically, it is of very considerable value, though the facts are not always to be relied upon as strictly accurate. The Apology was translated into several languages and distributed to the leading personages in every neighbouring country, and made a deep impression on men's minds. The combined effect of the ban and the Apology was to strengthen William's position in all the provinces where the Patriot party still held the upper hand, and it was not slow to take advantage of the strong anti-Spanish feeling which was aroused. Its intensity was shown by the solemn act of abjuration, July 26, 1581, by which the provinces of Brabant, Flanders, Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht and Gelderland renounced their allegiance to Philip II on the ground of his tyranny and misrule. But after signing this act, it never seems to have occurred to the prince or to the representatives of the provinces that these now derelict territories could remain without a personal sovereign. Orange used all his influence and persuasiveness to induce them to accept Anjou. Anjou, as we have seen, had already agreed to the conditions under which he should, when invited, become Prince and Lord of the Netherlands. In the autumn of 1581 the position was an ambiguous one. The States-General claimed that, after the abjuration of Philip, the sovereignty of the provinces had reverted to them, as the common representative of a group of provinces that were now sovereign in their own right, and that the conferring of that sovereignty on another overlord was their prerogative. The position of Orange was peculiar, for de facto, under one title or another, he exercised the chief authority in each one of the rebel provinces, but in the name of the States-General, instead of the king. His influence indeed was so great as to overshadow that of the States-General, but great as it was, it had to be exerted to the utmost before that body could be induced to accept a man of Anjou's despicable and untrustworthy character as their new ruler. William, however, had committed himself to the candidature of the Duke through lack of any fitter choice, and at last both the States-General and the several provincial estates, Holland and Zeeland excepted, agreed to confer the sovereignty upon the French prince subject to the conditions of the Treaty of Plessis-les-Tours. William himself exercised the powers with which Holland and Zeeland had invested him in the name of the king, whose stadholder he was, even when waging war against him. After the abjuration, this pretence could no longer be maintained. The estates of Holland and Zeeland had indeed petitioned Orange to become their count, but he refused the title, fearing to give umbrage to Anjou. Finding, however, the two provinces resolute in their opposition to the Valois prince, he consented, July 24, 1581, to exercise provisionally, as if he were count, the powers of high supremacy which had already been conferred upon him. Meanwhile Anjou was dallying in England, but on receiving through St. Aldegonde an intimation that the States could brook no further delay, he set sail and landed at Flushing. Lord Leicester and a brilliant English escort accompanied him, and Elizabeth asked the States to receive her suitor as her own self. At Antwerp, where he took up his residence, Anjou was, February 19th, solemnly invested with the Duchy of Brabant, and received the homage of his new subjects. He was far from popular, and William remained at his side to give him support and counsel. On March 18th, Anjou's birthday, an untoward event occurred, which threatened to have the most disastrous consequences. As Orange was leaving the dinner-table, a young Biscayan, Juan Jorgui by name, attempted his assassination by firing a pistol at him. The ball entered his head by the right ear and passed through the palate. Jorgui was instantly killed, and it was afterwards found that he had, for the sake of the reward, been instigated to the deed by his master, a merchant named Caspar Anastro. Anjou, who was at first suspected of being accessory to the crime, was thus exculpated. It was a terrible wound, and William's life was for some time in great danger, but by the assiduous care of his physicians and nurses he very slowly recovered, and was strong enough on May 2nd to attend a solemn service of thanksgiving. The shock of the event and the long weeks of anxiety were, however, too heavy a strain upon his wife, Charlotte de Bourbon, who had recently given birth to their 6th daughter. Her death, on May 5th, was deeply grieved by the prince, for Charlotte had been a most devoted helpmeet and adviser to him throughout the anxious years of their married life. During the whole of the summer and autumn, William remained at Antwerp, patiently trying to smooth away the difficulties caused by the dislike and suspicion felt by the Netherlanders for the man whom they were asked to recognize as their sovereign. It was an arduous task, but William, at the cost of his own popularity, succeeded in getting the Duke acknowledged in July as Lord of Friesland and Duke of Gelderland. Anjou was solemnly installed at Bruges as Count of Flanders. Meanwhile he was planning, with the help of the large French force which Anjou had undertaken to bring into the Netherlands, to take the offensive against Parma. The truth is that he and Anjou were really playing at cross purposes. Orange wished Anjou to be the roi fainéant of a united Netherlands state, of which he himself should be the real ruler. But Anjou had no intention of being treated as a second Matthias. He secretly determined to make himself master of Antwerp by a sudden attack, and this achieved, to proceed to seize by force of arms some of the other principal cities, and to make himself sovereign in reality as well as in name. He resented his dependence upon Orange, and was resolved to rid himself of it. With shameless treachery, in the early morning of January the 17th, 1583, he paid visit to the prince in Antwerp, and with the object of gaining possession of his person, tried to persuade him to attend a review of the French regiments who were encamped outside the town. The suspicions of William had, however, been aroused, and he pleaded some excuse for declining the invitation. At midday some thousands of Anjou's troops rushed into the city at the dinner hour with loud cries of "Vieux Gagné! Tu! Tu!" But the citizens flew to arms, barricades were erected, and finally the French were driven out with heavy loss, leaving some 1,500 prisoners in the hands of the town guard. Many French nobles perished, and the French Fury, as it was called, was an ignominious and ghastly failure. Indignation was wide and deep throughout the provinces, and William's efforts to calm the excitement and patch up some fresh agreement with the false Valois, though for the moment partially successful, only added to his own growing unpopularity. The prince, in fact, was so wedded to the idea that the only hope for the provinces lay in securing French aid that he seemed unable to convince himself that Anjou after this act of base treachery was impossible. His continued support of the Duke only served to alienate the people of Brabant and Flanders. The Protestants hated the thought of having as their sovereign a prince who was a Catholic, and whose mother and brothers were looked upon by them as the authors of the massacre of St. Bartholomew. The Catholics, cajoled by Parma's fair words, and alarmed by the steady progress of his arms, were already inclining to return to their old allegiance. The marriage of Orange, April 7th, 1583, to Louise, daughter of the famous Huguenot leader Admiral Coligny, and widow of the Sieur de Téligny, added to the feelings of distrust and hostility he had already aroused, for the bride was a Frenchwoman, and both her father and husband had perished on the fatal St. Bartholomew's Day. Finding himself exposed to insult, and his life ever in danger, William at the end of July left Antwerp and took up his residence again at Delft in the midst of his faithful Hollanders. They too disliked his French proclivities, but his alliance with Louise de Téligny seemed to be an additional pledge to those strong Calvinists of his religious sincerity. Meanwhile, Anjou had already returned to France, and Parma had now a freer field for his advance northwards, and though sorely hampered by lack of funds, was rapidly taking town after town. In the spring of 1584 he took Ypres and Bruges, and a strong party in Ghent was in traitorous correspondence with him. Many nobles had fallen away from the patriot cause, among them William's brother-in-law, Count Vandenberg, who had succeeded John of Nassau as Stadholder of Gelderland. The hold of Orange upon Brabant and the Scheldt was, however, still ensured by the possession of Antwerp, of which strongly fortified town the trusty St. Aldegonde was governor. Meanwhile the prince, who was still striving hard to persuade the provinces that were hostile to Spanish rule that their only hope lay in obtaining aid from France through Anjou, was living at the old convent of St. Agatha, afterwards known as the Prinsenhof at Delft. His manner of life was of the most modest and homely kind, just like that of an ordinary Dutch burgher. He was in fact deeply in debt, terribly worried with the outward aspect of things, and his position became one of growing difficulty, for on June 10th, 1584, the miserable Anjou died, and the policy on which he had for so long expended his best efforts was wrecked. Even his own recognition as Count of Holland and Zeeland had led to endless negotiations between the estates and the various town councils which claimed to have a voice in the matter, and in July 1584 he had, though provisionally exercising sovereign authority, not yet received formal homage. And all this time, in addition to the other cares that weighed heavily upon him, there was the continual dread of assassination. Ever since the failure of the attempt of George, there had been a constant succession of plots against the life of the rebel leader and heretic at the instigation of the Spanish government, and with the knowledge of Parma. Religious fanaticism, loyalty to the legitimate sovereign, together with a more sordid motive of pecuniary reward, made many eager to undertake the murderous commission. It was made the easier from the fact that the prince always refused to surround himself with guards or to take any special precautions, and was always easy of access. Many schemes and proposed attempts came to nothing, either through the vigilance of William's spies, or through the lack of courage of the would-be assassins. A youth named Balthazar Girard had, however, become obsessed with the conviction that he had a special mission to accomplish the deed in which George had failed, and he devoted himself to the task of ridding the world of one whom he looked upon as the arch-enemy of God and the king. Under the false name of Francis Guillon, he made his way to Delft, pretended to be a zealous Calvinist flying from persecution, and went about begging for alms. The prince, even in his poverty, always charitable, hearing of his needy condition, sent to the man a present of 12 crowns. With this gift, Girard bought a pair of pistols, and on July 10th, 1584, having managed on some pretext to gain admittance to the Prinsenhof, he concealed himself in a dark corner by the stairs just opposite the door of the room where William and his family were dining. As the prince, accompanied by his wife, 3 of his daughters and 1 of his sisters, came out and was approaching the staircase, the assassin darted forward and fired 2 bullets into his breast. The wound was mortal. William fell to the ground and speedily expired. Tradition says that, as he fell, he exclaimed in French, "My God, have pity on my soul! My God, have pity on this poor people!" But an examination of the contemporary records of the murder throws considerable doubt on the statement that such words were uttered. The nature of the wound was such that the probability is that intelligible speech was impossible. Balthazar Girard gloried in his deed, and bore the excruciating tortures which were inflicted upon him with almost superhuman patience and courage. He looked upon himself as a martyr in the holy cause, and as such he was regarded by Catholic public opinion. His deed was praised both by Granvelle and Parma, and Philip bestowed a patent of nobility on his family and exempted them from taxation. In Holland there was a deep and general grief at the tragic ending of the great leader, who had for so many years been the fearless and indefatigable champion of their resistance to civil and religious tyranny. He was accorded a public funeral and buried with great pomp in the Neue Kerk at Delft, where a stately memorial, recording his many high qualities and services, was erected to his memory. William of Orange was but 51 years of age when his life was thus prematurely ended, and though he had been much aged by the cares and anxieties of a crushing responsibility, his physicians declared that at the time of his death he was perfectly healthy, and that he might have been spared to carry on his work for many years, had he escaped the bullets of the assassin. But it was not to be. It is possible that he should be reckoned in the number of those whose manner of death sets the seal to a life work of continuous self-sacrifice. The title of Father of his Country, which was affectionately given to him by Hollanders of every class, was never more deservedly bestowed, for it was in the Holland that his exertions had freed, and that he had made the impregnable fortress of the resistance of Spain, that he ever felt more at home than anywhere else. It was in the midst of his own people that he laid down the life that had been consecrated to their cause. As a general he had never been successful. As a statesman he had failed to accomplish that union of the Netherlands, north and south, which at one triumphant moment had seemed to be well nigh realized by the pacification of Ghent. But he had, by the spirit that he aroused in Holland and its sister province of Zeeland, created a barrier against Spanish domination in the northern Netherlands which was not to be broken down. End of chapter 5. Recorded by Gesine in June 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marloes Schoonheim. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 6. The Beginnings of the Dutch Republic. At the moment of the assassination of William the Silent, it might well have seemed to an impartial observer that the restoration of the authority of the Spanish king over the whole of the Netherlands was only a question of time. The military skill and the statecraft of Alexander Farnese were making slow but sure progress in the reconquest of Flanders and Brabant. Despite the miserable inadequacy of the financial support he received from Spain, the Governor-General, at the head of a numerically small but thoroughly efficient and well-disciplined army, was capturing town after town. In 1583 Dunkirk, Nieuwpoort, Lindhoven, Steenbergen, Zutphen and Sas van Gent fell. In the spring of 1584 Ypres and Brugge were already in Spanish hands. And on the very day of William's death the fort of Liefkenshoek on the Scheldt, one of the outlying defences of Antwerp, was taken by assault. In August Dendermonde, in September Ghent surrendered. All West Flanders, except the seaports of Ostend and Sluis, had in the early autumn of 1584 been reduced to the obedience of the king. The campaign of the following year was to be even more successful. Brussels, the seat of government, was compelled by starvation to capitulate March 10. Mechlin was taken July 19, and finally Antwerp, after a memorable siege in which Parma displayed masterful skill and resource, passed once more into the possession of the Spaniards. The fall of this great town was a very heavy blow to the patriot cause, and it was likewise the ruin of Antwerp itself. A very large part of its most enterprising inhabitants left their homes rather than abjure their religious faith and took refuge in Holland and Zeeland, or fled across the Rhine into Germany. Access to the sea down the Scheldt was closed by the fleets of the sea beggars, and the commerce and industry of the first commercial port of Western Europe passed to Amsterdam and Middelburg. Meanwhile there had been no sign of weakness or of yielding on the part of the sturdy burghers of Holland and Zeeland. On the fatal July 10, 1584, the Estates of Holland were in session at Delft. They at once took energetic action under the able leadership of Paul Buys, advocate of Holland, and John van Oldenbarneveldt, pensionary of Rotterdam. They passed a resolution to uphold the good cause with God's help without sparing gold or blood. Dispatches were at once sent to the estates of the other provinces, to the town councils and to the military and naval commanders, affirming their own determined attitude and exhorting all those who had accepted the leadership of the murdered Prince of Orange to bear themselves manfully and piously without abatement of zeal on account of the aforesaid misfortune. Their calm courage at such a moment of crisis restored men's minds. There was no panic. Steps were at once taken for carrying on the government in Holland, Zeeland and Utrecht. Stimulated by the example of Holland, the States General likewise took prompt action. On August 18, a Council of State was appointed to exercise provisionally the executive powers of sovereignty, consisting of 18 members, 4 from Holland, 3 each from Zeeland and Friesland, 2 from Utrecht and 6 from Brabant and Flanders. Of this body, Maurice of Nassau, William's 17-year-old son, was nominated first councillor, and a pension of 30,000 guilders per annum was granted him. At the same time, Louise de Coligny was invited to take up her residence in Holland, and suitable provision was made for her. William Lewis, son of Count John of Nassau, was elected Stadholder of Friesland. Count Nieuwenaar was Stadholder of Gelderland and shortly afterwards also of Utrecht and Overijssel. Owing to the youth of Maurice, the question as to whether he should become Count of Holland and Zeeland or to be elected Stadholder was left in abeyance until it should be settled to which of 2 foreign rulers the sovereignty of the provinces, now that Anjou was dead, should be offered. In the revolted provinces the responsible leaders were at this time practically unanimous in their opinion that any attempt on their part to carry on the struggle against the power of Spain without foreign assistance was hopeless, and it was held that such assistance could only be obtained by following in the footsteps of William and offering to confer the overlordship of the provinces on another sovereign in the place of Philip II. There were but 2 possible candidates, Henry III of France and Elizabeth of England. There were objections to both, but the rapid successes of Parma made it necessary to take action. The partisans of a French alliance were in the majority, despite the efforts of a strong opposition headed by Paul Buys, and an embassy, January 1585, was dispatched to Paris to offer conditionally to the French king the protectorship of Holland and Zeeland and sovereignty over the other provinces. The negotiations went on for a couple of months, but Henry III finally declined the offer. Another embassy was sent July 1585 to England, but Elizabeth refused absolutely to accept the sovereignty. She, however, was not averse to the proposal that she should dispatch a body of troops to the armed assistance of the provinces, provided that adequate guarantees were given for the outlay. She was afraid of Philip II, and, though she had no love for men who were rebels to their lawful sovereign, was quite willing to use them for her own ends. Her motives, therefore, were mixed and purely self-interested. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if the negotiations would have led to any definite result had not the news of the fall of Antwerp made both parties feel that this was no time for haggling or procrastination. Elizabeth therefore promised to send at once 6,000 troops under the command of a gentleman of quality who should bear the title of Governor-General. He was to cooperate with the Council of State, on which 2 Englishmen were to sit, in restoring order and in maintaining and defending the ancient rights and privileges of the provinces. The Governor-General and all other officials were to take an oath of fealty both to the States-General and to the Queen. The towns of Flushing and Brill, with the fort of Rammekens, were to be handed over in pledge to Elizabeth for the repayment of expenses and received English garrisons. They were known as the cautionary towns. At the end of October, the States were informed that the choice of the Queen had fallen upon a favourite, Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, and that he would shortly set out for the Netherlands. Holland and Zeeland, ever jealous of foreign interference with their rights and privileges, resolved now to forestall the arrival of the English Governor-General by appointing Maurice of Nassau, with the title of Excellency, to the offices of Stadholder and Admiral and Captain-General of both provinces, and the Count of Hohenlohe was nominated, Maurice being still little more than a boy, to the actual command of the States' forces. Leicester set sail from Harwich accompanied by a fleet of 50 vessels and landed at Flushing on December 19. He met everywhere with an enthusiastic reception. The States General were eager to confer large powers upon him. Practically, he was invested with the same authority as the former regent, Mary of Hungary, with the reservation that the States General and the provincial estates should meet at their own instance, that the present stadholders should continue in office, and that appointments to vacant offices should be made from 2 or 3 persons nominated by the provincial estates. A new Council of State was created which, as previously agreed, included 2 Englishmen. On February 4, 1586, Leicester's government was solemnly inaugurated in the presence of Maurice of Nassau and the States General, and he accepted the title of Excellency. Elizabeth, on hearing this, was very angry and even threatened to recall Leicester, and she sent Lord Heneage to express both to the States General and the Governor-General her grave displeasure at what had taken place. She bade Leicester restrict himself to the functions that she had assigned to him, and it was not until July that she was sufficiently appeased to allow him to be addressed as Excellency. All this was galling to Leicester's pride and ambition, and did not tend to improve his relations with the States. An English governor would in any case have had a difficult task, and Leicester had neither tact nor capacity as a statesman, and no pretensions as a military leader. He possessed no knowledge of the institutions of the country or the character of the people, and was ignorant of the Dutch language. The measures he took, and the arbitrary way in which he tried to enforce them, soon brought him face to face with the stubborn resistance of the estates of Holland under the leadership of Oldenbarneveldt. In April 1586 he issued a very stringent placard forbidding all traffic with the enemy's lands, and more especially the supplying of the enemy with grain. He meant it well, for he had been informed that the cutting off of this commerce, which he had regarded as illicit, would deprive the Spaniards of the necessaries of life, and Parma's position would become desperate. This carrying trade had, however, for long been a source of much profit to the merchants and ship owners of Holland and Zeeland. Indeed, it supplied no small part of the resources by which those 2 provinces had equipped the fleets and troops by which they had defended themselves against the efforts of the Spanish king. 2 years before this, the States General had tried to place an embargo on the traffic in grain, but the powerful town council of Amsterdam had refused obedience, and the estates of Holland supported them in their action. The deputies of the inland provinces, which had suffered most from the Spanish armies, were jealous of the prosperity of the maritime states, and regarded this trade with the Spaniards as being carried on to their injury. But Holland and Zeeland supplied the funds without which resistance would long since have been impossible, and they claimed moreover, as sovereign provinces, the right to regulate their trade affairs. The edict remained a dead letter, for there was no power to enforce it. The governor made a still greater mistake when, in his annoyance at the opposition of the Hollanders, he courted the democratic anti-Holland party in Utrecht, which had as its leader the ultra-Calvinist stadholder Nieuwenaar, and caused one of his confidants, a Brabander, Gerard Prounik, surnamed Deventer, to be elected burgomaster of Utrecht, although as a foreigner he was disqualified from holding that office. An even more arbitrary act was his creation of a Chamber of Finance armed with inquisitorial powers, thus invading the rights of the provincial estates and depriving the Council of State of one of its most important functions. To make matters worse, he appointed Nieuwenaar to preside over the new chamber, with a Brabander, Jacques Reingoud, as the Treasurer General, and a Fleming, Daniel de Burggraeve, as auditor. The estates of Holland, under the guidance of Oldenbarneveldt, prepared themselves to resist stubbornly this attempt to thrust upon them a new tyranny. As a military leader, Leicester was quite unfitted to oppose successfully such a general as Parma. Both commanders were in truth much hampered by the preparations that were being made by Philip for the invasion of England. The king could spare Parma but little money for the pay of his troops, and his orders were that the Spanish forces in the Netherlands should be held in reserve and readiness for embarkation as soon as the Great Armada should hold command of the Channel. England was the first objective. When its conquest was accomplished, that of the rebel provinces would speedily follow. On the other hand, Elizabeth, always niggardly, was little disposed, in the face of a threatened danger, to dissipate her resources by any needless expenditure. Leicester therefore found himself at the head of far too small a force to deal any effective blows at the enemy. He succeeded in capturing Doesburg, but failed to take Zutphen. It was in a gallant effort to prevent a Spanish convoy from entering that town that Sir Philip Sidney met his death at the combat of Warnsveld, September 22, 1586. An important fort facing Zutphen was however stormed, and here Leicester left Sir Robert York with a strong garrison, and at the same time sent Sir William Stanley with 1,200 men to be governor of Deventer. These appointments gave rise to much criticism that proved later to be fully justified, for both these officers were Catholics and had formerly been in the Spanish service. Leicester had also taken other steps that were ill-judged. West-Friesland had for many years been united to Holland and was known as the North Quarter. The Governor-General, however, appointed Sonoy Stadholder of West-Friesland and was thus infringing the rights and jurisdiction of Maurice of Nassau. Maurice also held the post of Admiral-General of Holland and Zeeland, but Leicester took it upon himself to create 3 distinct Admiralty colleges, those of Holland, Zeeland and the North Quarter, thus further dividing authority in a land where greater unity was the chief thing to be aimed at. Leicester was equally unwise in the part he took in regard to religious matters. Oldenbarneveldt, Paul Buys and the great majority of burgher regents in Holland belonged to the moderate, or, as it was called, the libertine party, to which William the Silent had adhered and whose principles of toleration he had strongly upheld. Leicester, largely influenced by spite against Oldenbarneveldt and the Hollanders for their opposition to his edict about trade with the enemy and to his appointment of Sonoy, threw himself into the arms of the extreme Calvinists, who were at heart as fanatical persecutors as the Spanish inquisitors themselves. These precisian zealots held, by the Governor-General's permission and under his protection, a synod at Dort, June 1586, and endeavoured to organize the Reformed Church in accordance with their strict principles of exclusiveness. By this series of maladroit acts, Leicester had made himself so unpopular and distrusted in Holland that the estates of that predominant province lost no opportunity of inflicting rebuffs upon him. Stung by the opposition he met, and weary of a thankless task, the governor determined at the end of November to pay a visit to England. The Council of State was left in charge of the administration during his absence. His departure had the very important effect of bringing the question of state rights acutely to the front. The dislike and distrust felt by the Hollanders towards the English Governor-General was greatly increased by the treachery of York and Stanley, who delivered the fort at Zutphen and the town of Deventer, with the defence of which they had been charged, into the hands of the Spaniards. The town of Gelder and the fort at Wouw were likewise betrayed, and there can be small doubt that, had Parma at this time been able to take advantage of the dissensions in the ranks of his adversaries, he would have met with little effectual resistance to his arms. His whole attention was, however, centred in preparations for the proposed invasion of England. Leicester had no sooner left the country than the Estates of Holland, under the strong leadership of Oldenbarneveldt, took measures to assert their rights to regulate their own affairs, independently of the Council of State. A levy of troops was made in the pay of the province of Holland, who were required to take an oath to the provincial estates and the stadholder. To Maurice the title of Prince was given, and Sonoy in the North Quarter and all the commanders in fortified places were compelled to place themselves under his orders. The States General, in which the influence of Holland and its chief representative, Oldenbarneveldt, was overpoweringly great, upheld the provincial estates in the measures they were taking. As a result of their action, the trade restrictions were practically repealed, the Council of State was reconstituted, and a strong indictment of Leicester's conduct and administration was drawn up in the name of the States General and forwarded to the absent governor in England. Elizabeth was indignant at the language of this document, but at this particular time the dangers which were threatening her throne and people were too serious for her to take any steps to alienate the states. It was her obvious policy to support them in their resistance and to keep, if possible, Parma's forces occupied in the Netherlands. Accordingly, Leicester returned to his post July 1587, but in an altogether wrong spirit. He knew that he had a strong body of partisans in Utrecht, Friesland and elsewhere, for he had a post as the friend of the people's rights against the nobles and those burgher aristocracies in the cities in whose hands all real power rested, and by his attitude in religious matters he had won for himself the support of the Calvinist preachers. His agents, Deventer in Utrecht, Aisma in Friesland and Sonoy in the North Quarter, were able men who could count on the help of the democracy whom they flattered. So Leicester came back with the determination to override the opposition of the estates of Holland and compel their submission to his will, but he found that he only succeeded in making that opposition more resolute. His attempts to overthrow the supremacy of the regents in Amsterdam, Leiden, Enkhuizen and other towns were complete failures. Oldenbarneveldt and Maurice were supreme in Holland and Zeeland, and the power of the purse gave to Holland a controlling voice in the States General. The position of Leicester was shaken also by his inability to relieve Sluis, which important seaport fell after a long siege into Parma's hands August 5. Its capture was attributed by rumour, which in this case had no foundation, to the treachery of the English governor and garrison. Moreover, it was discovered that for some months secret peace negotiations had been passing between the English government and Parma, and this aroused violent suspicions that the Netherlands were merely being used as pawns in English policy, and alienated from the Governor-General the sympathy of the preachers, who had been his strongest supporters. Humiliated and broken in spirit, Leicester, after many bickerings and recriminations, finally left the Netherlands December 10, though his formal resignation of his post did not reach the States General until the following April. Lord Willoughby was placed in command of the English troops. The year 1588 was the beginning of a decade full of fate for the Dutch Republic. The departure of Leicester left the 7 provinces of the Union of Utrecht weak, divided, torn by factions, without allies, the country to the east of the IJssel and to the south of the Scheldt and the Waal already in the hands of the enemy. Moreover, the armed forces of that enemy were far stronger than their own and under the command of a consummate general. But this was the year of the Spanish Armada, and Parma's offensive operations were by the strictest orders from Madrid otherwise directed. And Elizabeth on her side, though highly offended at the treatment which her favourite Leicester had received from the Hollanders, was too astute to quarrel at such a moment with a people whose ships kept a strict blockade in the Scheldt and before the Flemish harbours. Thus a respite was obtained for the States at this critical time, which was turned to good account and was of vital import for their constitutional development. The Leicestrian period, despite its record of incompetence and failure, had, however, the distinction of being the period which, for good or for evil, gave birth to the Republic of the United Netherlands, as we know it in history. The curious, amorphous, hydra-headed system of government, which was to subsist for some 2 centuries, was in its origin the direct result of the confused welter of conflicting forces which was the legacy of Leicester's rule. as a preliminary to a right understanding of the political system, which was now, more by accidental force of circumstances than by design, developing into a permanent constitution, it will be necessary to trace the events of the years which immediately followed the departure of Leicester, and which were under the influence and by the cooperation of three striking personalities were to mould the future of the Dutch Republic. Those three personalities were John van Oldenbarneveldt, Maurice of Nassau, and his cousin William Lewis of Nassau, the Stadholder of Friesland. Born in 1547, Oldenbarneveldt, after studying jurisprudence at Louvain, Bourg and Heidelberg, became a devoted adherent of William the Silent and took part in the defence of Haarlem and of Leiden. His abilities, however, fitted him to take a prominent part as a politician and administrator rather than as a soldier, and his career may be said to have begun by his appointment to the post of pensionary of Rotterdam in 1576. In this capacity his industry and his talent speedily won for him a commanding position in the estates of Holland, and he became one of the Prince of Orange's confidential friends and advisers. In 1586 he was appointed Advocate of Holland in succession to Paul Buys. This office included the duties of legal adviser, secretary and likewise in a sense that of speaker to the provincial estates. In addition to all this, he was the mouthpiece in the States General of the deputation representing the provincial estates, and exercised in that assembly all the authority attaching to the man who spoke in the name of Holland. At this time of transition, by his predominance alike in his own province of Holland and in the States General, he was able to secure for the general policy of the Union, especially in the conduct of foreign affairs, a continuity of aim and purpose that enabled the loosely cemented and mutually jealous confederacy of petty sovereign states to tide over successfully the critical years which followed the departure of Leicester, and to acquire a sense of national unity. The brain and the diplomatic skill of the great statesman would, however, have been of little avail without the aid and the military abilities of Maurice of Nassau. Maurice was 20 years of age when Leicester left Holland. He was a man very different from his father in opinions and in the character of his talents. Maurice had nothing of his father's tolerance in religious matters or his subtle skill in diplomacy. He was a born soldier but no politician, and had no wish to interfere in the affairs of state. He had the highest respect for Oldenbarneveldt and complete confidence in his capacity as a statesman, and he was at all times ready to use the executive powers, which he exercised by virtue of the numerous posts he was speedily called upon to fill for the carrying out of Oldenbarneveldt's policy, while the advocate on his side found in the strong arm of the successful general the instrument that he needed for the maintenance of his supremacy in the conduct of the civil government. Already in 1587 Maurice was Stadholder of Holland and Zeeland. In 1588 he became Captain General and Admiral General of the Union with the control and supervision of all the armed forces of the provinces by sea and by land. The death of Nieuwenaar in the following year created a vacancy in the Stadholderates of Utrecht, Gelderland and Overijssel. Maurice was in each province elected as Nieuwenaar's successor. The advocate, therefore, and the prince, through the close accord which was for many years to subsist between them, gathered thus into their hands, except in Friesland, practically the entire administrative, executive and military powers of the United Provinces, and by their harmonious co-operation with William Lewis, the wise and capable stadholder of Friesland, were able to give something of real unity to a group of states, each claiming to be a sovereign entity, and to give them the outward semblance of a federal republic. There was no eminent head, but the sovereignty in reality, if not in name, was vested during the period with which we now have to deal in this triumvirate. Circumstances provided a favourable field for the display of the youthful Maurice's military abilities. In 1589 the assassination of Henry III placed Henry of Navarre on the throne of France. The accession of the brilliant Huguenot leader led to civil war, and the Catholic opposition was encouraged and supported by Philip II, who regarded Henry IV as a menace and danger to the Spanish power. Parma, therefore, whose active persecution of the war against the rebel provinces had been so long hindered by having to hold his army in readiness for the projected invasion of England, found himself, after the failure and destruction of the Armada, in no better position for a campaign in the northern Netherlands. Disappointment and false charges against him brought on a serious illness, and on his recovery he received orders to conduct an expedition into France. William Lewis of Nassau had for some time been urging upon the States General that the time for remaining upon the strict defensive was past, and that when the enemy's efforts were weakened and distracted, the best defence was a vigorous offensive. At first he spoke to deaf ears, but he found now a powerful supporter in Maurice, and the two stadholders prevailed. They had now by careful and assiduous training created a strong and well-disciplined army for the service of the States. This army was made up by contingents of various nationalities, English, Scottish, French and German, as well as Netherlanders. But the material was on the whole excellent, and the entire force was welded together by confidence in their leaders. In 1590 the capture of Breda by a ruse, 70 men hidden beneath a covering of peat making their entrance into the town and opening the gates to their comrades outside, was a good omen for the campaign that was planned for 1591. For the first time Maurice had an opportunity for showing his genius for war and especially for siege warfare. By rapid movements he took first Zutphen, then Deventer and Delfzijl, and relieved the fort of Knotsenburg near Nijmegen. Thus successful on the eastern frontier, the stadholder hurried to Zeeland and captured Hulst, the key to the land of Waas. He then turned his steps again to the east and, appearing suddenly before Nijmegen, made himself master of this important city. Such a succession of brilliant triumphs established Maurice's fame, and to a lesser degree that of William Lewis, whose cooperation and advice were of the greatest service to the younger man. This was markedly the case in the following year, 1592, when the two stadholders set to work to expel the Spaniards from the two strongly fortified towns of Steenwijk and Coevorden, whose possession enabled a strong force under the veteran Verdugo to retain their hold upon Friesland. The States army was not at its full strength, for the English contingent under Sir Francis Vere had been sent to France, and Verdugo was confident that any attempt to capture these well-garrisoned fortresses was doomed to failure. He had to learn how great was the scientific skill and resource of Maurice in the art of beleaguering. Steenwijk, after an obstinate defence, capitulated on June 5. Coevorden was then invested and in its turn had to surrender on September 12. During this time Parma had been campaigning with no great success in northern France. In the autumn he returned to the Netherlands, suffering from the effects of a wound and broken in spirit. Never did any man fill a difficult and trying post with more success and zeal than Alexander Farnese during the 16 years of his governor-generalship. Nevertheless, Philip was afraid of his nephew's talents and ambition, and he dispatched the Count of Fuentes with a letter of recall. It was never delivered. Parma set out to meet him, but fell ill and died at Spa, December 2, 1592. He appointed the Count of Mansfeld to take his place, until the Archduke Ernest of Austria, who had been appointed to succeed him, arrived in the Netherlands. The campaign of 1593 was marked by the taking of Geertruidenberg, a fortress which barred the free access of the Hollanders and Zeelanders to the inland waters. The science which Maurice displayed in the siege of this town greatly increased his renown. In the following year the stadholders turned their attention to the north-east corner of the land, which was still in the possession of the Spaniards. After a siege of 2 months Groningen surrendered, and the city with the surrounding district was by the terms of the capitulation, known as the Treaty of Reduction, admitted as a province into the Union under the name of Stad en Landen. William Lewis was appointed stadholder, and Drenthe was placed under his jurisdiction. The northern Netherlands were now cleared of the enemy, and Maurice, at the conclusion of the campaign, made a triumphal entry into The Hague amidst general rejoicing. William Lewis lost no time in taking steps to establish Calvinism as the only recognized form of faith in his new government. His strong principles did not allow him to be tolerant, and to Catholicism he was a convinced foe. Everywhere throughout the United Provinces the Reformed religion was now dominant, and its adherents alone could legally take part in public worship. In January 1595 Henry IV declared war against Spain and was anxious for an alliance with the States against the common enemy. The Archduke Ernest, on whose coming into the Netherlands great hopes had been placed, found himself now in a difficult position with hostile armies threatening from both sides and no hope of efficient financial or other support from Spain. He was instructed therefore to enter into negotiations at The Hague with a view to the conclusion of a peace, based upon the terms of the pacification of Ghent. But there was never any prospect of an agreement being reached, and the sudden death of the Archduke, February 20, 1595, brought the negotiations to an end. Archduke Ernest was succeeded by the Count of Fuentes as governor ad interim. Fuentes proved himself to be a strong and capable commander, and the summer was marked by a series of successes against the hostile forces both of the French and the Netherlanders. There was no decisive encounter, but the Spanish forces foiled the efforts of their adversaries to effect an invasion or capture any towns. The Cardinal Archduke Albert arrived at Brussels to replace Fuentes in January 1596. Albert was the favourite nephew of King Philip and had been brought up at Madrid. Although an ecclesiastic, he proved himself to be a statesman and soldier of more than ordinary capacity. It was intended that he should, as soon as the Pope's consent could be obtained, divest himself of his orders and marry his cousin, the Infanta Isabel. The bankrupt condition of Spain prevented Philip from furnishing the Archduke with adequate financial help on entering upon his governorship, but Albert was provided with some money, and he found in the Netherlands the well-disciplined and war-tried force of which Fuentes had made such good use in the previous campaign. He was anxious to emulate that general success, and as the veteran leaders, Mondragon and Verdugo, had both died, he gave the command to the Seigneur de Roine, a French refugee. This man was a commander of skill and enterprise, and special circumstances enabled him by 2 brilliant offensive strokes to capture first Calais and afterwards Hulst. Hulst was only taken after a severe struggle in which de Roine himself fell. The special circumstances which favoured these operations were brought about by the conclusion of a treaty of alliance between France, England and the States. This treaty was the result of prolonged negotiations. It was of short duration, and its conditions were far from favourable to the United Provinces, but it was of great importance from the fact that for the first time the new-fledged republic was recognized by the neighbouring sovereigns of France and England as an independent state, and was admitted into alliance on terms of equality. It was, however, only with difficulty and through the insistence of Henry IV that Elizabeth was induced to acknowledge the independent status of the rebel provinces. In return, the Republic was required to keep up a force of 8,000 men for service in the Netherlands, and to dispatch 4,000 men to act with the French army in northern France. This auxiliary force to include the 5 English regiments in the state service. Thus Maurice was deprived of a considerable part of his army and obliged to act on the defensive. Elizabeth also insisted upon the carrying out of Leicester's placard forbidding trade with the enemy. This clause of the treaty was very unpalatable to Amsterdam and the Hollanders generally, and only a sullen acquiescence was given to it. From the first it was systematically evaded. The English government, on their part, undertook to support the French king with a force equal in strength to that furnished by the provinces, i.e. 4,000 men, but at the same time a secret treaty was drawn up, by which Henry agreed to a reduction of the English troops by 1/2. This piece of underhand work was in due time discovered by the States, who saw that their allies were not to be trusted, and that they must be on the watch, lest their interests should be sacrificed to the selfish policy of France. The issue showed that Henry IV was in fact ready to make terms with Spain as soon as it was to his advantage to do so. Meanwhile, in 1597, the French king, by advancing in force into Picardy, drew upon this frontier the chief attention of the Spaniards, and Maurice seized the opportunity that was offered to him to conduct an offensive campaign with signal success. He began the year brilliantly by surprising in January, while still in its winter quarters, a Spanish force of 4,500 near Turnhout. More than half the force was destroyed. On the side of the Netherlands, 8 men only fell. With the spring began a series of sieges, and, one after the other, Rijnberg, Meurs, Groenlo, Bredevoort, Enschede, Ootmarsum, Oldenzaal and Lingen were captured. Gelderland, Overijssel and Drenthe were entirely freed from the presence of the enemy. With the opening of 1598, Henry IV and Philip II entered upon negotiations for peace. The French king felt the necessity of a respite from war in order to reorganize the resources of his country, exhausted by a long continuance of civil strife, and Philip was ill and already feeling his end approaching. The States strove hard to prevent what they regarded as desertion, and 2 embassies were dispatched to France and to England to urge the maintenance of the alliance. Oldenbarneveldt himself headed the French mission, but he failed to turn Henry from his purpose. A treaty of peace between France and Spain was signed at Vervins, May 2nd, 1598. Oldenbarneveldt went from Paris to England and was more successful. Elizabeth bargained, however, for the repayment of her loan by annual instalments, and for armed assistance both by land and sea should an attack be made by the Spaniards on England. The Queen, however, made 2 concessions. Henceforth only 1 English representative was to have a seat in the Council of State, and all the English troops in the Netherlands, including the garrisons of the cautionary towns, were to take an oath of allegiance to the States. This year saw the accomplishment of a project on which the Spanish king had for some time set his heart, the marriage of the Cardinal Archduke Albert to his cousin the Infanta Isabel Clara Eugenia, and the erection of the Netherlands into an independent sovereignty under their joint rule. Philip hoped in this way to provide suitably for a well-beloved daughter, and at the same time, by the grant of apparent independence to the Netherland provinces, to secure their allegiance to the new sovereigns. The use of the word apparent is justified, for provision was made in the deed of cession that the Netherlands should revert to the Spanish crown in case the union should prove childless, and there was a secret agreement that the chief fortresses should still be garrisoned by Spanish troops, and that the archdukes, as they were officially styled, should recognize the suzerainty of the King of Spain. Philip did not actually live to carry his plan into execution. His death took place on September 13, 1598. But all the necessary arrangements for the marriage and the transfer of sovereignty had already been made. Albert, having first divested himself of his ecclesiastical dignities, was married by proxy to Isabel at Ferrara in November. It was not until the end of the following year that the new rulers made their joyeuse entrée into Brussels, but their marriage marks the beginning of a fresh stage in the history of the Netherlands. Albert and Isabel were wise and capable, and they succeeded in gaining the affection and willing allegiance in the southern provinces. The States General of the revolted provinces of the north had, however, already enjoyed for some years a real independence won by suffering and struggle, and they showed no disposition to meet the overtures of the archdukes. They were resolved to have no further connection with Spain or with Spanish rulers, and from this time forward the cleavage in character, sentiment, and above all in religion, between north and south was to become, as time went on, more and more accentuated. The Dutch Republic and the Spanish Netherlands were henceforth destined to pursue their separate course along widely divergent paths. The 10 years which had elapsed between the departure of Leicester and the advent of Albert and Isabel had witnessed a truly marvellous transformation in the condition of the rebel provinces, and especially of Holland and Zeeland. Gradually they had been freed from the presence of the Spaniards, while at the same time the Spanish yoke had been firmly riveted upon Flanders and Brabant. These provinces were now devastated and ruined. The quays of Antwerp were deserted, the industries of Ghent and Brugge destroyed. The most enterprising and skilful of their merchants and artisans had fled over the frontier into Holland, or across the sea into England. Holland and Zeeland were thronged with refugees, Flemings and Brabanders, French Huguenots, and numerous Spanish and Portuguese Jews, driven out by the pitiless persecution of Philip II. The Hollanders and Zeelanders had long been a seafaring people, who had derived the chief part of their wealth from their fisheries and their carrying trade, and this influx of new and vigorous blood, merchants, traders and textile workers, bringing with them their knowledge, skill and energy, aroused such a phenomenal outburst of maritime and commercial activity and adventure as the world had never seen before. The fleets of the Hollanders and Zeelanders had, during the whole of the War of Independence, been the main defence of those provinces against Spanish invasion, but, great as had been the services they had rendered, it was the carrying trade which had furnished the rebel states with the sinews of war, and of this A large part had been derived from that very trading with the enemy which Leicester had striven in vain to prevent. The Spaniards and Portuguese were dependent upon the Dutch traders for the supply of many necessaries of life, and thus Spanish gold was made to pay for the support of the war which was waged against the Spanish king. The dues in connection with this trade, known as licenses and convoys, alone furnished large sums to replenish the war chest, and it is said that from 25,000 to 30,000 seamen found employment by it. Amsterdam during this decade had been rapidly growing in importance, and it was soon to be the first seaport in the world. It had become the emporium of the Baltic trade. In 1601 it is stated that between 800 and 900 ships left its quays in 3 days, carrying commodities to the Baltic ports. They came back laden with corn and other East sea goods, which they then distributed in French, Portuguese and Spanish havens, and even as far as Italy and the Levant. Shipbuilding went on apace at Enkhuizen, Hoorn and other towns on the Zuiderzee, and Zaandam was soon to become a centre of the timber trade. In Zeeland, Middelburg, through the enterprise of an Antwerp refugee of French extraction by name Balthasar de Moucheron, was second only to Amsterdam as a seaport, while Dordrecht and Rotterdam were also busy with shipping. The energies of the Dutch at this springtide of their national life were far from being confined to European waters. Dutch sailors already knew the way to the East Indies round the Cape of Good Hope, through employment on Portuguese vessels, and the trade routes by which the Spaniards brought the treasures of the New World across the Atlantic were likewise familiar to them, and for a similar reason. The East Indies had for the merchants of Holland and Zeeland, ever keenly on the lookout for fresh markets, a peculiar attraction. At first the Cape route was thought to be too dangerous, and several attempts were made to discover a northwest passage along the coast of Siberia. Balthasar de Moucheron was the pioneer in these northern latitudes. He established a regular traffic with the Russians by way of the White Sea, and had a factory built in 1584 at Archangel. Through his instances, aided by those of the famous geographer Petrus Plancius, likewise a refugee from Antwerp, an expedition was fitted out and dispatched in 1594 to try to sail around northern Asia, but it was driven back after passing through the Waygate by ice and storms. A like fate befell a second expedition in the following year. Discouraged but still not despairing, a third fleet set out in 1596 under the command of Jacob van Heemskerk with William Barents as pilot. Forced to winter in Spitsbergen, after terrible sufferings, Heemskerk returned home in the autumn of 1597 with the remnant of his crews. Barents was one of those who perished. This was the last effort in this direction, for already a body of Amsterdam merchants had formed a company for trafficking to India by the Cape, and 4 ships had sailed, April 2, 1596, under the command of Cornelis Houtman, a native of Gouda. A certain Jan Huygen van Linschoten, who had been in the Portuguese service, had published in 1595 a book containing a description from personal knowledge of the route to the east and the character of the Portuguese commerce. It was the information contained in this work that led the Amsterdam merchants to venture their money upon Houtman's expedition, which Linschoten himself accompanied as guide. They reached Madagascar, Java and the Moluccas, and, after much suffering and many losses by sickness, what was left of the little fleet reached home in July 1597. The rich cargo they brought back, though not enough to defray expenses, proved an incentive to further efforts. 3 companies were formed at Amsterdam, 2 at Rotterdam, 1 at Delft and 2 in Zeeland, for trading in the East Indies, all vying with one another in their eagerness to make large profits from these regions of fabled wealth, hitherto monopolized by the Portuguese. One expedition sent out by 2 Amsterdam companies under the command of Jacob van Neck and Wiebrand van Waarwijk was very successful and came back in 15 months richly laden with East Indian products. The year 1598 was one of great commercial activity. 22 large vessels voyaged to the East Indies, others made their way to the coasts of Guinea, Guyana and Brazil, and one daring captain, Olivier van Noort, sailing through the Straits of Magellan, crossed the Pacific. It was in this year that Philip II prohibited by decree all trading in Spain with the Dutch, and all the Dutch ships in the harbours of the peninsula were confiscated. But the Spanish trade was no longer of consequence to the Hollanders and Zeelanders. They had sought and found compensation elsewhere. The small companies formed to carry out these ventures in the far eastern seas continued to grow in number, and by the very keenness of their competition threatened each other's enterprises with ruin. In these circumstances the States General and the Estates of Holland determined, under the leadership of Oldenbarneveldt, to take a step which was to be fraught with very important consequences. The rival companies were urged to form themselves into a single corporation, to which exclusive rights would be given for trading in the East Indies. Such a proposal was in direct contradiction to that principle of free trade, which had hitherto been dear to the Netherlanders, and there was much opposition, and many obstacles had to be overcome owing to the jealousies of the various provinces, towns, and bodies of merchants who were interested. But at length the patience and statesmanship of Oldenbarneveldt overcame all difficulties, and on March 20, 1601, a charter was issued creating the United East India Company and giving it a monopoly in the East India trade for 21 years, with all lands east of the Cape of Good Hope and west of the Strait of Magellan. The executive control was vested in a college known as the 17. Extensive sovereign privileges were conferred upon the company and exercised by the 17 in the name of the States General. They might make treaties with native rulers and potentates, erect forts for the protection of their factories, appoint governors and officials with administrative and judicial functions, and enlist troops. But these officials and troops were required to take an oath of allegiance to the States General. The States General themselves became participants by investing the £25,000 which the company had paid them for the grant of the charter. The capital speedily reached the amount of 6.5 million guilders. The warlike operations of the year 1599 were uneventful and in the main defensive, except on the eastern frontier, where the Spanish forces under the command of the Admiral of Aragon, Mendoza, captured Wesel and Rheinberg. The new rulers of the Netherlands, Albert and Isabel, did not make their entry into Brussels until the end of 1599, and almost before they had had time to organize the new government and gain firm possession of the reins of the power in the Belgic provinces, they found themselves confronted with a serious danger. The seaport of Dunkirk had for many years been a nest of pirates, who preyed upon Dutch commerce in the narrow seas. The States General, urged on by Oldenbarneveldt, resolved in the spring of 1606 to dispatch an expedition to besiege and capture Dunkirk. Both Maurice and William Lewis were opposed to the project, which they regarded as rash and risky. The States General, however, hearing reports of the Archduke's soldiery being mutinous for lack of pay, persisted in their purpose, and Maurice, against his better judgment, acquiesced. A body of picked troops, 12,000 foot and 3,000 horse, was assembled on the island of Walcheren. A succession of contrary winds delaying the sailing of the force, it was determined to march straight through West Flanders to Newport and then along the shore to Dunkirk. A deputation of the States General, of which Oldenbarneveldt was the leading member, went to Ostend to supervise, much to Maurice's annoyance, the military operations. The stadholder, however, reached Newport without serious opposition and proceeded to invest it. Meanwhile the Archduke Albert had been acting with great energy. By persuasive words and large promises he succeeded in winning back the mutineers, and at the head of a veteran force of 10,000 infantry and 1,500 cavalry he followed Maurice and, advancing along the dunes, came on July 1 upon a body of 2,000 men under the command of Ernest Casimir of Nassau, sent by the stadholder to defend the bridge of Leffingen. At the sight of the redoubtable Spanish infantry, a panic seized these troops, and they were routed with heavy loss. The fight, however, gave Maurice time to unite his forces and draw them up in battle order in front of Newport. Battle was joined the following afternoon, and slowly, foot by foot, after a desperate conflict, the Archduke's Spanish and Italian veterans drove back along the dunes the troops of the States. Every hillock and sandy hollow was fiercely contested, the brunt of the conflict falling on the English and Frisians under the command of Sir Francis Vere. Veer himself was severely wounded, and the battle appeared to be lost. At this critical moment the Spaniards began to show signs of exhaustion through their tremendous exertions in 2 successive fights under a hot sun in the yielding sand hills, and the prince, at the critical moment, throwing himself into the midst of his retreating troops, succeeded in rallying them. At the same time he ordered some squadrons of cavalry which he had kept in reserve to charge on the flank of the advancing foe. The effect was instantaneous. The Spaniards were thrown into confusion, broke and fled. The victory was complete. The Archduke only just escaped capture, and of his army 5,000 perished, and a large number were taken prisoners, among these the Admiral of Aragon. Almost by a miracle was the States' army thus rescued from a desperate position. Maurice's hard-won triumph greatly enhanced his fame, for the Battle of Nieuport destroyed the legend of the invincibility of the Spanish infantry in the open field. The victorious general, however, was not disposed to run any further risks. He accordingly retreated to Ostend and there embarked his troops for the ports from which they had started. The expedition had been very costly and had been practically fruitless. Oldenbarneveldt and those who had acted with him were deeply disappointed at the failure of their plans for the capture of Dunkirk, and were far from satisfied with Maurice's obstinate refusal to carry out any further offensive operation. From this time there arose a feeling of soreness between the advocate and the stadtholder, which further differences of opinion were to accentuate in the coming years. The vigour and powers of leadership displayed by their new sovereigns in meeting the invasion of Flanders by the States' army, though a defeat in the field had been suffered at Nieuport, had inspired their subjects in the southern Netherlands with confidence and loyalty. Albert had proved himself a brave commander, and his efforts had at least been successful in compelling the enemy to withdraw within his own borders. Ostend had long been a thorn in the side of the government at Brussels, and energetic steps were soon taken to besiege it. But the possession of Ostend was important also to Elizabeth, and she promised active assistance. The larger part of the garrison was, indeed, formed of English troops, and Sir Francis Vere was governor of the town. The siege which ensued was one of the memorable sieges of history. It lasted for more than 3 years, July 15, 1601, to September 20, 1604, and was productive of great feats of valour, skill and endurance on the part alike of besiegers and besieged. The States' army, under Maurice, though it did not march to the relief of Ostend, endeavoured to divert the attention of Albert from his objective by attacks directed elsewhere. In 1601 the fortresses of Rheinberg and Meurs on the Rhine were captured, and an attack made upon Hertogenbosch. In 1602 the important town of Grave on the Meuse was taken and a raid made into Brabant and Luxembourg. Meanwhile the defenders of Ostend had been making a desperate resistance, and little progress was made by the besiegers, with the result that a great drain was made upon the finances of the archdukes, and there were threatenings of mutiny among the troops. But the situation was saved by the intervention of a wealthy Genoese banker, Ambrosio de Spinola, who offered his services and his money to the archdukes, and promised that if he, though inexperienced in warfare, were given the command, he would take Ostend. He fulfilled his promise. Without regard to loss of life, he pressed on the siege, and though as fast as one line of defences was taken, another arose behind it to bar his progress, little by little he advanced, and bit by bit the area held by the garrison grew less. At last in the spring of 1604, under the pressure of the States General, Maurice led an army of 11,000 men into Flanders in April 1604 and laid siege to Sluis on May 19. Both Maurice and William Lewis were still unwilling to run the risk of an attack on Spinola's army in its lines, and so the two sieges went on side by side, as it were independently. Sluis fell at the end of August, and Ostend was then at its last gasp. Urged now by the deputies of the States to make a direct effort to relieve the heroic garrison, Maurice and his cousin, after wasting some precious time in protesting against the step, began to march southward. It was too late. What was left of Ostend surrendered on September 20, and Spinola became the master of a heap of ruins. It is said that this 3 years' siege cost the Spaniards 80,000 lives, to say nothing of the outlay of vast expenditure. Whether Maurice and William Lewis were right or wrong in their reluctance to assail Spinola's entrenched camp, it is certain that they were better judges of the military situation than the civilian deputies of the States. In any case, the capture of Sluis was an offset to the loss of Ostend, and its importance was marked by the appointment of Frederick Henry, the young brother of the stadholder, as governor of the seaport and the surrounding district, which received the name of States Flanders. The tremendous exertions put forward for the defence of Ostend had been a very serious drain upon the resources of the United Provinces, especially upon those of Holland. Taxation was already so high that Oldenbarneveldt and many other leading members of the States General and Provincial Estates began to feel despondent and to doubt whether it were possible to continue the war. No longer could the States rely upon the assistance of England. James I had concluded peace with Spain, and, though he made professions of friendship and goodwill to the Dutch, wary statesmen like the Advocate did not trust him and were afraid lest he should be tempted to deliver up the cautionary towns into the hands of the enemy. Reverting to the policy of William the Silent, Oldenbarneveldt even went so far as to make tentative approaches to Henry IV of France touching the conditions on which he would accept the sovereignty of the provinces. Indeed, it is said that such was the despair felt by this great statesman, who knew better than any man the economic difficulties of the situation, that he even contemplated the possibility of submission to the archdukes. Had he suggested submission, there would have been no question, however, that he could not have retained office, for Maurice, William Lewis and the military leaders on the one hand, and on the other the merchants and the adventurous seamen whom they employed in the profitable Indian traffic, would not have listened for a moment to any thought of giving up a struggle which had been so resolutely and successfully maintained for so many years. For financially the archdukes were in even worse plight than the Netherlanders, even though for a short time, with the help of Spinola, appearances seemed to favour the Belgic attacks on the Dutch frontier districts. In 1605 the Genoese general, at the head of a mixed but well-disciplined force in his own pay, made a rapid advance towards Friesland, and, after capturing Oldenzaal and Lingen and ravaging the eastern provinces, concluded the campaign with a brilliant success against a body of the States cavalry commanded by Frederick Henry, who nearly lost his life. Maurice with inferior forces kept strictly on the defensive, skilfully covering the heart of the land from attack, but steadily refusing a pitched battle. In the following year Spinola with 2 armies attempted to force the lines of the Waal and the IJssel, but, though thwarted in this aim by the wariness of the stadholder and by a very wet season, he succeeded in taking the important fortresses of Grol and Rijnberg. Maurice made no serious effort to relieve them, and his inactivity caused much discontent and adverse comment. His military reputation suffered, while that of his opponent was enhanced, but subsequent events showed that Maurice, though perhaps erring on the side of caution, had acted rightly. The armies which had threatened the safety of the provinces had been raised at the charges of a private individual, but the financial resources, even of a Spinola, were not capable of a prolonged effort. There was no money in the state treasury, and the soldiery, as soon as their pay was in arrears, began once more to be mutinous. The bolt had been shot without effect, and the year 1607 found both sides, through sheer lack of funds, unable to enter upon a fresh campaign on land with any hope of definite success. But though the military campaigns had been so inconclusive, it had been far different with the fortunes of maritime warfare in these opening years of the 17th century. The sea power of the Dutch Republic was already a formidable factor which had to be reckoned with, and which was destined to be decisive. The East India Company was no sooner founded than active steps were taken to make full use of the privileges granted by the Charter. A fleet of 17 vessels was dispatched in 1602 under Wybrand van Warwijk. Warwijk visited Ceylon and most of the islands of the Malay archipelago, established a factory at Bantam with a staff of officials for developing trade relations with the natives, and even made his way to Siam and China. He sent back from time to time some of his vessels richly laden, and finally returned himself with the residue of his fleet after an absence of 5 years in June 1607. Another expedition of 13 ships sailed in 1604 under Steven van der Hagen, whose operations were as widespread and as successful as those of Warwijk. Van der Hagen took possession of Molucca and built factories at Amboina, Tidor and other places in the spice-bearing islands. On his way back in 1606 with his cargo of cloves, spices and other products of the far Orient, he encountered as Mauritius another westward bound fleet of 11 ships under Cornelis Matelief. Matelief's first objective was the town of Malacca, held by the Portuguese and commanding the straits to which it gave its name. Alfonso de Castro, the Viceroy of India, hastened however with a naval force far more powerful than the Dutch squadron to the relief of this important fortress, and after a hardly fought but indecisive action, Matelief raised the siege on August 17. Returning, however, about a month later, the Dutch admiral found that de Castro had sailed away, leaving only a detachment of 10 vessels before Malacca. Matelief at once attacked this force, whose strength was about equal to his own, and with such success that he sank or burnt every single ship of the enemy with scarcely any loss, September 21, 1606. These successful incursions into a region that the Spaniards and Portuguese had jealously regarded as peculiarly their own aroused both anger and alarm. All available forces in the east, the Portuguese from the Mozambique and Goa, the Spaniards from the Philippines, were equipped and sent to sea with the object of expelling the hated and despised Netherlanders from East Indian waters. Paulus van Caerden, Matelief's successor in command, was defeated and himself taken prisoner. Nor were the Spaniards content with attacking the Dutch fleets in the Far East. As the weather-worn and heavily laden company's vessels returned along the west coast of Africa, they had to pass within striking distance of the Spanish and Portuguese harbours, and were in constant danger of being suddenly assailed by a superior force and captured. In 1607 rumours reached Holland of the gathering of a large Spanish fleet at Gibraltar, whose destination was the East Indies. The directors of the company were much alarmed, an alarm which was shared by the States General, many of whose deputies were cargo shareholders. Accordingly, in April 1607, a fleet of 26 vessels set sail for the purpose of seeking out and attacking the Spaniards, whether in harbour or on open sea. The command was given to one of the most daring and experienced of Dutch seamen, Jacob van Heemskerk. He found 21 ships still at anchor in Gibraltar Bay, 10 of them large galleons, far superior in size and armament to his own largest vessels. Heemskerk at once cleared for action. Both Heemskerk and the Spanish commander, Davila, were killed early in the fight, the result of which, however, was not long doubtful. The Spanish fleet was practically destroyed. On the Dutch side no vessel was lost, and the casualties were small. Such a disaster was most humiliating to Castilian pride, and its effect in hastening forward the peace negotiations, which were already in progress, was considerable. The initial steps had been taken by the archdukes through the secret agency of Albert's Franciscan confessor, Father John Nijen. Both Oldenbarneveldt and Maurice were approached in May 1606, but without any result. Early in 1607, however, the efforts were renewed, and negotiations were actively set on foot for the purpose of concluding a peace or a truce for a term of 12, 15 or 20 years. There were, however, almost insuperable difficulties in the way. In the first place, the stadholders, the military and naval leaders, the Calvinist clergy, and the great majority of the traders honestly believed that a peace would be detrimental to all the best interests of the states, and were thoroughly distrustful of the motives which had prompted the archdukes and the Spanish government to make these advances. Oldenbarneveldt, on the other hand, thought that peace was necessary for the land to recuperate after the exhausting struggle which had already lasted for 40 years, and he found strong support among the burgher regions and that large part of the people who were overburdened and impoverished by the weight of taxation and sick and weary of perpetual warfare. There were, however, certain preliminary conditions which all were agreed must be assented to, and without which it would be useless to continue the negotiations. The independence of the United Provinces must be recognized, freedom of trade in the Indies conceded, and the public exercise of Catholic worship prohibited. After some parleying, the archdukes agreed to treat with the United Provinces in the quality and as considering them free provinces and states, and an armistice was concluded in April 1607 for 8 months, in order that the matters in dispute might be referred to the King of Spain and his views upon them ascertained. Not until October did the king's reply arrive at Brussels. He consented to negotiate with the states as free and independent parties, but he required that liberty of Catholic worship should be permitted during the truce, and no mention was made of the Indian trade. This was by no means satisfactory. Nevertheless, the influence of Oldenbarneveldt prevailed and the negotiations were not broken off. On February 1, 1608, the Archduke's envoys, the 2 leading members being Ambrosio de Spinola and the president of the Privy Council, Ricardo, arrived in Holland. They were met at Rijswijk by Maurice and William Lewis in person, and with much ceremony and splendour a solemn entry was made into The Hague, the procession with the brilliant retinues forming a memorable spectacle as it made its way through the crowds which lined the roads. The negotiations were conducted in the Binnenhof. The special commissioners to represent the States General were William Lewis of Nassau, Walraven, Lord of Brederode, and a deputy from each of the provinces under the leadership of Oldenbarneveldt. Envoys from France, England, Denmark, the Palatinate and Brandenburg were present, took part in the discussions and acted as friendly mediators. The question of treating United Provinces as free states was soon settled. The archdukes, who were aiming at the conclusion of a truce in which to recuperate and not of a definite peace, showed an unexpected complaisance in granting a concession which they regarded as only temporary. Then came the really serious questions as to freedom of trade in the Indies and the liberty of Catholic worship. Of these, the first was of most immediate interest, and showed irreconcilable differences between the two parties. The Spaniards would never consent to any trespassing in the closed area, which they regarded as their own peculiar preserve. The Dutch traders and sailors were fired with the spirit of adventure and of profit, and their successful expeditions had aroused an enthusiasm for further effort in the distant seas, which had hardened into a fixed resolve not to agree to any peace or truce shutting them out from the Indian trade. For months the subject was discussed and rediscussed without result. Some of the foreign delegates left. The armistice was prolonged in order that Father Nyen might go to Madrid for further instructions. It was found, however, that the King of Spain would yield nothing. The negotiations came to a standstill, and both sides began to make preparations for a renewal of the war. President Jeannin, on behalf of the French king, by his skilful mediation, in which he was supported by his English colleague, saved the situation. He proposed as a compromise a 12 years' truce, pointing out that whatever terms were arranged would only be binding for that short period. He managed to bring about a personal interview between Oldenbarneveldt and Maurice, who had respectively headed the peace and war parties in the provinces, and henceforth both consented to work together for this proposal of a limited truce, during which the trade to the Indies should be open and the religious question be untouched. The assent of the States General and of the several provincial estates was obtained. The two most interested, Holland and Zeeland, were won over, Holland by the arguments and persuasions of the advocate, Zeeland, which was the last to agree, by the influence of Maurice. Jeannin was aware that the finances of Spain were at their last gasp, and that both the archdukes and Philip III were most anxious for a respite from the ever-consuming expense of the war. At last the long and wearisome negotiations came to an end, and the treaty concluding a truce for 12 years was signed at The Hague on April 9, 1609. The territorial status quo was recognized. The United Provinces were treated as free states over which the archdukes made no pretension. Nothing was said about the religious difficulty, nor about trade in the Indies, but in a secret treaty the King of Spain undertook not to interfere with Dutch trade wherever carried on. Thus access to the Indies was conceded, though to save appearances the word was not mentioned. This result was due solely to the diplomatic tact and resource of Jeannin, who was able to announce to Henry IV that he had accomplished his task to the satisfaction of everyone, and even of Prince Maurice. End of chapter 6.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 7. The System of Government. One of the reasons which influenced the Archdukes and the King of Spain to make large concessions in order to secure the assent of the States General to the conclusion of a 12 years' truce was their firm belief that the unstable political condition of the United Provinces must lead to civil discord, as soon as the relaxing of the pressure of war loosened the bonds which had, since Leicester's departure, held together a number of separate authorities and discordant interests. They were right in their supposition. In order, therefore, to understand the course of events in the Republic, which had been correctly recognised by the treaty not as a single state, but as a group of free and independent states, it is necessary to give a brief account of one of the most strangely complicated systems of government that the world has ever seen, especially strange because no one could ever say positively where or with whom the sovereignty really resided. Let us take into separate consideration the powers and functions of 1. The Council of State, 2. The States General, 3. The Provincial Estates, 4. The Stadholders, 5. The Advocate, later the Raad Pensionarius or Council Pensionary of Holland, 6. The Admiralty Colleges. The Council of State was not a legislative, but an executive body. In the time of Leicester, the Council was the executive arm of the Governor-General, and had large powers. After his departure, the presence of the English ambassador, who by treaty had a seat in a council, caused the States General gradually to absorb its powers, and to make its functions subordinate to their own, until, at last, its authority was confined to the administration of the affairs of war and of finance. The right of the English representative to sit in the council and take an active part in its deliberations continued until 1626. The stadholders were also ex officio members. The provinces, since 1588, were represented by 12 councillors. Holland had 3, Gelderland, Zeeland and Friesland, 2 each, Utrecht, Overijssel and Groningen, Stad en Landry, 1 each. The Treasurer-General and the Clerk, Griffier, of the States General took part in the deliberations and had great influence. The chief duty of the Council, during the period with which we are dealing, was the raising of the quotas from the various provinces for the military defence of the state. The general petition, or war budget, was prepared by the Council and presented to the States General at the end of each year, providing for the military expenses in the following 12 months. The quotas due towards these expenses from the several provinces were set forth in smaller petitions sent to the provincial estates, whose consent was necessary. The so-called repartitie, fixing the amount of these quotas, was likewise drawn up by the Council of State, and was the subject at times of considerable haggling and discontent. In 1612 it was settled that the proportions to be borne by the provinces should be Holland 57.1%, Friesland 11.4%, Zeeland 11%, afterwards reduced to 9%, Utrecht and Groningen 5.5%, Overijssel 3.5%. It will thus be seen that the quota of Holland was considerably more than half of the whole, and as the naval expenditure was to an even larger extent borne by Holland, the preponderating influence of this province in the Union can easily be understood. The forces of the Republic that were distributed in the several provinces received their pay from the provinces, but those maintained by the Council as troops of state were paid by moneys received from the Generality lands, i.e. lands such as the conquered portions of Brabant and Flanders, governed by the States General, but without representation in that body. The Council of State, though its political powers were curtailed and absorbed by the States General, continued to exercise, as a court of justice, appellate jurisdiction in military and financial questions. The States General consisted of representatives of the estates of the 7 sovereign provinces of Gelderland, Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, Friesland, Overijssel and Groningen, Stad en Landry, in the order of precedence given above. Gelderland, having been a duchy, ranked before those that had formerly been counties or lordships. The provinces sent deputations varying in number, Holland and Gelderland generally 6, the others less. Each province had but a single vote. The president changed week by week, being chosen in turn from each province according to their order of precedence. Holland had nominally no more weight than the others. Its practical influence, however, was great in proportion to the burden of taxation that it bore, and was increased by the fact that the sessions, which after 1593 were permanent, were held at The Hague in the same building with the Estates of Holland, and that the Council Pensionary of Holland was the spokesman of the province in the States General. The States General had control of the foreign affairs of the Union. To them belonged the supreme control of military and naval matters. The Captain General and Admiral General of the Union were appointed by them, and a deputation of the States General accompanied the army into the field, and the commanders were bound to consult it. They exercised a strong supervision of finance, and sovereign authority over the entire administration of the Generality lands. Ambassadors were appointed by them, also the Treasurer General of the Union, and numerous other important officials. Yet, with all these attributes and powers, the States General possessed only a derived, not an inherent authority. To foreigners, the sovereignty of the Republic of the United Netherlands appeared to be vested in their High Mightinesses. In reality, the States General was, as already stated, a gathering of deputations from the 7 sovereign provinces. Each deputation voted as a unit, and in all important affairs of peace and war, treaties and finance, there must be no dissentient. A single province, however small, could, by obstinate opposition, block the way to the acceptance of any given proposal. Moreover, the members, despite their lofty designation as High Mightinesses, did not vote according to their convictions or persuasions, but according to the charge they had received from their principals. The deputation of a province had no right to sanction any disputable measure or proposal without referring it back to the estates of that province for approval or disapproval. Hence arose endless opportunities and occasions for friction and dissension, and manifold delays in the transaction of the business of the Republic, oftentimes in a manner inimical to its vital interests. The provincial estates, in their turn, were by no means homogeneous or truly representative bodies. In Holland the nobles had 1 vote, and 18 towns, Dordrecht, Haarlem, Delft, Leyden, Amsterdam, Gouda, Rotterdam, Gorkum, Schiedam, Schoonhoven, Brill, Alkmaar, Hoorn, Enkhuizen, Edam, Monnikendam, Medemblik and Purmerend had 1 each. The nobles, though they had only 1 vote, were influential, as they represented the rural districts, and the small towns which had no franchise, and they voted first. Here again, as in the States General, though each of the privileged towns counted equal in the voting, as a matter of fact their weight and influence was very different. The opposition of wealthy and populous Amsterdam was again and again sufficient to override the decision of the majority, for there was no power to enforce its submission except the employment of armed force. For at this point it may be as well to explain that each one of these municipalities, Vroedschappen, claimed to be a sovereign entity, and yet, far from being bodies representing the citizens as a whole, they were close corporations of the narrowest description. The ordinary inhabitants of these towns had no voice whatever in the management of their own affairs. The governing body, or Vroedschap, consisted of a limited number of persons, sometimes not more than 40, belonging to certain families, which filled up vacancies by co-option, and chose the burgomasters and sheriffs, schepenen. Thus it will be seen that popular representation had no place in Holland. The regent burghers were a small patrician oligarchy, in whose hands the entire government and administration of the towns rested, and from their number were chosen the deputies, who represented the 18 privileged cities in the provincial estates. The other provinces do not need such detailed notice. In Zeeland, the estates consisted of 7 members, the first noble, who presided, and 6 towns. There was but 1 noble, the Marquis of Flushing and Veere. William the Silent, in 1581, obtained this marquisate by purchase, and his heirs, through its possession, continued to exercise great influence in the provincial estates. As Philip William, Prince of Orange, was in Madrid, Maurice sat in the assembly as first noble in his place. In Utrecht the 3 estates were represented, i.e. the nobles, the towns, 4 in number, and the clergy. The representatives of the clergy were, however, chosen no longer from the chapter, but from the possessors of what had been church lands and property. They were elected by the knights and the small towns, out of a list drawn up by the Corporation of Utrecht. They necessarily belonged to the Reformed, Calvinist, faith. Gelderland was divided into 3 so-called quarters: Nijmegen, Zutphen, and Arnhem. Each of these quarters had its separate assembly, and there was also a general diet. The nobles, who were numerous and had large estates, were here very influential. Friesland was divided into 4 quarters, 3 of which, Oostergoo, Westergoo, and Zevenwolden, were country districts, the 4th a gathering of the deputies of 11 towns. The Diet of Friesland was not formed of estates, the nobles and the town representatives sitting together in the same assembly, which was elected by a popular vote, all who had a small property qualification possessing the franchise, Roman Catholics excepted. The system of administration and divided authority was in Friesland a very complicated one, inherited from medieval times, but here again the nobles, being large landowners, had much influence. The stadholder presided at the diet and had a casting vote. The estates of Groningen were divided into 2 parts, town and districts, each with 1 vote. The districts were those of Hunsingoo, Fivelingoo, and the West Quarter. Here also the stadholder had a casting vote. In Overijssel, the estates, like those of Groningen, consisted of 2 members, the nobles from the 3 quarters, Salland, Twente, and Vollinghove, and the deputies of the 3 towns, Deventer, Kampen, and Zwolle. The ordinary executive and administrative work of provincial government was carried out in Holland by a body known as the Commissioned Councillors, Gekommandeerraden. In the other provinces by deputed estates, Gedeputeerde Staten. The Commissioned Councillors were to the Estates of Holland what the Council of State was to the States General. They enjoyed considerable independence, for they were not appointed by the estates, but directly by the nobles and cities according to a fixed system of rotation, and they sat continuously, whereas the estates only met for short sessions. Their duty was to see that all provincial edicts and ordinances decreed by the estates were published and enforced, to control the finances, and to undertake the provision and oversight of all military requirements, and to them it belonged to summon the meetings of the estates. The deputed estates in the other provinces had similar, but generally less extensive and authoritative, functions. Such a medley of diverse and often conflicting authorities within a state of so small an area has no counterpart in history. It seemed impossible that government could be carried on, or that there could be any concerted action or national policy in a republic which was rather a many-headed confederation than a federal state. That the United Netherlands, in spite of all these disadvantages, rapidly rose in the 17th century to be a maritime and commercial power of the first rank was largely due to the fact that the foreign policy of the Republic and the general control of its administration was directed by a succession of very able men, the stadholders of the House of Orange-Nassau, and the council pensionaries of Holland. For a right understanding of the period of Dutch history with which we are about to deal, it is necessary to define clearly what was the position of the stadholder and of the council pensionary in this cumbrous and creaking machinery of government that has just been described, and the character of those offices which conferred upon their holders such wide-reaching influence and authority. The stadholder or governor was really, both in title and office, an anomaly in a republic. Under the Burgundian and Habsburg rulers, the stadholder exercised the local authority in civil and also in military matters, as representing the sovereign duke, count or lord in the province to which he was appointed, and was by that fact clothed with certain sovereign attributes during his tenure of office. William the Silent was Stadholder of Holland and Zeeland at the outbreak of the Revolt, and, though deprived of his offices, he continued until the time of the Union of Utrecht to exercise authority in those and other provinces professedly in the name of the king. After his death, one would have expected that the office would have fallen into abeyance, but the coming of Leicester into the Netherlands led to a revival of the Stadholderate. Holland and Zeeland, in their desire to exercise a check on the Governor-General's arbitrary exercise of his powers, appointed Maurice of Nassau to take his father's place, and at the same time William Lewis of Nassau became Stadholder of Friesland, and stadholders were also appointed in Utrecht, Gelderland and Overijssel. In 1609, Maurice was stadholder in the 5 provinces of Holland, Zeeland, Gelderland, Utrecht and Overijssel. His cousin, William Lewis, in Friesland and Groningen with Drenthe. The powers of the stadholder were not the same in the different provinces, but generally speaking he was the executive officer of the estates, and in Holland, where his authority was the greatest, he had the supervision of the administration of justice, the appointment of a large number of municipal magistrates, and the prerogative of pardon, and he was charged with the military and naval defence of the province. The stadholder received his commission both from the provincial estates and from the States General, and took an oath of allegiance to the latter. In so far, then, as he exercised quasi-sovereign functions, he did it in the name of the states, whose servant he nominally was. But when the stadholder, as was the case with Maurice and the other princes of Orange, was himself a sovereign prince and the heir of a great name, he was able to exercise an authority far exceeding those of a mere official. The descendants of William the Silent, Maurice, Frederick Henry, William II and William III, were, moreover, all of them men of exceptional ability, and the Stadholderate became, in their hands, a position of almost semi-monarchical dignity and influence, the stadholder being regarded both by foreign potentates and by the people of the Netherlands generally as the eminent head of the state. Maurice, as stated above, was stadholder in 5 provinces, Frederick Henry, William II and William III in 6, the 7th province, Friesland, remaining loyal, right through the 17th century, to their cousins of the House of Nassau-Siegen, the ancestors of the present Dutch royal family. That the authority of the States General and States Provincial should from time to time come into conflict with that of the stadholder was to be expected, for the relations between them were anomalous in the extreme. The stadholder of Holland, for instance, appointed, directly or indirectly, the larger part of the municipal magistrates, they, in their turn, the representatives who formed the estates of the province. But, as the stadholder was the servant of the estates, he, in a sense, may be said to have had the power of appointing his own masters. The stadholders of the House of Orange had also, in addition to the prestige attaching to their name, the possession of large property and considerable wealth, which, with the emoluments they received from the States General, as Captain General and Admiral General of the Union, and from the various provinces where they held the post of stadholder, enabled them in the days of Frederick Henry and his successors to maintain the state and dignity of a court. The office of Land's Advocate, or Council Pensionary, was different altogether in character from the Stadholderate, but at times scarcely less influential, when filled by a man of commanding talents. The advocate in the time of Oldenbarneveldt combined the duties of being legal adviser to the estates of Holland, and of presiding over and conducting the business of the estates at their meetings, and also those of the commissioned councillors. He was the leader and spokesman of the Holland deputies in the States General. He kept the minutes, introduced the business, and counted the votes at the provincial assemblies. It was his duty to call up and register the resolutions. What was perhaps equally important, he carried on the correspondence with the ambassadors of the Republic at foreign courts, and received their dispatches, and conducted negotiations with the foreign ambassadors at The Hague. It is easy to see how a man like Oldenbarneveldt, of great industry and capacity for affairs, although nominally the paid servant of the Estates, gradually acquired an almost complete control over every department of administration, and became, as it were, a minister of state of all affairs. In Oldenbarneveldt's time the post was held for life, and as Maurice did not for many years trouble himself about matters of internal government and foreign diplomacy, the advocate, by the length of his tenure of office, had, at the opening of the 17th century, become the virtual director and arbiter of the policy of the state. After his death, the title of advocate and the life tenure ceased. His successors were known as council pensionaries, and they held office for 5 years only, but with the possibility of re-election. The career of John de Witt showed, however, that in the case of a supremely able man, these restrictions did not prevent a rad pensionarius from exercising for 18 years an authority and influence greater even than that of Oldenbarneveldt. An account of the multiplied subdivision of administrative control in the United Provinces would not be complete without some mention of the Admiralty colleges in Holland. Holland, with Zeeland, furnished the fleets on which the existence and well-being of the Republic depended. Both William the Silent and his son Maurice were, as stadholders, admirals of Holland and of Zeeland, and both likewise were, by the States General, appointed Admirals-General of the Union. They thus wielded a double authority over maritime affairs in the two provinces. In 1574, William had at his side a Council of Admiralty erected by the Provincial Estates, but Leicester, in 1585, was annoyed by the immediate control of naval matters being withdrawn from the Governor-General and the Council of State. He succeeded, therefore, in obtaining a division of the Council of Admiralty into 3 chambers, shortly afterwards increased to 5, Rotterdam, Hoorn with Enkhuizen, Veer, Amsterdam, and Harlingen with Dokkum. In 1597 it was determined that each Admiralty should consist of 7 members nominated by the States General. The Admiral-General presided over each college, and over joint meetings of the 5 colleges. The Admiralties nominated the lieutenants of the ships, and proposed a list of captains, to be finally chosen by the States General. The Lieutenant Admiral and Vice-Admirals of Holland, and the Vice-Admiral of Zeeland, were chosen by the Provincial Estates. The States General appointed the Commander-in-Chief. Such a system seemed to be devised to prevent any prompt action or swift decision being taken at times of emergency or sudden danger. End of Chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 8. The 12 Years' Truce. The first years of the truce were for the United Provinces, now recognized as free and independent states, a period of remarkable energy and enterprise. The young republic started on its new career with the buoyant hopefulness that comes from the proud consciousness of suffering and dangers bravely met and overcome, and, under the wise and experienced guidance of Oldenbarneveldt, acquired speedily a position and a weight in the councils of Europe out of all proportion to its geographical area or the numbers of its population. The far-seeing statecraft and practised diplomatic skill of the advocate never rendered greater services to his country than during these last years of his long tenure of power. A difficult question as to the succession to the Julius Cleves duchies arose at the very time of the signing of the truce,
which called for delicate and wary treatment. In March 1609 the Duke of Jülich and Cleves died without leaving a male heir, and the succession to these important border territories on the lower Rhine became speedily a burning question. The two principal claimants through the female line were the Elector of Brandenburg and William, Count Palatine of Neuburg. The Emperor Rudolph II, however, under the pretext of appointing imperial commissioners to adjudicate upon the rival claims, aroused the suspicions of Brandenburg and Neuburg, and these two came to an agreement to enter into joint possession of the duchies, and were styled the possessors. The Protestant Union at Heidelberg recognized the possessors, for it was all important for the balance of power in Germany that these lands should not pass into the hands of a Catholic ruler of the House of Austria. For the same reason Brandenburg and Neuburg were recognized by the States General, who did not wish to see a partisan of Spain established on their borders. The Emperor, on his part, not only refused to acknowledge the possessors, but he also sent his cousin, Archduke Leopold, Bishop of Passau, to intervene by armed force. Leopold seized the fortress of Jülich and proceeded to establish himself. It was an awkward situation, for neither the United Provinces, nor the Archdukes, nor the King of Spain had the smallest desire to make the Jülich succession the cause of a renewal of hostilities, immediately after the conclusion of the truce. The eagerness of the French king to precipitate hostilities with the Habsburg powers, however, forced their hands. Henry IV had for some time been making preparations for war, and he was at the moment irritated by the protection given by the archdukes to the runaway Princess of Condé, who had fled to Brussels. He had succeeded in persuading the States to send an auxiliary force into Germany to assist the French army of invasion in the spring of 1610, when just as the king was on the point of leaving Paris to go to the front, he was assassinated on May 14th. This event put an end to the expedition, for the regent, Marie de Medici, was friendly to Australia. The States, nevertheless, did not feel disposed to leave Leopold in possession of Jülich. Maurice led an army into the duchy and laid siege to the town. It capitulated on September 1st. As might have been anticipated, however, the joint rule of the possessors did not turn out a success. They quarrelled, and Neuburg asked for Catholic help. Maurice and Spinola in 1614 found themselves again face to face at the head of rival forces. But actual hostilities were avoided, and by the Treaty of Nanton, November 12, 1614, it was arranged that the disputed territory should be divided, Brandenburg ruling at Cleves, Neuburg at Jülich. Thus, in the settlement of this thorny question, the influence of Oldenbarneveldt worked for a temporary solution satisfactory to the interests of the United Provinces, nor was his successful intervention in the Jülich-Cleves affair an isolated instance of his diplomatic activity. On the contrary, it was almost ubiquitous. The growth of the Dutch trade in the Baltic had for some years been advancing by leaps and bounds, and now far exceeded that of their old rivals, the Hanseatic League. Christian IV, the ambitious and warlike King of Denmark, had been seriously interfering with this trade by imposing such heavy dues for the passage of the Sound as on the one hand to furnish him with a large revenue, and on the other hand to support his claim to sovereign rights over all traffic with the inland sea. The Hanse towns protested strongly and sought the support of the States General in actively opposing the Danish king. It was granted. A force of 7,000 men under Frederick Henry was sent into Germany to the relief of Brunswick, which was besieged by Christian IV. The siege was raised, and an alliance was concluded between the Republic and the Hanse towns for common action in the protection of their commercial interests. Nor was this all. Oldenbarneveldt entered into diplomatic relations with Charles IX of Sweden and with Russia. Cornelius Haga was sent to Stockholm,
and from this time forward a close intimacy was established between Sweden and the States. The seaport at Gothenburg, just outside the entrance to the Sound, was founded by a body of Dutch colonists under a certain Abraham Cabello, an Amsterdam merchant, and continued to be for years practically a Dutch town. Scarcely less important was the enterprise shown in the establishment of friendly relations with distant Russia. Balthazar de Moucheron established a Dutch factory at Archangel so early as 1584, and a growing trade sprang up with Russia by way of the White Sea, at first in rivalry with the English Muscovy Company. But a Dutch merchant by name Isaac Massa, having succeeded in gaining the ear and confidence of the Tsar, Russian commerce gradually became a Dutch monopoly. In 1614 a Muscovite embassy, conducted by Massa, came to The Hague, and access to the interior of Russia was opened to the traders of Holland, and to them only. In the Mediterranean no less foresight and dexterity was shown in forwarding the interests of the States. The advocate's son-in-law, Vandermyle, went in 1609 as ambassador to Venice, and the following year the first Venetian envoy, Tommaso Contarini, arrived in Holland. In 1612 Cornelius Haga, who had been in Sweden, was sent to Constantinople to treat with the Turks about commercial privileges in the Levant and for the suppression of piracy, and he remained in the East in charge of the Republic's interests for many years. More difficult was the maintenance of friendly relations with England. In 1604 James I had made peace with Spain, and the growing rivalry upon the seas between the Dutch and English tended to alienate his sympathies from the rising maritime power of the Republic. He outwardly maintained friendly relations. His ambassador had a seat on the Council of State. He retained his garrisons in the cautionary towns, and after the signing of the truce he bestowed the Garter upon Prince Maurice. But at this very time, May 1609, James took a step which was most hurtful to that industry which had laid the foundation of the commercial prosperity of Holland. This was the issuing of an edict imposing a tax on all foreigners fishing in English waters. Though general in its form, this edict was really directed against the right heretofore enjoyed by the Netherlands to fish on the English coast, a right conferred by a series of treaties and never challenged since its confirmation by the Magnus Intercursus of 1496. Dutch public opinion was strongly aroused, and a special embassy was sent to London, April 1610, to protest against the edict and endeavour to procure its withdrawal or its modification. This was by no means an easy matter. The fisheries on which a large part of the population of Holland and Zeeland depended for their livelihood were of vital importance to the States. On the other hand, their virtual monopoly by the Dutch caused keen resentment in England. In the latter part of the reign of Elizabeth, that adventurous seafaring spirit, which was destined eventually to plant the flag of England on the shores of every ocean, had come to birth, and everywhere it found, during this early part of the 17th century, Dutch rivals already in possession, and Dutch ships on every trading route. The Dutch mercantile marine, in fact, far exceeded the English in numbers and efficiency. The publication of Hugo Grotius' famous pamphlet Mare Liberum in March 1609 was probably the final cause which decided James to issue his fisheries proclamation. The purpose of Grotius was to claim for every nation, as against the Portuguese, freedom of trade in the Indian Ocean, but the arguments he used appeared to King James and his advisers to challenge the dominion maritime, which English kings had always claimed in the narrow seas. The embassy of 1610, therefore, had to deal not merely with the fisheries, but with the whole subject of the maritime relations of the two countries, and a crowd of published pamphlets proved the intense interest that was aroused. But the emergence of the dispute as to the Julius Cleves succession, and the change in the policy of the French government owing to the assassination of Henry IV, led both sides to desire an accommodation, and James consented, not indeed to withdraw the edict, but to postpone its execution for 2 years. It remained a dead letter until 1616, although all the time the wranglings over the legal aspects of the questions in dispute continued. The Republic, however, as an independent state, was very much hampered by the awkward fact of the cautionary towns remaining in English hands. The occupation of Flushing and Brill, commanding the entrances to important waterways, seemed to imply that the Dutch Republic was to a certain extent a vassal state under the protection of England. Oldenbarneveldt resolved, therefore, to take advantage of King James's notorious financial embarrassments by offering to redeem the towns by a ready money payment. The nominal indebtedness of the United Provinces for loans advanced by Elizabeth was £600,000. The Advocate offered in settlement £100,000 in cash and £150,000 more in half-yearly payments. James accepted the offer, and the towns were handed over, the garrisons being allowed to pass into the Dutch service, June 1616. Sir Dudley Carleton, however, who about this time succeeded Sir Ralph Winwood as English envoy to the Hague, continued to have a seat in the Council of State. Oldenbarneveldt thus, at a time when his dominant position in the state was already being undermined and his career drawing to an end, performed a great service to his country. The more so as King James, in his eagerness to negotiate a marriage between the Prince of Wales and a Spanish infanta, was beginning to allow his policy to be more and more controlled by the Count of Gondomar, the Spanish ambassador at Whitehall. James's leaning towards Spain naturally led him to regard with stronger disfavour the increasing prominence of the Dutch flag upon the seas, and it was not long before he was sorry that he had surrendered the cautionary towns. For the fishery rights and the principle of the Dominion Maris in the narrow seas were no longer the only questions in dispute between England and the States. English seamen and traders had other grievances to allege against the Hollanders in other parts of the world. The exclusive right to fish for whales in the waters of Spitzbergen and Greenland was claimed by the English on the ground of Hugh Willoughby's alleged discovery of Spitzbergen in 1553. The Dutch would not admit any such claim, and asserted that Heemskerk was the first to visit the archipelago, and that he planted in 1596 the Dutch flag on the shores of the island, to which he gave the name of Spitzbergen. In 1613 James conferred the monopoly upon the English Muscovy Company, who sent out a fishing fleet with orders to drive off any interlopers, and certain Dutch vessels were attacked and plundered. The reply of the States General was the granting of a charter, January 27, 1614, to a company known as the Northern or Greenland Company, with the monopoly of fishing between Davis's Strait and Nova Zembla, and a fishing fleet was sent out accompanied by warships. The result was a temporary agreement between the English and Dutch companies for using separate parts of Spitzbergen as their bases, all others being excluded. Meanwhile the dispute was kept open, and despite conferences and negotiations, neither side showed any disposition to yield. Matters reached an acute stage in 1618. English and Dutch fishing fleets of exceptional strength sailed into northern waters in the early summer of that year, and a fierce fight took place, which, as 2 Dutch war vessels were present, resulted in the scattering of the English vessels and considerable loss of life and property. The rivalry and opposition between the Dutch and English traders in the East Indies was on a larger scale, but here there was no question of the Dutch superiority in force, and it was used remorselessly. The Dutch East India Company had thriven apace. In 1606 a dividend of 50% had been paid, in 1609 one of 325%. The chief factory was at Bantam, but there were many others on the mainland of India, and at Ambonia, Banda, Ternate, and Masjan, in the Moluccas. And from these centres trade was carried on with Ceylon, with Borneo, and even with distant China and Japan. But the position of the company was precarious until the secret article of the Treaty of 1609 conceded liberty of trade during the truce. The chief need was to create a centre of administration, from which a general control could be exercised over all the officials at the various trading factories throughout the East Indian archipelago. It was resolved, therefore, by the Council of 17 to appoint a Director General, who should reside at Bantam, armed with powers which made him, far removed as he was from interference by the home authorities, almost a sovereign in the extensive region which he administered. Jan Pieterszoon Koen, appointed in 1614, was the first of a series of capable men by whose vigorous and sometimes unscrupulous action the Dutch company became rapidly the dominant power in the eastern seas, where their trade and influence overshadowed those of their European competitors. The most enterprising of those competitors were the English. Disputes quickly arose between the rival companies as to trading rights in the Moluccas, the Banda group and Ambonia, and some islands where the English has made treaties with the natives were occupied by the Dutch and the English expelled. Another grievance was the refusal of the States General in 1616 to admit English dyed cloths into the United Provinces. This had caused especial irritation to King James. The manufacture of woolen cloth and the exportation of wool had for long been the chief of English industries, and the monopoly of the trade was, when James ascended the throne, in the hands of the oldest of English chartered companies, the Fellowship of Merchant Adventurers. The adventurers held, since 1598, their court and staple at Middelburg in Zeeland. The English had not learnt the art of finishing and dyeing the cloth that they wove. It was imported in its unfinished state, and was then dyed and prepared for commerce by the Dutch. Some thousands of skilled hands found employment in Holland in this work. James, always impecunious, determined in 1608, on the proposal of a certain alderman, Cockayne, to grant Cockayne a patent for the creation of a home-dyeing industry, reserving to the Crown a monopoly for the sale of the goods. The adventurers complained of this as a breach of their charter, and after much bickering, the king in 1615 settled the dispute by withdrawing the charter. Cockayne now hoped that the company he had formed would be a profitable concern, but he and the king were doomed to disappointment. The estates of Holland refused to admit the English dyed cloths, and their example was followed by the other provinces and by the States General. Cockayne became bankrupt, and in 1617 the king had to renew the charter of the adventurers. James was naturally very sore at this rebuff, and he resolved upon reprisals by enforcing the proclamation of 1609 and exacting a toll from all foreign vessels fishing in British waters. Great was the indignation in Holland, and the fishing fleet in 1617 set sail with an armed convoy. A Scottish official named Brown, who came to collect the toll, was seized and carried as a prisoner to Holland. James at once laid hands on 2 Dutch skippers in the Thames as hostages, and demanded satisfaction for the outrage upon his officer. Neither side would at first give way, and it was not until after some months that an accommodation was patched up. The general question of the fishery privileges remained, however, just as far from settlement as ever, for the States stood firm upon their treaty rights. At length it was resolved by the States to send a special mission to England to discuss with the king the 4 burning questions embittering the relations between the 2 countries. The envoys arrived in London, December 1618. For 7 months the parleyings went on without any definite result being reached, and in August 1619 the embassy returned.
Very important events had meanwhile been occurring both in the United Provinces and in Germany, which made it necessary to both parties that the decision on these trade questions, important as they were, should be postponed for a while, as they were overshadowed by the serious political crisis in Holland and in Bohemia, which were then occupying all men's attention. End of chapter 8.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Holland by George Edmundson, Chapter 9. Maurice and Oldenbarneveldt. The conclusion of the truce did not bring, with material progress and trade expansion, internal peace to the United Provinces. The relations between the Prince Stadtholder and the all-powerful advocate had long been strained. In the long drawn-out negotiations, Maurice had never disguised his dislike to the project of a truce, and though he finally acquiesced, it was a sullen acquiescence. At first there was no overt breach between the two men, but Maurice, though he did not refuse to meet Oldenbarneveldt, was cold and unfriendly. He did not attempt to interfere with the old statesman's control of the machinery of administration, or with his diplomatic activities, for he was naturally indolent and took little interest in politics. Had he been ambitious, he might, many years before, have obtained by general consent sovereign power, but he did not seek it. His passion was the study of military science. From his early youth he had spent his life in camps, and now he found himself without occupation. The enemies of Oldenbarneveldt seized the opportunity to arouse Maurice's suspicion of the advocate's motives in bringing about the truce, and even to hint that he had been bribed with Spanish gold. Chief among these enemies was Francis van Aerssens, for a number of years ambassador of the States at Paris. Aerssens owed much to the advocate, but he attributed his removal from his post at the French court to the decision of Oldenbarneveldt to replace him by his son-in-law, Van der Myle. He never forgave his recall, and alike by subtle insinuation and unscrupulous accusation strove to blacken the character and reputation of his former benefactor. By a curious fatality, it was the outbreak of fierce sectarian strife and dissension between the extreme and the moderate Calvinists, which was eventually to change the latent hostility of Maurice to Oldenbarneveldt into open antagonism. Neither of the two men had strong religious convictions, but circumstances brought it about that they were to range themselves irrevocably on opposite sides in a quarrel between fanatical theologians on the subject of predestination and grace. From early times, Calvinism in the northern Netherlands had been divided into two schools, the strict Calvinists, or Reformed, known by their opponents as Precisians, and the liberal Calvinists, the Evangelicals, otherwise the Libertines. To this Libertine party belonged William the Silent, Oldenbarneveldt, and the majority of the burgher regents of Holland. These men regarded the religious question from the statesman's point of view. Having risen in rebellion against the tyranny of the Spanish Inquisition, they were anxious to preserve their countrymen, only a minority of whom were Protestants, from being placed under the heel of a religious intolerance as narrow and bigoted as that from which they had escaped. The Reformed congregations, on the other hand, led by the preachers, were anxious to summon a national synod for the purpose of creating a state church to whose tenets, rigidly defined by the Heidelberg Catechism and the Netherland Confession, all would be required to conform, on pain of being deprived of their rights as citizens. The Libertines were opposed to such a scheme, as an interference with the rights of each province to regulate its own religious affairs, and as an attempt to assert the supremacy of church over state. The struggle between the two parties, which had continued intermittently for a number of years, suddenly became acute through the appointment by Maurice of Jacob Harmens, better known as Arminius, to the chair of theology at Leyden, vacated by the death of Junius in 1602. The leader of the strict Calvinist school, the learned Franciscus Gomarus, had at the time of the appointment of Arminius already been professor at Leyden for 8 years. Each teacher gathered round him a following of devoted disciples, and a violent collision was inevitable. Prolonged and heated controversy on the high doctrines of predestination and free will led to many appeals being made to the States General and to the Estates of Holland to convene a synod to settle the disputed questions. But neither of these bodies, in the midst of the negotiations for the truce, was willing to complicate matters by taking a step that could not fail to accentuate existing discords. 6 months after the truce was signed, Arminius died. The quarrel, however, was only to grow more embittered. Johannes Uyttenbogaert took the leadership of the Arminians, and finally, after consultation with Oldenbarneveldt, he called together a convention of Arminian preachers and laymen at Gouda in June 1610. They drew up for presentation to the Estates a petition known as the Remonstratie, consisting of 5 articles in which they defined the points wherein they differed from the orthodox Calvinist doctrines on the subjects of predestination, election, and grace. The Gomarists, on their part, drew up a contra-remonstratie containing 7 articles, and they declined to submit to any decision on matters of doctrine, save from a purely church synod. These 2 weighty declarations gained for the 2 parties henceforth the name of Remonstrants and Contra-Remonstrants. For the next 3 years a fierce controversy raged in every province, pulpit replying to pulpit, and pamphlet to pamphlet. The Contra-Remonstrants roundly accused their adversaries of holding Pelagian and Socinian opinions, and of being papists in disguise. This last accusation drew to their side the great majority of the Protestant population, but the Remonstrants had many adherents among the burgher regents, and they could count upon a majority in the estates of Holland, Utrecht and Overijssel, and they had the powerful support of Oldenbarneveldt. The Advocate was no theologian, and on the doctrinal points in dispute he probably held no very clear views. He inclined, however, to the Arminians because of their greater tolerance, and above all for their readiness to acknowledge the authority of the state as supreme in religious as well as in civil matters. He was anxious to bring about an accommodation which should give satisfaction to both parties, but he was dealing with fanatics, and the fires of religious bigotry, when once kindled, are difficult to quench. And now was seen a curious object lesson in the many-headed character of the government of the United Netherlands. A majority of the provinces in the States General favoured the Contra-Remonstrants. The Estates of Holland, however, under the influence of Oldenbarneveldt, by a small majority refused the Contra-Remonstrant demand, and resolved to take drastic action against the Gomarists. But a number of the representative towns in Holland, and among them Amsterdam, declined to enforce the resolution. At Rotterdam, on the other hand, and in the other town councils, where the Arminians had the majority, the Gomarist preachers were expelled from their pulpits, and the Advocate was determined by coercion, if necessary, to enforce the authority of the estates throughout the province. But coercion, without the use of military force, was impossible in face of the growing uprising of popular passion, and the military forces could not be employed without the consent of the Stadtholder. Thus, in 1617, with the question of civil war in Holland trembling in the balance, the ultimate decision lay with the Stadtholder, and Maurice, after long hesitation, determined to throw the sword of the soldier into the scale against the influence of the statesman. Maurice had not as yet openly broken with his father's old friend, whose immense services to the Republic during the greater part of 4 decades he fully recognised. As to the questions now in dispute, the Stadtholder was to an even less degree than the Advocate, a zealous theologian. It is reported that he declared that he did not know whether predestination was blue or green. His court chaplain, Uyttenbogaert, was a leading Arminian, and both his stepmother Louise, to whose opinions he attached much weight, and his younger brother, Frederick Henry, were by inclination libertines. On the other hand, William Lewis, the Frisian stadtholder, was a zealous Calvinist, and he used all his influence with his cousin to urge him to make a firm stand against Oldenbarneveldt and those who were trying to overthrow the reformed faith. Sir Dudley Carleton, the new English ambassador, ranged himself also as a strong opponent of the Advocate. While Maurice, however, was hesitating as to the action he should take, Oldenbarneveldt determined upon a step which amounted to a declaration of war. In December 1616 he carried in the Estates of Holland a proposal that they should, in the exercise of their sovereign rights, enlist a provincial force of 4,000 militia, waardgelders, in their pay. Thus Holland, though a strong minority in the Estates was in opposition, declared its intention of upholding the principle of provincial sovereignty against the authority of the States General. The States General, at the instance of the two stadtholders, in May 1617, declared for the summoning of a national synod by a vote of 4 provinces against 3. The Estates of Holland, again with a sharp division of opinion, but by a majority, declined to obey the summons. An impasse was thus reached, and Maurice at last openly declared for the contra-remonstrant side. On July the 23rd the Prince, accompanied by his suite, ostentatiously attended divine service at the cloister church at the Hague, where the contra-remonstrants had a fortnight before, in the face of the prohibition of the Estates, established themselves. This step was countered by decisive action on the part of Oldenbarneveldt. A proposal was made in the Estates of Holland on August the 4th, known as the Sharp Resolution, and it well merited its name, for it was of the most drastic character. It was a most unqualified declaration of provincial sovereignty, and yet it was only passed in the teeth of a strong minority by the exertion of the Advocate's personal influence. By this resolution Holland declined to assent to the summoning of any synod, national or provincial, and asserted the supremacy of the Estates in matters of religion. The municipal authority were ordered to raise levies of waardgelders to keep the peace, and all officials, civil or military, were required to take an oath of obedience to the Estates on pain of dismissal. A strong protest was made by the representatives of the dissenting cities, headed by Reinier Pauw, burgomaster of Amsterdam. On the plea of ill health, Oldenbarneveldt now left the Hague and took up his residence at Utrecht. His object was to keep this province firm in its alliance with Holland. He did not return until November the 6th, but all the time he was in active correspondence with his party in Holland, at whose head were the 3 pensionaries of Rotterdam, Leyden and Haarlem, de Groot, Hoogerbeets and de Haan. Under their leadership levies of waardgelders were made in a number of towns, but other towns, including Amsterdam, refused, and the total levy did not amount to more than 1,800 men. Meanwhile the majority of the States General, urged on by Maurice and William Lewis, were determined, despite the resistance of Holland and Utrecht, to carry through the proposal for the summoning of a national synod. Overijssel had been overawed and persuaded to assent, so that there were 5 votes against 2 in its favour. All through the winter the wrangling went on, and estrangement between the contending parties grew more bitter and acute. A perfect flood of pamphlets, broadsheets and pasquinades issued from the press, and in particular the most violent and envenomed attacks were made upon the character and administration of the Advocate, in which he was accused of having received bribes both from Spanish and French sources, and to have betrayed the interests of his country. The chief instigator of these attacks was Oldenbarneveldt's personal enemy, Francis van Arsens, whose pen was never idle. The defenders of the Remonstrant cause and of the principles of provincial sovereignty were not lacking in the vigour and virulence of their replies, and the advocate himself felt that the accusations which were made against him demanded a formal and serious rejoinder. He accordingly prepared a long and careful defence of his whole career, in which he proved conclusively that the charges made against him had no foundation. This remonstrance he addressed to the Estates of Holland, and he also sent a copy to the Prince. If this document did not at the time avail to silence the voices of prejudiced adversaries whose minds were made up, it has at least had the effect of convincing posterity that, however unwise may have been the course now deliberately pursued by the advocate, he never, for the sake of personal gain, betrayed the interests of his country. Had he now seen that the attempt of a majority in the Estates of Holland to resist the will of the majority in the States General could only lead to civil war, and had he resigned his post, advising the Estates to disband the Waardgelders and yield to superior force, a catastrophe might have been averted. There is no reason to believe that in such circumstances Maurice would have countenanced any extreme harshness in dealing with the advocate. But Oldenbarneveldt, long accustomed to the exercise of power, was determined not to yield one jot of the claim of the sovereign province of Holland to supremacy within its own borders in matters of religion. The die was cast, and the issue had to be decided by force of arms. On June 28, 1618, a solemn protest was made by the advocate in the States General against the summoning of a national synod in opposition to the expressed opinion of the Estates of Holland, and a threat was made that Holland might withhold her contribution to the general fund. The majority of the States General, on July 9th, declared the raising of local levies illegal, and on July 23rd it was resolved that a commission be sent to Utrecht with Maurice at its head to demand the disbanding of the Waardgelders in that town. The Estates of Holland, impelled by Oldenbarneveldt, now took a very strong step, a step which could not be retrieved. They resolved also to dispatch commissioners to Utrecht to urge the town council to stand firm. De Groot, Hoogerbeets and 2 others were nominated, and they at once set out for Utrecht. Maurice, with a deputation from the States General and a large suite, left the Hague only a little later than De Groot and his companions, and reached Utrecht on the evening of the 25th. This strange situation lasted for several days, and much parleying and several angry discussions took place. Matters were further complicated by the news that the dissentient towns of Holland were also sending a deputation. This news had a considerable effect upon Colonel Ogle, the commander of the Waardgelders in Utrecht, and his officers. They were already wavering. They now saw that resistance to the orders of the States General would be useless. The Prince, who had been collecting a body of troops, now determined on action. His force entered the city on the evening of the 31st, and on the following morning he commanded the local levies to lay down their arms. They at once obeyed, and Maurice took possession of the city. The Holland commissioners and the members of the town council fled. Maurice appointed a new town council entirely contra-remonstrant, and changes were made in both branches of the estates so as to secure a contra-remonstrant majority, and with it the vote of the province in the States General for the National Synod. Holland now stood alone, and its opposition had to be dealt with in a fashion even sterner than that of Utrecht. The remonstrant cities of Holland were still for resistance, and attempts were made to influence the stadholder not to resort to extreme measures. Maurice had, however, made up his mind. On August the 18th, the States General passed a resolution demanding the dismissal of the Waardgelders in Holland within 24 hours. The placard was published on the 20th and was immediately obeyed. The Estates of Holland had been summoned to meet on the 21st, and were at once called upon to deal with the question of the National Synod. A few days later, on August the 28th, a secret resolution was adopted by the majority in the States General, without the knowledge of the Holland deputies, to arrest Oldenbarneveldt, De Groot, Hoogerbeets and Leidenburg, the secretary of the Estates of Utrecht, on the ground that their action in the troubles at Utrecht had been dangerous to the state. On the following day the Advocate, on his way to attend the meeting of the Estates, was arrested and placed in confinement. De Groot, Hoogerbeets and Ledenburg met with similar treatment. After protesting, the Estates adjourned on the 30th until September the 12th, the deputies alleging that it was necessary to consult their principals in this emergency, but in reality because the suddenness of the blow had stricken them with terror. It was a prudent step, for Maurice was resolved to purge the Estates and the town councils of Holland, as he had already purged those of Utrecht. Attended by a strong bodyguard, he went from town to town, changing the magistracies so as to place everywhere the contra-remonstrants in power. As a consequence of this action, the deputies sent by the towns were likewise changed, and when the Estates next met, the supporters of Oldenbarneveldt and his policy had disappeared. A peaceful revolution had been accomplished. All opposition to the summoning of the synod was crushed, and the Estates passed a vote of thanks to the Stadtholder for the care and fidelity with which he had discharged a difficult and necessary duty. Meanwhile Oldenbarneveldt and the other prisoners had been confined in separate rooms in the Binnenhof, and were treated with excessive harshness and severity. They were permitted to have no communication with the outside world, no books, paper, or writing materials, and the conditions of their imprisonment were such as to be injurious to health. A commission was appointed by the States General to examine the accused, and it began its labours in November. The method of procedure was unjust and unfair in the extreme, even had it been a case of dealing with vile criminals. The treatment of Oldenbarneveldt in particular was almost indecently harsh. The aged statesman had to appear 60 times before the commission, and was examined and cross-examined on every incident of the 40 years of his administration, and on every detail of his private life. He was allowed not only to have no legal adviser, but also was forbidden access to any books of reference or to any papers, or to make notes. It was thus hoped that, having to trust entirely to his memory, the old man might be led into self-contradictions, or to making damaging admissions against himself. De Groot and Hoogerbeets had to undergo a similar, though less protracted, inquisition. Such was its effect upon Ledenburg that he committed suicide. It was not until February the 20th, 1619, that the States General appointed an extraordinary court for the trial of the accused. It consisted of 24 members, of whom 12 were Hollanders. It is needless to say that such a court had no legal status, and the fact that nearly all its members were the Advocate's personal or political enemies is a proof that the proceedings were judicial only in name. It was appointed not to try but to condemn the prisoners. Oldenbarneveldt protested in the strongest terms against the court's competence. He had been a servant of the estates of the sovereign province of Holland, and to them alone was he responsible. He denied to the States General any sovereign rights. They were simply an assembly representing a number of sovereign allies. These were bold statements, and they were accompanied by an absolute denial of the charges brought against him. It was quite useless. All the prisoners were condemned, first De Groot, then Hoogerbeets, then Oldenbarneveldt. The trials were concluded on May the 1st, but it was resolved to defer the sentences until after the close of the National Synod, which had been meeting at Dordrecht. This took place on May the 9th. Meanwhile strong and influential efforts were made for leniency. The French ambassador, Aubrey du Maurier, during the trial did his utmost to secure fair treatment for the Advocate, and a special envoy, Chatillon, was sent from Paris to express the French king's firm belief in the aged statesman's integrity and patriotism, based on an intimate knowledge of all the diplomatic proceedings during and after the negotiations for the truce. But these representations had no effect, and were indeed resented. Equally unfruitful were the efforts made by Louise de Coligny to soften the severity of her stepson's attitude. Even William Lewis wrote to Maurice not to proceed too harshly in the matter. All was in vain. The prince's heart was steeled. He kept asking whether the advocate or his family had sued for pardon, but Oldenbarneveldt was far too proud to take any step which implied an admission of guilt, and all the members of his family were as firmly resolved as he was not to supplicate for grace. Few, however, believed that capital punishment would be carried out. On Sunday, May the 12th, however, sentence of death was solemnly pronounced, and on the following morning the head of the great statesman and patriot was stricken off on a scaffold erected in the Binnenhof, immediately in front of the windows of Maurice's residence. The advocate's last words were a protestation of his absolute innocence of the charge of being a traitor to his country, and posterity has endorsed the declaration. That Oldenbarneveldt had in the last 2 years of his life acted indiscreetly and arrogantly there can be no question. His long tenure of power had made him impatient of contradiction, and having once committed himself to a certain course of action, he determined to carry it through in the teeth of opposition, regardless of consequences, and with a narrow obstinacy of temper that aroused bitter resentment. His whole correspondence and private papers were, however, seized and carefully scrutinised by his personal enemies, and had they found any evidence to substantiate the charges brought against him, it would have been published to the world. It is clear that not a shred of such evidence was discovered, and that the advocate was perfectly innocent of the treasonable conduct for which a packed court condemned him to suffer death. Such was the reward that Oldenbarneveldt received for lifelong services of priceless value to his country. He, more than any other man, was the real founder of the Dutch Republic, and it will remain an ineffaceable stain on Maurice's memory that he was consenting unto this cruel and unjust sentence. Sentences of imprisonment for life were passed upon De Groot and Hoogerbeets. They were confined in the castle of Loevestein. The conditions of captivity were so far relaxed that the famous jurist was allowed to receive books for the continuance of his studies. Through the ingenuity and daring of his wife, De Groot contrived to escape in 1621 by concealing himself in a trunk supposed to be filled with heavy tomes. The trunk was conveyed by water to Rotterdam, from whence the prisoner managed to make his way safely to France. Concurrently with the political trials, the National Synod had been pursuing its labours at Dordrecht. On November 13th, rather more than 100 delegates assembled under the presidency of Johannes Bogerman of Leeuwarden. 58 of the delegates were preachers, professors and elders elected by the provincial synods. 15 were commissioners appointed by the States General. 28 were members of foreign Reformed churches. English and Scottish representatives took an active part in the proceedings. The synod decided to summon the remonstrants to send a deputation to make their defence. On December the 6th, accordingly, a body of 12 leading remonstrants, with Simon Episcopius at their head, took their seats at a table facing the assembly. Episcopius made a long harangue in Latin, occupying 9 sessions. His eloquence was, however, wasted on a court that had already prejudged the cause for which he pleaded. After much wrangling and many recriminations, Bogerman ordered the remonstrants to withdraw. They did so only to meet in an anti-synod at Rotterdam, at which the authority of the Dordrecht Assembly to pronounce decisions on matters of faith was denied. Meanwhile, the contra-remonstrant divines at Dordrecht, during many weary sessions, proceeded to draw up a series of canons defining the true Reformed doctrine, and condemning utterly, as false and heretical, the 5 points set forth in the remonstrance. On May the 1st, the Netherland Confession and the Heidelberg Catechism were unanimously adopted, as being in conformity with Holy Scripture and as fixing the standard of orthodox teaching. The synod was dissolved 8 days later. The final session was the 154th, and this great assembly of delegates from many lands, the nearest approach to a general council of the Protestant churches that has ever been held, came to a close amidst much festivity and no small congratulation. No time was lost in taking action by the dominant party against their opponents. 200 remonstrant preachers were driven into exile, and the congregations were treated with the same spirit of intolerance as had hitherto been the lot of the Catholics, and were forbidden the exercise of public worship. After the Advocate's death, except for the persecution directed against the Remonstrant party, the course of public affairs went on smoothly. Maurice, who by the death of his brother Philip William had in February 1618 become Prince of Orange, was virtually sovereign in the United Provinces. His name appeared in treaties with the Eastern potentates and in diplomatic dispatches, just as if he were a reigning monarch, and the people of the Netherlands were even at times spoken of as his subjects. But Maurice never cared to trouble himself about the details of politics, and he now left the management of affairs in the hands of a few men that he could trust, notably in those of Francis van Arsens, henceforth generally known as Lord of Sommelsdijk, and Reinier Pauw, the influential burgomaster of Amsterdam. Arsens had shown himself spiteful and vindictive in his conduct towards his earlier patron, Oldenbarneveldt, but being a clever diplomatist and gifted with considerable powers of statesmanship, he became henceforth for many years the trusted adviser and confidant not only of Maurice, but of his successor, Frederick Henry. The year 1620 was marked by the sudden death in June of William Lewis, the Stadholder of Friesland. His loss was much deplored by Maurice, who had for years been accustomed to rely upon the tried experience and sound judgment of his cousin both in peace and war. A few months earlier, in March, Louise de Coligny had died at Fontainebleau. She too had been from his youth the wise adviser of her stepson, but she was deeply grieved at the fate of Oldenbarneveldt, and after his execution left the Netherlands to take up her residence in her native country. By the death of William Lewis, the two Stadholderates of Groningen with Drenthe and of Friesland became vacant. Maurice succeeded to that of Groningen, but the Frieslanders remained faithful to the house of Nassau-Siegen, and elected Ernest Casimir, the younger brother of William Lewis, as their Stadtholder. End of Chapter 9 of The History of Holland by George Edmundson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Holland by George Edmundson, Chapter 10. From the end of the 12 years' truce to the Peace of Munster, 1621 to 1648, the Stadholderate of Frederick Henry of Orange. Civil disturbances and religious persecutions were not the only causes of anxiety to the political leaders in the United Provinces during the crisis of 1618-19. Foreign affairs were also assuming a menacing aspect. The year 1618 saw the opening in Germany of the 30 Years' War. The acceptance of the crown of Bohemia by Frederick, Elector Palatine, meant that the long-delayed struggle for supremacy between Catholics and Protestants was to be fought out, and it was a struggle which neither Spain nor the Netherlands could watch with indifference. Maurice was fully alive to the necessity of strengthening the defences of the eastern frontier, and subsidies were granted by the States General to Frederick and also to some of the smaller German princes. This support would have been larger, but the unexpected refusal of James I to give aid to his son-in-law made the Dutch doubtful in their attitude. The States, though friendly, were unwilling to commit themselves. In the spring of 1620, however, by James's permission, the English regiments in the Dutch service under the command of Sir Horace Vere were sent to oppose Spinola's invasion of the Rhineland. Accompanied by a Dutch force under Frederick Henry, they reached the Palatinate, but it was too late. The fate of the King of Bohemia was soon to be decided elsewhere than in his hereditary dominions. Completely defeated at the Battle of Prague, Frederick and his wife and family fled to Holland to seek the protection of their cousin, the Prince of Orange. They met with the most generous treatment at his hands, and they were for many years to make the Hague the home of their exile. As the date at which the 12 years' truce came to an end drew near, some efforts were made to avert war. There were advocates of peace in the United Provinces, especially in Gelderland and Overijssel, the two provinces most exposed to invasion. The archdukes had no desire to reopen hostilities, and Pecinius, the Chancellor of Brabant, was sent to the Hague to confer with Maurice, and was authorised to name certain conditions for the conclusion of a peace. These conditions proved, however, to be wholly unacceptable, and the early summer of 1621 saw Maurice and Spinola once more in the field at the head of rival armies. The operations were, however, dilatory and inconclusive. The Stadtholder now, and throughout his last campaigns, was no longer physically the same man as in the days when his skilful generalship had saved the Dutch Republic from overthrow. He had lost the brilliant energy of youth. The deaths in the course of this same year, 1621, of both the Archduke Albert and Philip III of Spain, were also hindrances to the vigorous prosecution of the war. In 1622 there was much marching and countermarching, and Maurice was successful in compelling Spinola to raise the siege of Bergen op Zoom, the last success he was destined to achieve. In the course of this year the prince's life was in serious danger. A plot was laid to assassinate him on his way to Ryswyck, the leading conspirator being William van Stoutenberg, the younger son of Oldenbarneveldt. Stoutenberg had in 1619 been deprived of his posts and his property confiscated, and he wished to avenge his father's death and his own injuries. The plot was discovered, but Stoutenberg managed to escape and took service under the Archduchess Isabel. Unfortunately, he had implicated his elder brother, Rainier, Lord of Groeneveldt, in the scheme. Groeneveldt was seized and brought to the scaffold. From this time nothing but misfortune dogged the steps of Maurice, whose health began to give way under the fatigues of campaigning. In 1623 a carefully planned expedition against Antwerp, which he confidently expected to succeed, was frustrated by a long continuance of stormy weather. Spinola in the following year laid siege to Breda. This strongly fortified town, an ancestral domain of the Princes of Orange, had a garrison of 7,000 men. The Spanish commander, rapidly advancing, completely invested it. Maurice, who had been conducting operations on the eastern frontier, now hastened to Breda, and did his utmost by cutting off Spinola's own supplies to compel him to raise the blockade. All his efforts, however, failed, and after holding out for many months, Breda surrendered. In the spring of 1625 the prince became so seriously ill that he asked the States General to appoint his brother commander-in-chief in his stead. Feeling his end drawing near, Maurice's chief wish was to see Frederick Henry married before his death. Frederick Henry, like Maurice himself, had never shown any inclination for wedlock, and there was no heir to the family. He had, however, been attracted by the Countess Amalia von Solms, a lady of the suite of Elizabeth of Bohemia. Under pressure from the dying man, the preliminaries were speedily arranged, and the wedding was quietly celebrated on April 4th. Though thus hastily concluded, the marriage proved to be in every way a thoroughly happy one. Amalia was throughout his life to be the wise adviser of her husband, and to exercise no small influence in the conduct of public affairs. Maurice died on April 23rd, in the 58th year of his age. His 40 years of continuous and strenuous service to the state had made him prematurely old, and there can be but little doubt that the terrible anxieties of the crisis of 1618–19 told upon him. Above all, a feeling of remorse for his share in the tragedy of Oldenbarneveldt's death preyed upon his mind. The new Prince of Orange succeeded to a difficult position, but he was endowed with all the qualities of a real leader of men. 41 years old, and brought up from boyhood in camps under the eye of his brother, Frederick Henry was now to show that he was one of the most accomplished masters of the military art, and especially siegecraft, in an age of famous generals. For Bernard of Saxe-Weimar, Torstenson, Turenne, Charles Gustavus, and the great Elector were all trained in his school. He was, however, much more than an experienced and resourceful commander in the field. He inherited much of his father's wary and tactful statesmanship and skill in diplomacy. He was, moreover, deservedly popular. He was a Hollander born and bred, and his handsome face, chivalrous bearing, and conciliatory genial temper won for him an influence which for some years was to give him almost undisputed predominance in the state. To quote the words of a contemporary, Van der Capellen, the prince in truth disposed of everything as he liked, everything gave way to his word. The offices and dignities held by Maurice were at once conferred on Frederick Henry. He was elected Stadtholder of Holland, Zeeland, Utrecht, Gelderland, and Overijssel, and was appointed Captain General and Admiral General of the Union and head of the Council of State. During practically the whole of his life the prince spent a considerable part of the year in camp, but he was able all the time to keep in touch with home affairs and to exercise a constant supervision and control of the foreign policy of the state by help of his wife, and through the services of Francis van Arsens. The court of the Princess of Orange, graced as it was by the presence of the exiled King and Queen of Bohemia, was brilliant and sumptuous, and gave to the reality of power possessed by the Stadtholder more than a semblance of sovereign pomp. During her husband's absence she spared no pains to keep him well acquainted with all the currents and undercurrents of action and opinion at the Hague, and was not only able to give sound advice, but was quite ready, when necessity called, to meet intrigue with intrigue, and render abortive any movements or schemes adverse to the prince's policy or authority. The obligations of Frederick Henry to Arsens were even greater. The Stadtholder was at first suspicious of the man, whom he disliked for the leading part he had taken against Oldenbarneveldt, but he did not allow personal prejudice to prevent him from employing a diplomatist of Arsens' experience and capacity, and with acquaintance he learned to regard him not merely as a clever and wise counsellor, but as a confidential friend. The right conduct of foreign affairs was of peculiar importance at the moment when Frederick Henry became Stadtholder, for a change of regime took place almost simultaneously both in France and England. In Paris, Cardinal Richelieu had just laid firm hands upon the reins of power, and the timorous and feeble James I died in the autumn of 1625. Richelieu and Charles I were both hostile to Spain, and the Republic had reason to hope for something more than friendly neutrality in the coming years of struggle with the united forces of the two Habsburg monarchies. One of the chief difficulties which confronted the new Stadtholder was the religious question. The prince himself, as was well known, was inclined to remonstrant opinions. He was, however, anxious not to stir up the smouldering embers of sectarian strife, and he made no effort to withdraw the placards against the remonstrants, but confined himself to moderate in practice their severity. He recalled from exile Van der Myle, Oldenbarneveldt's son-in-law, made Nicholas van Reichersberg, de Groot's brother-in-law, a member of the council, and released Hoogerbeets from his captivity at Loevestein. When, however, de Groot himself, presuming on the Stadtholder's goodwill, ventured to return to Holland without permission, the prince refused to receive him, and he was ordered to leave the country once more. The year 1626 was marked by no events of military importance. Both sides were in lack of funds, and no offensive operations were undertaken. Much rejoicing, however, attended the birth of a son and heir to the Prince of Orange on May the 27th. The child received the name of William. Early in the following year Sir Dudley Carleton, as envoy extraordinary of King Charles I, invested Frederick Henry at the Hague with the Order of the Garter. This high distinction was not, however, a mark of really friendlier relations between the two countries. The long-standing disputes as to fishing rights in the narrow seas and at Spitzbergen, and to trading spheres in the East Indian archipelago, remained unsettled, and in the unfortunate and ill-considered war which broke out at this time between England and France, the sympathies of the States were with the latter. Already those close relations between the French and the Dutch, which for the next decade were to be one of the dominating factors in determining the final issue of the 30 Years' War, were by the diplomatic efforts of Richelieu and of Aerssens being firmly established. France advanced to the States a large subsidy, by the aid of which the Stadtholder was enabled to take the field at the head of a really fine army, and to give to the world a brilliant display of his military abilities. Throughout his Stadtholderate the persistent aim which Frederick Henry held before himself was never aggression with a view to conquest, but the creation of a scientific frontier covered by strong fortresses, within which the flat lands behind the defensive lines of the great rivers could feel reasonably secure against sudden attack. It was with this object that in 1629 he determined to lay siege to the town of Hertogenbosch. A force of 24,000 infantry and 4,000 cavalry were gathered together for the enterprise. It was composed of many nationalities, like all the armies commanded by Maurice and Frederick Henry, but was admirably disciplined and devoted to its commander. 4 English, 3 Scottish, and 4 French regiments, all choice troops, raised by permission of their sovereigns for the service of the States, formed the backbone of the force. On April 30th the town was invested. Hertogenbosch, or Bois-le-Duc, was strongly fortified, and so surrounded by marshy ground, intersected by a number of small streams, that the only way of approach for a besieging force was a single causeway defended by the forts of St. Isabella and St. Anthony. The garrison consisted of 8,000 men, and the governor, Grobendonck, was an experienced and resolute soldier. The Stadtholder began by surrounding the town with a double line of circumvallation. The marshes were crossed by dykes, and 2 streams were dammed, so as to fill a broad, deep moat round the lines and flood the country outside. Other lines, 3 miles long, connected the investing lines with the village of Crèvecoeur on the Meuse, Frederick Henry's base of supplies, which were brought by water from Holland. These works completed, approaches were at once opened against the forts of St. Anthony and St. Isabella, the task being entrusted to the English and French troops. The court of Brussels now began to take serious measures for relieving the town. At first regarding Bolduc-la-Pucelle as impregnable, they had been pleased to hear that the prince had committed himself to an enterprise certain to be a dismal failure. Then came the news of the circumvallation, and with it alarm. The Count de Berg was therefore ordered at the head of an army of 30,000 foot and 7,000 horse to advance into North Brabant and raise the siege. But the Stadtholder was prepared and ceaselessly on his guard, and the Spanish general, after several vain attempts, found the Dutch lines unassailable. With the view of compelling Frederick Henry to follow him, Berg now marched into the heart of the United Provinces, devastating as he went with fire and sword, took Amersfoort and threatened Amsterdam, but the prince confined himself to dispatching a small detached force of observation, and meanwhile a happy stroke, by which a certain Colonel Deedon surprised and captured the important frontier fortress of Wesel, forced the Spaniards to retreat, for Wesel was Berg's depot of supplies and munitions. While all this was going on, the Prince of Orange had been pushing forward the siege operations. On July the 17th, the forts of St. Isabella and St. Anthony were stormed. The attack against the main defences, in which the English regiments specially distinguished themselves, was now pressed with redoubled vigour. The resistance at every step was desperate, but at last the moat was crossed and a lodgment effected within the walls. On September the 14th, Hertogenbosch surrendered, and the virgin fortress henceforth became the bulwark of the United Provinces against Spanish attack on this side. The consummate engineering skill with which the investment had been carried out attracted the attention of all Europe to this famous siege. It was a signal triumph, and added greatly to the Stadtholder's popularity and influence in the Republic. It was needed. The Estates of Holland were at this time once more refractory. The interests of this great commercial and maritime province differed from those of the other provinces of the Union, and it bore a financial burden greater than that of all the others put together. The Estates, then under the leadership of Adrian Pauw, the influential pensionary of Amsterdam, declined to raise the quota of taxation assigned to the province for military needs, and proceeded to disband a number of troops that were in their pay. Inconsistently with this action, they declined to consider certain proposals for peace put forward by the Infanta Isabel, for they would yield nothing on the questions of liberty of worship or of freedom to trade in the Indies. Their neglect to furnish the requisite supplies for the war, however, prevented the prince from undertaking any serious military operations in 1630. Fortunately, the other side were in no better case financially, while the death of Spinola and the withdrawal of Count de Berg from the Spanish service deprived them of their only two competent generals. This attitude of Holland, though it thwarted the stadtholder's plans and was maintained in opposition to his wishes, by no means, however, implied any distrust of him or lack of confidence in his leadership. This was conclusively proved by the passing, at the instigation of Holland, of the Acte de Survivance, April 19, 1631. This act declared all the various offices held by the prince hereditary in the person of his 5-year-old son. He thus became, in all but name, a constitutional sovereign. An expedition planned for the capture of Dunkirk at this time, spring 1631, proved too hazardous and was abandoned, but later in the year the Dutch sailors gave a signal proof of their superiority at sea. Encouraged by the failure of the attempted attack on Dunkirk, the government at Brussels determined on a counterstroke. A flotilla of 35 frigates, accompanied by a large number of smaller vessels to carry supplies and munitions, and having on board a body of 6,000 soldiers, set sail from Antwerp under the command of Count John of Nassau, a cousin of the stadtholder, and in the presence of Isabel herself, to effect the conquest of some of the Zeeland islands. As soon as the news reached Frederick Henry, detachments of troops were at once dispatched to various points, and about a dozen vessels were rapidly equipped and ordered to follow the enemy and, if possible, bring him to action. A landing at Terscholen was foiled by Colonel Morgan, who at the head of 2,000 English troops waded across a shallow estuary in time to prevent a descent. At last, on September the 12th, the Dutch ships managed to come up with their adversaries in the Slaak, near the island of Tollen. They at once attacked, and though so inferior in numbers, gained a complete victory. Count John of Nassau just contrived to escape, but his fleet was destroyed and 5,000 prisoners were taken. The year 1632 witnessed a renewal of military activity, and was memorable for the famous siege and capture of Maastricht. This fortress held the same commanding position on the eastern frontier as Hertogenbosch on the southern, and though its natural position was not so strong as the capital of North Brabant, Maastricht, lying as it did on both sides of the broad Meuse, and being strongly fortified and garrisoned, was very difficult to invest. The stadtholder, at the head of a force of 17,000 infantry and 4,000 horse, first made himself master of Venlo and Roeremonde, and then advanced upon Maastricht. Unfortunately, before Roeremonde, Ernest Casimir, the brave stadtholder of Friesland and Groningen, was killed. He was succeeded in his offices by his son, Henry Casimir. Arriving on June the 10th before Maastricht, Frederick Henry proceeded to erect strongly entrenched lines of circumvallation round the town, connecting them above and below the town by bridges. Supplies reached him plentifully by the river. To the English and French regiments were once more assigned the place of honour in the attack. All went well until July the 2nd, when Don González de Cordova led a superior Spanish force from Germany, consisting of 18,000 foot and 6,000 horse, to raise the siege, and encamped close to the Dutch lines on the south side of the river. Finding, however, no vulnerable spot, he awaited the arrival at the beginning of August of an imperialist army of 12,000 foot and 4,000 horse, under the renowned Pappenheim. This impetuous leader determined upon an assault, and the Dutch entrenchments were attacked suddenly with great vigour at a moment when the prince was laid up with gout. He rose, however, from his bed, personally visited all the points of danger, and after desperate fighting the assailants were at last driven off with heavy loss. The Spaniards and Imperialists, finding that the Stadtholder's lines could not be forced, instituted a blockade, so that the besiegers were themselves besieged. But Frederick Henry had laid up such ample stores of munitions and provisions that he paid no heed to the cutting of his communications, and pushed on his approaches with the utmost rapidity. All difficulties were overcome by the engineering skill of the scientific commander, and finally 2 tunnels 60 feet deep were driven under the broad dry moat before the town walls. The English regiments during these operations bore the brunt of the fighting and lost heavily, Colonels Harwood and the Earl of Oxford being killed and Colonel Morgan dangerously wounded. After exploding a mine, a forlorn hope of 50 English troops rushed out from one of the tunnels and made good their footing upon the ramparts. Others followed, and the garrison, fearing that further resistance might entail the sacking of the town, surrendered on August 23rd with honours of war. One result of the fall of Maastricht was a renewal on the part of the Archduchess Isabel of negotiations for peace or a long truce. On the authority of Frederick Henry's memoirs, the terms first offered to him in camp were favourable, and might have been accepted. When, however, the discussion was shifted to the Hague, the attitude of the Belgic representatives had stiffened. The cause was not far to seek, for on November 6, 1632, the ever-victorious Gustavus Adolphus had fallen in the hour of triumph in the fatal battle of Lützen. The death of the Swedish hero was a great blow to the Protestant cause, and gave fresh heart to the despondent Catholic alliance. The negotiations dragged, however, their slow length along, the chief point of controversy being the old dispute about freedom to trade in the Indies. On this point agreement was impossible. Spain would yield nothing of her pretensions, and the Hollanders would hear of no concessions that threatened the prosperity of the East and West India Companies, in which so many merchants and investors were deeply interested. Any admission of a Spanish monopoly or right of exclusion would have spelt ruin to thousands. The diplomatic discussions, however, went on for many months in a desultory and somewhat futile manner, and meanwhile, though hostilities did not actually cease, the campaign of 1633 was conducted in a half-hearted fashion. The death of Isabel on November 29th, 1633, shattered finally any hopes that the peace party in the provinces, for there was a strong peace party, might have had of arriving at any satisfactory agreement. By the decease of the Archduchess, who had been a wise and beneficent ruler and had commanded the respect and regard not only of her own subjects but of many northerners also, the Belgic provinces reverted to the crown of Spain and passed under the direct rule of Philip IV. The Cardinal Infante Ferdinand, fresh from his crushing victory over the Swedes at Nördlingen, came as governor to Brussels in 1634, at the head of considerable Spanish forces, and an active renewal of the war in 1635 was clearly imminent. In these circumstances Frederick Henry determined to enter into negotiations with France for the conclusion of an offensive and defensive alliance against Spain, the common enemy. He had many difficulties to encounter. The Estates of Holland, though opposed to the terms actually offered by the Brussels government, were also averse to taking any step which shut the door upon hopes of peace. Richelieu, on his side, though ready as before to grant subsidies and to permit the enrolment of French regiments for the Dutch service, shrank from committing France to an open espousal of the Protestant side against the Catholic powers. The Stadtholder, however, was not deterred by the obstacles in his way, and the diplomatic skill and adroitness of Aerssens, aided by his own tact and firmness of will, overcame the scruples of Richelieu. The opposition of the Estates of Holland, without whose consent no treaty could be ratified, was likewise surmounted. Adrian Pauw, their leader, was dispatched on a special embassy to Paris, and in his absence his influence was undermined, and Jacob Cats was appointed council pensionary in his stead. In the spring of 1635 a firm alliance was concluded between France and the United Provinces, by which it was agreed that neither power should make peace without the consent of the other, each meanwhile maintaining a field force of 25,000 foot and 5,000 horse, and dividing conquests in the southern Netherlands between them. This treaty was made with the concurrence and strong approval of the Swedish Chancellor Oxenstierna, and was probably decisive in its effect upon the final issue of the 30 Years' War. In the early spring of 1635, therefore, a French force entered the Netherlands, and after defeating Prince Thomas of Savoy at Namur, joined the Dutch army at Maastricht. Louis XIII had given instructions to the French commanders, Chatillon and de Brézé, to place themselves under the orders of the Prince of Orange, and Frederick Henry, at the head of 32,000 foot and 9,000 horse, now entered the enemy's territory and advanced to the neighbourhood of Louvain. Here, however, owing to the outbreak of disease among his troops, to lack of supplies, and to differences of opinion with his French colleagues, the prince determined to retreat. His action was attended by serious results. His adversary, the Cardinal Infante Ferdinand, was a wary and skilful general. He now seized his opportunity, rapidly made himself master of Diest, Gennep, Goch and Limburg, and took by surprise the important fort of Schenk at the junction of the Waal and the Rhine. Vexed at the loss of a stronghold which guarded two of the main waterways of the land, the Stadtholder at once laid siege to Schenk. But the Spanish garrison held out obstinately all through the winter and did not surrender until April 26, 1636. The Dutch army had suffered much from exposure and sickness during this long investment, and was compelled to abstain for some months from active operations. Ferdinand thereupon, as soon as he saw that there was no immediate danger of an attack from the north, resolved to avenge himself upon the French for the part they had taken in the preceding year's campaign. Reinforced by a body of imperialist troops under Piccolomini, he entered France and laid the country waste almost to the gates of Paris. This bold stroke completely frustrated any plans that the allies may have formed for combined action in the late summer. The following year the States determined, somewhat against the wishes of Frederick Henry, to send an expedition into Flanders for the capture of Dunkirk. This was done at the instance of the French ambassador, Charnacé, acting on the instructions of Richelieu, who promised the assistance of 5,000 French troops, and undertook, should the town be taken, to leave it in the possession of the Dutch. The Stadtholder accordingly, on May 7th, assembled an army of 14,000 foot and a considerable body of horse at Remekens, where a fleet lay ready for their transport to Flanders. Contrary winds, however, continued steadily to blow for many weeks, without affording any opportunity for putting to sea. At last, wearied out with the long inaction and its attendant sickness, the prince, on July 20th, suddenly broke up his camp and marched upon Breda. Spinola, after capturing Breda in 1625, had greatly strengthened its defences, and now with a garrison of 4,000 men under a resolute commander, it was held to be secure against any attack. The siege was a repetition of those of Hertogenbosch and Maastricht. In vain did the Cardinal Infante, with a powerful force, try to break through the lines of circumvallation, which the prince had constructed with his usual skill. Called away by a French invasion on the south, he had to leave Breda to its fate. The town surrendered on October 10th. During the years 1637 and 1638, the ever-recurring dissensions between the province of Holland and the Generality became acute once more. The provincial estates insisted on their sovereign rights and refused to acknowledge the authority of the States General to impose taxes upon them. This opposition of Holland was a great hindrance to the prince in the conduct of the war, and caused him constant anxiety and worry. It was impossible to plan or to carry out a campaign without adequate provision being made for the payment and maintenance of the military and naval forces, and this depended upon Holland's contribution. Amsterdam was the chief offender. On one occasion a deputation sent to Amsterdam from the States General was simply flouted. The burgomaster refused to summon the council together, and the members of the deputation had to return without an audience. All the prince's efforts to induce the contumacious city to consider his proposals in a reasonable and patriotic spirit were of no avail. They were rejected insultingly. In his indignation Frederick Henry is reported to have exclaimed, "I have no greater enemy, but if only I could take Antwerp it would bring them to their senses." The immense and growing prosperity of Amsterdam at this time was indeed mainly due to the fall of Antwerp from its high estate. To reconquer Antwerp had indeed long been a favourite project of Frederick Henry. In 1638 he made careful and ample preparations for its realisation. But it was not to be. Misfortune this year was to dog his steps. The advance was made in two bodies. The larger under the prince was to march straight to Antwerp. The second, of 6,000 men, commanded by Count William of Nassau, was instructed to seize some outlying defences on the Scheldt, before joining the main force before the town. Count William began well, but hearing a false rumour that a fleet was sailing up the Scheldt to intercept his communications, he hastily retreated. While his ranks were in disorder, he was surprised by a Spanish attack, and practically his entire force was cut to pieces. On hearing of this disaster, the Stadtholder had no alternative but to abandon the siege. Constant campaigning and exposure to the hardships of camp life year after year began at this time seriously to affect the health of the Stadtholder. He was much troubled by attacks of gout, which frequently prevented him from taking his place in the field. In 1639 there were no military events of importance. Nevertheless, this year was a memorable one in the annals of the Dutch Republic. It was the year of the Battle of the Downs. A great effort was made by Spain to re-establish her naval supremacy in the narrow seas, and the finest fleet that had left the harbours of the peninsula since 1588 arrived in the Channel in September 1639. It consisted of 77 vessels carrying 24,000 men, sailors and soldiers, and was under the command of an experienced and capable seaman, Admiral Oquendo. His orders were to drive the Dutch fleet from the Channel and to land 10,000 men at Dunkirk as a reinforcement for the Cardinal Infante. Admiral Tromp had been cruising up and down the Channel for some weeks on the lookout for the Spaniards, and on September the 16th he sighted the Armada. He had only 13 vessels with him, the larger part of his fleet having been detached to keep watch and ward over Dunkirk. With a boldness, however, that might have been accounted temerity, Tromp at once attacked the enemy, and with such fury that the Spanish fleet sought refuge under the lee of the Downs, and anchored at the side of an English squadron under Vice-Admiral Pennington. Rejoined by 17 ships from before Dunkirk, the Dutch admiral now contented himself with a vigilant blockade, until further reinforcements could reach him. Such was the respect with which he had inspired the Spaniards, that no attempt was made to break the blockade, and in the meantime Tromp had sent urgent messengers to Holland, asking the Prince of Orange and the Admiralties to strain every nerve to give him as many additional ships as possible. The request met with a ready and enthusiastic response. In all the dockyards work went on with relays of men night and day. In less than a month Tromp found himself at the head of 105 sail with 12 fireships. They were smaller ships than those of his adversary, but they were more than enough to ensure victory. On October the 21st, after detaching Vice-Admiral Witter de Witt with 30 ships to watch Pennington's squadron, Tromp bore down straight upon the Spanish fleet, though they were lying in English waters. Rarely has there been a naval triumph more complete. Under cover of a fog, Oquendo himself with 7 vessels escaped to Dunkirk. All the rest were sunk, burnt, or captured. It is said that 15,000 Spaniards perished. On the side of the Dutch, only 100 men were killed and wounded. The Spanish power at sea had suffered a blow from which it never recovered. Charles I was very angry on learning that English ships had been obliged to watch the fleet of a friendly power destroyed in English waters before their eyes. The king had inherited from his father a long series of grievances against the Dutch, and had he not been involved in serious domestic difficulties, there would probably have been a declaration of war. But Charles's finances did not permit him to take a bold course, and he was also secretly irritated with the Spaniards for having sought the hospitality of English waters, as written evidence shows, without his knowledge and permission. Aerssens was sent to London to smooth over the matter. He had no easy task, but by skill and patience he contrived, in spite of many adverse influences at the court, so to allay the bitter feelings that had been aroused by the scandal of the Downs, that Charles and his queen were willing in the early months of 1640 to discuss seriously the project of a marriage between the Stadtholder's only son and one of the English princesses. In January, a special envoy, Jan van der Kerkhoven, Lord of Heenvliet, joined Aerssens with a formal proposal for the hand of the Princess Royal, and after somewhat difficult negotiations, the marriage was at length satisfactorily arranged. The ceremony took place in London on May 12, 1641. As William was but 15 years of age, and Mary, the Princess Royal, only 9, the bridegroom returned to Holland alone, leaving the child bride for a time at Whitehall with her parents. The wedding took place at an ominous time. 10 days after it was celebrated, Strafford was executed, and the dark shadow of the Great Rebellion was already hanging over the ill-fated Charles. In the tragic story of the House of Stuart that fills the next 2 decades, there is perhaps no more pathetic figure than that of Mary, the mother of William III. At the time, this alliance gave added lustre to the position of the Prince of Orange, both at home and abroad, by uniting his family in close bonds of relationship with the royal houses both of England and France. In 1640, as the Spaniards remained on the defensive, the Stadtholder entered Flanders and by a forced march attempted to seize Bruges. His effort, however, was foiled, as was a later attempt to capture Hulst, when Frederick Henry and the States sustained a great loss in the death of the gallant Henry Casimir of Nassau, who was killed in a chance skirmish at the age of 29 years. This regrettable event caused a vacancy in the Stadtholderates of Friesland and Groningen with Drenthe. A number of zealous adherents of the House of Orange were now anxious that Frederick Henry should fill the vacant posts, to the exclusion of his cousin William Frederick, younger brother of Henry Casimir. They urged upon the prince, who was himself unwilling to supplant his relative, that it was for the good of the state that there should be a unification of authority in his person, and at last he expressed himself ready to accept the offices, if elected. The result of the somewhat mean intrigues that followed, in which Frederick Henry himself took no part, gave a curious illustration of the extreme jealousy of the provinces towards anything that they regarded as outside intrusion into their affairs. The States General ventured to recommend the Estates of Friesland to appoint the Prince of Orange. The recommendation was resented, and William Frederick became Stadtholder. The Frieslanders, on their part, sent a deputation to Groningen in favour of William Frederick, and Groningen-Drenthe elected the Prince of Orange. This dispute caused an estrangement for a time between the 2 branches of the House of Nassau, which was afterwards healed by the marriage of the Friesland Stadtholder with Albertine Agnes, a daughter of Frederick Henry. From this union the present royal family of Holland traced their descent. The military operations of the years 1641, 1642 and 1643 were dilatory and featureless. Both sides were sick of the war and were content to remain on the defensive. This was no doubt largely due to the fact that in rapid succession death removed from the stage many of those who had long played leading parts in the political history of the times. Aerssens died shortly after his return from his successful mission to England in the autumn of 1641, and almost at the same time the Cardinal Infante Ferdinand, who during his tenure of the governor-generalship had shown great capacity and prudence, both as a statesman and as a commander, expired. In 1642, after 18 years of almost autocratic rule, Richelieu passed away, his death on December 4, 1642, coming almost halfway between those of his enemy, the intriguing Marie de Medici, July 3, 1642, and that of her son, Louis XIII, May 18, 1643. Anne of Austria, the sister of the King of Spain, became regent in France, but this did not imply any change of policy with regard to the United Provinces, for Cardinal Mazarin, who through his influence over the regent succeeded to the power of Richelieu, was a pupil in the school of that great statesman, and followed in his steps. Moreover, during this same period, the outbreak of civil war in England had for the time being caused that country to be wholly absorbed in its own domestic concerns, and it ceased to have any weight in the councils of Western Europe. Thus it came to pass that there was a kind of lull in the external affairs of the United Provinces, and her statesmen were compelled to take fresh stock of their position in the changed situation that had been created. Not that this meant that these years were a time of less pressure and anxiety to the Prince of Orange. His new relations with the English royal family were a source of difficulty to him. Henrietta Maria, in March 1642, came to Holland, bringing with her the Princess Royal, and for a whole year took up her residence at the Hague. She was received with kindliness and courtesy, not only by the Stadtholder and his family, but by the people of Holland generally. Her presence, together with that of the Queen of Bohemia, at the Princess of Orange's court, gave to it quite a regal dignity and splendour, which was particularly gratifying to Amalia von Solms. But the English Queen had other objects in view than those of courtesy. She hoped not merely to enlist the sympathies of Frederick Henry for the royal cause in the English Civil War, but to obtain, through his help, supplies of arms and munitions from Holland for King Charles. But in this she did not succeed. The Parliament had sent an envoy, William Strickland, to counteract the influence of Henrietta Maria, and to represent the States General that it was fighting in defence of the same principles which had led to the revolt against Spain. The Prince was far too prudent to allow his personal inclinations to override his political judgment as a practical statesman. He knew that public opinion in the United Provinces would never sanction in any form active support of King Charles against his Parliament, and he did not attempt it. Intervention was confined to the dispatch of an embassy to England with instructions to mediate between the two parties. When the unfortunate Queen found that all her efforts on behalf of King Charles were in vain, she determined to leave the safe refuge where she had been so hospitably entertained, and to return to her husband's side. She sailed from Scheveningen on March 9, 1643, and reached the royal camp at York in safety. In the autumn of this year, 1643, two special envoys were sent by Cardinal Mazarin to the Hague, and one of the results of their visit was a renewal of the Treaty of 1635, by which France and the United Provinces had entered upon an offensive and defensive alliance, and had agreed to conclude no peace but by mutual consent. Nevertheless, Frederick Henry, whom long experience had made wary and far-sighted, had been growing for some little time suspicious of the advantage to the Republic of furthering French aggrandizement in the southern Netherlands. He saw that France was a waxing, Spain a waning power, and he had no desire to see France in possession of territory bordering on the United Provinces. This feeling on his part was possibly the cause of the somewhat dilatory character of his military operations in 1641 and 1642. The revolt of Portugal from Spain in December 1640 had at first been welcomed by the Dutch, but not for long. The great and successful operations of the East and West India Companies had been chiefly carried on at the expense of the Portuguese, not of the Spaniards. The great obstacle to peace with Spain had been the concession of the right to trade in the Indies. It was Portugal, rather than Spain, which now stood in the way of Dutch merchants obtaining that right, for the Spanish government, in its eagerness to stamp out a rebellion which had spread from the peninsula to all the Portuguese colonies, was quite ready to sacrifice these to secure Dutch neutrality in Europe. The dazzling victory of the French under the young Duke of Enghien over a veteran Spanish army at Rocroi in May 1643 also had its effect upon the mind of the prince. With prophetic foresight, he rightly dreaded a France too decisively victorious. In the negotiations for a general peace between all the contending powers in the 30 Years' War, which dragged on their slow length from 1643 to 1648, the stadholder became more and more convinced that it was in the interest of the Dutch to maintain Spain as a counterpoise to the growing power of France, and to secure the favourable terms which, in her extremity, Spain would be ready to offer. At first, however, there was no breach in the close relations with France, and Frederick Henry, though hampered by ill health, showed in his last campaigns all his old skill in siegecraft. By the successive captures of Hertogenbosch, Maastricht, and Breda, he had secured the frontiers of the Republic in the south and south-east. He now turned to the north-west corner of Flanders. In 1643 he took the strongly fortified post of Sas van Gent, situated on the Ley, the canalised river connecting Ghent with the Scheldt. In 1645 he laid siege to and captured the town of Hulst, and thus gained complete possession of the strip of territory south of the Scheldt, known as the Land of Waas, which had been protected by these two strongholds, and which has since been called Dutch Flanders. Very shortly after the capitulation of Hulst, the ambassadors plenipotentiary of the United Provinces set out, in November 1645, to take their places at the Congress of Munster on equal terms with the representatives of the Emperor and of the kings of France and Spain. The position acquired by the Dutch Republic among the powers of Europe was thus officially recognised de facto, even before its independence had been de jure ratified by treaty. The parleyings at Munster made slow headway, as so many thorny questions had to be settled. Meanwhile, with the full approval of the Prince, negotiations were being secretly carried on between Madrid and the Hague, with the view of arriving at a separate understanding, in spite of the explicit terms of the Treaty of 1635. As soon as the French became aware of what was going on, they naturally protested, and did their utmost to raise every difficulty to prevent a treaty being concluded behind their backs. The old questions, which had proved such serious obstacles in the negotiations of 1607–9, were still sufficiently formidable, but the situation was very different in 1646–1647. The Spanish monarchy was actually in extremis. Portugal and Catalonia were in revolt. A French army had crossed the Pyrenees. The treasury was exhausted. Peace with the Dutch Republic was a necessity, and, as has been already said, the vexed question about the Indies had resolved itself rather into a Portuguese than a Spanish question. By a recognition of the Dutch conquests in Brazil and in the Indian Ocean, they were acquiring an ally without losing anything that they had not lost already by the Portuguese declaration of independence. But as the basis of an agreement was on the point of being reached, an event happened which caused a delay in the proceedings. The Prince of Orange, who had been long a martyr to the gout, became in the autumn of 1646 hopelessly ill. He lingered on in continual suffering for some months, and died on March 14, 1647. Shortly before his death he had the satisfaction of witnessing the marriage of his daughter Louise Henrietta to Frederick William of Brandenburg, afterwards known as the Great Elector. He was not, however, destined to see peace actually concluded, though he ardently desired to do so. Frederick Henry could, however, at any rate feel that his life work had been thoroughly and successfully accomplished. The services he rendered to his country during his Stadholderate of 22 years can scarcely be overestimated. It is a period of extraordinary prosperity and distinction, which well deserves the title given to it by Dutch historians, the golden age of Frederick Henry. The body of the stadholder was laid, amidst universal lamentation and with almost regal pomp, beside those of his father and brother, in the Nieuwe Kerk at Delft. The removal of a personality of such authority and influence at this critical time was a dire misfortune, for there were many cross-currents of policy in the different provinces and of divergence of interest between the seafaring and merchant classes and other sections of the population. Finally, the skill and perseverance of the two leading Dutch plenipotentiaries, Pauw and Van Knuyt, and of the Spanish envoys, Peñaranda and Brun, brought the negotiations to a successful issue. The assent of all the provinces was necessary, and for a time Utrecht and Zeeland were obstinately refractory, but at length their opposition was overcome, and on January 30th, 1648, the Treaty of Munster was duly signed. Great rejoicings throughout the land celebrated the end of the War of Independence, which had lasted for 80 years. Thus, in spite of the solemn engagement made with France, a separate peace was concluded with Spain, and in the interests of the United Provinces. Their course of action was beyond doubt politically wise and defensible, but, as might be expected, it left behind it a feeling of soreness, for the French naturally regarded it as a breach of faith. The Treaty of Munster consisted of 79 articles, the most important of which were: the King of Spain recognised the United Provinces as free and independent lands. The States General kept all their conquests in Brabant, Limburg and Flanders, the so-called Generality lands. Also their conquests in Brazil and the East Indies, made at the expense of Portugal. Freedom of trading, both in the East and West Indies, was conceded. The Scheldt was declared closed, thus shutting out Antwerp from access to the sea. To the House of Orange all its confiscated property was restored, and lastly a treaty of trade and navigation with Spain was negotiated. On all points the Dutch obtained all, and more than all, they could have hoped for. End of chapter 10.
History of Holland by George Edmundson, Part 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Holland, Part 11. The East and West India Company's Commercial and Economic Expansion. An account of the foundation, constitution, and early efforts of the Dutch East India Company has been already given. The date of its charter, March the 20th, 1602, was later than that of its English rival, December the 31st, 1600. But in reality the Dutch were the first in the field, as there were several small companies in existence, and competing with one another in the decade previous to the granting of the charter, which, without extinguishing these companies, incorporated them by the name of chambers under a common management, the Council of 17. The four chambers, however, Amsterdam, Zeeland, the Maas, Rotterdam and Delft, and the North Quarter, Enkhuizen and Heuren, though separately administered and with different spheres, became gradually more and more unified by the growing power of control exercised by the 17. This was partly due to the dominating position of the single chamber of Amsterdam, which held half the shares and appointed 8 members of the council. The erection of such a company, with its monopoly of trade and its great privileges, including the right of maintaining fleets and armed forces, of concluding treaties, and of erecting forts, was nothing less than the creation of an imperium in imperio, and it may be said to have furnished the model on which all the great chartered companies of later times have been formed. The English East India Company was, by the side of its Dutch contemporary, almost insignificant. With its invested capital of 30,000, it was in no position to struggle successfully against a competitor which started with subscribed funds amounting to £540,000. The conquest of Portugal by Spain had spelt ruin to that unhappy country, and to its widespread colonial empire and extensive commerce. Before 1581, Lisbon had been a great centre of the Dutch carrying trade, and many Netherlanders had taken service in Portuguese vessels, and were familiar with the routes both to the East Indies and to Brazil. It was the closing of the port of Lisbon to Dutch vessels that led the enterprising merchants of Amsterdam and Middelburg to look further afield. In the early years of the 17th century, a great number of expeditions left the Dutch harbour for the Indian Ocean, and made great profits, and very large dividends were paid to the shareholders of the company. How far these represented the actual gain, it is difficult to discover, for the accounts were kept in different sets of ledgers, and it is strongly suspected that the size of the dividends may at times, when enhanced credit was necessary for the raising of loans, have been to some extent fictitious. For the enterprise, which began as a trading concern, speedily developed into the creation of an empire overseas, and this meant immense expenditure. The Malay archipelago was the chief scene of early activity, and more especially the Moluccas. Treaties were made with the native chiefs, and factories defended by forts were established at Tidor, Ternate, Amboina, Banda, and other places. The victories of Cornelis Matelief established that supremacy of the Dutch arms in these eastern waters, which they were to maintain for many years. With the conclusion of the truce, the necessity of placing the general control of so many scattered forts and trading posts in the hands of one supreme official led in 1609 to the appointment of a Governor-General by the 17, with the assent of the States-General. The Governor-General held office for 5 years, and he was assisted by a council, the first member of which, under the title of Director-General, was in reality Minister of Commerce. Under him were at first 7, afterwards 8, local governors. These functionaries, though exercising considerable powers in their respective districts, were in all matters of high policy entirely subordinate to the Governor-General. The first holders of the office were all men who had risen to that position by proving themselves to possess energy and enterprise, and being compelled by the distance from home to act promptly on their own initiative, were practically endowed with autocratic authority. In consequence of this, the Dutch Empire in the East became, in their hands, rapidly extended and consolidated, to the exclusion of all competitors. This meant not only that the Portuguese and Spaniards were ousted from their formerly dominant position in the Orient, but that a collision with the English was inevitable. The first Governor-General, Peter Booth, had made Java the centre of administration, and had established factories and posts at Bantam, Jakarta, and Japara, not without arousing considerable hostility among the local rulers, jealous of the presence of intruders. This hostility was fostered and encouraged by the English, whose vessels had also visited Java, and had erected a trading post close to that of the Dutch at Jakarta. Already the Spice Islands had been the scene of hostile encounters between the representatives of the two nations, and had led to many altercations. This was the state of things when Jan Pieterszoon Koen became Governor-General in 1615. This determined man, whose experience in the East Indies was of long date, and who had already served as Director-General, came into his new office with an intense prejudice against the English, and with a firm resolve to put an end to what he described as their treachery and intrigues. Were they masters, he wrote home, the Dutch would quickly be out of the Indies. But praise be to the Lord, who has provided otherwise. They are an unendurable nation. With this object he strongly fortified the factory near Jakarta, thereby arousing the hostility of the Pangeran, as the native ruler was styled. The English in their neighbouring posts also began to erect defences, and to encourage the Pangeran in his hostile attitude. Gun, therefore, fell upon the English and destroyed and burnt their factory, and finding that there was a strong English fleet under Sir Thomas Dale in the neighbourhood, he sailed to the Moluccas in search of reinforcements, leaving Peter van der Broek in command at the factory. The Pangeran now feigned friendship, and having enticed Broek to a conference, made him prisoner and attacked the Dutch stronghold. The garrison, however, held out until the Governor-General returned with a strong force. With this he stormed and destroyed the town of Jakarta, and on its site erected a new town as the seat of the company's government, to which the name Batavia was given. From this time the Dutch had no rivalry to fear in Java. The conquest of the whole island was only a matter of time, and the pearl of the Malay archipelago has from 1620 to the present been the richest and most valuable of all the Dutch colonial possessions. Kun was planning to follow up his success by driving the English likewise from the Moluccas, when he heard that the home government had concluded a treaty which tied his hands. The position in the Moluccas had for some time been one of continual bickering and strife, the chief seeing being in the little group known as the Banda Islands. The lucrative spice trade tempted both companies to establish themselves by building forts, and the names of Amboina and Pulau Rum were for many years to embitter the relations of the two peoples. Meanwhile, the whole subject of those relations had been in 1619 discussed at London by a special embassy sent nominally to thank King James for the part he had taken in bringing the Synod of Dort to a successful termination of its labours, but in reality to settle several threatening trade disputes. Almost the only result of the prolonged conferences was an agreement, June 2nd, 1619, by which the East India Companies were for 20 years to be virtually amalgamated. The English were to have half the pepper crop in Java and 1/3 of the spices in the Moluccas, Amboina and the Banda Islands. Forts and posts were to remain in their present hands, but there was to be a joint council for defence, 4 members from each company, the president to be appointed alternately month by month. Such a scheme was a paper scheme devised by those who had no personal acquaintance with the actual situation. There was no similarity between a great military and naval organisation like the Dutch company and a body of traders like the English, whose capital was small and who were entirely dependent on the political vagaries of an impecunious sovereign whose dearish wish at the time was to cultivate close relations with the very power in defiance of whose prohibition the East India Company's trade was carried on. The agreement received indeed a fresh sanction at another conference held in London, 1622-23, but it never was a working arrangement. The bitter ill feeling that had arisen between the Dutch and English traders was not to be allayed by the diplomatic subterfuge of crying peace when there was no peace. Events were speedily to prove that this was so. The trade in spices had proved the most lucrative of all, and measures had been taken to prevent any undue lowering of the price by a glut in the market. The quantity of spices grown was carefully regulated, suitable spots being selected, and the trees elsewhere destroyed. Thus cloves were specially cultivated at Amboina, nutmegs in the Banda Islands. Into this strictly guarded monopoly, from which the English had been expelled by the energy of Kun, there were now by the new treaty to be admitted to a share. It was only with difficulty that the Dutch were induced to acquiesce sullenly in the presence of the intruders. A fatal collision took place almost immediately after the convention between the companies about the trade in the Spice Islands had been renewed in London 1622-3. In 1623 Koen was succeeded as Governor-General by Peter Carpentier, whose name is still perpetuated by the Gulf of Carpentaria on the north of Australia. At this time of transition the governor of Amboina, Van Spult, professed to have discovered a conspiracy of the English settlers, headed by Gabriel Towerson, to make themselves master of the Dutch fort. 18 Englishmen were seized, and though there was no evidence against them, except what was extorted by torture, and afterwards solemnly denied, 12, including Towerson, were executed. Carpentier admitted that the proceedings were irregular, and they were, in any case, unnecessary, for a dispatch recalling Towerson was on its way to Amboina. It was a barbarous and cruel act, and when the news of the massacre of Amboina, as it was called, reached England, there was loud indignation and demands for redress. But the quarrel with Spain over the marriage of the Prince of Wales had driven James I, at the very end of his life, and Charles I on his accession, to seek the support of the United Provinces. By the Treaty of Southampton, September 17, 1625, an offensive and defensive alliance was concluded with the States General, and Charles contented himself with a demand that the States should, within 18 months, bring to justice those who were responsible for the bloody butchery on our subjects. However, Carleton again pressed for the punishment of the perpetrators of the foul and bloody act of Amboina. The Dutch replied with evasive promises, which they never attempted to carry out, and Charles' disastrous war with France and his breach with his Parliament effectually prevented him from taking steps to exact reparation. But Amboina was not forgotten. The sore rankled and was one of the causes that moved Cromwell to war in 1654. The activity of the Dutch in eastern waters was, however, by no means confined to Java, their seat of government, or to the Moluccas and Banda Islands, with their precious spices. Many trading posts were erected on the large islands of Sumatra and Borneo. Trading relations were opened with Siam from 1613 onwards. In 1623, a force under Willem Bontekoe was sent by Koen to Formosa. The island was conquered and a governor appointed, with his residence in Fort Zeelandia. Already under the first Governor-General, Pieter Both, permission was obtained from the shogun for the Dutch, under close restrictions, to trade with Japan, a permission which was still continued after the expulsion of the Portuguese and the bloody persecution of the Christian converts, 1632-42, though under somewhat humiliating conditions. But with the Dutch, trade was trade, and under the able conduct of Francis Caron, it became of thriving proportions. During the next century, no other Europeans had any access to the Japanese market, except the agents of the Dutch East India Company. Among the governors-general of this early period, the name of Anthony van Diemen deserves special recognition. If Koen laid the firm foundations of Dutch rule in the East, Van Diemen built wisely and ably on the work of Koen. Carpentier's rule had been noteworthy for several voyages of discovery along the coasts of New Guinea and of the adjoining shore of Australia, but the spirit of exploration reached its height in the days of Van Diemen, the north and northwest of Australia being to some extent already known. Abel Tasman was dispatched by Van Diemen to find out, if possible, how far southward the land extended. Sailing in October 1642 from Mauritius, he skirted portions of the coast of what is now Victoria and New South Wales, and discovered the island which he named after his patron, Van Diemen's Land, but which is now very appropriately known as Tasmania. Pressing on, he reached New Zealand, which still bears the name that he gave to it, and sailed through the strait between the northern and southern islands, now Cook's Strait. In the course of this great voyage he next discovered the Friendly or Tonga Islands and the Fiji archipelago. He reached Batavia in June 1643, and in the following year he visited again the north of Australia and voyaged right round the Gulf of Carpentaria. Even in a modern map of Australia, Dutch names will be found scattered round certain portions of the coast of the island continent, recording still historically the names of the early Dutch explorers, their patrons, ships and homes. Along the shores of the Gulf of Carpentaria may be seen Van Diemen River, Gulf and Cape, Abel Tasman, Van Elfen, Nassau and Staten rivers, Capes Arnhem, Caron and Maria, after Francis Caron and Maria van Diemen, and Grote Eland. In Tasmania, with many other names, may be found Frederick, Henry, Bay and Cape, Tasman's Peninsula and Tasman's Head and Maria Island, while the wife of the Governor-General is again commemorated the northernmost point of New Zealand, bearing the name of Maria van Diemen Cape. To Van Diemen belongs the credit given to the Dutch their first footing, 1638, in the rich island of Ceylon, by concluding a treaty with the native prince of Kandy. The Portuguese still possessed forts at Colombo, Gal, Negumbo, and other places, but Gal and Negumbo were now taken by the Dutch, and gradually the whole island passed into their hands, and became for a century and a half their richest possessions in the east, next to Java. On the Coromandel coast, posts were early established, and trade relations opened up with the Persians and Arabs. At the time when the Treaty of Munster gave to the United Provinces the legal title to that independence for which they had so long fought, and conceded to them the freedom to trade in the Indies, that trade was already theirs, safeguarded by the fleets, the forts, and the armed forces of the Chartered Company. The Governor-General at Batavia had become a powerful potentate in the eastern seas, and a succession of bold and able men, by a policy at once prudent and aggressive, had in the course of a few decades organized a colonial empire. It was a remarkable achievement for so small a country as the United Provinces, and it was destined to have a prolonged life. The voyage round by the Cape was long and hazardous, so Van Diemen, in 1638, caused the island of Mauritius to be occupied as a refitting station, and in 1652 one of his successors, Reyneerts, sent a body of colonists under Jan van Riebeck to form a settlement which should be a harbour of refuge beneath the Table Mountain at the Cape itself. This was the beginning of the Cape Colony. Quite as interesting, and even more exciting, was the history of Dutch enterprise in other seas during this eventful period. The granting of the East India Company's charter led a certain Willem Usselincx to come forward as an earnest and persistent advocate for the formation of a West India Company on the same lines, but Oldenbarneveldt, anxious to negotiate a peace or truce with Spain and to maintain good relations with that power, refused to lend any countenance to his proposals, either before or after the truce was concluded. He could not, however, restrain the spirit of enterprise that with increasing prosperity was abroad in Holland. The formation of the Northern or Greenland Company in 1613, specially created in order to contest the claims of the English Muscovy Company to exclusive rights in the whale fishery of Spitzbergen, led to those violent disputes between the fishermen of the two countries, of which an account has been given. The granting of a charter to the Company of New Netherland, 1614, was a fresh departure. The voyage of Henry Hudson in the Dutch service, when in 1610 he explored the coast of North America and sailed up the river called by his name, led certain Amsterdam and Huron merchants to plan a settlement near this river, and they secured a charter giving them exclusive rights from Chesapeake Bay to Newfoundland. The result was the founding of the colony of New Netherland, with New Amsterdam on Manhattan Island as its capital. This settlement was at first small and insignificant, but being placed midway between the English colonies on that same coast, it added one more to the many questions of dispute between the two sea powers. Willem Usselincx had at this time continued his agitation for the erection of a West India Company, and at last, with the renewal of the war with Spain in 1621, his efforts were rewarded. The charter granted by the States General, June 3, 1621, gave to the company for 24 years the monopoly of navigation and trade to the coastlands of America and the West Indies, from the south end of Newfoundland to the Straits of Magellan, and to the coasts and lands of Africa, from the Tropic of Cancer to the Cape of Good Hope. The governing body consisted of 19 representatives, the 19. The States General contributed to the capital 1 million gulden, on half of which only they were to receive dividends. They also undertook in time of war to furnish 16 ships and 4 yachts, the company being bound to supply a like number. The West India Company from the first was intended to be an instrument of war. Its aims were buccaneering rather than commerce. There was no secret about its object. It was openly proclaimed. Its historian, De Lette, himself a director, wrote, "There is no surer means of bringing our enemy at last to reason than to infest him with attacks everywhere in America and to stop the fountainhead of his best finances." After some tentative efforts, it was resolved to send out an expedition in great force. But the question arose, where best to strike? By the advice of Usselincx and others associated with the condition of the defences of the towns upon the American coast, Bahia, the capital of the Portuguese colony of Brazil, was selected as specially vulnerable. Thus, in the west as in the east, Portugal was to suffer for her unwilling subjection to the crown of Castile. The consent of the States General and of the Stadtholder being obtained, some months were spent in making preparations on an adequate scale. The fleet, which consisted of 23 ships of war with 4 yachts, armed with 500 pieces of ordnance, and carrying in addition to the crews a force of 1,700 troops, sailed in 2 contingents. December 1623 and January 1624, Jacob Willekens was the Admiral-in-Chief, with Piet Hein as his Vice-Admiral. Colonel Jan van Duth, Lord of Horst, was to conduct the land operations and to be the governor of the town, when its conquest was achieved. On May the 9th the fleet sailed into the Bay of All Saints, Bahia de Todos os Santos, and proceeded to disembark the troops on a sandy beach a little to the east of the city of San Salvador, commonly known as Bahia. It was strongly situated on heights rising sheer from the water, and as news of the Dutch preparations had reached Lisbon and Madrid, its fortifications had been repaired and its garrison strengthened. In front of the lower town, below the cliffs, was a rocky island, and on this and on the shore were forts well provided with batteries, and under their lee were 15 ships of war. On May the 10th, Piet Hein was sent with 5 vessels to contain the enemy's fleet and cover the landing of the military forces, but Hein, far from being content with a passive role, attacked the Portuguese, burnt or captured all their ships, and then, embarking his men in launches, stormed the defences of the island and spiked the guns. Meanwhile, the troops had, without opposition, occupied a Benedictine convent on the heights opposite the town. But the daring of Piet Hein had caused a panic to seize the garrison. Despite the efforts of the governor, Diogo do Mendoza Furdado, there was a general exodus in the night, both of the soldiery and the inhabitants. When morning came, the Dutch marched into the undefended town, the governor and his son, who had refused to desert their posts, being taken prisoners. They, with much booty, were at once sent to Holland as a proof of the completeness of the victory. Events, however, were to prove that it is easier for an expeditionary force to capture a town at such a distance from the home base of supplies than to retain it. Governor Van Dorth had scarcely entered upon his duties when he fell into an ambush of native levies near San Salvador and was killed. His successor, Willem Schouten, was incompetent and dissolute, and when the fleet set sail on its homeward voyage at the end of July, the garrison soon found itself practically besieged by bodies of Portuguese troops with Indian auxiliaries, who occupied the neighbouring woods and stopped supplies. Meanwhile, the news of the capture of San Salvador reached Madrid and Lisbon, and Spaniards and Portuguese vied with one another in their eagerness to equip a great expedition to expel the invaders. It was truly a mighty armada which set sail, under the supreme command of Don Frederick de Toledo, from the Iberian ports at the beginning of 1625, for it consisted of 50 ships with 5 caravels and 4 pinnaces, carrying 12,566 men and 1,185 guns. On Easter Eve, March 29th, the fleet entered All Saints' Bay in the form of a vast crescent, measuring 6 leagues from tip to tip. The Dutch garrison of 2,300 men, being strongly fortified, resisted for a month, but shut in by sea and by land, and badly led, they capitulated on April the 28th, on condition that they were sent back to Holland. That the brilliant success of 1624 was thus so soon turned into disaster was in no way due to the supineness of the home authorities. The 19 were in no way surprised to hear of great preparations being made by the King of Spain to retake the town, and they, on their part, were determined to maintain their conquest by meeting force with force. Straining all their resources, 3 squadrons were equipped. The first 2, numbering 32 ships and 9 yachts, were destined for Brazil. The third, a small flying squadron of 7 vessels, was dispatched early to watch the Spanish ports. The general-in-chief of the Brazilian expedition was Boudewijn Hendrickson. Driven back by a succession of storms, it was not until April the 17th, 1625, that the fleet was able to leave the Channel and put out to sea. The voyage was a rapid one, and on May the 23rd Hendrickson sailed into the bay in battle order, only to see the Spanish flag waving over San Salvador and the mighty fleet of Admiral Toledo drawn up under the protection of its batteries. Hendrickson sailed slowly past the Spaniards, who did not stir, and perceiving that it would be madness to attack a superior force in such a position, he reluctantly gave orders to withdraw. On the homeward journey by the West Indies a number of rich prizes were made, but sickness made great ravages among the crews, and counted Hendrickson himself among its victims. The events of the following year seem to show that with audacity he might have at least inflicted heavy losses on the enemy, for in 1626 the directors, ignorant of his failure, sent out a reinforcement of 9 ships and 5 yachts under the command of the redoubtable Piet Hein. Hein sailed on May the 21st for the West Indies, where he learned that Hendrickson was dead, and that the remnant of his expedition had returned after a fruitless voyage of misadventure. Hein, however, was not the man to turn back. He determined to try what he could effect at Bahia by a surprise attack. He reached the entrance to the bay on March 1st, 1627, but was unluckily becalmed, and the Portuguese were warned of his presence. On arriving before San Salvador, he found 30 ships drawn up close to the land. 16 of these were large and armed, and 4 were galleons, with a considerable number of troops on board. The Dutch admiral, with great daring, determined to attack them by sailing between them and the shore, making it difficult for the guns on shore to fire on him without injury to their own ships. It was a hazardous stroke, for the passage was narrow, but entirely successful. One of the 4 galleons carrying the admiral's flag was sunk. The other 3 struck. Taking to their launches, the Dutchmen now fiercely assailed the other vessels, and in a very short time were masters of 22 prizes. It was a difficult task to carry them off at the ebb tide, and it was not achieved without loss. Hein's own ship, the Amsterdam, grounded and had to be burnt, and another ship by some mischance blew up. The total loss, except through the explosion, was exceedingly small. The captured vessels contained 2,700 chests of sugar, besides a quantity of cotton, hides, and tobacco. The booty was stored in the 4 largest ships and sent to Holland, and the rest were burnt. Hein now made a raid down the coast as far as Rio de Janeiro, and then returned. The sea terror of Delft, for some weeks after this, remained in unchallenged mastery of the bay, picking up prizes when the opportunity offered. Then he sailed by the West Indies homewards, and reached Dutch waters on October the 31st, 1627, having during this expedition captured no less than 55 enemy vessels. The value of the booty was sufficient to repay the company for their great outlay, and it was wisely used in the equipment of fresh fleets for the following year. This next year, 1628, was indeed an annus mirabilis in the records of the Dutch West India Company. On January the 24th, 2 fleets put to sea, one under Dirk Simonson Uitgeest for the coast of Brazil, another under Pieter Arianzoon Ita for the West Indies. Both were successful and came back laden with spoil. It was reserved, however, for the expedition under Piet Hein, to make all the successes seem small. This fleet, consisting of 31 ships of war, left Holland at the end of May for the West Indies, with instructions to lie in wait for the Spanish treasure fleet. Many attempts had been made in previous years to intercept the galleons, which year by year carried the riches of Mexico and Peru to Spain, but they had always failed. After some weeks of weary cruising, Piet Hein, when off the coast of Cuba, was rewarded, September the 8th, by the sight of the Spanish fleet approaching, and at once bore down upon them. After a sharp conflict, the Spaniards took refuge in the Bay of Matanzas, and running the galleons into shoal water, tried to convey the rich cargoes on shore. It was in vain. The Dutch sailors, taking to their boats, boarded the galleons and compelled them to surrender. The spoil was of enormous value, comprising 177,537 pounds of silver, 135 pounds of gold, 37,375 hides, 2,270 chests of indigo, besides cochineal, logwood, sugar, spices, and precious stones. It brought 11,509,524 gulden into the coffers of the company, and a dividend of 50% was paid to the shareholders. It was a wrong policy thus to deal with the results of a stroke of good fortune, not likely to be repeated. This year was, however, to be a lucky year unto the end. A 4th expedition under Adriaan Jansz Peter which left on August the 15th for the Caribbean Sea, sailed up the Orinoco and destroyed the town San Tomé de Guiana, the chief Spanish settlement in those parts. All this, it may be said, partook of the character of buccaneering. Nevertheless, these were shrewd blows, struck at the very source from whence the Spanish power obtained means for carrying on the war. The West India Company was fulfilling triumphantly one of the chief purposes for which it was created, and was threatening Philip IV with financial ruin. The successes of 1628 had the effect of encouraging the directors to try to retrieve the failure at Bahia by conquest elsewhere. Olinda, on the coast of Pernambuco, was selected as the new objective. An expeditionary force of exceptional strength was got ready, and as Piet Hein, at the very height of his fame, unfortunately lost his life in the spring of 1629 in an encounter with the Dunkirk pirates, Hendrik Cornelis Lonck, who had served as vice-admiral under Hein at Matanzas Bay, was made admiral-in-chief with Jonker Diederik von Wadenburg in command of the military forces. Considerable delay was caused by the critical position of the United Provinces when invaded by the Spanish imperialist armies at the time of the siege of Hertogenbosch, but the capture of that fortress enabled the last contingents to sail towards the end of the year, and Lonck was able to collect his whole forces at St. Vincent, one of the Canary Islands, on Christmas Day, to start on their voyage across the Atlantic. That force consisted of 52 ships and yachts and 13 sloops, carrying 3,780 sailors and 3,500 soldiers, amounting 1,170 guns. Adverse weather prevented the arrival of the fleet in the offing of Olinda until February the 13th. Along the coast of Pernambuco runs a continuous reef of rock, with narrow openings at irregular intervals, forming a barrier against attack from the sea. Olinda, the capital of the provinces, was built on a hill a short distance inland, having as its port a village known as Povo, or the Recife, lying on a spit of sand between the mouths of the rivers of the Biberibe and Capibarabe. There was a passage through the rocky reef northwards, about 2 leagues above Olinda, and 3 others southwards, only one of which, the Barra, was navigable for large ships, giving access to a sheet of water of some 18 foot in depth between the reef and the spit of sand, and forming a commodious harbour, the Pozo. The problem before the Dutch commander was a difficult one, for news of the expedition had reached Madrid, and Matthias de Albuquerque, brother of the proprietor of Pernambuco, Duarte de Albuquerque, a man of great energy and powers of leadership, had arrived in October to put Olinda and the Recife into a state of defence. 2 forts, strongly garrisoned and armed, San Francisco and San Jorge, defended the entrances through the reef and the neck of the spit of sand. 16 ships, chained together and filled with combustibles, barred access to the harbour, and the village of the Recife was surrounded by entrenchments. Within the fortifications of Holland, Albuquerque held himself in readiness to oppose any body of the enemy that should effect a landing above the town. Lonck, after consultation with Wadenburg, determined to make, with the main body of the fleet under his own command, an attempt to force the entrances to the Pozo, while Wadenburg, with the bulk of the military contingent on 16 ships, sailed northward to find some spot suitable for disembarkation. The naval attack was made on February the 15th, but was unavailing. All the efforts of the Dutch to make their way through any of the entrances to the Pozo, though renewed again and again with utmost bravery, were beaten off. In the evening Lonck withdrew his ships. He had learned by an experience to which history scarcely offers an exception, that a naval attack, unsupported by military cooperation against land defences, cannot succeed. But Wadenburg had used the opportunity, while the enemy's attention was directed to the repelling of the assault on the Recife, to land his army without opposition. At dawn, the Dutch general advanced, and after forcing the crossing of the river Doce in the teeth of the resistance of a body of irregular troops, led by Albuquerque in person, marched straight on Olinda. There was no serious resistance. The fortifications were carried by storm, and the town fell into the hands of Wadenburg. The garrison and almost all the inhabitants fled into the neighbouring forest. Aware of the fact that the occupation of Olinda was useless without a harbour as a base of supplies, it was resolved at once, with the aid of the fleet, to lay siege to the forts of San Francisco and San Jorge. Despite obstinate resistance, first San Jorge, then San Francisco surrendered, and on March the 3rd the fleet sailed through the Barra, and the Recife, with the island of Antonio Vaz behind it, was occupied by the Dutch. No sooner was the conquest made than steps were taken for its administration. A welcome reinforcement arrived from Holland on March the 11th, having on board 3 representatives sent by the 19, who were to form with Wadenburg, appointed governor and administrative council or court of policy. The Recife, rather than Olinda, was selected as the seat of government, and forts were erected for its defence. The position, however, was perilous in the extreme. Albuquerque, who was well acquainted with the country and skilled in guerrilla warfare, formed an entrenched camp to which he gave the name of the Ariel de Bom Jesus, a position defended by marshes and thick woods. From this centre, by the aid of large numbers of friendly Indians, he was able to cut off all supplies of fresh water, meat or vegetables from reaching the Dutch garrison. They had to depend for the necessaries of life upon stores sent to them in relief fleets from Holland. It was a strange and grim struggle of endurance, in which both Dutch and Portuguese suffered terribly. The one on the barren seashore, the other in the pathless woods, under the glare of a tropical sun, both alike looking eagerly for succour from the motherland. The Dutch succours were the first to arrive. The first detachment, under Martin Thijssen, reached the Recife on December the 18th, 1630. The main fleet, under Adrian Janzoon Peter, on April 14th, 1631. The whole fleet consisted of 16 ships and yachts, manned by 1,270 sailors, and 860 soldiers. Their arrival was the signal for offensive operations. An expedition under Thijssen's command sailed on April 22nd for the large island of Itamaraca, about 15 miles to the north of the Recife. It was successful. Itamaraca was occupied and garrisoned, and thus a second and advantageous post established on the Brazilian coast. Meanwhile, the Spanish government had not been idle. After many delays, a powerful fleet set sail from Lisbon on May the 5th for Pernambuco, consisting of 15 Spanish and 5 Portuguese ships, and carrying a large military force, partly destined for Bahia, but principally as a reinforcement for Matthias de Albuquerque. The expedition was commanded by Admiral Antonio de Aquendo, and was accompanied by Duarte de Albuquerque, the proprietor of Pernambuco. After landing troops and munitions at Bahia, the Spanish wasted several weeks before starting again to accomplish the main object of blockading the Dutch in the Recife and compelling their surrender by famine. But Peter had learned by his scouts of the presence of Oquendo at Bahia, and though his force was far inferior, he determined to meet the hostile armada at sea. The Spanish fleet was sighted at early dawn on September the 12th, and Peter at once gave orders to attack. His fleet consisted of 16 ships and yachts, that of the enemy of 20 galleons and 16 caravels. The Dutch admiral had formed his fleet in 2 lines, himself in the Prins Willem and Vice Admiral Thijssen in the Verenigde Provinciën being the leaders. On this occasion the sight of the great numbers and size of the Spanish galleons caused a great part of the Dutch captains to lose heart and hang back. Peter and Thijssen, followed by only 2 ships, bore down upon the Spaniards. The Prins Willem, with the Walcheren in attendance, laid herself alongside the San Diego, flying the flag of Admiral Oquendo. The Verenigde Provinciën, with the Provincia van Utrecht in its wake, drew up to the San Antonio de Padua, the ship of Vice Admiral Francisco de Vallecilla. For 6 hours the duel between the Prins Willem and the San Diego went on with fierce desperation, the captain of the Walcheren gallantly holding at bay the galleons who attempted to come to the rescue of Oquendo. At 4 p.m. the San Diego was a floating wreck, with only a remnant of her crew surviving, when suddenly a fire broke out in the Prins Willem, which nothing could check. With difficulty the San Diego drew off, and finding that his vessel was lost, Peter refused to surrender, wrapped the flag round his body, and threw himself into the sea. Meanwhile, success had attended Thijssen. The lagging Dutch ships, coming up gradually, threatened the convoy of Spanish transport, and drew off many of the galleons for their protection. The Provincia van Utrecht, indeed, like the Prins Willem, caught fire and was burnt to the water's edge. But the Vice Admiral himself sank the San Antonio de Padua, and another galleon that came to Vallecilla's help, and captured a third. It was a bloody and apparently indecisive fight, but the Dutch enjoyed the fruits of victory. Oquendo made no attempt to capture the Recife and Olinda, but after landing the troops he convoyed at a favourable spot, sailed northwards, followed by Thijssen. But although relieved, the position was still very serious. Albuquerque, now considerably reinforced from his impregnable post at the Areal de Bom Jesus, cut off all intercourse inland. The Dutch even abandoned Olinda and concentrated themselves at the Recife, where they remained as a besieged force, entirely dependent upon supplies sent from Holland. Several expeditions were dispatched, with the hope of seizing other positions on the coast, but all of them proved failures. And when Waerdenburgh returned home in 1633, having reached the end of his 3 years as governor, all that could be said was that the Dutch had retained their foothold on the coast of Pernambuco, but at vast cost to the company in men, vessels, and treasure, and without any apparent prospect for the future. But pertinacity was to be rewarded. For the period of success that followed, special victories must be consulted. In the year following the return of Waerdenburgh, the efforts of the Dutch authorities to extend their possessions along the coast at the various river mouths were steadily successful, and with the advent of Joan Maurice of Nassau to the governorship in 1637, the dream of a Dutch empire in Brazil seemed to be on the point of realization. The cousin of the Prince of Orange was endowed with brilliant qualities, and during the 7 years of his governorship he extended the Dutch dominion from the Rio Grande in the south to the island of Maranhão on the north, and to a considerable distance inland. Indeed, over the larger part of 7 out of the 14 captaincies into which Portuguese Brazil was divided. On his arrival, by a wise policy of statesmanlike conciliation, he contrived to secure the goodwill of the Portuguese planters, who, though not loving the Dutch heretics, hated them less than their Spanish oppressors, and also of the Jews, who were numerous in the conquered territory. Under his rule, the Recife, as the seat of the Dutch government, was beautified and enlarged. Many fine buildings and gardens adorned it, and the harbour made commodious for commerce, with rows of warehouses and ample docks. To the new capital he gave the name of Mauritsstad. During the early part of his governor-generalship, Joan Maurice was called upon to face a really great danger. The year 1639 was to witness what was to be the last great effort, before the Portuguese revolt, of the still undivided Spanish monarchy for supremacy at sea. Already it has been told how a great fleet sent under Antonio de Quedo to drive the Dutch from the narrow seas was crushed by Admiral Tromp at the Battle of the Downs. In the same year, the most formidable armada ever sent from the peninsula across the ocean set sail for Brazil. It consisted of no less than 86 vessels manned by 12,000 sailors and soldiers, under the command of the Count de Torre. Unpropitious weather conditions, as so often in the case of Spanish naval undertakings, ruined the enterprise. Making for Bahia, they were detained for 2 months in the Bay of All Saints by strong northerly winds. Meanwhile, John Maurice, whose naval force at first was deplorably weak, had managed, by energetic efforts, to gather together a respectable fleet of 40 vessels under Admiral Luce, which resembled the English fleet of 1588 under Effingham and Drake, in that it made up for lack of numbers and of size by superior seamanship and skill in manoeuvring. At length, the wind having shifted, the Count de Torre put to sea, and on January the 12th, 1640, the Dutch squadrons sighted the Spaniards, who had been driven along by a southerly gale which had sprung up. Clinging to their rear, and keeping the weather gauge, the Dutch kept up a running fight, inflicting continual losses on their enemies, and giving them no opportunity to make for land and seek the shelter of a port, drove them northwards in disorder, never to return. By this signal deliverance, the hold of the Netherlanders upon their Brazilian conquests appeared to be assured, and, as has been already stated, Joan Maurice took full advantage of the opportunity that was offered to him to consolidate and extend them. A sudden change of political circumstances was, however, to bring to a rapid downfall a dominion which had never rested on a sound basis. The revolt of Portugal in 1641 was at first hailed in the United Provinces as the entry of a new ally into the field against their ancient enemy, the Spaniard. But it was soon perceived that there could be no friendship with independent Portugal, unless both the East and West India Companies withdrew from the territories they had occupied overseas, entirely at the expense of the Portuguese. King João IV and his advisers at Lisbon, face to face as they were with the menacing Spanish power, showed willingness to make great concessions, but they could not control the spirit which animated the settlers in the colonies themselves. Everywhere the Spanish yoke was repudiated, and the Dutch garrisons in Brazil suddenly found themselves confronted in 1645 with a loyalist rising, with which they were not in a position to deal successfully. The West India Company had not proved a commercial success. The fitting out of great fleets and the maintenance of numerous garrisons of mercenaries at an immense distance from the home country had exhausted their resources and involved the company in debt. The building of Mauritsstad and the carrying out of Joan Maurice's ambitious schemes for the administration and organisation of a great Brazilian dominion were grandiose, but very costly. The governor, moreover, who could brook neither incompetence nor interference on the part of his subordinates, had aroused the enmity of some of them, notably of a certain Colonel Akitovsky, who through spite plotted and intrigued against him with the authorities at home. The result was that the directors, having declined to sanction certain proposals made to them by Joan Maurice, he sent in his resignation, which was accepted. It must be remembered that their position was a difficult one. The charter of the company had been granted for a term of 24 years, and it was doubtful whether the States General, already beginning to discuss secretly the question of a separate peace with Spain, would consent to renew it. The relations with Portugal were very delicate, and a formidable rebellion of the entire body of Portuguese settlers, aided by the natives, was on the point of breaking out. Indeed, the successors of John Maurice, deprived of any adequate succour from home, were enabled to maintain themselves against the skill and courage of the insurgent Portuguese leaders. The Dutch were defeated in the field, and one by one their fortresses were taken. The Recife itself held out for some time, but it was surrendered at last in 1654, and with its fall the Dutch were finally expelled from the territory, for the acquisition of which they had sacrificed so much blood and treasure. The West India Company, at the Peace of Munster, possessed, besides the remnant of its Brazilian dominion, the colony of New Netherland in North America, and 2 struggling settlements on the rivers Essequibo and Berbice in Guyana. New Netherland comprised the country between the English colonies of New England and Virginia, and the Dutch settlers had at this time established farms near the coast and friendly relations with the natives of the interior, with whom they trafficked for furs. The appointment of Peter Stuyvesant as governor in 1646 was a time of real development in New Netherland. The colony was an appanage of the Chamber of Amsterdam, after which New Amsterdam, the seat of government on the island of Manhattan, was named. The official trading posts on the Essequibo and the Berbice, though never abandoned, had for some years a mere lingering existence, but are deserving of a mention in that they were destined to survive the vicissitudes of fortune, and to become, in the 18th century, a valuable possession. Their importance, also, is to be measured not by the meagre official reports and profit and loss accounts that have survived in the West India Company's records, but by the much fuller information to be derived from Spanish and Portuguese sources as to the remarkable daring and energy of Dutch trading agents in all that portion of the South American continent lying between the rivers Amazon and Orinoco. Expelled from the Amazon itself in 1627 by the Portuguese from Para, the Dutch traders established themselves at different times at the mouth of almost all the rivers along what was known as the wild coast of Guyana, and penetrating inland through a good understanding with the natives, especially with the ubiquitous Carib tribes, carried on a barter traffic beyond the mountains into the northern watershed of the Amazon, even as far as the Rio Negro itself. This trade with the interior finds no place in the company's official minutes, for it was, strictly speaking, an infringement of the Charter, and therefore illegitimate. But it was characteristically Dutch, and it was winked at, for the chief offenders were themselves among the principal shareholders of the company. No account of Dutch commerce during the period of Frederick Henry would be complete, however, which did not refer to the relations between Holland and Sweden, and the part played by an Amsterdam merchant in enabling the Swedish armies to secure the ultimate triumph of the Protestant cause in the 30 Years' War. Louis de Geer sprang from an ancient noble family of Liege. His father fled to Dordrecht in 1595 to escape from the Inquisition, and became prosperous in business. Liege was then, as now, a great centre of the iron industry, and after his father's death, Louis de Geer, in 1615, removed to Amsterdam, where he became a merchant in all kinds of iron and copper goods, more especially of ordnance and firearms. In close alliance with him, though not in partnership, was his brother-in-law, Elias Tripp, the head of a firm reputed to have the most extensive business in ironware and weapons in the Netherlands. The commanding abilities of de Geer soon gave to the two firms, which continued to work harmoniously together as a family concern, a complete supremacy in the class of wares in which they dealt. At this time the chief supply of iron and copper ore came from Sweden, and in 1616 de Geer was sent on a mission by the States General to that country to negotiate for a supply of these raw materials for the forging of ordnance. This mission had important results, for it was the first step towards bringing about those close relations between Sweden and the United Provinces, which were to subsist through the whole of the 30 Years' War. In the following year, 1617, Gustavus Adolphus, then about to conduct an expedition into Livonia, sent an envoy to Holland for the purposes of securing the good offices of the States General for the raising of a loan upon the security of the Swedish copper mines. The principal contributor was Louis de Geer. He had, during his visit to Sweden, learned how great was the wealth of that country in iron ore, and at the same time that the mines were lying idle and undeveloped through lack of capital and skilled workmen, he used his opportunity, therefore, to obtain from Gustavus the lease of the rich mining domain of Finspång. The lease was signed on October the 12th, 1619, and de Geer at once began operations on the largest scale. He introduced from Liège a body of expert Walloon ironworkers, built forges and factories, and was in a few years able to supply the Swedish government with all the ordnance and munitions of war that they required, and to export through the ports of Norrköping large supplies of goods to his warehouses at Amsterdam. His relations with Gustavus Adolphus soon became intimate. The king relied upon de Geer for the supply of all the necessaries for his armies in the field, and even commissioned him to raise troops for the Swedish service. In 1626 the Dutch merchant was appointed by the king acting manager of the copper mines, which were royal property, and in order to regularize his position and give him greater facilities for the conduct of his enterprises, the rights of Swedish citizenship were conferred by royal patent upon him. It was a curious position, for though de Geer paid many visits to Sweden, once for 3 consecutive years, 1626 to 29, he continued to make Amsterdam his home and principal residence. He thus had a dual nationality. Year after year saw an increasing number of mines and properties passing into the great financier's hands, and in return for these concessions he made large advances to the king for his triumphant expedition into Germany, advancing him in 1628 50,000 riksdaler, and somewhat later a further sum of 32,000 riksdaler. So confidential were the relations between them that Gustavus sent for de Geer to his camp at Kitzingen for a personal consultation on business matters in the spring of 1632. It was their last interview, for before that year closed, the Swedish hero was to perish at Lutzen. The death of Gustavus made no difference to the position of Louis de Geer in Sweden, for he found Axel Oxenstierna a warm friend and powerful supporter. Among other fresh enterprises was the formation of a Swedo-Dutch company for trading on the west coast of Africa. In this company Oxenstierna himself invested money. In reward for his many services, the Swedish Council of Regency conferred upon de Geer and his heirs a patent of nobility, and as part repayment of the large loans advanced by him to the Swedish treasury, he obtained as his own the districts containing his mines and factories in different parts of Sweden, making him one of the largest landed proprietors in the country. He, on his part, in return for this, was able to show in a remarkable way that he was not ungrateful for the favours he had received. With Christian IV of Denmark, for many years, the Swedes and the Dutch had had constant disputes and much friction. This able and ambitious king, throughout a long and vigorous reign, which began in 1593, had watched with ever-increasing jealousy the passing of the Baltic trade into Dutch hands, and with something more than jealousy the rapid advance to power of the sister Scandinavian kingdom under Gustavus Adolphus. Of the 1,074 merchant ships that passed through the Sound between June the 19th and November the 16th, 1645, all but 49 came from Dutch ports, by far the largest number from Amsterdam, and from these Christian IV drew a large revenue by the exaction of harsh and arbitrary toll dues. Again and again the States General had complained and protested, and diplomatic pressure had been brought to bear upon the high-handed king, but without avail. Between Sweden and Denmark there had been, since Gustavus Adolphus came to the throne in 1613, no overt act of hostility, but smouldering beneath the surface of an armed truce were embers of latent rivalries, and ambitions ready at any moment to burst into flame. Christian IV was a Protestant, but his jealousy of Sweden led him in 1639 openly to take sides with the Catholic powers, Austria and Spain. Fearing that he might attempt to close the passage of the Sound, the States General and the Swedish Regency, 1640, concluded a treaty for securing the freedom and protection of shipping and commerce in the Baltic and North Seas, and one of the secret articles gave permission to Sweden to buy or hire ships in the Netherlands, and in case of necessity to enlist crews for the same. Outward peace was precariously maintained between the Scandinavian powers, when the seizure of a number of Swedish ships in the Sound in 1643 made Oxenstierna resolve upon a bold stroke. Without any declaration of war, the Swedish general, Torstensson, was ordered to lead his victorious army from North Germany into Denmark, and to force King Christian to cease intriguing with the enemy. Holstein, Schleswig, and Jutland were speedily in Torstensson's hands, but the Danish fleet was superior to the Swedish, and he could make no further progress. Both sides turned to the United Provinces. Christian promised that the grievances in regard to the Sound Jews should be removed if the States General would remain neutral. Oxenstierna addressed himself to Louis de Geer. The merchant, on behalf of the Swedish government, was instructed to approach the Stadtholder and the States General and to seek for naval assistance under the terms of the Treaty of 1640. And if he failed in obtaining their assent, then he, de Geer, should himself, in conformance with the secret article of that treaty, raise on his own account and equip a fleet of 30 ships for the Swedish service. De Geer soon discovered that Frederick Henry, being intent on peace negotiations, was averse to the proposal. The Stadtholder and the States General, acting under his influence, did not wish to create fresh entanglements by embroiling the United Provinces in a war with Denmark. De Geer, therefore, at once began, on his own responsibility, to equip ships in the various seaports of Holland and Zeeland, which had been the chief sufferers by the vexatious Sound Jews. And he succeeded in enlisting the connivance of the Estates of Holland to his undertaking. Before the end of April 1644, a fleet of 32 vessels was collected under the command of Martin Thijssen. Its first efforts were unsuccessful. The Danish fleet effectually prevented the junction of Thijssen with the Swedes, and for a time he found himself blockaded in a narrow passage called the Listerdiep. Taking advantage of a storm which dispersed the Danes, the Dutch admiral at last was able to put to sea again, and early in July somewhat ignominiously returned to Amsterdam to refit. For the moment, King Christian was everywhere triumphant. On July the 11th he gained a signal victory over the Swedish fleet at Kolberg Heath, and he had the satisfaction of seeing Torstensson compelled by the Imperialists to retreat from Jutland. But the energy and pertinacity of the Amsterdam merchant saved the situation, though the retreat of Thijssen meant for him a heavy financial loss. De Geer never for a moment faltered in his purpose. Within 3 weeks, Thijssen again put to sea with 22 ships, and by skilful manoeuvring he succeeded in making his way through the Skagerrak and the Sound, and finally brought his fleet to anchor in the Swedish harbour of Kalmar. From this harbour the united Swedo-Dutch squadrons sailed out on October the 23rd between Femern and Laaland, met the Danish fleet, and after a desperate conflict completely defeated and destroyed it. Thus were the wealth and resources of a private citizen of Amsterdam able to intervene decisively at a critical moment in the struggle for supremacy in the Baltic between the two Scandinavian powers. But it is not in the victory won by Martin Thijssen that de Geer rendered his greatest service to Sweden. As the Swedish historian Fryxell truly says, "All that was won by the statesmanship of Oxenstierna, by the sword of Berna, Torstenson and Wrangel, in a desolated Germany, streaming with blood, has been already lost again. But the benefits which Louis de Geer brought to Sweden by the path of peaceful industry and virtue, these still exist, and bear wholesome fruit to a late posterity." This expedition under Martin Thijssen, who after his victory was created a Swedish noble, and definitely entered the Swedish naval service, though connived at by Frederick Henry and the States General, did not express any desire on their part to aggrandize Sweden unduly at the expense of Denmark. If some great merchants, such as Louis de Geer and Elias Tripp, were exploiting the resources of Sweden, others, notably a certain Gabriel Marcellus, had invested their capital in developing the Danish grazing lands, and politically and commercially the question of the Sound Jews, preeminently a Danish question, overshadowed all others in importance. The Dutch had no desire to give Sweden a share in the control of the Sound. They preferred, in the interests of their vast Baltic trade, to have to deal with Christian IV alone. The Swedish threat was useful in bringing diplomatic pressure to bear on the Danish king, but ultimately they felt confident that if he refused to make concessions in the matter of the Jews, they would compel him to do so. As one of their diplomatists proudly declared, the wooden keys of the Sound were not in the hands of King Christian, but in the wharves of Amsterdam. In June 1645, his words were put to a practical test. Admiral Witt de With, at the head of a fleet of 50 warships, was ordered to convoy 300 merchantmen through the Sound, peacefully if possible, if not by force. Quietly, the entire fleet of 350 vessels sailed through the narrow waters. The Danish fleet and Danish forts made no attempt at resistance. All the summer De With cruised to and fro, and the Dutch traders suffered no molestation. Christian's obstinacy at last gave way before this display of superior might, and on August the 23rd, by the Treaty of Christianopel, he agreed to lower the tolls for 40 years, and to make many other concessions that were required from him. At the same time, by Dutch mediation, peace was concluded between Denmark and Sweden, distinctly to the advantage of the former, by the Treaty of Bromsbro. To pass to other regions. In the Levant, during the long residence of Cornelis Haga at Constantinople, trade had been greatly extended. Considerable privileges were conceded to the Dutch by the so-called capitulation, concluded by his agency with the Porte in 1612, and Dutch consuls were placed in the chief ports of Turkey, Asia Minor, Syria, Egypt, Tunis, Greece, and Italy. The trading, however, with the Mediterranean and the Levant was left to private enterprise. The States General, which had given charters to the different companies, East India, West India, and Northern, not being willing to create any further monopolies. The lack of coal and of metals has always seriously hindered industrial development in the United Provinces. Nevertheless, the advent into Holland of so many refugees, who were skilled artisans from the southern Netherlands, led to the establishment of various textile industries at Leyden, Haarlem, and other towns. One of the chief of these was the dressing and dyeing of English cloth for exportation. Amsterdam, it should be mentioned, had already at this time become the home of the diamond industry. The art of cutting and polishing diamonds was a secret process brought to the city on the Wye by Portuguese Jews, who were expelled by Philip II. And in Amsterdam their descendants still retain a peculiar skill and craftsmanship that is unrivalled. Jewish settlers were indeed to be found in many of the Dutch towns, and it was through them that Holland became famous in 17th century Europe for the perfection of her goldsmiths and silversmiths' art, and for jewellery of every kind. Another industry which had its centre at Delft was that of the celebrated pottery and tiles known as Delftware. It will be evident from what has been said above that vast wealth flowed into Holland at this period of her history. But, as so often happens, this sudden growth of riches had a tendency to accumulate in the hands of a minority of the people, with the inevitable consequence, on the one hand, of the widening of the gulf which divided poverty from opulence, and on the other with the creation among rich and poor alike of a consuming eagerness and passion for gain, if not by legitimate means, then by wild speculation or corrupt venality. Bubble companies came into existence only to bring disaster on those who rashly invested their money in them. The fever of speculation rose to its height in the mania for the growing of bulbs, and more especially of tulips, which more and more absorbed the attention of the public in Holland in the years 1633 to 1636. Perfectly inordinate sums were offered in advance for growing crops or for particular bulbs, most of the transactions being purely paper speculations, a gambling in futures. Millions of guilders were risked, and hundreds of thousands lost or won. In 1637 the crash came, and many thousands of people in Amsterdam, Haarlem, Leyden, Alkmaar, and other towns in Holland were brought to ruin. The estates of Holland and the various municipal corporations, numbers of whose members were among the sufferers, were compelled to take official action to extend the time for the liquidation of debts, and thus to some extent limit the number of bankruptcies. The tulip mania reduced, however, so many to beggary that it came as a stern warning. It was unfortunately only too typical of the spirit of the time. Even worse in some ways was the venality and corruption which began to pervade the public life of the country. The getting of wealth, no matter how, was an epidemic, which infected not merely the business community, but the official classes of the Republic. There was malversation in the admiralties and in the military administration. The government was in the hands of narrow oligarchies, who took care to oppose jealously any extension of the privileges which placed so much valuable patronage at their disposal. Even envoys to foreign courts were reputed not to be inaccessible to the receipt of presents, which were in reality bribes, and in the law courts the wealthy suitor or offender could generally count on a charitable construction being placed upon all points in his favour. The severe placard, for instance, against the public celebration of any form of worship but that of the Reformed religion, according to the decrees of the Synod of Dort, were notoriously not enforced. Those who were able and willing to pay for a dispensation found a ready and judicious toleration. This toleration was not entirely due to the venality of the officials, but rather to the spirit of materialistic indifference that was abroad among the orthodox Calvinists, who were alone eligible for public office. Large numbers of those who professed the established faith were in reality either nominal conformists, too much immersed in affairs to trouble about religious questions, or actually free thinkers in disguise. It must never be forgotten that in the United Provinces, taken as a whole, the Calvinists, whether orthodox or Arminian, formed a minority of the population. Even in Holland itself, more than half the inhabitants were Catholics, including many of the old families and almost all of the peasantry. Likewise in Utrecht, Gelderland and Overijssel, the Catholics were in the majority. The Generality lands, North Brabant and Dutch Flanders, were entirely of the Roman faith. In Holland, Zeeland, especially in Friesland and Groningen, The Mennonite Baptists and other sects had numerous adherents. Liberty of thought, and to a large extent of worship, was in fact at this time the characteristic of the Netherlands, and existed in spite of the unrepealed placards, which enforced under pain of heavy penalties a strict adherence to the principles of Dort.
End of chapter 11.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corrie Samuel. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 12. Letters, Science and Art. The epithet glorious, roemrijk, has been frequently applied by Dutch historians to the period of Frederick Henry, and deservedly. The preceding chapter has told that it was a time of wonderful maritime and colonial expansion, of commercial supremacy and material prosperity. But the spirit of the Holland, which reached its culminating point of national greatness in the middle of the 17th century, was far from being wholly occupied with voyages of adventure and conquest on far distant seas, or engrossed in sordid commercialism at home. The rapid acquisition of wealth by successful trade is dangerous to the moral health and stability alike of individuals and of societies, and the vices which follow in its train had, as we have already pointed out, infected to a certain extent the official and commercial classes in the Dutch Republic at this epoch. There is, however, another side of the picture. The people of the United Provinces, in their long struggle for existence as a free and independent state, had had all the dormant energies and qualities of which their race was capable called into intense and many-sided activity, with the result that the quickening impulse, which had been sent thrilling through the veins, and which had made the pulses to throb with the stress of effort and the eagerness of hope, penetrated into every department of thought and life. When the Treaty of Munster was signed, Holland had taken her place in the very front rank in a civilized world, as the home of letters, science and art, and was undoubtedly the most learned state in Europe. In an age when Latin was the universal language of learning, it was this last fact which loomed largest in the eyes of contemporaries. The wars and persecutions which followed the Reformation made Holland the place of refuge of many of the most adventurous spirits, the choicest intellects, and the most independent thinkers of the time. Flemings and Walloons who fled from Alva and the Inquisition, Spanish and Portuguese Jews driven out by the fanaticism of Philip II, French Huguenots and German Calvinists found within the borders of the United Provinces a country of adoption, where freedom of the press and freedom of opinion existed to a degree unknown elsewhere until quite modern times. The social condition of the country, the disappearance of a feudal nobility, and the growth of a large and well-to-do burgher aristocracy, in whose hands the government of the Republic really lay, had led to a widespread diffusion of education and culture. All travellers in 17th century Holland were struck by the evidences which met their eyes, in all places that they visited, of a general prosperity, combined with great simplicity of life and quiet domesticity. Homely comfort was to be seen everywhere, but not even in the mansions of the merchant princes of Amsterdam was there any ostentatious display of wealth and luxury. Probably of no other people could it have been said that, amongst the Dutch, it was unfashionable not to be a man of business. And yet, in spite of this, there was none of that narrowness of outlook which is generally associated with burgher society immersed in trade. These men, be it remembered, were necessarily acquainted with many languages, for they had commercial relations with all parts of the world. The number too of those who had actually voyaged and travelled in far distant oceans, in every variety of climate, amidst every diversity of race, was very large, and their presence in their home circles and in social gatherings, and all they had to tell of their experiences, opened men's minds, stirred their imaginations, and aroused an interest and a curiosity which made even the stay-at-home Hollanders alert, receptive, and eager for knowledge. The act of William the Silent, in founding the University of Leyden as a memorial of the great deliverance of 1574, was prophetic of the future that was about to dawn upon the land, which, at the moment of its lowest fortunes, the successful defence of Leyden had done so much to save from utter disaster. For the reasons which have been already stated, scholars of renown, driven by intolerance from their own countries, found in a newly founded academy in Holland a home where they could pursue their literary work undisturbed, and gave to it a fame and celebrity which speedily attracted thousands of students, not only from the Netherlands, but also from foreign lands. This was especially the case during the terrible time when Germany was devastated by the 30 Years' War. Among the scholars and philologists who held chairs at Leyden during the first century of its existence are included a long list of names of European renown. Justus Lipsius and Josephus Justus Scaliger may be justly reckoned among the founders of the science of critical scholarship. These were of foreign extraction, as was Salmasius, one of their successors, famous for his controversy with John Milton. But only less industrious in the domain of philology and classical learning were the Netherlanders Gerardus Johannes Voetius, 1577 to 1649, and his 5 sons, one of whom, Isaac, 1618 to 89, may be even said to have surpassed his father, Daniel Heinsius, 1580 to 1665, and his son Nicholas, 1620 to 1681, men of immense erudition and critical insight, and the brilliant Latinist Caspar Barlaeus, 1584 to 1648. Of theologians and their bitter disputes, posterity retains a less grateful remembrance. Gomarus and Arminius, by their controversies, were the authors of party strife and civil dissensions which led to the death of Oldenbarneveldt on the scaffold, and with them may be mentioned Episcopius, Voetius, Coecasius, Bogerman, and Uitenbergaert. Not all these men had a direct connection with Leyden, for the success which attended the creation of the academy in that town quickly led to the erection of similar institutions elsewhere. Universities were founded at Franeker, 1584, Groningen, 1614, Amsterdam, 1632, Utrecht, 1636, and Herderwerk, 1646. These had not the same attraction as Leyden for foreigners, but they quickly became, one and all, centres for the diffusion of that high level of general culture which was the distinguishing mark of the 17th century Netherlands. All the writers, whose names have just been mentioned, used Latin almost exclusively as their instrument of expression. But one name, the most renowned of them all, has been omitted, because through political circumstances he was compelled to spend the greater part of his life in banishment from his native land. Hugo Grotius, Huig van Groot, after his escape from the castle of Loevestein in 1621, though he remained through life a true patriot, never could be induced to accept a pardon, which implied an admission of guilt in himself or in Oldenbarneveldt. So the man, who was known to have been the actual writer of the Advocate's Justification, continued to live in straitened circumstances at Paris until Oxenstierna appointed him Swedish ambassador at the French court. This post he held for 11 years. Of his extraordinary ability, and of the variety and range of his knowledge, it is not possible to speak without seeming exaggeration. Grotius was in his own time styled the wonder of the world. He certainly stands intellectually as one of the very foremost men the Dutch race has produced. Scholar, jurist, theologian, philosopher, historian, poet, diplomatist, letter-writer, he excelled in almost every branch of knowledge, and made himself a master of whatever subject he took in hand. For the student of international law, the treatise of Grotius, De Jure Belli et Pacis, still remains the textbook on which the later superstructure has been reared. His Mare Liberum, written expressly to controvert the Portuguese claim of an exclusive right to trade and navigate in the Indian Ocean, excited much attention in Europe, and was taken by James I to be an attack on the oft-asserted dominium maris of the English crown in the narrow seas. It led the king to issue a proclamation forbidding foreigners to fish in British waters, May 1609. Selden's Mare Clausum was a reply, written by the king's command, to the Mare Liberum. Of his strictly historical works, the Annales et Historiae de Rebus Belgicis, for its impartiality and general accuracy, no less than for its finished and lucid style, stands out as the best of all contemporary accounts from the Dutch side of the revolt of the Netherlands. As a theologian, Grotius occupied a high rank. His De Veritate Religionis Christianae and his Annotationes in Vetus et in Novum Testamentum are now out of date, but the De Veritate was in its day a most valuable piece of Christian apologetic, and was quickly translated into many languages. The Annotationes have, ever since they were penned, been helpful to commentators on the Scriptures, for their brilliancy and suggestiveness on many points of criticism and interpretation. His voluminous correspondence, diplomatic, literary, confidential, is rich in information bearing on the history and the life of his time. Several thousands of these letters have been collected and published. But if the smouldering embers of bitter sectarian and party strife compelled the most brilliant of Holland's own sons to spend the last 23 years of his life in a foreign capital and to enter the service of a foreign state, Holland was, at the same time, as we have seen, gaining distinction by the presence within her hospitable boundaries of men of foreign extraction famous for their learning. It was thus that both the Cartesian and Spinozan systems of philosophy had their birthplace on Dutch soil. René Descartes sought refuge from France at Amsterdam in 1629, and he resided at different places in the United Provinces, among them at the university towns of Utrecht, Franeker and Leyden, for 20 years. During this time he published most of his best-known works, including the famous Discours de la Méthode. His influence was great. He made many disciples who openly or secretly became Cartesians. Among his pupils was Baruch Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, the apostle of pantheism. A Portuguese Jew by descent, Spinoza was born in Amsterdam and was a resident in his native city throughout life. The fame of Holland in 17th century Europe as the chosen home of learning had thus been established by scholars and thinkers whose literary language was ordinarily Latin. It is now time to speak of the brilliant band of poets, dramatists and stylists who cultivated the resources of their native tongue with such success as to make this great era truly the golden age of Dutch literature, properly so called. The growth of a genuine national literature in the Netherlands, which had produced during the latter part of the 13th century a Maerlandt and a Melis Stoke, was for some considerable time checked and retarded by the influence of the Burgundian regime, where French, as the court language, was generally adopted by the upper classes. The Netherland or Low German tongue thus became gradually debased and corrupted by the introduction of bastard words and foreign modes of expression. Nevertheless, this period of linguistic degradation witnessed the uprise of a most remarkable institution for popularizing the art of poesy. I refer to the literary guilds, bearing the name of Chambers of Rhetoric, which, though of French origin, became rapidly acclimatized in the Netherlands. In well-nigh every town, one or more of these guilds were established, delighting the people with their quaint pageantry and elaborate ritual, and forming centres of light and culture throughout the land. Rhyming, versifying, acting became through their means the recreation of many thousands of shopkeepers, artisans, and even peasants. And with all their faults of style and taste, their endless effusion of bad poetry, their feeble plays and rude farces, the mummery and buffoonery which were mingled even with their gravest efforts, the rhetoricians effectually achieved the great and important work of attracting an entire people in an age of ignorance and of darkness towards a love of letters, and thereby broke the ground for the great revival of the 17th century. Amsterdam at one time possessed several of these chambers of rhetoric, but towards the end of the 16th century they had all disappeared, with one brilliant exception, that of the blossoming Eglantine, otherwise known as the Old Chamber. Founded in 1518 under the special patronage of Charles V, the Eglantine weathered safely the perils and troubles of the Revolt, and passed in 1581 under the joint direction of a certain noble triumvirate, Coornheert, Spiegel, and Wiesche. These men banded themselves together to raise, restore, and enrich their mother tongue. But they were not merely literary purists and reformers. The Eglantine became in their hands, and through their efforts, the focus of new literary life and energy, and Amsterdam replaced fallen Antwerp as the home of Netherland culture. The senior member of the triumvirate, Dirk Volkerts Coornheert, led a stormy and adventurous life. He was a devoted adherent of William the Silent, and for a number of years, through good and ill fortune, devoted himself with pen and person to the cause of his patron. As a poet, he did not attain any very high flight, but he was a great pamphleteer, and taking an active part in religious controversy, by his publications he drew upon himself a storm of opposition, and in the end of persecution. He was, like his patron, a man of moderate and tolerant views, which, in an age of religious bigotry, brought upon him the hatred of all parties, and the accusation of being a free thinker. His stormy life ended in 1590. Hendrik Lorenz Spiegel, 1549 to 1612, was a member of an old Amsterdam family. In every way a contrast to Coornheert, Spiegel was a Catholic. A prosperous citizen, simple, unostentatious, and charitable, he spent the whole of his life in his native town, and being disqualified by his religion from holding public office, he gave all his leisure to the cultivation of his mind and to literary pursuits. The work on which his fame chiefly rests was a didactic poem entitled The Hartspiegel. In his pleasant country house upon the banks of the Amstel, beneath a wide and spreading tree, which he was wont to call the Temple of the Muses, he loved to gather a circle of literary friends, irrespective of differences of opinion or of faith, and with them to spend the afternoon in bright congenial converse on books and men and things. Roemer Wiesche, the youngest member of the triumvirate, was, like Spiegel, an Amsterdammer, a Catholic, and a well-to-do merchant. His poetical efforts did not attain a high standard, though his epigrams, which were both witty and quaint, won for him, from his contemporaries, the name of the Second Marshal. Roemer Wiesche's fame does not, however, rest chiefly upon his writings. A man of great affability, learned, shrewd, and humorous, he was exceedingly hospitable, and he was fortunate in having a wife of like tastes, and daughters more gifted than himself. During the 20 years which preceded his death in 1620, his home was the chosen rendezvous of the best intelligence of the day. To the young he was ever ready to give encouragement and help, and struggling talent always found in him a kindly critic and a sympathizing friend. He lived to see and to make the acquaintance of Brederôo, Vondel, Cats, and Huygens, the men whose names were to make the period of Frederick Henry the most illustrious in the annals of Dutch literature. Gerbrand Adriaens Brederôo, strictly speaking, did not belong to that period. He died prematurely in 1618, a victim while still young to a wayward life of dissipation and disappointment. His comedies, written in the rude dialect of the fish market and the street, are full of native humour and originality, and give genuine glimpses of low life in old Amsterdam. His songs show that Brederôo had a real poetic gift. They reveal, beneath the rough and at times coarse and licentious exterior, a nature of fine susceptibilities and almost womanly tenderness. Joost van den Vondel was born in the same year as Brederôo, 1587, but his career was very different. Vondel survived until 1679, and during the whole of his long life his pen was never idle. His dramas and poems, in the edition of Van Lennep, fill 12 volumes. Such a vast production, as is inevitable, contains material of very unequal merit, but it is not too much to say that the highest flights of Vondel's lyric poetry, alike in power of expression and imagery, in the variety of metre and the harmonious cadence of the verse, deserve a far wider appreciation than they have ever received, through the misfortune of having been written in a language little known and read. Vondel was the son of an Antwerp citizen, compelled as a Protestant to fly from his native town after its capture by Parma. He took refuge at Cologne, where the poet was born, and afterwards settled at Amsterdam. In that town Vondel spent all his life, first as a shopkeeper, then as a clerk in the city savings bank. He was always a poor man. He never sought for the patronage of the great, but rather repelled it. His scathing attacks on those who had compassed the death of Oldenbarneveldt, and his adhesion to the Remonstrant cause, brought him in early life into disfavour with the party in power, while later his conversion to Catholicism in 1641, and his eager and zealous advocacy of its doctrines, were a perpetual bar to that public recognition of his talents which was his due. Vondel never at any time sacrificed his convictions to his interest, and he wrote poetry not from the desire of wealth or fame, but because he was a born poet, and his mind found in verse the natural expression of its thought and emotions. But, though Vondel was a poor man, he was not unlearned. On the contrary, he was a diligent student of Greek and Latin literature, and translated many of the poetical masterpieces in those languages into Dutch verse. Indeed, so close was his study that it marred much of his own work. Vondel wrote a great number of dramas, but his close imitation of the Greek model with its chorus, and his strict adherence to the unities, render them artificial in form and lacking in movement and life. This is emphasized by the fact that many of them are based on scriptural themes, and by the monotony of the Alexandrine metre, in which all the dialogues are written. It is in the choruses that the poetical genius of Vondel is specially displayed. Lyrical gems in every variety of metre are to be found in the Vondelian dramas, alike in his youthful efforts and in those of extreme old age. Of the dramas, the finest and the most famous is the Lucifer, 1654, which treats of the expulsion of Lucifer and his rebel host of angels from heaven. We are here in the presence of a magnificent effort to deal grandiosely with a stupendous theme. The conception of the personality of Lucifer is of heroic proportions, and a comparison of dates renders it at least probable that this Dutch drama passed into John Milton's hands, and that distinct traces of the impression it made upon him are to be found in certain passages of the Paradise Lost. Vondel also produced hundreds of occasional pieces, besides several lengthy religious and didactic poems. He even essayed an epic poem on Constantine the Great, but it was never completed. Of the occasional poems, the finest are perhaps the triumph songs over the victories of Frederick Henry, and of the great admirals Tromp and De Ruyter. Jacob Cats, 1577 to 1660, lived, like Vondel, to a great age, but in very different circumstances. He was a native of Dordrecht, and became pensionary of that town, and though not distinguished as a statesman or politician, he was so much respected for his prudence and moderation that for 22 years he filled the important office of Council Pensionary of Holland, and was twice sent as an envoy extraordinary to England. He was a prolific writer, and was undoubtedly the most popular and widely read of the poets of his time. His works were to be found in every Dutch homestead, and he was familiarly known as Father Cats. His gifts were, however, of a very different order from those of Vondel. His long poems dealt chiefly with the events of domestic, everyday existence, and the language, simple, unpretentious, and at times commonplace, was nevertheless not devoid of a certain restful charm. There are no high flights of imagination, or of passion, but there are many passages as rich in quaint fancy as in wise maxims. With Constantine Huygens, 1596 to 1687, the writing of verse was but one of the many ways in which one of the most cultured, versatile, and busy men of his time found pleasant recreation in his leisure hours. The trusted secretary, friend, and counsellor of 3 successive Princes of Orange, Huygens in these capacities was enabled for many years to render great service to Frederick Henry, William II, and William III, more especially perhaps to the last named, during the difficult and troubled period of his minority. Nevertheless, all these cares and labours of the diplomatist, administrator, courtier, and man of the world did not prevent him from following his natural bent for intellectual pursuits. He was a man of brilliant parts, and of refined and artistic tastes. Acquainted with many languages and literatures, an accomplished musician and musical composer, a generous patron of letters and of art, his poetical efforts are eminently characteristic of the personality of the man. His volumes of short poems, Hofwerk, Kluiswerk, Voorhout, and Zeestraat, contain exquisite and witty pictures of life at The Hague, the village of villages, and are at once fastidious in form and pithy in expression. It remains to speak of the man who may truly be described as the central figure among his literary contemporaries. Peter Cornelis Hooft, 1583 to 1647, was indisputably the first man of letters of his time. He sprang from one of the first families of the burgher aristocracy of Amsterdam, in which city his father, Cornelis Peters Hooft, filled the office of burgomaster no less than 13 times. He began even as a boy to write poetry, and his strong bent to literature was deepened by a prolonged tour of more than 3 years in France, Germany, and Italy, almost 2 years of which were spent at Florence and Venice. After his return, he studied jurisprudence at Leyden, but when he was only 26 years old, he received an appointment which was to mould and fix the whole of his future career. In 1609, Prince Maurice, in recognition of his father's great services, nominated Hooft to the coveted post of Drost, or governor, of Muiden, and bailiff of Gueland. This post involved magisterial and administrative duties of a by no means onerous kind, and the official residence of the Drost, the High House of Muiden, an embattled feudal castle with pleasant gardens, lying at the point where at no great distance from Amsterdam the river Vecht sleepily empties itself into the Zuider Zee, became henceforth for 30 years a veritable home of letters. Hooft's literary life may be divided into 2 portions. In the decade after his settlement at Muiden, he was known as a dramatist and a writer of pretty love songs. His dramas, Gerard van Velzen, Warrenaar, and Breto, caught the popular taste and were frequently acted, but are not of high merit. His songs and sonnets are distinguished for their musical rhythm and airy lightness of touch, but they were mostly penned, as he himself tells us, for his own pleasure and that of his friends, not for general publication. There are, nevertheless, charming pieces in the collected edition of Hooft's poems, and he was certainly an adept in the technicalities of metrical craft. But Hooft himself was ambitious of being remembered by posterity as a national historian. He aimed at giving such a narrative of the struggle against Spain as would entitle him to the name of the Tacitus of the Netherlands. He wished to produce no mere chronicle, like those of Bohr or Van Meteren, but a literary history in the Dutch tongue, whose style should be modelled on that of the great writer, whose works Hooft is said to have read through 52 times. He first, to try his hand, wrote a life of Henry IV of France, which attained great success. Louis XIII was so pleased with it that he sent the author a gold chain and made him a Knight of St. Michael. Thus encouraged, on August 19th, 1628, Hooft began his Netherland histories, and from this date until his death in 1647 he worked ceaselessly at the magnum opus, which, beginning with the abdication of Charles V, he intended to carry on until the conclusion of the 12 years' truce. He did not live to bring the narrative further than the end of the Leicester regime. In a small tower in the orchard at Muiden he kept his papers, and here, undisturbed, he spent all his leisure hours for 19 years engaged on the great task, on which he concentrated all his energies. He himself tells us of the enormous pains that he took to get full and accurate information, collecting records, consulting archives, and submitting every portion as it was written to the criticism of living authorities, more especially to Constantine Huygens, and through him to the Prince of Orange himself. Above all, Hooft strove, to use his own words, never to conceal the truth, even were it to the injury of the fatherland. And the carrying out of this principle has given to the great prose epic that he wrote a permanent value, apart altogether from its merits as a remarkable literary achievement. And yet, perhaps the most valuable legacy that Hooft has left to posterity is his collection of letters. Of these a recent writer has declared that, though it could not be asserted that they, Hooft's letters, threw into the shade the whole of the rest of Netherland literature, still the assertion would not be far beyond the mark. They deal with every variety of subject, grave and gay, and they give us an insight into the literary, social and domestic life of the Holland of his time, which is of more value than any history. In these letters we find lifelike portraits of the scholars, poets, dramatists, musicians, singers, courtiers and travellers, who formed that brilliant society which received from their contemporaries the name of the Muiden Circle, Muidener Krieg. The genial and hospitable Drost loved to see around him those 5 or 6 couple of friends, whom he delighted to invite to Muiden. Hooft was twice married, and both his wives, Christina van Earp and Eleanor Hellemans, were charming and accomplished women, endowed with those social qualities which gave an added attractiveness to the Muiden gatherings. Brand, Hooft's biographer, describes Christina as of surpassing capacity and intelligence, as beautiful, pleasing, affable, discreet, gentle and gracious, as such a man could desire to have. While, of Eleanor, Hooft himself writes, "Within this house one ever finds sunshine, even when it rains without." This reference to the 2 hostesses of Muiden calls attention to one of the noteworthy features of social life in the Holland of this period, namely, the high level of education among women belonging to the upper burgher class. Anna and Maria Tesselschade-Visscher and Anna Maria Schuurman may be taken as examples. Anna, the elder of the 2 daughters of Roma Visscher, 1584 to 1651, was brought up amidst cultured surroundings. For some years after her mother's death, she took her place as mistress of the house, which until 1620 had been the hospitable rendezvous of the Literary Society of Amsterdam. She was herself a woman of wide erudition, and her fame as a poet was such as to win for her, according to the fashion of the day, the title of the Dutch Sappho. Tesselschade, 10 years younger than her sister and educated under her fostering care, was, however, destined to eclipse her, alike by her personal charms and her varied accomplishments. if one can believe all that is said in her praise by Hooft, Huygens, Barlius, Brederoux, Vondel and Katz, she must indeed have been a very marvel of perfect womanhood. As a singer, she was regarded as being without a rival, and her skill in painting, carving, etching on glass, and tapestry work was much praised by her numerous admirers. Her poetical works, including her translation into Dutch verse of Tasso's Jerusalemi Liberata, have almost all unfortunately perished, but a single ode that survives, the Ode to a Nightingale, is an effort not unworthy of Shelley, and shows her possession of a true lyrical gift. At Muiden, the presence of the beautiful Tesselschade was almost indispensable. "What feast would be complete," wrote Hooft to her, "at which you were not present? Favour us then with your company if it be possible." And again, "That you will come is my most earnest desire. If you will but be our guest, then, I hope, you will cure all our ills." He speaks of her to Barlaeus as the priestess, and it is clear that at her shrine all the frequenters of Muiden were ready to burn the incense of adulation. Both Anna and Tesselschade, like their father, were devout Catholics. Anna Maria van Sherman, 1607–84, was a woman of a very different type. She does not seem to have loved or to have shone in society, but she was a very phenomenon of learning. She is credited with proficiency in painting, carving, and other arts, but it is not on these, so to speak, necessary accomplishments that her fame rests, but on the extraordinary range and variety of her solid erudition. She was at once linguist, scholar, theologian, philosopher, scientist, and astronomer. She was a remarkable linguist, and had a thorough literary and scholarly knowledge of French, English, German, Italian, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Syriac, Chaldee, Arabic, and Ethiopic. Her reputation became widespread, and in the latter part of her long life many strangers went to Utrecht, where she resided, to try to get a glimpse of so great a celebrity, which was not easy owing to her aversion to such visits. Turning to the domain of mathematical and physical science, and of scientific research and discovery, we find that here also the 17th century Netherlanders attained the highest distinction. As mathematicians, Simon Stevin, the friend and instructor of Maurice of Orange, and Francis van Schooten, the Leyden professor, who numbered among his pupils Christian Huygens and John de Witt, did much excellent work in the earlier years of the century. The published writings of de Witt on the properties of curves and on the theory of probabilities show that the greatest of Dutch statesmen might have become famous as a mathematician had the cares of administration permitted him to pursue the abstract studies that he loved. Of the scientific achievements of Christian Huygens, 1629–95, the brilliant son of a brilliant father, it is difficult to speak in adequate terms. There is scarcely any name in the annals of science that stands higher than his. His abilities as a pure mathematician place him in the front rank among mathematicians of all time, and yet the services that he rendered to mathematical science were surpassed by his extraordinary capacity for the combination of theory with practice. His powers of invention, of broad generalization, of originality of thought were almost unbounded. Among the mathematical problems with which he dealt successfully were the theory of numbers, the squaring of the circle, and the calculation of chances. To him we owe the conception of the law of the conservation of energy, of the motion of the centre of gravity, and of the undulatory theory of light. He expounded the laws of the motion of the pendulum, increased the power of the telescope, invented the micrometer, discovered the rings and satellites of Saturn, constructed the first pendulum clock, and a machine called the gunpowder machine, in principle the precursor of the steam engine. For sheer brain power and inventive genius, Christian Huygens was a giant. He spent the latter years of his life in Paris, where he was one of the founders and original members of the Académie des Sciences. Two other names of scientists who gained a European reputation for original research and permanent additions to knowledge must be mentioned. Those of Antony van Leeuwenhoek, 1632–1723, and of Jan Swammerdam, 1637–80. Leeuwenhoek was a lifelong observer of minute life. The microscope, the invention of which was due to a Dutchman, Cornelius Drebbel, was the favourite instrument of his patient investigations, and he was able greatly to improve its mechanism and powers. Among the results of his labours was the discovery of the infusoria and the collection of a valuable mass of information concerning the circulation of the blood and the structure of the eye and brain. Swammerdam was a naturalist who devoted himself to the study of the habits and the metamorphoses of insects, and he may be regarded as the founder of this most important branch of scientific inquiry. His work forms the basis on which all subsequent knowledge on this subject has been built up. To say that the Dutch school of painting attained its zenith in the period of Frederick Henry and the decades which preceded and followed it is scarcely necessary. It was the age of Rembrandt. The works of that great master and of his contemporaries, most of whom were influenced and many dominated by his genius, are well known to every lover of art, and are to be seen in every collection of pictures in Europe. One has, however, to visit the Rijksmuseum at Amsterdam and the Mauritshuis at The Hague to appreciate what an extraordinary outburst of artistic skill and talent had at this time its birth within the narrow limits of the northern Netherlands. To the student of Dutch history, these two galleries are a revelation, for there we see 17th century Holland portrayed before us in every phase of its busy and prosperous public, social and domestic life. Particularly is this the case with the portraits of individuals and of civic and guild groups by Rembrandt, Frans Hals, Van der Helst and their followers, which form an inimitable series that has rarely been equalled. To realise to what an extent in the midst of war the fine arts flourished in Holland, a mere list of the best known painters of the period will suffice. It tells its own tale. They are given in the order of their dates. Frans Hals, 1584–1666, Gerard Honthorst, 1592–1662, Jan van Goyen, 1596–1656, Jan Wyvants, 1600–87, Albert Kuip, 1606–72, Jan Levens, 1607–63, Rembrandt van Rijn, 1608–69, Gerard Terburg, 1608–81, Adrian Brewer, 1608–41, Ferdinand Bol, 1609–81, Salomon Koning, 1609–74, Andreas Both, 1609–60, Jan Both, 1610–62, Adrian van Ostade, 1610–85, Bartholomeus van der Helst, 1613–70, Gerard Douw, 1613–80, Gabriel Metsu, 1615–58, Govert Flink, 1615–60, Isaac van Ostade, 1617–71, Art van der Neer, 1619–83, Peter de Koning, 1619–89, Philip Roevermans, 1620–68, Peter van der Hoog, unknown, Nicholas Berchem, 1624–83, Paul Potter, 1625–54, Jacob Ruisdael, 1625–81, Meindert Hobbema, unknown, Jan Steen, 1626–79, Samuel van Hoogstraden, 1627–78, Ludolf Bakhuizen, 1631–1709, Jan van der Meer of Delft, 1632, unknown, Nicholas Mays, 1632–93, William van der Velde, 1633–1707, Frans de Meris, 1635–81, Caspar Netscher, 1639–84, Adrian van der Velde, 1639–72. It is strange that little is known of the lives of the great majority of these men. They are scarcely more than names, but their memory survives in their works. No better proof could be brought of the general abundance of money, and at the same time of the widespread culture of the land, than the fact that art found among all classes so many patrons. The aristocratic burgher magistrates and the rich merchants loved to adorn their houses with portraits and a choice selection of pictures. It was a favourite investment of capital, and there was a certain amount of rivalry among the principal families in a town like Amsterdam in being possessed of a fine collection. The Six collection still remains as an example upon the walls of the 17th century house of Burgomaster Six, where it was originally placed. The governing bodies of guilds and boards, members of corporations, the officers of the town schutterij, or of archer companies, delighted to have their portraits hung around their council chambers or halls of assembly. In the well-to-do farmer homesteads, and even in the dwellings of the poorer classes, pictures were to be found, as one may see in a large number of the interiors, which were the favourite subject of the genre painters of the day. But with all this demand, the artists themselves do not seem to have, in any case, been highly paid. The prices were low. Even Rembrandt himself, whose gains were probably much larger than those of any of his contemporaries, and whose first wife, Saskia Ulenberg, was a woman of means, became bankrupt in 1656, and this at a time when he was still in his prime and his powers at their height. Some of his most famous pictures were produced at a later date. During the 30 Years' War, Holland became the centre of the publishing and bookselling trade, and Leyden and Amsterdam were famed as the foremost seats of printing in Europe. The devastation of Germany and the freedom of the press in the United Provinces combined to bring about this result. The books produced by the Elsevier's at Leyden and by Van Weersberg and Kloppenberg at Amsterdam are justly regarded as fine specimens of the printer's art, while the maps of Willem Jans Blauw and his Dutch contemporaries were quite unrivalled and marked a great step forward in cartography. This chapter must not conclude without a reference to the part taken by the Netherlanders in the development of modern music and the modern stage. The love of music was widespread, and the musicians of the Netherlands were famed alike as composers and executants. It was from its earlier home in the Low Countries that the art of modern music spread into Italy and Germany, and indeed into all Europe. Similarly, in the late Middle Ages, the people of the Netherlands were noted for their delight in scenic representations, and for the picturesque splendour with which they were carried out. The literary guilds, named Chambers of Rhetoric, never took such deep root elsewhere, and in the performance of mystery plays and moralities, and of lighter comic pieces, Chuttementen and Cluyten, many thousands of tradespeople and artisans took part. In the 17th century, all the Chambers of Rhetoric had disappeared, with the single exception of the famous Old Chamber at Amsterdam, known as the Blossoming Eglantine, to which the leading spirits of the golden age of Dutch literature belonged, and which presided over the birth of the Dutch stage. From the first, the stage was popular and well supported, and the new theatre of Amsterdam, the Schouwburg, completed in 1637, became speedily renowned for the completeness of its arrangements and the ability of its actors. Such indeed was their reputation that travelling companies of Dutch players visited the chief cities of Germany, Austria and Denmark, finding everywhere a ready welcome and reaping a rich reward, whilst at Stockholm, for a time, a permanent Dutch theatre was established. End of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 13. The Stadholderate of William II. The Great Assembly. Upon the death of Frederick Henry of Orange, March 1647, his only son succeeded to his titles and estates, and also by virtue of the Act of Survivance, to the offices of Stadholder in 6 provinces and to the Captain Generalship and Admiral Generalship of the Union. William was but 21 years of age, and having been excluded during Frederick Henry's lifetime from taking any active part in affairs of state, he had turned his energies into the pursuit of pleasure, and had been leading a gay and dissolute life. His accession to power was, however, speedily to prove that he was possessed of great abilities, a masterful will, and a keen and eager ambition. He had strongly disapproved of the trend of the peace negotiations at Munster, and would have preferred, with the help of the French, to have attempted to drive the Spaniards out of the southern Netherlands. The preliminaries were, however, already settled in the spring of 1647, and the determination of the province of Holland, and especially of the town of Amsterdam, to conclude an advantageous peace with Spain and to throw over France, rendered the opposition of the young stadholder unavailing. But William, though he had perforce to acquiesce in the Treaty of Munster, was nevertheless resolved at the earliest opportunity to undo it. Thus from the outset he found himself in a pronounced antagonism with the province of Holland, which could only issue in a struggle for supremacy similar to that with which his uncle Maurice was confronted in the years that followed the Truce of 1609, and to a lesser degree his father after 1640. Commerce was the predominant interest of the burgher aristocracies who held undisputed sway in the towns of Holland, and they, under the powerful leadership of Amsterdam, were anxious that the peace they had secured should not be disturbed. They looked forward to lightening considerably the heavy load of taxation which burdened them, by reducing the number of troops and ships of war maintained by the States. To this policy the young prince was resolutely opposed, and he had on his side the prestige of his name and a vast body of popular support even in Holland itself, among that great majority of the inhabitants, both of town and country, who were excluded from all share in government and administration, and were generally Orangist in sympathy. He also had with him the officers of the army and navy and the preachers. His chief advisers were his cousin William Frederick, Stadholder of Friesland, and Cornelis van Ersens, son of Francis, Lord of Sommelsdijk. By the agency of Sommelsdijk he put himself in secret communication with Count d'Estrades, former French ambassador at The Hague, now governor of Dunkirk, and through him with Mazarin, with the view of concluding an alliance with France for the conquest of the Spanish Netherlands, and for sending a joint expedition to England to overthrow the parliamentary forces and establish the Stuarts on the throne. Mazarin was at this time, however, far too much occupied by his struggle with the Fronde to listen to the overtures of a young man who had as yet given no proof of being in a position to give effect to his ambitious proposals. Nevertheless, the prince was in stern earnest. In April 1648 his brother-in-law, James, Duke of York, had taken refuge at The Hague, and was followed in July by the Prince of Wales. William received them with open arms, and urged on by his wife, the Princess Royal, and by her aunt, the exiled Queen of Bohemia, who with her family was still residing at The Hague, he became even more eager to assist in effecting a Stuart restoration than in renewing the war with Spain. The difficulties in his way were great. In 1648, public opinion in the States on the whole favoured the parliamentary cause. But when the Parliament sent over Dr. Doreslaer and Walter Strickland as envoys to complain of royal ships being allowed to use Dutch harbours, the States General, through the influence of the Prince, refused them an audience. The Estates of Holland on this gave a signal mark of their independence and antagonism by receiving Doreslaer and forbidding the royal squadron to remain in any of the waters of the province. The news of the trial of King Charles for high treason brought about a complete revulsion of feeling. The Prince of Wales himself in person begged the States General to intervene on his father's behalf, and the proposal met with universal approval. It was at once agreed that Adrian Pauw, the now aged leader of the anti-Orange party in Holland, should go to London to intercede for the King's life. He was courteously received on January 26th OS, and was granted an audience by the House of Commons, but the decision had already been taken and his efforts were unavailing. The execution of the King caused a wave of horror to sweep over the Netherlands, and an address of condolence was offered by the States General to the Prince of Wales. But to meet the wishes of the delegates of Holland he was addressed not as King of Great Britain, but simply as King Charles II, and it was agreed that Joachimi, the resident ambassador in London, should not be recalled at present. The new English government, on their part, sent over once more Dr. Doreslaer with friendly proposals for drawing the two republics into closer union. Doreslaer, who had taken part in the trial of Charles I, was especially obnoxious to the royalist exiles, who had sought refuge in Holland. He landed on May 9th. 3 days later he was assassinated as he was dining at his hotel. The murderers, 5 or 6 in number, managed to make their escape and were never apprehended. Although highly incensed by this outrage, the English government did not feel itself strong enough to take decided action. The Estates of Holland expressed through Joachimi their abhorrence at what had occurred, and the Parliament instructed Strickland to approach the States General again with friendly advances. The States General refused to grant him an audience, while receiving the envoy dispatched by Charles II from Scotland to announce his accession. The English Council of State had no alternative but to regard this as a deliberate insult. Strickland was recalled and left Holland July 22nd. On September 26th Joachimi was ordered to leave London. The breach between the two countries seemed to be complete, but the Estates of Holland, who for the sake of their commerce dreaded the thought of a naval war, did all in their power to work for an accommodation. They received Strickland in a public audience before his departure, and they ventured to send a special envoy to Whitehall, Gerhard Schepp, January 22nd, to treat with the Parliament. By this action the Provincial Estates flouted the authority of the States General, and entered into negotiations on their own account, as if they were an independent state. The Hollanders were anxious to avoid war almost at any price, but circumstances proved too strong for them. In order to carry out this pacifist policy, the Estates of Holland now resolved to effect a large reduction of expenditure by disbanding a portion of the troops and ships. When the Peace of Munster was signed, the States possessed an army of 60,000 men, and all parties were agreed that this large force might safely be reduced. In July 1648 a drastic reduction was carried out, 25,000 men being disbanded. The Estates of Holland, however, demanded a further retrenchment of military charges, but met with the strong opposition of the Prince and his cousin William Frederick, who declared that an army of at least 30,000 was absolutely necessary for garrisoning the frontier fortresses and safeguarding the country against hostile attack. Their views had the support of all other provinces, but Holland was obdurate. In Holland commerce reigned supreme, and the burgher regents and merchants were suspicious of the prince's warlike designs and were determined to thwart them. Finding that the States General refused to disband at their dictation some 55 companies of the excellent foreign troops who formed the kernel of the States Army, the Provincial Estates proceeded to take matters into their own hands, and discharged a body of 600 foreign troops which were paid by the province. In doing this they were acting illegally. The old question of the sovereign rights of the provinces, which had been settled in 1619 by the sword of Maurice, was once more raised. The States General claimed to exercise the sole authority in military matters. There were not 7 armies in the Union, but 1 army under the supreme command of the Captain General appointed by the States General. The Captain General was now but a young and inexperienced man, but he had none of the hesitation and indecision shown by his uncle Maurice in the troubles of 1618–19, and did not shrink from the conflict with the dominant province to which he was challenged. For some time indeed wrangling went on. There was a strong minority in the Estates of Holland opposed to extreme measures, and the council pensionary, Jacob Cats, was a moderate man friendly to the House of Orange. An accommodation was reached on the subject of the disbanding of the 600 foreign troops, but the conflict was renewed, and in the middle of 1650 it assumed grave proportions. The heart and soul of the opposition to the prince was Amsterdam. William had for some time been urged by his Friesland cousin to take action, since the attitude of Amsterdam threatened the dissolution of the Union. The prince was at this time engaged in negotiating with France, but nothing had as yet been settled, and his projects were not ripe for execution. Nevertheless, it was absolutely necessary for their realization that the military forces should not be excessively reduced. Under his influence the States General decided that, though the number of troops in the several regiments should be decreased, the cadres of all regiments, with their full quota of officers, should be retained. To this the Estates of Holland assented, and finding that they could not prevail, they determined on a daring step. Orders were sent June 1, 1650, to the colonels of the regiments on the provincial war sheet to disband their regiments on pain of stoppage of pay. The colonels refused to take any orders save from the Council of State and the Captain General. The Prince accordingly, with William Frederick and the Council of State, appeared in the States General and appealed to them to uphold the colonels in their refusal. There could be no question that the Estates of Holland were hopelessly in the wrong, for their representatives in the States General had in 1623, 1626, 1630, and 1642 voted for the enforcement on recalcitrant provinces of the full quota at which they were assessed for the payment of the Army of the Union. The States General June 5 therefore determined to send a notable deputation to the towns of Holland. The Prince was asked to head the deputation, the members of which were to be chosen by him, and he was invested with practically dictatorial powers to take measures for the keeping of the peace and the maintenance of the Union. In doing this the generality were themselves acting ultra vires. The States General was an assembly consisting of the representatives of the provincial estates. It could deal or treat, therefore, only with the estates of the several provinces, not with the individual towns within a province. In resisting the interference of the Estates of Holland with matters that concerned the Union as a whole, they were themselves infringing, by the commission given to the notable deputation, the jurisdiction of the provincial estates over their own members. The Prince set out on June 8 and visited all the privileged towns. The result was more than disappointing. The council of the premier municipality, Dordrecht, set the example by declaring that they were answerable only to the estates of the province. Schiedam, Alkmaar, Edam, and Monnikendam gave the same reply. Delft and Haarlem were willing to receive the Prince as stadholder, but not the deputation. Amsterdam, under the influence of the brothers Andries and Cornelis Bicker, went even further, and after some parleying declined to admit either the deputation or the Prince. On July 25 William returned to the Hague bitterly chagrined by his reception and determined to crush resistance by force. The stroke he planned was to seize the representatives of 6 towns which had been specially obstinate in their opposition, and at the same time to occupy Amsterdam with an armed force. His preparations were quickly made. On July 30 an invitation was sent to Jacob de Witt, ex-burgomaster of Dordrecht, and 5 other prominent members of the Estates of Holland to visit the Prince. On their arrival they were arrested by the stadholder's guard and carried off as prisoners to the castle of Loevestein. William had meanwhile left the execution of the coup de main against Amsterdam to his cousin William Frederick. The arrangements for gathering together secretly a large force from various garrisons were skilfully made, and it was intended at early dawn to seize unexpectedly one of the gates, and then to march in and get possession of the town without opposition. The plan, however, accidentally miscarried. Some of the troops in the night, having lost their way, attracted the notice of a postal messenger on his way to Amsterdam, who reported their presence to the burgomaster, Cornelis Bicker. Bicker at once took action. The gates were closed, the council summoned, and vigorous measures of defence taken. William Frederick therefore contented himself with surrounding the city so as to prevent ingress or egress from the gates. On the next morning, July 31st, William, having learnt that the surprise attack had failed, set out for Amsterdam, determined to compel its surrender. The council, fearing the serious injury a siege would cause to its commerce, opened negotiations August 1st. The prince, however, insisted on unconditional submission. No other course was open. Amsterdam undertook to offer no further opposition to the proposals of the States General, and was compelled to agree to the humiliating demand of the stadholder that the brothers Bicker should not only resign their posts in the municipal government, but should be declared ineligible for any official position in the future. The Prince of Orange had now secured the object at which he had aimed. His authority henceforth rested on a firm basis. His opponents had been overthrown and humiliated. The estates of 6 provinces thanked him for the success of his efforts, and he on his part met the general wish for economy by agreeing to a reduction of the foreign troops in the pay of the states, on the distinct understanding that only the States General had the right to disband any portion of the forces, not the provincial paymasters. In the flush of triumph, William, at the end of August, left the Hague for his country seat at Deren, nominally for hunting and for rest, in reality to carry on secret negotiations with France for the furtherance of his warlike designs. The complete defeat of Charles II at the Battle of Worcester, September 3rd, must have been a severe blow to his hopes for the restoration of the Stuarts, but it did not deter him from pursuing his end. With D'Estrades now governor of Dunkirk, the prince secretly corresponded, and through him matters were fully discussed with the French government. In a letter written from The Hague on October 2nd, William expressed a strong wish that D'Estrades should come in person to visit him, and it was the intention of D'Estrades to accept this invitation as soon as he had received from Paris the copy of a draft treaty which was being prepared. This draft treaty, which was probably drawn up by Mazarin, reached D'Estrades in the course of October, but circumstantial evidence proves that it was never seen by William. Its provisions were as followed. Both powers were to declare war on Spain and attack Flanders and Antwerp. The Dutch were to besiege Antwerp, which city, if taken, was to become the personal appanage of the Prince of Orange. When the Spanish power in the southern Netherlands had been overthrown, then France and the United Provinces were to send a joint expedition to England to place Charles II on the throne. Whether the prince would have approved these proposals we know not. In all probability he would have declined to commit himself to a plan of such far-reaching and daring character, for he was aware of the limitations of his power, and knew that even his great influence would have been insufficient to obtain the consent of the States General to an immediate renewal of war. Speculation, however, is useless, for an inexorable fate raised other issues. On October 8th the stadholder returned to Deren. On the 27th he fell ill with an attack of smallpox. He was at once taken back to The Hague, and for some days he progressed favourably, but the illness suddenly took a turn for the worse, and he expired on November 6th. The news of the prince's death fell like a shock upon the country. Men could scarcely believe their ears. William was only 24 years old, and though his wife gave birth to a son a week later, he left no heir capable of succeeding to the high offices that he had held. The event was the more tragic, following as it did so swiftly upon the coup d'état of the previous summer, and because of the youth and high promise of the deceased prince. William II was undoubtedly endowed with high and brilliant qualities of leadership, and he had proved his capacity for action with unusual decision and energy. Had his life not been cut short, the course of European politics might have been profoundly changed. As was to be expected, the burgher regents of Holland, when once the first shock was over, lost no time in taking advantage of the disappearance of the man who had so recently shown that he possessed the power of the sword and meant to be their master. The States General at once met and requested the Provincial Estates to take steps to deal with the situation. The Estates of Holland proposed that an extraordinary assembly should be summoned. This was agreed to by the States General, and the Great Assembly met on January 11, 1651. In the meantime the Holland regents had been acting. The estates of that province were resolved to abolish the Stadholderates and to press the States General to suspend the offices of Captain and Admiral General of the Union. Utrecht, Gelderland, Overijssel, and Zeeland were induced to follow their example. Groningen, however, elected William Frederick of Friesland to be stadholder in the place of his cousin. The States party in Holland had for their leaders the aged Adrian Pauw, who had for so many years been the moving spirit of the opposition in powerful Amsterdam to Frederick Henry's authority, and Jacob de Witt, the imprisoned ex-burgomaster of Dordrecht. The Orange party was for the moment practically impotent. Stunned by the death of their youthful chief, they were hopelessly weakened and disorganized by the dissensions and rivalries which surrounded the cradle of the infant Prince of Orange. The Princess Royal quarrelled with her mother-in-law, Amelia von Salm, over the guardianship of the child. Mary asserted her right to be sole guardian. The Dowager Princess wished to have her son-in-law, the Elector of Brandenburg, associated with her as co-guardian. After much bickering, the question was at last referred to the Council of State, who appointed the Princess Royal, the Dowager Princess, and the Elector jointly to the office. This decision, however, was far from effecting a reconciliation between the mother and the grandmother. Mary did not spare the Princess Amelia the humiliation of knowing that she regarded her as inferior in rank and social standing to the eldest daughter of a King of England. There was rivalry also between the male relatives William Frederick, stadholder of Friesland, and Joan Maurice, the Brazilian, both of them being ambitious of filling the post of Captain General, either in succession to the dead prince or as lieutenant in the name of his son. In these circumstances a large number of the more moderate Orangists were ready to assist the States party in preventing any breach of the peace and securing that the government of the Republic should be carried on, if not in the manner they would have wished, at least on stable and sound lines, so far as possible in accordance with precedent. The Great Assembly met on January 11, 1651, in the Count's Hall in the Binnenhof at The Hague. The sittings lasted until September, for there were many important matters to be settled on which the representatives of the 7 provinces were far from being in entire agreement. The chief controversies centred around the interpretation of the Utrecht Act of Union, the Dordrecht Principles, and military affairs. The last named proved the most thorny. The general result was decentralization and the strengthening of the provincial estates at the expense of the States General. It was agreed that the established religion should be that formulated at Dordrecht, that the sects should be kept in order, and the placards against Roman Catholicism enforced. In accordance with the proposal of Holland, there was to be no captain or admiral general. Brederode, with the rank of field marshal, was placed at the head of the army. The provincial estates were entrusted with considerable powers over the troops in their pay. The effect of this and of the decision of 5 provinces to dispense with a stadholder and to transfer his power and prerogatives to the estates was virtually the establishment in permanent authority of a number of close municipal corporations. It meant the supersession alike of monarchy and popular government, both of which were to a certain extent represented by the authority vested in and the influence exerted by the stadholder princes of Orange, in favour of a narrow oligarchic rule. Moreover, in this confederation of 7 semi-sovereign provinces, Holland, which contributed to the strength, the finances, and the commerce of the Union more than all the other provinces added together, obtained now, in the absence of an eminent head, that position of predominance during the stadholderless period which now follows, for which its statesmen had so long striven. When the amiable Jacob Cats, the council pensionary of Holland, closed the Great Assembly in a flowery speech describing the great work that it had accomplished, a new chapter in the history of the Republic may be said to have begun. End of chapter 13.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Al Hunt, Alberta, Canada. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 14. The Rise of John de Witt. The First English War. Before the sittings of the Great Assembly had come to an end, a young statesman destined to play the leading part in the government of the Dutch Republic during 2 decades had already made his mark. After the death of William II, Jacob de Witt was not only reinstated in his former position at Dordrecht, but on December 21, 1650, Jean, his younger son, at the age of 25 years, was appointed pensionary of that town. In this capacity he was ex officio spokesman of the deputation sent to represent Dordrecht in the Great Assembly. His knowledge, his readiness and pervasiveness of speech, his industry, and his gifts at once of swift insight and orderly thoroughness quickly secured for him a foremost place in both the deliberations of the Assembly and the conduct of the negotiations with the English Parliament, which at this time required very delicate handling. The many disputes which had arisen between England and the United Provinces during the period between the accession of James I and the Battle of the Downs in 1639 had never been settled. The minds of the Englishmen were occupied with other and more pressing matters while the Civil War lasted, but the old sores remained open. Moreover, the refusal of the States General to receive the parliamentary envoys, the murder of Doreslaer, and the protection afforded to the Royalist refugees had been additional causes of resentment, but the English Council had not felt strong enough to take action. The death of the Prince of Orange, following so quickly upon the complete overthrow of Charles II at Worcester, appeared at first to open out a prospect of friendly relations between the two neighbouring republics. In January 1651, the Great Assembly formally recognized the Commonwealth and determined to send back to his old post in London the veteran ambassador Joachimi, who had been recalled. The English government on their part anticipated his return by dispatching, in March, Oliver St. John and Walter Strickland on special embassy to The Hague. They reached that city on March 27, 1651, and presented their credentials to the Great Assembly 2 days later. Their reception in the streets was anything but favourable. The feeling among the populace was predominantly Orangist and Stuart, and St. John and Strickland, greeted with loud cries of regicides and many abusive epithets, remembering the fate of Doreslaer, were in fear of their lives. On April 4, a conference was opened between the envoys and 6 commissioners appointed by the States to consider the proposal of the English government for a more strict and intimate alliance and union between the two states. The Dutch quickly perceived that what the English really wanted was nothing less than such a binding alliance, or rather coalition, as would practically merge the lesser state in the greater. But the very idea of such a loss of the independence that they had only just won was to the Netherlanders unthinkable. The negotiations came to a deadlock. Meanwhile, St. John and Strickland continued to have insults hurled at them by the Orangists and Royalist refugees, foremost among them Prince Edward, son of the Queen of Bohemia. The Parliament threatened to recall the envoys, but consented that they should remain, on the undertaking of the Estates of Holland to protect them from further attacks and to punish the offenders. New proposals were accordingly made for an offensive and defensive alliance without any suggestion of a union, coupled with the condition that both states should bind themselves not to allow the presence within their boundaries of avowed enemies of the other. In other words, the expulsion of the members and adherents of the House of Stuart, including the Princess Royal and the Queen of Bohemia with their children. In the face of strong popular affection for the infant Prince of Orange and his mother, even the Estates of Holland dare not consider such terms, and the States General would have angrily rejected them. After some further parleying, therefore, about fisheries and trade restrictions, it was felt that no agreement could be reached, and St. John and Strickland returned to England on July 31, 1651. Their failure created a very bad impression upon the Parliament. All the old complaints against the Dutch were revived, and, as they had refused the offer of friendship that had been made to them, it was resolved that strong measures should be taken to obtain redress for past grievances and for the protection of English trade interests. At the instance of St. John, the famous Navigation Act was passed by the Parliament, October 9, 1651. This act struck a mortal blow at the Dutch carrying trade by forbidding the importation of foreign goods into English ports except in English bottoms, or in those of the countries which had produced the goods. Scarcely less injurious was the prohibition to aliens to fish in British waters, and the withdrawal of the rights based on the Magnus Intercursus, for the maintenance of which Dutch statesmen had so long and strenuously fought. There was consternation in Holland, and the States General determined to send a special embassy to London. At the same time, the Estates of Holland replaced Jacob Cats by appointing the aged Adrian Poe, a man in whose ripe judgment they had confidence, to the office of council pensionary. The chosen envoys were Jacob Cats and Gerard Scap from Holland, Paulus van de Pere from Zeeland, all three representatives of the two maritime and trading provinces. They arrived in England on December 27, 1651. Their instructions were to secure the withdrawal of the Navigation Act and to try and negotiate a new treaty of commerce on the basis of the Magnus Intercursus. They were also to protest strongly against the actions of the English privateers who, having been given letters of marque to prey upon French commerce, had been stopping and searching Dutch merchantmen on the grounds that they might be carrying French goods. The English government, however, met the Dutch complaints by raking up the long list of grievances that had stirred up a bitter feeling of popular hatred against the United Provinces in England, and by demanding reparation. They further demanded that the Dutch commanders should acknowledge England's sovereignty by striking flag and sail, and by firing a salute whenever any of their squadrons met English ships in the narrow seas. It was these last two questions, the right of search and the striking of the flag, that were to be the real causes of the outbreak of a war that was desired by neither of the two governments. But popular feeling and the course of events was too strong for them. The news of the seizure of their vessels, not merely by privateers, but by an English squadron under Ayscue in the West Indies, had caused intense indignation and alarm in Holland, and especially in Amsterdam. Pressure was brought to bear on the States General and the Admiralties, who in pursuance of economy had reduced the fleet to 75 ships. It was resolved, therefore, on February 22nd, to fit out an additional 150 vessels. The Council of State, on hearing of this, began also to make ready for eventualities. Negotiations were still proceeding between the two countries when Martin Tromp, the victor of the Battle of the Downs, now Lieutenant Admiral of Holland, was sent to sea with 50 ships and instructions to protect Dutch merchantmen from interference, and to see that the state suffered no affront. Nothing was actually said about the striking of the flag. The situation was such that an armed collision was almost certain to happen with such as Admiral Tromp in command. It came suddenly through a misunderstanding. The Dutch admiral, while cruising past Dover, met on May 29th 15 English ships under Blake. The latter fired a warning shot across the bow of Tromp's ships, signifying that the flag should be struck. Tromp declared that he had given orders to strike the flag, but that Blake again fired before there was time to carry them out. Be this as it may, the two fleets were soon engaged in a regular fight, and the English being reinforced, Tromp withdrew at nightfall to the French coast, having lost 2 ships. Great was the anger aroused in England, where the Dutch were universally regarded as the aggressors. In the Netherlands, where the peace party was strong, many were disposed to blame Tromp despite his protests. Adrian Pauw himself left hastily for London, Jan de Witt being appointed to act as his deputy during his absence. Pauw's strenuous efforts, however, to maintain peace were all in vain, despite the strong leanings of Cromwell towards a peaceful solution. But popular feeling on both sides was now aroused. The States General, feeling that Orangists would stir up a revolt if humiliating terms were submitted to, stiffened their attitude. The result was that the envoys left London on June 30th, 1652, and war was declared. The Dutch statesmen who sought to avoid hostilities were right. All of the advantages were on the side of their enemies. The Dutch merchant fleets covered the seas, and the welfare of the land depended on commerce. The English had little to lose commercially. Their war fleet, too, though inferior in numbers of ships, was superior in almost all other respects. The Stuarts had devoted great attention to the fleet, and would have done more but for lack of means. Charles' much-abused ship money was employed by him for the creation of the first English professional navy. It had been largely increased by the Parliament after 1648, and its generals, Blake, Penn, and Ayscue, had already acquired much valuable experience in their encounters with the Royalist squadron under Prince Rupert, and in long cruises to the West Indies for the purpose of forcing the English colonies to acknowledge parliamentary rule. The crews, therefore, were well trained, and the ships were larger, stronger, and better armed than those of the Dutch. The position of England, lying as it did athwart the routes by which the Dutch merchant fleets must sail, was a great advantage. Even more important was the advantage of having a central control, whereas in the Netherlands there were 5 distinct boards of admiralty, to some extent jealous of each other, and now lacking the supreme direction of an admiral-general. The war began by a series of English successes and of Dutch misfortunes. Early in July 1652, Blake at the head of 60 ships set sail for the north to intercept the Dutch Baltic commerce and to destroy their fishing fleet off the north of Scotland. He left Ayscue with a small squadron to guard the mouth of the Thames. Tromp, meanwhile, had put to sea at the head of nearly 100 ships. Ayscue succeeded in intercepting a fleet of Dutch merchantmen near Calais, all of them being captured or burnt, while Blake, with the main force off the north coast of Scotland, destroyed the Dutch fishing fleet and their convoy. After these first blows against the enemy's commerce, good fortune continued to attend the English. Tromp was prevented from following Blake by strong northerly winds. He then turned upon Ayscue, whose small force he must have overwhelmed but for a sudden change to a southerly gale. The Dutch admiral now sailed northwards and, July 25th, found the English fleet off the Shetlands. A violent storm arose, from the force of which Blake was protected, while the Dutch vessels were scattered far and wide. On the following day, out of 99 ships, Tromp could only collect 35, and he had no alternative but to return home to refit. Before Tromp's return, another Dutch fleet under Michael de Ruyter had put to sea to escort a number of outward-bound merchantmen through the Channel, and to meet and convoy back the homecoming ships. He had 23 warships and 3 flagships under his command. Ayscue had previously sailed up the Channel with 40 men of war and 5 fireships for a similar purpose. The 2 fleets met on August 16th, and despite his inferiority of force, de Ruyter forced Ayscue to withdraw into Plymouth, and was able to bring his convoy home to safety. The ill success of Tromp, though he was in no way to blame for it, caused considerable alarm and discontent in Holland. His enemies of the States party in that province took advantage of it to suspend the gallant old seaman from his command. He was an Orangist, and as the Orange partisans were everywhere clamorously active, the admiral was suspect. In his place, Cornelis Witte de With was appointed, a capable sailor, but disliked in the fleet as much as Tromp was beloved. De With effected a junction with de Ruyter, and with joint forces they attacked Blake on October 8, near the shoal known as the Kentish Knock. The English fleet was considerably more powerful than the Dutch, and the desertion of de With by some 20 ships decided the issue. The Dutch had to return home with some loss. The English were elated with their victory and thought they would be safe from further attack until the spring. Blake accordingly was ordered to send a squadron of 20 sail to the Mediterranean, where the Dutch admiral Jan van Galen held the command of the sea. But they were deceived in thinking that the struggle in the Channel was over for the winter. The deserters at the Kentish Knock were punished, but the unpopularity of de With left the authorities with no alternative but to offer the command-in-chief once more to Martin Tromp. Full of resentment though he was at the bad treatment he had received, Tromp was too good a patriot to refuse. At the end of November, the old admiral, at the head of 100 warships, put to sea for the purpose of conveying some 450 merchantmen through the straits. Stormy weather compelled him to send the convoy with an escort into shelter, but he himself, with 60 ships, set out to seek the English fleet which lay in the Downs. After some manoeuvring, the 2 fleets met on December 10th off Dungeness. A stubborn fight took place, but this time it was some of the English ships that were defaulters. The result was the complete victory of the Dutch, and Blake's fleet, severely damaged, retreated under cover of the night into Dover roads. Tromp was now for a time master of the Channel, and commerce to and from the ports of Holland and Zeeland went unimpeded, while many English prizes were captured. This state of things was, however, not to last long. Towards the end of February 1653, Blake put to sea with nearly 80 ships, and on the 25th off Portland met Tromp at the head of a force nearly equal to his own in number. But the Dutch admiral was conveying more than 150 merchantmen, and he had moreover been at sea without replenishment of stores ever since the fight at Dungeness, while the English had come straight from port. The fight, which on the part of the Dutch consisted of strong rear-ground actions, had lasted for 2 whole days, when Tromp found that his powder had run out, and that on the 3rd day more than half his fleet were unable to continue the struggle. But, inspiring his subordinates, de Ruyter, Evertsen, and Flourishing, with his own indomitable courage, Tromp succeeded by expert seamanship in holding off the enemy and conducting his convoy with small loss into safety. 4 Dutch men of war were taken and 5 sunk. The English only lost 2 ships. Meanwhile, both nations had been getting sick of the war. The Dutch were suffering terribly from the serious interference with their commerce and carrying trade, and from the destruction of the important fisheries industry, while the English on their side were shut out from the Baltic, where the King of Denmark, as the ally of the United Provinces, had closed the Sound, and from the Mediterranean, where Admiral Van Galen, who had lost his life in the fight, destroyed a British squadron off Leghorn, March 23rd. In both countries there was a peace party. Cromwell had always wished for a closer union with the United Provinces, and was averse to war. In the Dutch Republic, the States Party, especially in Holland, the chief sufferer by the war, was anxious for a cessation of hostilities, and it found its leader in the youthful Jean de Witt, who on the death of Adrian Pauw on February 21, 1653, had been appointed council pensionary. Cromwell took pains to let the Estates of Holland know his favourable feelings towards them by sending over, in February, a private emissary, Colonel Dolman, a soldier who had served in the Netherlands wars. On his part, Jean de Witt succeeded in persuading the Estates of Holland to send secretly, without the knowledge of the States General, letters to the English Council of State and the Parliament expressing their desire to open negotiations. Thus early did the new council pensionary initiate a form of diplomacy in which he was to prove himself an adept. This first effort was not a success. The Parliament published the letter with the title Humble Supplication of the States of Holland. The indignation of the Orange partisans was great, and they threatened internal disturbances throughout the country. Such, however, was the skill of de Witt that, on Parliament showing willingness to resume the negotiations that had been broken off in the previous summer, he induced the States General by a bare majority, 4 provinces to 3, to send a conciliatory letter, the date of which, April 30th, 1653, coincided with Cromwell's forcible dissolution of the Rump Parliament and the assumption by him, with the support of the army, of dictatorial powers. The English Council of State, however, was well informed of the serious economical pressures of the war upon Holland, and their insistence now on the full satisfaction of all the English demands made a continuation of hostilities inevitable. Tromp, after successfully bringing the 2 large convoys of merchantmen, encountered, June 12th, near the Gabbard, the English fleet under Monk and Dean. Each fleet numbered about 100 sail, but the Dutch ships were inferior in size, solidity, and weight of metal. For 2 days the fight was obstinately and fiercely contested, but on Blake coming up with a reinforcement of 13 ships, Tromp was obliged to retreat, having lost 20 ships. He complained bitterly, as did his vice-admirals de Ruyter and de Witt, to the Board of Admiralty of the inferiority of the vessels of his fleet, as compared with those of the adversary. The English now instituted a blockade of the Dutch coast, which had the effect of reducing to desperate straits a land whose welfare and prosperity depended wholly on commerce. Amsterdam was ruined. In these circumstances direct negotiation was perforce attempted. 4 envoys were sent representing the 3 maritime provinces. At first it seemed impossible that any common ground of agreement could be found. Cromwell was obsessed with the idea of a politico-religious union between the 2 republics, which would have meant the extinction of the Dutch independence. The Council of State met the Dutch envoys with the proposal una gens, una republica, which nothing but sheer conquest and dire necessity would ever induce the Dutch people to accept. Accordingly the war went on, though the envoys did not leave London, hoping still that some better terms might be offered. But in order to gain breathing space for the efforts of the negotiators, one thing was essential, the breaking of the blockade. The Admiralties made a supreme effort to refit and reinforce their fleet, but it lay in 2 portions, 85 sail under Tromp in the Maas, 31 under de Witt in the Texel. Monk, with about 100 ships, lay between them to prevent their junction. On August 4, Tromp sailed out, and after a rearguard action off Katwijk, outmanoeuvred the English commander and joined De Witt. He now turned, and with superior numbers attacked Monk off Scheveningen. The old hero fell mortally wounded at the very beginning of what proved to be an unequal fight. After a desperate struggle, the Dutch retired with very heavy loss. Monk's fleet also was so crippled that he returned home to refit. The action in which Tromp fell thus achieved the major objective for which it was fought, for it freed the Dutch coast from the blockade. It was, moreover, the last important battle of the war. The States, though much perplexed to find a successor to Martin Tromp, were so far from being discouraged that great energy was shown in reorganizing the fleet. Jacob van Wassenaer, Lord of Obdam, was appointed Lieutenant Admiral of Holland, with de Ruyter and Evertsen under him as Vice-Admirals. De Witt retained his old command of a detached squadron, with which he safely convoyed a large fleet of East Indiamen round the north of Scotland into harbour. After this there were only desultory operations on both sides and no naval engagement. Meanwhile, negotiations had been slowly dragging on. The accession of Cromwell to supreme power in December 1653, with the title of Lord Protector, seemed to make the prospects of negotiations brighter, for the new ruler of England had always professed himself an appointment of the war, which had shattered his fantastic dream of a union between the two republics. Many conferences took place, but the Protector's attitude and intentions were ambiguous and difficult to divine. The fear of an Orange restoration appears to have had a strange hold on his imagination, and to have warped at this time the broad outlook of the statesman. At last Cromwell formulated his proposals in 27 articles. The demands were those of the victor, and were severe. All the old disputes were to be settled in favour of England. An annual sum was to be paid for the right of fishing, compensation to be made for the massacre of Amboina, and the officials responsible for it punished. The number of warships in English waters was to be limited, the flag had to be struck when English ships were met, and the right of search to be permitted. These demands, unpalatable as they were, might at least have furnished a basis of settlement, but there was one demand besides these which was impossible. Article 12 stipulated that the Prince of Orange should not at any time hold any of the offices or dignities which had been held by his ancestors, or be appointed to any military command. De Witt, in whose hands were all the threads of the negotiations, was perfectly aware that it would be useless to present such proposals to the States General. Not only would they indignantly reject them, but he had not the slightest hope of getting any single province, even Holland, to allow a foreign power to interfere with their internal affairs, and to bid them to treat with harsh ingratitude the infant heir of a family to which the Dutch people owed so deep a debt. There was nothing for it but to prepare for a vigorous resumption of the war. Strong efforts were therefore made at De Witt's instigation to increase the fleet and secure the active cooperation of Denmark and France, both friendly to the States. But Cromwell really wanted peace, and showed himself ready to yield on certain minor points, but he continued to insist on the exclusion of the Prince of Orange. Not till the Dutch envoys had demanded their passports did the Protector give way so far as to say he would be content to have the exclusion guaranteed by a secret article. What followed forms one of the strangest chapters in the history of diplomacy. De Witt had at this time been keeping up, in complete secrecy, a private correspondence with the leading envoy, his confidant Van Beverningh. Through Van Beverningh he was able to reach the private ear of Cromwell, and to enter into clandestine negotiations with him. The council pensionary knew well the hopelessness of any attempt to get the assent of the States General to the proposed exclusion, even in a secret article. Van Beverningh was instructed to inform Cromwell of the state of public feeling on this point, with the result that the Protector gave the envoy to understand that he would be satisfied if the Estates of Holland alone would affirm a declaration that the Prince should never be appointed Stadtholder or Captain General. Whether this concession was offered by Cromwell proprio motu, or whether it was, in the first instance, suggested to him by De Witt through Van Beverningh, is unknown. In any case, the council pensionary, being convinced of the necessity of peace, resolved to secure it by playing a very deep and dangerous game. Not only must the whole affair be kept absolutely from the cognizance of the States General, but also De Witt was fully aware that the assent of the Estates of Holland to the proposed exclusion article would only be obtained with the greatest difficulty. He was to prove himself a very past master in the art of diplomatic chicanery and intrigue. The council pensionary first set to work to have the treaty, from which the exclusion article had been cut out, ratified rapidly by the States General, before bringing the secret article to knowledge of the Estates of Holland. The Estates adjourned for a recess on April 21st, 1654. On the following day he presented the treaty to the States General, and such was his persuasive skill that he accomplished the unprecedented feat of getting this dilatory body to accept the conditions of peace almost without discussion. On April 21st, the treaty, ratified and signed, was sent back to London. Only one article aroused opposition, Article 32, the so-called Temperament Clause, but Cromwell had insisted upon it. By this article, the States General and the Province Estates separately undertook that every stadholder, captain general, or commander of military or naval forces should be required to take an oath to observe the treaty. Meanwhile, De Witt had received a letter from Van Beverningh and his colleague Newport, addressed to the Estates of Holland, not at the moment in session, stating that Cromwell refused, on his part, to ratify the treaty until he received the Act of Exclusion from the Estates, who were until now wholly ignorant that any such proposal would be made to them. The cleverness and skill now shown by the council pensionary were truly extraordinary. A summons was sent out to the Estates to meet on April 28th without any reason being assigned. The members on assembly were sworn to secrecy, and then the official letter from London was read to them. The news that Cromwell refused to sign the treaty until he had received the assent of the province of Holland to the Act of Exclusion came upon the Estates like a thunderbolt. The sudden demand caused something like consternation, and the members asked to be allowed to consider the matter with their principals before taking so momentous a decision. 3 days were granted, but as it was essential to prevent publicity, it was settled that only the burgomaster should be consulted, again under oath of secrecy. At the meeting on May 1st, another dispatch from Van Beverningh was read, in which the envoy stated that the demand of Cromwell, that the act should be placed in his hands within 2 days after the ratification of the treaty, was peremptory and threatening. Unless he received the act, he would consider the treaty as not binding upon him. Using all his powers of advocacy, De Witt succeeded after an angry debate in securing a majority for the act. 5 towns, however, obstinately refused their assent, and claimed that it could not be passed without it. But De Witt had made up his mind to risk illegality and overruled their protest. The act was declared to have been passed, and was, on May 5th, sent to Van Beverningh and Newport with instructions not to deliver it until circumstances compelled them to do so. The proclamation of peace followed amidst general rejoicing in both England and the Netherlands, but for some 5 weeks the existence of the act was unknown to the States General, and during that period, as a fact, it remained in Van Beverningh's possession still undelivered. Early in June, a bribe induced one of De Witt's clerks to betray the secret to Count William Frederick. The news soon spread, and loud was the outcry of the Orange partisans and of the 2 princesses, who at once addressed a remonstrance to the States General. All the other provinces strongly protested against the action of the Estates of Holland and of the council pensionary. De Witt attempted to defend himself and the Estates by vague statements, avoiding the main issue, but insisting that nothing illegal had been done. His efforts were in vain. On June 6th, the States General passed a resolution that the envoys in England should be ordered to send back at once all the secret instructions they had received from Holland and the Act of Exclusion. Meanwhile, the Estates of Holland themselves, frightened at the clamour which had been aroused, began to show signs of defection. They went so far as to pass a vote of thanks to the envoys for not having delivered the act to Cromwell. De Witt's position appeared hopeless. He extricated himself and outwitted his opponents by the sheer audacity and cleverness of the steps he took. His efforts to prevent the resolution of the States General from taking immediate effect proving unavailing, he put forward the suggestion that on the account of its importance the dispatch should be sent to the envoys in cipher. This was agreed to, and on June 7th the document was duly forwarded to London by the council pensionary, but he enclosed a letter from himself to Van Beverningh and Newport, informing them that the Estates of Holland assented to the request made by the States General, and that they were to send back the secret correspondence and also the act, if it were still undelivered. The result answered to his expectations. While the clerk was laboriously deciphering the dispatch, the envoys read between the lines of De Witt's letter, and without a moment's delay went to Whitehall and placed the act in Cromwell's hands. The States General had thus no alternative between acceptance of the fait accompli and the risk of a renewal of the war. No further action was taken, and the Protector professed himself satisfied with a guarantee of such doubtful validity. It is impossible to withhold admiration from De Witt's marvellous diplomatic dexterity, and from the skill and courage with which he achieved his end in the face of obstacles and difficulties that seemed insurmountable. But for the course of double-dealing and chicanery by which he triumphed, the only defence that can be offered is that the council pensionary really believed that peace was an absolute necessity for his country, and that peace could only be maintained at the cost of the Act of Exclusion. Whether or not Cromwell would have renewed the war had the Act been withdrawn is impossible to say. There is, however, every reason to believe that De Witt was prompted to take the risks he did by purely patriotic motives, and not through spite against the House of Orange. Be this as it may, the part he now played was bitterly resented, not merely by the Orange partisans, but by popular opinion, generally in the United Provinces, and it was never forgiven. End of chapter 14.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 15. The Administration of John de Witt, 1654 to 1665, and from the Peace of Westminster to the outbreak of the Second English War. The position of John de Witt in July 1654 was a difficult one. The conduct of the council pensionary in the matter of the Act of Exclusion was openly attacked in the States General. Had the leaders of the Orange Party been united, the attack might have had serious consequences, but notoriously the Princess Royal, Princess Dowager, and William Frederick were on bad terms, and De Witt, with his usual adroitness, knew well how to play off one against another. To meet the accusations of his assailants in the States General, he drew up, however, an elaborate defence of the action taken by the Estates of Holland and by himself. The document bore the title Deduction of the Estates of Holland. It was laborious rather than convincing, and it did not convince opponents. Nevertheless, though resentment continued to smoulder, the fact that peace had been assured soon reconciled the majority to allow the doubtful means by which it had been obtained to be overlooked. The tact, the persuasiveness, the great administrative powers of the council pensionary effected the rest, and his influence from this time forward continued to grow, until he attained to such a control over every department of government as not even Oldenbarneveldt had possessed in the height of his power. John de Witt was possibly not the equal of the famous advocate in sheer capacity for great affairs, but he had practical abilities of the highest order as a financier and organiser, and he combined with these more solid qualifications a swiftness of courageous decision in moments of emergency, which his almost infinite resourcefulness in extricating himself from difficult and perilous situations enabled him to carry to a successful issue. His marriage in February 1655 to Vendela Bicker, who belonged to one of the most important among the ruling burgher families of Amsterdam, brought to him enduring domestic happiness. It was likewise of no slight political value. Andries and Cornelis Bicker, who had headed the opposition to William II, and had been declared by him in 1650 incapable of holding henceforth any municipal office, were her uncles, while her maternal uncle, Cornelis de Graaf, was a man of weight and influence both in his native town and in the provincial estates. By this close relationship with such leading members of the regent aristocracy of Amsterdam, the council pensionary became almost as secure of the support of the commercial capital in the north of Holland as he was already of Dordrecht in the south. Two of his cousins, Slingeland and Vivian, were in turn his successors as pensionaries of Dordrecht, while for his predecessor in that post, Nicholas Rous, he obtained the extremely influential office of a griffier, or secretary to the States General. Nor did he scruple to exercise his powers of patronage for other members of his family. His father, Jacob de Witt, was made a member of the Chamber of Finance, his elder brother Cornelis, Ruwaard of Putten. By these and other appointments of men who were his friends and supporters to important positions, diplomatic, military and naval, De Witt contrived to strengthen more and more his personal authority and influence. And yet, in thus favouring his relatives and friends, let us not accuse De Witt of base motives or of venality. He firmly believed in his own ability to serve the state, and without doubt he was convinced that it was for the best interest of his country for him to create for himself, as far as was possible amidst the restrictions by which he was hemmed in on every side, a free field of diplomatic and administrative action. No one, not even his bitterest enemies, ever charged John de Witt with personal corruption. Throughout his whole career he lived quietly and unostentatiously as a simple citizen on a very moderate income, and he died a poor man. One of the first cares of the council pensionary after the peace with England was to deal with the internal troubles which were disturbing certain parts of the land, notably Groningen, Zeeland and Overijssel. In the last named province a serious party struggle arose out of the appointment of a strong Orangist named Haersolte to the post of Drost or governor of Twente. The estates were split up, the Orange partisans meeting at Zwolle, the anti-Orange at Deventer. Both enlisted troops, but those of Zwolle were the stronger and laid siege to Deventer. The victorious Orangists then nominated William III as Stadtholder, with William Frederick as his lieutenant. At last, after 3 years' strife, the parties called in De Witt and William Frederick as mediators, but De Witt was far too clever for the Friesland Stadtholder. It happened that the post of Field Marshal had just fallen vacant by the death of Brederode. Both William Frederick and his cousin Johan Maurice aspired to the office. The council pensionary induced his co-mediator, with the hope of becoming Brederode's successor, to yield on all points. Haersolte was deprived of office. The prince's appointment as Stadtholder was suspended until his majority, and therefore William Frederick could not act as his lieutenant. Thus peace was restored to Overijssel, but William Frederick was not appointed field marshal. In the other provinces the tact and skill of De Witt were equally successful in allaying discord. He would not have been so successful had the Orange party not been hopelessly divided and had it possessed capable leaders. As an administrator and organiser, the council pensionary at once applied himself to two most important tasks, financial reform and naval reconstruction. The burden of debt upon the province of Holland, which had borne so large a part of the charges of the war, was crushing. The rate of interest had been reduced in 1640 from 6 to 5%, but the cost of the English war, which was wholly a naval war, had caused the debt of Holland to mount to 153 million guilders, the interest on which was 7 million guilders per annum. De Witt first took in hand a thorough overhauling of the public accounts, by means of which he was enabled to check unnecessary outlay and to effect a number of economies. Finding, however, that despite his efforts to reduce expenditure he could not avoid an annual deficit, the council pensionary took the bold step of proposing a further reduction of interest from 5 to 4%. He had some difficulty in persuading the investors in government funds to consent, but he overcame opposition by undertaking to form a sinking fund by which the entire debt should be paid off in 41 years. Having thus placed the finances of the province on a sound basis, De Witt next brought a similar proposal before the States General, with the result that the interest on the Generality debt was likewise reduced to 4%. The English war had conclusively proved to the Dutch their inferiority in the size and armament of their war vessels, and of the need of a complete reorganisation of the fleet. De Witt lost no time in taking the necessary steps. The custom which had hitherto prevailed of converting merchantmen into ships of war at the outbreak of hostilities was abandoned. Steps were taken to build steadily, year by year, a number of large, strongly constructed, powerfully armed men of war, mounting 60, 70, and 80 guns. These vessels were specially adapted for passing in and out of the shallow waters, and were built for strength rather than for speed. Again, the part taken in the war by the light, swift-sailing English frigates led to a large flotilla of these vessels being built, so useful for scouting purposes and for preying upon the enemy's commerce. The supply and training of seamen was also dealt with, and the whole system of pay and of prize money revised and reorganised. It was a great and vitally necessary task, and subsequent events were to show how admirably it had been carried out. No one knew better than John de Witt that peace was the chief interest of the United Provinces, but his lot was cast in troubled times, and he was one of those prescient statesmen who perceive that meekness in diplomacy and willingness to submit to injury do not promote the cause of peace or further the true interests of any country. The conquest of France in the southern Netherlands caused great anxiety to the Dutch, and the high-handed action of French pirates in searching and seizing Dutch merchantmen in the Mediterranean aroused much indignation. The States, acting on De Witt's advice, replied by sending a squadron under De Ruyter to put a stop to these proceedings. The Dutch admiral took vigorous action and captured some French freebooters. The French government thereupon forbade Dutch vessels to enter French harbours. The Dutch replied by a similar embargo and threatened to blockade the French coast. This threat had the desired effect, and an accommodation was reached. The Peace of the Pyrenees in 1659, by which the French retained a large part of their conquests in Flanders, Hainault and Namur, while the English acquired possession of Dunkirk, was disquieting. For the relations with England, despite the goodwill of the Protector, were far from satisfactory. The trade interests of the two republics clashed at so many points that a resumption of hostilities was with difficulty prevented. More especially was this the case after the outbreak of war with Portugal in November 1657. The Dutch accused the Portuguese government of active connivance with the successful revolt of the Brazilian colonists against Dutch rule. What was once Dutch Brazil was now claimed by the Lisbon government as a Portuguese possession, and De Witt demanded an indemnity. As this was not conceded, a squadron under Opdam in November 1657 blockaded the Portuguese coast, while another under De Ruyter made many seizures of merchant vessels. Cromwell was disposed to intervene, but his death on September 3, 1658, removed any fears of English action. Meanwhile the Dutch captured Ceylon and Macassar, and practically cut off Portuguese intercourse with the East Indies. At last, in August 1661, a treaty was signed by which the Dutch abandoned all territorial claims in Brazil, but were granted freedom of trade and an indemnity of 8 million guilders to be paid in 16 years, and, what was more valuable, they retained possession of their conquests in the East. The protracted dispute with Portugal was, however, of quite subordinate importance to the interest of the Dutch in the complications of the so-called Northern War. On the abdication of Christina in 1654, Charles X Gustavus had succeeded to the Swedish throne. The new king was fired with the ambition of following in the footsteps of Gustavus Adolphus, and of rendering Sweden supreme in the Baltic by the subjection of Poland and Denmark. Charles was a man of great force of character and warlike energy, and he lost no time in attempting to put his schemes of conquest into execution. Having secured the alliance of the Great Elector, anxious also to aggrandise himself in Polish Prussia, the Swedish king declared war against Poland, and in the early summer of 1656 laid siege to Danzig. But the importance of the Baltic trade to Holland was very great, and Danzig was the corn emporium of the Baltic. Under pressure, therefore, of the Amsterdam merchants, the States General dispatched in July a fleet of 42 ships under Obdam van Wassenaar through the Sound, which raised the siege of Danzig and with Polish consent left a garrison in the town. Thus checked, the Swedish king at Elbing in September 1656 renewed amicable relations with the Republic, and Danzig was declared a neutral port. At the same time a defensive alliance was concluded between the States and Denmark. It was obvious from this that the Dutch were hostile to Swedish pretensions and determined to resist them. De Witt was anxious to preserve peace, but he had against him all the influence of Amsterdam and that of the able diplomatist Van Beuningen, who after being special envoy of the States at Stockholm had now been sent to Copenhagen. Van Beuningen held that, whatever the risks of intervention on the part of the States, the control of the Sound must not fall into the hands of Sweden. The emergency came sooner than was expected. Brandenburg having changed sides, the Swedes were expelled from Poland, and Frederick III of Denmark, despite the advice of De Witt, seized the opportunity to declare war on Sweden. Although it was the depth of winter, Charles Gustavus lost no time in attacking Denmark. He quickly drove the Danes from Schonen and Funen and invaded Sealand. Frederick was compelled at Roskilde in February 1658 to accept the terms of the conqueror. Denmark became virtually a Swedish dependency and undertook to close the Sound to all foreign ships. Involved as the Republic was in disputes at this time with both France and England, and engaged in war with Portugal, De Witt would have been content to maintain a watchful attitude in regard to Scandinavian matters, and to strive by diplomacy to secure from Sweden a recognition of Dutch rights. But his hand was forced by Van Beuningen, who went so far as to urge the Danish king to rely on his defensive alliance with the Republic and to break the Treaty of Roskilde. Charles Gustavus promptly invaded Denmark, drove the Danish fleet from the sea, placed strong garrisons at Elsinore and Kronborg, and laid siege to Copenhagen. Van Beuningen had proudly asserted that the oaken keys of the Sound lay in the docks of Amsterdam, and his boast was no empty one. At the beginning of October a force of 35 vessels under Obdam, carrying 4,000 troops, sailed for the Sound with orders to destroy the Swedish fleet and to raise the siege of Copenhagen. On November the 8th Obdam encountered the Swedes in the entrance to the Baltic. The Swedish admiral Wrangel had 45 ships under his command, and the battle was obstinate and bloody. Obdam carried out his instructions. Only a remnant of the Swedish fleet found refuge in the harbour of Landskrona, but the Dutch also suffered severely. The two vice-admirals, Witte de Witt and Floriszoon, were killed, and Obdam himself narrowly escaped capture. But Copenhagen was freed from naval blockade. Charles Gustavus, however, held military possession of a large part of Denmark, and in the spring began to press the attack on the capital from the land side. As both England and France showed a disposition to interfere in the conflict, the States General now acted with unexpected vigour, recognising that this question to them was vital. An imposing force of 75 warships carrying 12,000 troops and mounting 3,000 guns was dispatched in May 1659 under De Ruyter to the Baltic. Negotiations for peace between the Scandinavian powers under the mediation of France, England and the United Provinces were now set on foot and dragged on through the summer. But neither Charles Gustavus nor Frederick could be brought to agree to the terms proposed, and the former in the autumn again threatened Copenhagen. In these circumstances De Ruyter was ordered to expel the Swedes from Funen. On November the 24th the town of Nyborg was taken by storm, and the whole Swedish force compelled to surrender. De Ruyter was now supreme in the Baltic, and closely blockaded the Swedish ports. The spirit of Charles Gustavus was broken by these disasters. He died on February the 20th, 1660. Peace was now concluded at Oliva on conditions favourable to Sweden, but securing for the Dutch the free passage of the Sound. The policy of De Witt was at once firm and conciliatory. Without arousing the active opposition of England and France, he, by strong-handed action at the decisive moment, succeeded in maintaining that balance of power in the Baltic which was essential in the interest of Dutch trade. The Republic under his skilful leadership undoubtedly gained during the Northern Wars fresh weight and consideration in the councils of Europe. The Peace of the Pyrenees, followed by the Peace of Oliva and the settlement with Portugal, seemed to open out to the United Provinces a period of rest and recuperation, but probably no one knew better than the council pensionary that outward appearances were deceptive. In the spring of 1660 a bloodless revolution had been accomplished in England, and Charles II was restored to the throne. The hostility of De Witt and of the States Party to the House of Stuart had been marked. It happened that Charles was at Breda when he received the invitation recalling him to England. The position was a difficult one, but the council pensionary at once saw, with his usual perspicacity, that there was but one course to pursue. Acting under his advice, every possible step was taken by the States General and the Estates of Holland to propitiate the prince, who, from being a forlorn exile, had suddenly become a powerful king. Immense sums were spent upon giving him a magnificent reception at the Hague, and when he set sail from Scheveningen, deputations from the States General and the Estates of Holland attended in state his embarkation, and lavish promises of friendship were exchanged. It was significant, however, that Charles handed to the council pensionary a declaration commending to the care of their high mightinesses, the Princess my sister and the Prince of Orange my nephew, persons who are extremely dear to me. He had previously expressed the same wish to De Witt privately, and compliance with it, i.e. the annulling of the Act of Exclusion, was inevitable. But all the actors in this comedy were playing a part. Charles was not deceived by all this subservience, and continuing to entertain a bitter grudge against De Witt and his party, only waited his time to repay their enmity in kind. De Witt, on his side, though in his anxiety to conciliate the new royalist government he consented to deliver up 3 regicides who were refugees in Holland, an act justly blamed, refused to restore the Prince of Orange to any of the ancient dignities and offices of his forefathers. Acting, however, on his advice, the Estates of Holland passed a unanimous resolution declaring William a ward of the estates and voting a sum of money for his maintenance and education. Very shortly after this momentous change in the government of England, Cardinal Mazarin died in March 1661, and the youthful Louis XIV took the reins of power into his own hands. Outwardly all seemed well in the relations between France and the Republic, and in point of fact an offensive and defensive alliance for 25 years was concluded between them on April 27, 1662. Later in the same year Count d'Estrades, formerly ambassador in the time of Frederick Henry, resumed his old post. The relations between him and De Witt were personally of the friendliest character, but the conciliatory attitude of d'Estrades did not deceive the far-sighted council pensionary, who was seriously disquieted as to the political aims of France in the southern Netherlands. By the Treaty of the Pyrenees in 1659, the French had already acquired a large slice of territory in Flanders and Artois. They had since obtained Dunkirk by purchase from Charles II. Moreover, Louis XIV had married the eldest daughter of Philip IV, whose only son was a weakly boy. It is true that Maria Theresa, on her marriage, had renounced all claims to the Spanish succession, but a large dowry had been settled upon her, and by the treaty the renunciation was contingent upon its payment. The dowry had not been paid, nor was there any prospect of the Spanish treasury being able to find the money. Besides, it was no secret that Louis claimed the succession to Brabant for his wife, and certain other portions of the Netherlands, under what was called the law of devolution. By this law, the female child of a first wife was the heir in preference to the male child of a later marriage. The Dutch dreaded the approach of French military power to their frontiers, and yet the decrepitude of Spain seemed to render it inevitable. There appeared to De Witt to be only two solutions of the difficulty, either what was styled the cantonment of the southern Netherlands, i.e. their being formed into a self-governing republic under Dutch protection guaranteed by a French alliance, or the division of the Belgic provinces between the two powers. The latter proposal, however, had two great disadvantages. In the first place, it gave to France and the Republic the undesirable common frontier. In the second place, Amsterdam was resolved that Antwerp should not be erected into a dangerous rival. The last objection proved insuperable, and although De Witt had many confidential discussions with D'Estrades, in which the French envoy was careful not to commit himself to any disclosure of the real intentions of his government, no settlement of any kind had been arrived at when the threatening state of relations with England threw all other questions into the background. The accession of Charles II placed upon the throne of England a man who had no goodwill to Holland, and still less to the council pensionary, and who, like all the Stuart kings, had a keen interest in naval and maritime matters. The Navigation Act, far from being repealed, was vigorously enforced, as were the English claims to the sovereignty of the narrow seas. The grievances of the English East India Company against its Dutch rival, with regard to the seizure of certain ships, and especially as to the possession of a small island named Pulu Rum in the Moluccas, led to a growing feeling of bitterness and hostility. A special embassy, headed by De Witt's cousin, Beverweert, was sent to London in the autumn of 1660 to try to bring about a friendly understanding, but was fruitless. At the same time, George Downing, a skilful intriguer and adventurer, who after serving Cromwell had succeeded in gaining the confidence of the royal government, had been sent as ambassador to the Hague, where he worked underhand to exacerbate the disputes and to prevent a settlement of the differences between the two peoples. The position and treatment of the Prince of Orange had likewise been a source of difficulty and even of danger to the supremacy of the States party. There arose a general movement among the provinces, headed by Gelderland and Zeeland, to nominate William Captain and Admiral General of the Union and Stadtholder. The lack of leadership in the Orangist party and the hostility between the two princesses rendered, however, any concentrated action impossible. De Witt, with his usual adroitness, gained the ear of the Princess Royal, who accepted the proposal that the Estates of Holland should undertake the education of the prince, and even consented that De Witt himself and his wife's uncle, de Graaf, should superintend the prince's study. This arranged, Mary, for the first time since her marriage, paid a visit to her native land, being desirous to consult her brother on various subjects. Unfortunately, she died of smallpox in January 1661, having nominated Charles as her son's guardian. This nomination did not tend to smooth matters between the two countries. There was a powerful war party in England supported by the Duke of York. It was at his instigation that a strong-handed act took place which aroused intense indignation in Holland. A company called the Royal African Company had been formed in which the Duke had a large interest. A fleet fitted out by this company under the command of Admiral Holmes seized in February 1664 a portion of the coast of Guinea on which the Dutch had settlements. Strong protests meeting with nothing but evasive replies, in all secrecy a squadron was got ready to sail under De Ruyter, nominally to the Mediterranean. Dilatory negotiations were in the meantime being conducted by Beverweert in London and by Downing at the Hague in regard to this and other grievances, but without any approach to a settlement. Downing, in fact, was surreptitiously doing his best not to reconcile, but to aggravate differences. Matters were brought to a head by the news that an English fleet had crossed the Atlantic and had taken possession of the Dutch colony of New Netherland in September, and at Holmes had made himself master of Cabo Corso on the West African coast, and was threatening further conquests. This was too much. De Ruyter received orders to proceed to Guinea, where he speedily drove out the English intruders and reoccupied the lost settlements. During the winter both powers prepared for a struggle for maritime supremacy, which had become inevitable, and at last war was declared by England on March 4th, 1665. End of Chapter 15 of the History of Holland by George Edmundson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 16. The Last Years of De Witt's Administration, 1665 to 1672. The Second English War. The Triple Alliance. The French Invasion. The declaration of war in March 1665 found the Dutch navy, thanks to the prescience and personal care of the council pensionary, far better prepared for a struggle with the superior resources of its English rival than was the case in 1654. John de Witt, aided by his brother Cornelis, had supplied the lack of an admiral-general by urging the various admiralty boards to push on the building of vessels in size, construction, and armaments able to contend on equal terms with the English men of war. He had, moreover, with his usual industry, taken great pains to study the details of admiralty administration and naval science, and now, in company with the commissioners of the States General, he visited all the ports and dockyards, and saw that every available ship was got ready for immediate service, provided with seasoned crews, and with ample stores and equipment. The English on their side were equally ready for the encounter. After the death of Cromwell, the fleet had been neglected, but during the 5 years that had passed since the Restoration, steps had been taken to bring it to an even greater strength and efficiency than before. Whatever may have been the faults of the Stuart kings, neglect of the navy could not be laid to their charge. One of the first steps of Charles II was to appoint his brother James, Duke of York, to the post of Lord High Admiral, and James was unremitting in his attention to his duties, and a most capable naval administrator and leader, while Charles himself never ceased during his reign to take a keen interest in naval matters. In his case, as previously in the case of his father, it was lack of the necessary financial means that alone prevented him from creating an English fleet that would be capable of asserting that sovereignty in the narrow seas which was the traditional claim of the English monarchy. The English were ready before the Dutch, who were hampered in their preparations by having 5 distinct boards of admiralty. The Duke of York put to sea with a fleet of 100 ships at the end of April, and cruising off the coast of Holland, cut off the main Dutch fleet in the Texel from the Zeeland contingent. It was unfortunate for Holland that Michael Adriaensz de Ruyter, one of the greatest of seamen, was at this time still in the Mediterranean. Obdam, to whom the chief command was given, waited until a storm drove the enemy to their harbours. He then united all the Dutch squadrons, and crossing to Southwold Bay, found the English fleet ready for battle. After some manoeuvring, the action was joined on June 13th, and after a bloody fight ended most disastrously for the Dutch. The flagships in the course of the struggle became closely engaged, with the result that Obdam's vessel suddenly blew up, while that of the English admiral was seriously damaged and he himself wounded. The Dutch line had already been broken, and the fate of their commander decided the issue. The Dutch in great confusion sought the shelter of their shoals, but their habit of firing at the masts and rigging had so crippled their opponents that a vigorous pursuit was impossible. Nevertheless, the English had gained at the first encounter a decided victory. 16 Dutch ships were sunk or destroyed, 9 captured, and at least 2,000 men were killed, including 3 admirals and as many more taken prisoner. The English had but 1 vessel sunk, and their casualties did not amount to more than a third of the Dutch losses. The consternation and anger in Holland was great. Jan Evertsen, the second in command, and a number of the captains were tried by court-martial, and the reorganisation of the fleet was entrusted to Cornelis Tromp, who, encouraged and aided by the council pensionary, set himself with great energy to the task. The English meanwhile were masters of the sea, though administrative shortcomings, defects of victualling, and shortage of men prevented them from taking full advantage of their success. Early in August, however, a fleet under the Earl of Sandwich attempted to capture a number of Dutch East Indiamen who had sailed round the north of Scotland. The East Indiamen took refuge in the neutral port of Bergen. Here Sandwich ventured to attack them, but was driven off by the forts. While he was thus engaged in the north, the channel was left free, and De Ruyter with his squadron seized the opportunity to return to home waters without opposition. His arrival was of the greatest value to the Dutch, and he was with universal approval appointed to succeed Opdam as Lieutenant Admiral of Holland, and was given the supreme command on the sea. Tromp, angry at being superseded, was with difficulty induced to serve under the new chief, but he had to yield to the force of public opinion. De Ruyter at once gave proof of his skill by bringing back safely the East Indiamen from Bergen, though a severe storm caused some losses, both to the fleet and the convoy. The damage was, however, by the energy of De Witt and the admiral, quickly repaired, and De Ruyter again sailed out at the beginning of October to seek the English fleet. He cruised in the Channel and off the mouth of the Thames, but no enemy vessels were to be seen, and at the end of the month fresh storms brought the naval campaign of 1665 to a close, on the whole to the advantage of the English. Nor were the misfortunes of the Dutch confined to maritime warfare. Between England and Holland, indeed, the war was entirely a sea affair, neither of them possessing an army strong enough to land on the enemy's coast with any hope of success. But the United Provinces were particularly vulnerable on their eastern frontier, and Charles II concluded an alliance with the Bishop of Munster, who had a grievance against the States on account of a disputed border territory, the lordship of Borkelo. Subsidised by England, the bishop accordingly, at the head of 18,000 men in September 1665, overran a considerable part of Drenthe and Overijssel, and laid it waste. There was at first no organised force to oppose him. It had been the policy of Holland to cut down the army, and the other provinces were not unwilling to follow her example. No field marshal had been appointed to succeed Brederode. There was no army of the Union under a captain general, but 7 small provincial armies without a military head. Some thousands of fresh troops were now raised, and munitions of war collected, but to whom should the chief command be given? William Frederick had died on October 31st, 1664, and had been succeeded by his youthful son, Henry Casimir, in the Stadholderate of Friesland. Johan Maurice of Nassau had withdrawn from the Netherlands, and was governor of Cleves in the service of Brandenburg. He was, however, persuaded to place himself at the head of the army, though complaining bitterly of the inadequacy of the forces placed at his disposal. De Witt, however, had not been idle. He secured the assistance of Brunswick-Luneburg, and an army of 12,000 Brunswickers, under the command of George Frederick von Waldeck, attacked Munster, while a force of 6,000 French, likewise, under the terms of the Treaty of 1662, advanced to the help of the Dutch. Threatened also by Brandenburg, the bishop was compelled to withdraw his troops for home defence, and in April 1666 was glad to conclude peace with the States. French naval co-operation against England was also promised, and war was actually declared by Louis XIV in the early spring of 1666. The real cause of this strong action was due to other motives than enmity to England. The death of Philip IV of Spain in September 1665 had brought nearer the prospect of there being no heir male to the vast Spanish monarchy. The French queen, Maria Theresa, was the eldest child of Philip, and though on her marriage she had renounced her claim to the Spanish throne, it was well known that Louis intended to insist upon her rights, particularly in regard to the Spanish Netherlands. He was afraid that the States, always suspicious of his ambitious projects, might be tempted to come to terms with England on the basis of a defensive alliance against French aggression in Flanders and Brabant, for both powers were averse to seeing Antwerp in French hands. To avert this danger, Louis determined to take part in the war on the side of the Dutch. The move, however, was diplomatic rather than serious, for the French admiral de Beaufort never sailed into the North Sea or effected a junction with the Dutch fleet. Nevertheless, as will be seen, his presence in the Atlantic exercised an important effect upon the naval campaign of 1666. The English fleet was not ready until the beginning of June. The ravages of the plague and financial difficulties had caused delay, and the fleet only numbered about 80 sails, including a squadron which had been recalled from the Mediterranean. The generals at sea, as they were called, were Monk and Rupert. They began by committing the great blunder of dividing their force. Rupert was detached with 20 ships to keep watch over de Beaufort, a division which had serious consequences for the English. The Dutch fleet, consisting of 72 men of war with 12 frigates, was the most powerful that the Admiralties had ever sent to sea, not in numbers, but in the quality of the ships. De Witt himself had supervised the preparations, and had seen that the equipment was complete in every respect. De Ruyter was in supreme command and led the van, Cornelis Evertsen the centre, Cornelis Tromp the rear. On June 11th the English fleet under Monk was sighted between the North Foreland and Dunkirk, and the famous 4 days' battle was begun. The English had only 54 ships, but having the weather gauge, Monk attacked Tromp's squadron with his whole force, nor was it till later in the day that De Ruyter and Evertsen were able to come to the relief of their colleague. Night put an end to an indecisive contest in which both sides lost heavily. The next day Monk renewed the attack, at first with some success, but De Ruyter, having received a reinforcement of 16 ships, the weight of numbers told, and Monk was forced to retreat. On the third morning De Ruyter pursued his advantage, but the English admiral conducted his retirement in a most masterly manner, his rear squadron covering the main body and fighting stubbornly. Several ships, however, including the flagship of Vice Admiral Ayscue, had to be abandoned and were either destroyed or captured by the Dutch. At the end of the day Monk had only 28 ships left fit for service. Very opportunely he was now rejoined by Rupert's squadron and other reinforcements, and on the fourth morning the two fleets confronted one another in almost equal numbers, each having some 60 vessels. Once more, therefore, the desperate struggle was resumed, and with initial advantage to the English. Rupert forced his way through the Dutch fleet, which was for a while divided. But the English habit of firing at the hulls, though it did most damage, was not so effective as the Dutch system of aiming at the masts and rigging, in crippling the freedom of tacking and manoeuvring, and Monk and Rupert were unable to prevent De Ruyter from reuniting his whole force and bearing down with it upon the enemy. The English were forced to retreat again, leaving several of their lamed vessels behind. They lost in all 10 ships, beside fireships, something like 3,000 killed and wounded, and 2,500 prisoners. Vice Admiral Berkeley was killed, Vice Admiral Ayscue taken prisoner. Nor were the Dutch much better off. 4 or 5 of their ships were sunk, a number severely damaged, and their casualty list was probably as large as that of their foes. Nevertheless, the victory was undoubtedly theirs, and the fleet on its return was greeted with public rejoicings in Holland and Zeeland. The triumph was of short duration. By vigorous efforts on both sides, the damaged fleets were rapidly repaired. De Ruyter was the first to put to sea on July the 9th, with some 90 ships. 3 weeks later, Monk and Rupert left the Thames with an equal force. The encounter took place on August the 4th. It ended in a decisive English victory after some fierce and obstinate fighting. The Dutch van, after losing its 2 admirals, Edmundson and de Vries, gave way. Monk and Rupert then attacked with a superior force the centre under De Ruyter himself, who, to save his fleet from destruction, was compelled to take refuge behind the Dutch shoals. Meanwhile the squadron under Tromp, driving before it the rear squadron of the English, had become separated and unable to come to De Ruyter's assistance. For this abandonment he was bitterly reproached by De Ruyter and accused of desertion. The quarrel necessitated Tromp's being deprived of his command, as the States General could not afford to lose the services of the Admiral-in-Chief. For a time the English were now masters of the narrow seas, and cruising along the Dutch coast destroyed a great number of Dutch merchantmen, made some rich prizes, and even landed on the island of Terschelling, which was pillaged. Lack of supplies at length compelled them to withdraw for the purpose of revictualling. On this, De Ruyter, accompanied by Cornelis de Witt as special commissioner, sailed out in the hopes of effecting a junction with de Beaufort. Rupert also put to sea again, but storms prevented a meeting between the fleets, and sickness also seriously interfered with their efficiency. De Ruyter himself fell ill, and though John de Witt was himself with the fleet, no further operations were attempted. Both sides had become weary and exhausted, and anxious for peace. To De Witt the war had been from the outset distasteful, and he had been much disturbed by the constant intrigues of the Orangist party to undermine his position. He was aware that in this hour of the country's need the eyes of a considerable part of the people, even in Holland, were more and more directed to the young prince. There was a magic in his name which invested the untried boy with the reflected glory of his ancestors' great deeds. The council pensionary, a past master in the arts of expediency, was driven to avert the danger which threatened the supremacy of the States party, by proposing to the Princess Amalia that the province of Holland should not only charge themselves with William's education, but should adopt him as a child of state. It was a short-sighted device, for, as the princess shrewdly saw, this exceptional position assigned to her grandson must ensure, when he grew to man's estate, the reversion of his ancestral dignitaries. She willingly assented, and in April 1666 the Estates of Holland appointed a commission, of which John de Witt was himself the head, which was entrusted with the religious and political instruction of the prince. A few months later De Witt was to discover that Orangist intrigues were being still clandestinely carried on. An officer of French extraction, the Lord of Buat, though an Orange partisan, had been employed by the pensionary to make tentative proposals of peace to the English court through Lord Arlington. In August a packet of intercepted letters showed that Buat had played him false, and was seeking to compass his overthrow. Buat was brought to trial, condemned to death, and executed on October the 11th. This strong action by the council pensionary did not prevent, however, the preliminaries of a peaceful settlement being discussed both at The Hague and in London during the winter months, with the result that a conference of delegates representing Great Britain, the United Provinces, and France met at Breda in May 1667 to discuss the terms of peace. But the negotiations did not progress. The English envoys raised afresh all the old questions, while the Dutch were not ready to concede anything unless the Navigation Act was largely modified. In these circumstances De Witt determined by bold action to try to expedite the negotiations in a sense favourable to Holland. He knew that the English were unprepared. Charles II, in opposition to the advice of Rupert, Monk, and the Duke of York, had refused to spend money in preparation for a campaign at sea, which he felt confident would never take place. The ravages of the plague and of the Great Fire of London had made the year 1666 one of the darkest in English history, and had caused the heavy financial drain and losses of the war to be more severely felt. There was widespread discontent in the country, and the king, in sore financial distress, was immovable in his resolve that no steps should be taken for refitting the fleet. The ships remained laid up in port, although the Dutch dispatched in April a squadron to the Firth of Forth and dominated the Channel. In deep secrecy, De Witt now made preparations for the dispatch of a great fleet with orders to sail up the estuary of the Thames and attack the English ships in harbour. De Ruyter, accompanied by Cornelis de Witt, left the Texel on June the 14th, at the head of a fleet numbering more than 80 vessels. A squadron under Admiral Van Gent sailed up the Thames on June the 19th, followed by the main body. Sheerness was captured, and on the 22nd De Ruyter determined to force his way up the Medway. The river had been blocked by drawing up a line of ships behind a heavy chain. The Dutch fireships broke through the chain and burnt the vessels, and then proceeding upwards, burnt, scuttled, or captured some 16 vessels, among the latter the flagship Royal Charles. The sound of the Dutch guns was heard in London, and for a time panic reigned. But the narrowness of the river and the prompt measures that were taken to call out the militia and man the forts prevented any further success. The Dutch fleet withdrew to the Nore, and beyond blocking the mouth of the river were able to effect no further damage. The blow to English prestige was, however, irreparable, and the people felt deeply humiliated that short-sightedness and lack of preparation on the part of the government should have exposed them to an insult galling to the national pride. One of its consequences, as had been anticipated by De Witt, was a more conciliatory attitude on the part of the English envoys at Breda. Peace was concluded on July the 26th, on terms more favourable than the Dutch could have expected. The Navigation Act was modified, various commercial advantages were conceded, and Poulou rum was retained. On the other hand, the custom of the striking of the flag remained unchanged. It was agreed that the English colony of Surinam, which had been captured in March 1667 by a Zeeland squadron, should be kept in exchange for New York, an exchange advantageous to both parties. By the Treaty of Breda, the Dutch Republic attained the summit of its greatness, and the supremacy of De Witt appeared to be not only secure, but unassailable. Yet events were preparing which were destined to undermine the prosperity of Holland, and the position of the statesman, to whom in so large a measure that prosperity was due. France, under the absolute rule of Louis XIV, had become by far the most powerful state in Europe, and the king was bent upon ambitious and aggressive projects. It has already been explained that after the death of Philip IV of Spain, he claimed for his queen, Maria Theresa, the succession, by the so-called law of devolution, to a large part of the southern Netherlands. He now determined that the hour had come for enforcing his claim. In May 1667, before the Treaty of Breda had been signed, a French army of 50,000 men crossed the Belgic frontier. Castel Rodrigo, the Spanish governor, had no force at his disposal for resisting so formidable an invasion. Fortress after fortress fell into French hands, and Flanders, Brabant, and Hainault were speedily overrun. This rapid advance towards their borders caused no small consternation in Holland, and De Witt's efforts to reach an understanding with King Louis proved unavailing. The States were not in a position to attempt an armed intervention, and the once formidable Spanish power was now feeble and decrepit. The only hope lay in the formation of a coalition. De Witt therefore turned to England and Sweden for help. The anti-French party in Sweden was then predominant, and Dohna, Swedish ambassador at The Hague, was ordered to go to London, there to further the efforts of the newly appointed Dutch envoy, John Meerman, for the formation of a coalition to check French aggrandisement. They had difficulties to overcome. The English were sore at the results of the Peace of Breda. Charles disliked the Dutch and was personally indebted to Louis XIV for many favours. But the feeling in England was strongly averse to French aggression towards Antwerp. The fall of Clarendon from power at this time, and the accession of Arlington, who was son-in-law to Beverweert, turned the scale in favour of the proposals of De Witt, and Charles found himself obliged to yield. Sir William Temple, whose residence as English minister at Brussels had convinced him of the gravity of the French menace, was ordered to go to the Hague to confer personally with the council pensionary, and then to proceed to London. His mission was most promptly and skilfully carried out. His persuasiveness overcame all obstacles. After a brief stay in London, he returned to the Hague on January 17, 1668. Even the proverbial slowness of the complicated machinery of the Dutch government did not hinder him from carrying out his mission with almost miraculous rapidity. Having first secured the full support of De Witt to his proposals, he next, with the aid of the council pensionary, pressed the urgence of the case upon the States General with such convincing arguments that the treaty between England and the United Provinces was signed on January 23rd. 3 days afterwards, Dohna was able to announce the adhesion of the Swedish government, and on January 26th the Triple Alliance was an accomplished fact. It was essentially a defensive alliance, and its main object was to offer mediation between France and Spain in order to moderate the French claims, and to back up their mediation, if necessity should arise, by joint action. As a preliminary precaution, a strong force was promptly placed under the command of Johann Maurice of Nassau, and a fleet of 48 ships was fitted out. These steps had their effect. Louis, suddenly confronted by this formidable coalition, preferred to accept mediation, though it involved his waiving a portion of his pretensions. Knowing well that the alliance was a very unstable one, for the consent of Charles was given under duress, and the aims of Sweden were mercenary, he foresaw that by biding his time he could have ample revenge later upon the republic of traders who had ventured to thwart him. At a meeting at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, between the French foreign minister Lyon and the Dutch and English ambassadors Van Beuningen and Trevor, preliminaries were settled on April 15th. These were confirmed by a conference of representatives of all the interested states at Aix-la-Chapelle, in which Temple took an active part. Louis gave up Franche-Comté, which he had conquered, but retained Mons, Courtrai, Tournai, Lille, Charleroi, and other frontier towns. This treaty, following on that of Breda, was the crowning triumph of De Witt's administration, for it had given to the Dutch Republic a decisive voice in the councils of the great powers of Europe. But though he had proved himself so successful in the fields of diplomacy and statesmanship, the position of the council pensionary had, during the course of the English war, become distinctly weaker. De Witt's authoritative ways, his practical monopoly of power, and his bestowal of so many posts upon his relatives and friends, aroused considerable jealousy and irritation. Cabals began to be formed against him, and old supporters to fall away. He lost the help of Van Beverningh, who resigned the office of Treasurer General, and he managed to estrange Van Beuningen, who had much influence in Amsterdam. The Bickers and de Graafs were no longer supreme in that city, where a new party, under the leadership of Gillis Falkenier, had acceded to power. This party, with which Van Beuningen now associated himself, was at present rather anti-De Witt than pro-Orange. Falkenier and Beuningen became in succession burgomasters, and De Witt's friend, Peter de Groot, had to resign the office of pensionary. In the Estates of Holland, therefore, De Witt had to face opposition, one of the leaders being the able pensionary of Haarlem, Caspar Fagel. And all this time he had ever before his eyes the fact that the Prince of Orange could not much longer remain the child of state, and that, when he passed out of the tutelage of the Estates of Holland, his future position would have to be settled. De Witt had himself devoted much personal care to William's instruction, and the Prince had submitted patiently and apparently with contentment to the restrictions with which he was surrounded. Physically weakly, his health was at all times delicate, but his intelligence was remarkable and his will-power extraordinary. Cold and impenetrable in manner and expression, unbending in his haughty aloofness, he knew how with perfect courtesy to keep his own counsel and to refrain from giving utterance to an unguarded word. But behind this chilling and sphinx-like exterior was a mind of singular precocity, already filled with deep-laid schemes and plans for the future, confident that his opportunity would come, and preparing when the hour struck to seize it. One can well imagine how anxiously in their many personal interviews the council pensionary must have tried to read what was passing in his pupil's inmost thoughts, only to be baffled. So early as August 1667, steps had been taken by the Estates of Holland to forestall the danger that threatened. On the proposal of Van Beuningen and Falconeer, who had not yet detached themselves from the States party, an edict was passed, to which, somewhat infelicitously, the name of the Eternal Edict was given. It abolished in Holland the office of stadholder for ever, and affirmed the right of the town corporations, vroedschappen, to elect their own magistrates. It was further resolved to invite the other provinces to declare that no stadholder could hold either the captain or admiral generalship of the Union. This resolution was styled the Concept of Harmony. Deputations were sent to urge the acceptation of the concept, and De Witt himself used his utmost power of persuasion to bring about a general agreement. He was successful in Utrecht, Gelderland, and Overijssel, but Zeeland, Friesland, and Groningen, where the Orangists were strong, refused to give their assent, and the approval of the States General was only carried by a bare majority. De Witt himself doubtless knew that the erection of this paper barrier against the inherited influence of one bearing the honoured title of Prince of Orange was of little real value. It is reported that Vivian, the pensionary of Dordrecht, De Witt's cousin, stuck his penknife into a copy of the Eternal Edict as it lay on the table before him, and in reply to a remonstrance said, "I was only trying what steel can do against parchment." The second period of 5 years, during which De Witt had held the post of council pensionary, was now drawing to an end. For a decade he had wielded a power which had given to him almost supreme authority in the Republic, especially in the control of foreign affairs. But all the time he had lived the life of a simple burgher, plainly dressed, occupying the same modest dwelling-house, keeping only a single man-servant. He was devotedly attached to his wife and children, and loved to spend the hours he could spare from public affairs in the domestic circle. The death of Wendella, on July 1st, 1668, was a great blow to him, and damped the satisfaction which must have filled him at the manner in which he was re-elected at the end of that month to enter upon his third period of office. In recognition of his great services, his salary of 6,000 guilders was doubled, and a gratuity of 45,000 guilders was voted to him, to which the nobles added a further sum of 15,000 guilders. De Witt again obtained an act of indemnity from the Estates of Holland, and likewise the promise of a judicial post on his retirement. The Prince of Orange had received the announcement of the passing of the Eternal Edict without showing the slightest emotion or making any protest. He now, 2 months after the re-election of the council pensionary, took the first step towards self-assertion. Under the cover of a visit to his ancestral town of Breda, William made his way to Middelburg, where the estates of Zeeland were assembled. Being now 18 years of age, he claimed his inherited right to take his seat as first noble, and after being duly installed he appointed his relative, Seigneur van Odijk, to act as his deputy. This done, he quietly returned to The Hague, having given a clear indication of the course he meant to pursue. The peace of Aix-la-Chapelle had left a deep feeling of humiliation and rancour in the heart of Louis XIV, and he was resolved to leave no stone unturned to wreak his vengeance on Holland and its council pensionary. The Triple Alliance was plainly an ill-sorted combination. Charles II cared nothing about the fate of the Spanish Netherlands, and there was a strong party in England which hated the Dutch and wished to wipe out the memory of Chatham and to upset the Treaty of Breda. Grievances about the settlement of questions concerning the East Indies and Suriname were raked up. Both Van Beuningen in London and Peter de Groot in Paris sent warnings that the States should be prepared for war and at an early date, but the council pensionary pinned his faith on Temple and the alliance, and kept his eyes shut to the imminent danger. Meanwhile Louis had been bribing freely, both in England and Sweden, and he had no difficulty in detaching the latter power from the alliance. To England he sent over the beautiful Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, Charles's favourite sister, on a secret mission to the king, and she was speedily successful. The offer of an annual payment of 3 million francs and the possession of Walcheren, which commanded the entrance to the Scheldt, effected their purpose. A secret treaty was signed at Dover on December 31, 1670, between Louis and Charles, by which the latter agreed, on being called upon to do so, to declare war upon Holland in conjunction with the French. Meanwhile De Witt was so absorbed in domestic politics and in the maintenance of the burgher aristocratic party in power that he seemed to have lost his usual statesmanlike acumen. He never ceased to work for the general acceptance of the concept of harmony. At last the three recalcitrant provinces, Friesland, Groningen and Zeeland, when William had reached his 21st year, agreed to accept it on condition that the prince were at once admitted to the Council of State. Even now De Witt tried to prevent the prince from having more than an advisory vote, but he was overruled through the opposition of Amsterdam to his views. All this time Louis was preparing his great plan for the crushing of the Republic. He succeeded in gaining the promised assistance of England, Munster and Cologne, and in detaching from the Dutch the Emperor and the Swedes. The finances under Colbert were in a flourishing state, and a splendid army had been equipped by the great war minister Louvois. It was in vain that Peter de Groot sent warnings of coming peril. The council pensionary was deaf, and the States General still deafer. Temple had left in August 1670 for a visit to London, and he never returned. For some months there was no resident English ambassador at The Hague. Finally, at the end of the year, Downing arrived, the very man who had done his utmost to bring about the war of 1665. De Witt still placed his hopes in the anti-French views of the English Parliament, but in August 1671 it was dissolved by the king and was not summoned to meet again for a year and a half. Charles had therefore a free hand, and the secret Treaty of Dover was the result. The reports of de Groot became more and more alarming, and De Witt found it necessary to urge the States to make preparations both by sea and land to resist attack. But he met with a lukewarm response. The fleet indeed was considerably strengthened, but the army was in a miserable state. At no time during the English wars had a powerful army been required, and the lesson taught by the invasion of the Bishop of Munster had had little effect. The heavy charges of the naval war compelled the States, and especially Holland, on whom the chief burden fell, to economise by cutting down the military expenses. Politically also, the ruling burgher regents in Holland had from past experience a wholesome fear lest the power of the sword wielded by another Maurice or William II should again overthrow the civil power. The consequence was that when Charles II declared war on March 28, 1672, and Louis on the following April 6th, and a great French army of 120,000 men under Condé, Turenne and Luxembourg marched through Liège to invade the States, while another army of 30,000 men from Munster and Cologne attacked further north, all was confusion and panic, for it was felt that there was no possibility of effective resistance. the Bishop of Munster was eager to take vengeance for his defeat in 1666, and the Elector Archbishop of Cologne was a Bavarian prince friendly to France. His help was the more valuable as he was likewise Bishop of Liège, and thus able to offer to the French armies a free passage through his territory. Not until the storm was actually bursting on them by sea and land at once were the various authorities in the threatened land induced to move in earnest. Confronted by the sudden crisis, De Witt, however, made the most strenuous efforts to meet it. A fleet of 150 ships was got ready, and an army of some 50,000 men, mercenaries of many nationalities, hastily gathered together. It was a force without cohesion, discipline, or competent officers. In the peril of the country all eyes were turned towards the Prince of Orange. William was now 21 years of age, but by the provisions of the concept of harmony, his name was not to be proposed as Captain General until he reached the age of 22. But in the wave of feeling which swept over the country, the paper barrier was dashed aside. In the Estates of Holland, which De Witt had so long controlled, and despite his strong opposition, the proposal to confer the post on William for 1 year was carried. All that the council pensionary could effect was to surround the exercise of the office with so many restrictions as to deprive the prince of any real authority. These restrictions did not, however, meet the approval of the other provinces, and William himself refused to accept them. De Witt had to give way. William was appointed Captain General for 1 year on February the 25th, 1672. It appeared to be an absolutely hopeless task that this utterly inexperienced young man had to face. But the mere fact that once more a Prince of Orange was in command gave new hope. It was a name to conjure with, and the holder of it, young as he was, and with no previous military training, faced his task with the calm confidence which comes from conscious power and an inherited aptitude for the leadership of men. End of Chapter 16 of the History of Holland by George Edmundson.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Holland by George Edmundson. Chapter 17. Chapter Summary: War with France and England, William III, Stadtholder, Murder of the Brothers de Witt, 1672. The advance of the French armies and those of the Munster and Cologne to attack the eastern frontier of the United Provinces met with little serious resistance. Fortress after fortress fell. The line of the Yssel was abandoned. Soon the whole of the Gelderland, Overyssel, Drent, and Utrecht were in the possession of the enemy. Even the castle of Meldon, but 10 miles from Amsterdam, was only saved from capture at the very last moment by Jean Maurice throwing himself with a small force within the walls. The Prince of Orange had no alternative but to fall back behind the famous waterline of Holland. He had at his disposal, after leaving garrisons in the fortresses, barely 4,000 men as a field force. With some difficulty the people were persuaded to allow the dikes to be cut, as in the height of the struggle against Spain, and the country to be submerged. Once more behind the expanse of flood stretching like a gigantic moat from Meerden on the Zuyder Zee to Gorkum on the Maas. Holland alone remained as the last refuge of national resistance to an overwhelming foe. True, the islands of Zeeland and Friesland were yet untouched by invasion, but had Holland succumbed to the French armies, their resistance would have availed little. At the end of June, the aspect of affairs looked very black, and despite the courageous attitude of the young Captain General and the ceaseless energy with which the council pensionary worked for the equipment of an adequate fleet, and the provision of ways and means and stores, there seemed to be no ray of hope. Men's hearts failed them for fear, and a panic of despair filled the land. Had the combined fleets of England and France been able at this moment to attain a victory at sea, and to land an army on the coast, it is indeed difficult to see how utter and complete disaster could have been avoided. Fortunately, however, this was averted. It had been De Witt's hope that De Ruyter might have been able to have struck a blow at the English ships in the Thames and the Medway before they had time to put to sea and effect a junction with the French. But the Zeeland contingent was late, and it was the middle of May before the famous admiral, accompanied, as in 1667, by Cornelis de Witt, as the representative of the States General, sailed at the head of 75 ships in search of the Anglo-French fleet. After delays through contrary winds, the encounter took place in Southwold Bay on June the 7th. The Duke of York was the English admiral-in-chief, D'Estrées the French commander, and they had a united force of 90 ships. The Dutch, who had the wind gauge, found the hostile squadrons separated from one another. De Ruyter at once took advantage of this. He ordered Vice Admiral Bancas with the Zeeland squadron to contain the French, while he himself, with the rest of the force, bore down upon the Duke of York. The battle was contested with the utmost courage and obstinacy on both sides, and the losses were heavy. The advantage, however, remained with the Dutch. The English flagship, the Royal James, was burnt, and the Duke was afterwards 3 times compelled to shift his flag. Both fleets returned to the home ports to refit, and during the rest of the summer and early autumn no further attack was made on De Ruyter, who with some 60 vessels kept watch and ward along the coasts of Holland and Zeeland. The Dutch admiral had gained his object, and no landing was ever attempted. But the Battle of Southwold Bay, though it relieved the immediate naval danger, could do nothing to stay the advancing tide of invasion on land. The situation appeared absolutely desperate. Trade was at a standstill, and the rapid fall in the state securities and in the East India Company's stock gave alarming evidence of the state of public opinion. In these circumstances, De Witt persuaded the States General and the Estates of Holland to consent to the sending of 2 special embassies to Louis, who was now at Duisburg, and to London to sue for peace. They left The Hague on June the 13th, only to meet with a humiliating rebuff. Charles II refused to discuss the question apart from France. Pieter de Groot and his colleagues were received at Duisburg with scant courtesy and sent back to The Hague to seek for fuller powers. When they arrived, they found the council pensionary lying on a sick bed. The country's disasters had been attributed to the De Witts, and the strong feeling against them led to a double attempt at assassination. John De Witt, while walking home at the close of a busy day's work, was, June the 21st, attacked by 4 assailants and badly wounded. The leader, Jacob van der Graaf, was seized and executed. The others were allowed to escape, it was said, by the prince's connivance. A few days later, an attack upon Cornelis de Witt at Dordrecht likewise failed to attain its object. That such dastardly acts could happen without an outburst of public indignation was ominous of worse things to come. It was a sign that the whole country had turned its back upon the States Party, and the whole system of government, of which for 19 years John de Witt had been the directing spirit, had become Orangist. Revolutionary events followed one another with an almost bewildering rapidity. On July the 2nd, the Estates of Zeeland appointed William to the office of Stadtholder. The Estates of Holland repealed the Eternal Edict on July the 3rd, and on the next day it was resolved, on the proposal of Amsterdam, to revive the Stadtholdership with all its former powers and prerogatives in favour of the Prince of Orange. The other provinces followed the lead of Holland and Zeeland, and on July the 8th the States General appointed the young Stadtholder Captain and Admiral General of the Union, William thus found himself invested with all the officers and even more than the authority that had been possessed by his ancestors. Young and inexperienced as he was, he commanded unbounded confidence, and it was not misplaced. Meanwhile, despite the strong opposition of Amsterdam and some other towns, the fuller powers asked for by de Groot were granted, and he returned to the camp of Louis to endeavour to obtain more favourable terms of peace. He was unsuccessful. The demands of the French king included concessions of territory to Cologne, to Munster, and to England, and for himself the greater part of the Generality lands, with the great fortresses Hertogenbosch and Maastricht, a war indemnity of 16 million francs, and complete freedom for Catholic worship. On July the 1st, de Groot returned to The Hague to make his report. The humiliating terms were rejected unanimously, but it was still hoped that now that the Prince of Orange was at the head of affairs, negotiations might be resumed through the mediation of England. William even went so far as to send a special envoy to Charles II, offering large concessions to England if the king would withdraw from the French alliance. But it was in vain. On the contrary, at this very time, July the 16th, the treaty between Louis and Charles was renewed, and the demands made on behalf of England were scarcely less exorbitant than those put forward by Louis himself. The cession of Sluis, Walcheren, Courtsaint, Veurne, and Goree, an indemnity of 25 million francs, the payment of an annual subsidy for the herring fishery, and the striking of the flag. If all the conditions made by the two kings were agreed to, the sovereignty of the remnants of the once powerful United Provinces, impoverished and despoiled, was offered to the prince. He rejected it with scorn. When the Estates of Holland, on the return of de Groot, asked his advice about the French terms, the Stadholder replied, "All that stands in the proposal is unacceptable. Rather let us be hacked in pieces than accept such conditions." And when an English envoy, after expressing King Charles's personal goodwill to his nephew, tried to persuade him to accept the inevitable, he met with an indignant refusal. "But don't you see that the Republic is lost?" he is reported to have pleaded. "I know of one sure means of not seeing her downfall," was William's proud reply: "to die in defence of the last ditch." The firm attitude of the prince gave courage to all, and whatever might be the case with the more exposed provinces on the eastern and south-eastern frontiers, the Hollanders and Zeelanders were resolved to sacrifice everything rather than yield without a desperate struggle. But the fact that they were reduced to these dire straits roused the popular resentment against the De Witts, and the system of government which had for more than 2 decades been in possession of power. Their wrath was especially directed against the council pensionary. Pamphlets were distributed, broadcast, in which he was charged, amongst other misdoings, with appropriating public funds for his private use. While yet suffering from the effects of his wounds, De Witt appeared, July 23rd, before the Estates, and vigorously defended himself. A unanimous vote declared him free from blame. Cornelis de Witt was no less than his brother, an object of popular hatred. In the town of Dordrecht, where the De Witt influence had been so long supreme, his portrait in the town hall was torn to pieces by the mob, and the head hung on a gallows. On July 24th he was arrested and imprisoned at The Hague on the charge brought against him of being implicated in a plot to assassinate the prince by a barber named Tichelaar. Tichelaar was well known to be a bad and untrustworthy character. On the unsupported testimony of this man, the Ruwaard, though indignantly denying the accusation, was incarcerated in the Gevangenpoort to be tried by a commission appointed by the Estates. Great efforts were made by his friends and by his brother to obtain his release, but as the prince would not interfere, the proceedings had to take their course. John de Witt, meanwhile, wishing to forestall a dismissal which he felt to be inevitable, appeared before the Estates on August the 4th, and in an impressive speech voluntarily tendered his resignation of the post of council pensionary, asking only for the redemption of the promise made to him that at the close of his tenure of office he should receive a judicial appointment. The resignation was accepted, the request granted, but owing to opposition no vote of thanks was given. Caspar Fagel was appointed council pensionary in his place. The enemies of John de Witt were not content with his fall from power. A committee of 6 judges was empanelled to try his brother Cornelis for his alleged crime. On August 17, to their eternal disgrace, they, by a majority vote, ordered the prisoner, who was suffering from gout, to be put to the torture. The illustrious victim of their malice endured the rack without flinching, insisting on his absolute innocence of any plot against the prince's life. Nevertheless, early on August 19th, sentence was pronounced upon him of banishment and loss of all his officers. Later on the same day, Cornelis sent a message to his brother that he should like to see him. John, in spite of strong warnings, came to the Gevangenpoort and was admitted to the room where the Ruard, as a result of the cruel treatment he had received, was lying in bed, and the 2 brothers had a long conversation. Meanwhile, a great crowd had gathered round the prison, clamouring for vengeance upon the De Witts. 3 companies of soldiers were, however, drawn up under the command of Count Tilly, with orders from the commissioned councillors to maintain order. At the same time, the schutterij, the civic guard, was called out. These latter, however, were not to be trusted, and were rather inclined to fraternize with the mob. So long as Tilly's troops were at hand, the rioters were held in restraint, and no acts of violence were attempted. It was at this critical moment that verbal orders came to Tilly to march his troops to the gates to disperse some bands of marauding peasants, who were said to be approaching. Tilly refused to move without a written order. It came, signed by Van Asperen, the president of the commissioned councillors, a strong Orange partisan. On receiving it, Tilly is said to have exclaimed, "I will obey, but the De Witts are dead men." The soldiers were no sooner gone than the crowd, under the leadership of Verhoef, a goldsmith, and Van Bankum, a banker, forced the door of the prison, the schutterij either standing aloof or actually assisting in the attack, and rushing upstairs found John de Witt sitting calmly at the foot of his brother's bed, reading aloud to him a passage of scripture. Hands were laid upon both with brutal violence. They were dragged into the street, and there with blows of clubs and repeated stabs done to death. It was 4 p.m. when Tilly departed. At 4:30 all was over, but the infuriated rabble were not content with mere murder. The bodies were shamefully mishandled, and were finally hung up by the feet to a lamp-post, round which, to a late hour in the evening, a crowd shouted, sang, and danced. It is impossible to conceive a fate more horrible or less deserved. The poor dishonoured remains were taken down when night fell by a few faithful hands, and were at dawn, in the presence of a few relatives and friends, interred in the Nieuwe Kerk. That William III had any complicity in this execrable fete, as it was well styled by the new council pensionary Fagel, there is not the slightest evidence. He was absent from The Hague at the time, and wholly preoccupied with the sore necessities of the military position, and it is said that he was much affected at hearing the dreadful news. But his natural cold and self-contained nature had been hardened in the school of adversity during the long years of humiliation which had been imposed upon him by John de Witt and his party. He had endured in proud patience, awaiting the hour when he could throw off the yoke. Now that it had come, he could not forgive. Under the plea that the number of those implicated in the deed was so large that it was impossible to punish them and thus stir up party passions at a time when the whole energies of the nation were needed for the war, he took no steps to bring the offenders to justice. Unfortunately for his reputation, he was not content with a neutral attitude, but openly protected and rewarded the 3 chief offenders, Tichelaar, the Hoof and Van Bankum, all of them men of disreputable character. Thus, two of the greatest statesmen and patriots that Holland has produced, John van Oldenbarneveldt and John de Witt, both perished miserably, victims of the basest national ingratitude, and it will ever remain a stain upon the national annals and upon the memory of two illustrious princes of Orange, Maurice and William III, that these tragedies were not averted. End of chapter 17.